He opened his eyes wide when the person beside him called his name, Elric Melvinger. The voice steady but the information horrifying. He was suffering from a disease called magical obstruction. Unlike ordinary illnesses, his body was afflicted by a rare condition in which mana could not flow freely, and mana is the essential energy source for mages. Elric sat silently in a room of the Royal Magical Hospital, listening as the doctor rambled on. Despite all our attempts on your body, I'm afraid we are at a loss. He hung his head, waiting for the verdict on his future. Unfortunately, he couldn't use magic. Just as he returned to Eden Academy, he heard Hazer complaining. Elric, are you listening to me? Hello? He hurriedly blurted out. Sorry, sister, what did you just say? She continued to express her worry. How's your body? What did the doctors say? Did they find a cure? If you need more money, I can only. Elric awkwardly cut in. Sister, calm down. I'm not a child anymore. You don't need to worry so much. I'll recover soon. Hazer immediately retorted. How could I not worry about my only remaining relative? He had no choice and tried to distract her. Ah, someone's calling me, I'll call you back. The prolonged beep let him breathe a sigh of relief. Elric gritted his teeth and muttered with a heavy heart that he couldn't tell her the truth, that he might never be able to return home. Noise rose from outside the academy doors. What's wrong with your grades? Damn those cursed wind mages, I never missed class and still got a D. They looked at the all-A grade sheet and kept getting more outrageous. How could Melvinger be so different? I knew it would be like this. How does he get such high grades in those subjects? The commotion lingered in the hall. Look at your scores. They seem just like Melvinger's to me. Shut up or I'll shut your mouth for you now. Elric's brows nearly met as he voiced his suppressed annoyance. Tusk failed again. Indeed, with a full sheet of FS, it would be an insult to his classmates if he didn't fail. This was the fourth time. According to Academy rules, 4 failures mean. Elric silently analyzed his fate in his head. Expulsion. If expelled like this, I won't be able to bring honor to my family. He had tried his best to study to stay here. He had done everything he could and learned all he could. As a result, he mastered all the knowledge the academy required, and of course, Elric topped every theoretical exam. Above all, he wasn't arrogant, but he believed he was exceptional compared to others. Not just in intellect, but his ability to detect and understand mana was also deeper than others. For a mage, going from knowing theory to understanding mana is a wonderful thing they all desire. Yet every class taught how to control it. Absorb the mana currents around you from the air and gather them into your heart. That is what we call a magic circle. Even if Elric had the ability everyone wanted, so what? Whenever he attended class, he was surrounded by jeers. Why is that senior stuck in a freshman class? Ha ha ha, unbelievable, a mage can't form a magic circle. Even his professor stepped in to counsel him. Why don't you give up magic and become a scholar? I'll speak well of you to the headmaster. Elric silently cursed inwardly. This damned magical blockage means I can't use magic. At best, I can only be a magic scholar, and I can't bring honor to the Melvinger family as a mere professor. He unconsciously looked up at the clear sky. Elric stood before the giant statue and whimpered, "Oh, sir." He was the hero of the Demon War. He himself possessed superior stellar mage abilities. None other than the legend Ustin Melvinger. He had beautiful green eyes and extraordinary skill. The Empire's top magic academy was Eden Academy. Elric's mood sank to the bottom. If I'm expelled from here, it means I've destroyed the pride of the Melvinger family with my own hands. The whispering still lingered in his ear, just thinking that guy was the first headmaster's grandson. He pressed his lips together as they mocked him. Truly the disgrace of the Melvinger family. Everyone laughed loudly at that notion, treating it as gospel. Someone even maliciously speculated, when do you think a magical royal line will die out? They finished and tried to flee, but Elric wouldn't allow it and called out to them. Hey, you lot. First-year elemental magic students, right? They instinctively answered and turned around. He stepped forward to the confusion of the 2 underclassmen. Do you know an assistant professor named Sean? He's very friendly. Elric fixed his gaze on the nameplate on the other's chest. Let's see. He curled the corner of his mouth and asked a simple, cruel question. What are your names? Elric jumped down in front of them and taunted. Let me see, I don't think you can stand that damn Sean teasing you anymore, can you? They were bold when gossiping but scattered like rats when confronted. Truly despicable. Elric sighed wearily. Then he glanced to the side. The statue of Ustin still stood tall. He continued to scold himself inwardly. Sir, even if father were still here. No, focus, this is not the place to be weak, not with this accursed body. Elric suddenly clenched his fist, resolving that he would break free from it. But when he returned to his little den, he stammered and complained. No, it can't be. Oh, Elric murmured, gripping the papers, the Academy's first report. He spat inwardly again. Damn it, there's nothing about magical blockage in it. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light swept across his eyes, catching Elric's attention. Sean charged like a whirlwind and pinned him to the ground. The students around them were so terrified by the violence their jaws dropped. Elric trembled, rubbing the back of his head. Without thinking, he shouted, "Who the hell told Sean to leisurely come and soothe this defective piece right here? Damn it, what did you just say?" Sean gritted his teeth and demanded angrily, "You dared to use my name again, didn't you?" Knowing he was cornered, Elric flipped his attitude faster than flipping a page. "Oh, is that my noble brother Sean Nairster? He refused to react and only angrily retorted, "I told you not to use my name to scare the freshmen, didn't I?" He prudently sat down, clapped his hands, and said, "Is that so? I see. Since it's a special occasion, let me buy you a drink. Why don't you use a nose-repairing charm?" Sean slammed the table and protested, "I'd rather die than do that, that bastard. Did I speak too harshly?" Elric narrowed his eyes and tried to manipulate his friend's feelings. "Come closer, that's why I told you never to do that." Seeing him fidgeting, he involuntarily called the other's name, Sean. After Elric's family fell, the magic tower was led by 6 royal hexagram houses. Sean was a member of the hexagram, the son of the Nerster family. And right after he graduated from the academy, he immediately became a professor, an elite member. Although he chose a path opposite to Elric's, he remained the only one who stood by him. Sean pulled out the stack of papers and asked bewilderedly, "What is this? Why are you staring at me?" Without waiting for an answer, he shoved them forward. Elric stared at the dense lines of text and felt dizzy. What is this? Reading the title carefully made him suspicious. Diamond Dragon, an exploration plan. Elric skimmed it and sucked in a breath. "Why are you giving this to me?" Sean patiently explained his intention. "Although this is an ancient species still being studied, we've recently discovered one of their nests. I want you to join this expedition." He snatched up the papers and shouted, "What?" Elric's mind tangled instantly. An ancient dragon species that should have been extinct, and they've found a dragon lair said to be the source of magic. Sean smiled with complete satisfaction. "If you find an artifact, do you think the Academy will overlook expulsion? Look at the map, and it's because of your sincerity." Elric devoured the route on the map. His thoughts rode a roller coaster like stock charts. Amazing, it's not just about expulsion. Maybe the dragon lair could cure my magical blockage. It's pointless. Even if such a thing exists, the headmaster will just take it. "Wait," he exclaimed loudly and slapped the draft onto the table. Sean recoiled against the chair, timidly asking, "What's with the sudden bang?" Elric said nothing, but his mind churned. "Why didn't I think of this? This is the chance heaven gave me." He moved his lips and let out a clear, almost melodious laugh. Then Elric seemed to go mad, clutching his face and laughing maniacally. Sean swore outright at this idiot. What the hell is wrong with him? He ignored the insults and pointed at the circled spot on the map. "Sean." Elric adopted a confident air and then dropped the bombshell. "There's no nest here." He stood up, pointed to a location on the map, and said, "The dragon lair won't be here." Sean was stunned. "What?" He quickly scanned around, his face showing alertness. The person sitting at the table behind Elric was still engrossed in a book. Sean glanced back. The two at the next table were chatting happily. No one was paying attention over here. Sean pressed his lips together. Cold sweat poured down like a stream. Fortunately, no one heard. Thinking that, Sean leaned close to Elric, covered his mouth, and whispered, "Watch your mouth. Do you know how many professors are involved? You're challenging powerful people all at once." Elric seemed unconcerned. He shrugged casually and asked, "So?" Sean, a little annoyed, glared at him. "I'll smash your head in right now." Elric grinned, eyes curved. "Calm down, my friend. I'm the son of the Nerster family." He forced a wry smile and sighed, "Or at least hear me out." Sean frowned, grew serious, and used magic to form a small matrix on the map. The matrix suddenly emitted a blinding blue light. The next moment, the blue light spread, engulfing both Elric's and Sean's seats. The matrix transported Elric and Sean to another space. From above, the spot Elric had pointed to on the map appeared before them. There was a long, seemingly bottomless fissure in the ground. Sean spoke up. The crack formed where 2 ley currents collided. Rays of every color spilled from the rift. Sean could see them with the naked eye and continued. A huge amount of mana was gushing from the crack. Sean watched them for a moment, then added, "With this much, it must have been accumulating for at least 100,000 years. No wonder he suspected a dragon lair here." Elric stood on the edge of the fissure looking down, then asked the Sean beside him, "What are the 3 principles of mana flow?" Sean folded his arms and glared at Elric. "Are you kidding me?" Elric nudged him with his elbow and laughed. "Of course you know the basics, right, assistant professor?" Sean's face bulged with veins in irritation, but he still patiently answered, "From high to low." Looking at the bottomless chasm before them, Sean continued, "From wide to narrow." The scene suddenly shifted. Elric found himself standing inside an ice-filled cavern. Sean glanced at him, his face showing annoyance. "From hot." A chill from the cavern spread everywhere. Sean's figure gradually blurred as his voice echoed in Elric's ear, finishing the remaining words, "to cold." The next moment, Elric and Sean appeared in a vast void. Elric said confidently, "With those principles, anyone would be certain the dragon lair is at this location." But Elric pointed in one direction where a streak of golden light appeared. Because molten lava very hot flows through that rift, mana doesn't accumulate there, so dragons cannot live there. Sean frowned, disbelief written across his face. "No, that's impossible." Where Elric had pointed, the lava was bubbling and surging. From the mountain's summit, streams of molten lava erupted. That was Mount Akron. At the mountain's base, the molten flows pooled and wound down toward the lowlands. Elric looked down from above. "That's right, the Akron volcano's lava runs beneath the continental shelf." In an instant, the matrix dissolved and Elric and Sean reappeared where they had started. Sean looked at Elric and asserted, we recorded a dragon's mana signature in this area. How can the lair not be there? Elric propped his chin and said nonchalantly, I never said there's no lair. Hearing that, Sean grew even more puzzled. What? Elric curled his lips in a smile. There's definitely a lair. And with that, he pointed to a spot on the map and said, here, inside Caragul Cave. And as Elric had guessed, there really was a cave where he pointed. Closer inspection revealed a golden dragon carved above the cave entrance. Elric imagined a place filled with countless priceless shelves of magical tomes and vast treasures of piled gold coins and precious gems. He was certain it was all there. After that conversation, Sean went to a door, ruffled his hair in confusion, and swore, how do I report this to my superiors? Sean tried to compose himself. He raised a hand to knock, then froze. Sean worried and broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, should I play dumb? If I anger the headmaster, I'll be expelled, but what if Elric's right, then that fellow? Sean paced the corridor undecided, unwilling to knock on the door. Suddenly he heard a noise and turned toward the sound. Not far away, Elric was intensely practicing magic. Sean, surprised at the sight, said, Elric, why are you alone in the training room? Elric trembled all over, thrusting his hand forward as if trying to cast a spell. He seemed not to hear Sean, muttering nonstop, I must master healing and dispelling to become number one and honor my family at any cost. After a while, Elric was drenched in sweat. His face darkened and veins bulged. Damn it, magical blockage. Sean, standing not far away, suddenly curled his lip into a smile and thought to himself, that bastard, he can cure a magical blockage. He slapped his cheeks to wake himself up and said, if that's a friend of his, I have to help him. In a room piled with books, someone suddenly spoke up. HMPH, the person held the newspaper attentively, still muttering under his breath. You mean? He set the paper down, revealing a face full of displeasure, then angrily asked the person before him, is my research report wrong? The speaker was the headmaster of Uston Academy, Barracks. Sean faced him, sweating profusely and stammering, no, that's not it, but I wanted your opinion because it might. Barracks suddenly cut Sean off. Sean, I don't know why you reached that conclusion, if you can't persuade me. As he spoke, he swung his leg. The next moment, Sean was suddenly enveloped in a terrifying crimson mana. Barracks emphasized, even if you are the son of the Nerster family. His eyes flashed a cold light, his face dark as he warned Sean, I will not let this go. Sensing the overwhelming mana surrounding him, Sean broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, the mana is too strong, this is the power of a 7th rank mage. Then the mana around Sean suddenly cracked and shattered. Eric suddenly flung the door wide and smiled confidently as he looked inside. The remaining mana in the room dissipated. Sean turned to the newcomer and exclaimed in surprise, Elric. Seeing him, he couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, are you crazy? What are you doing here? Elric bowed politely, hello, headmaster, pardon me for bursting in like this. He stood to the side, sweating cold in his place. Barracks stared at Elric and chuckled, oh ho, look at him. Recognizing him, he spoke up, Elric Melvinger, is the assistant professor basing his reasoning on your input? Elric casually admitted it, yes, that's right. Barracks glanced at his wristwatch and smirked. I commend your insight and clear perception. It's hard to believe a student could think of that, but there's no evidence, it's just speculation, yes. Elric narrowed his eyes in feigned surprise. What? This is so basic even a 3-year-old would know it. You still need evidence. Barracks' expression darkened as he stared at Elric. Elric met his gaze without a hint of fear. Sean stood there trembling, tears streaming, forcing a smile while thinking, is this guy insane? Why are you provoking him? Damn it, what are you doing here to help me? You're more like here to get someone killed for you. Barracks suddenly clutched his head and bowed over the desk. The basics, he muttered. When he raised his head, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. I'm at a loss for words, I can only laugh, a weakling who can't even condense mana. Elric, hearing that, calmly asked, do you mean my hypothesis is wrong? Barracks straightened and looked at him. Well, some do get lucky, I suppose. He kept ranting, calling them a bunch of trash who flapped their mouths without knowing their place. Elric smirked faintly. Barracks emphasized, like you, for instance. Elric said nothing. The light from outside cast a long shadow across his back, making him look a little lonely. Barracks raised an eyebrow and tapped his temple. As a professor, I can't simply ignore a student's opinion. He suddenly glanced at Elric's neck and changed his tone. Ah, that's right. Barracks smiled darkly and proposed, why not make a bet with me? Eric seemed interested. He asked, a bet what kind? Barracks replied, I will arrange everything you need to form an expedition team and notify the finance department of what you'll require. It sounds enticing, but of course everything has a price. Barracks stressed that if you fail, thinking of the thing worn on Elric's neck, the Melvinger family heirloom will become mine. That priceless treasure is the trump card that could let Elric turn the tables. He smiled confidently, the headmaster's final words echoing in his mind, the Melvinger heirloom will be mine. A magic carriage rolled through the crowded street, cries and shouts spilling from inside. Aren't you frustrated? Inside the carriage, while Sean trembled with anger, Elric calmly held a book and read intently. You're tearing my ears out, be gentler," he said, smiling with upturned eyes. "It's fine. They said they won't interfere if I find the dragon's lair anyway." As soon as he finished, Sean suddenly snatched the book from Eric's hands. Elric looked bewildered and tried to grab it back. "Hey, this is the good part. Don't snatch my book." Sean's face turned as black as a pan and he growled angrily. "What if you fail?" He shouted excitedly. "If your prediction is wrong, the family heirloom will be taken away. You idiot." That pendant, Elric bowed his head to look at the pendant hanging on his chest. The pendant flashed with a silver light. He heard Sean shout in his ear, only to be bestowed upon the head of the Melvinger family. Elric seemed unfazed. He waved his hand and laughed. "That guy always wanted this pendant." Sean put his hands on his hips and pointed at him, scolding fiercely. "You can still smile. Don't you understand the situation?" Elric suddenly cut him off. "Thanks, by the way." He grinned with upturned eyes. "At least you've always been by my side." Sean held his face in frustration. "Ha, you know my life will be ruined if we don't find that lair, right? So what's the plan?" Elric finally sat up straight and said with a smile, "My friend, do you really think Elric Melvinger would accept such a hardship just because of a threat?" Sean blinked, still not understanding what he meant. "What?" Elric suddenly bared his teeth in a sly grin. "If he dares to covet the Melvinger heirloom, he'll at least have to risk his life for it." Sean frowned and stared into Elric's eyes. Sweat suddenly beaded on his face. "I almost forgot this guy has two nicknames." Thinking of Elric's tearful, pitiful face, Sean mentally added one, the shame of the Melvinger family. The other was the terrifying, insane visage of Elric, the most fearsome of the Melvinger clan. Sean fell silent as he watched Elric sitting before him. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Elric sat opposite Sean with a crazed expression. Sean bit his lip, breaking out in a cold sweat. He was at it again. When Sean was still an apprentice, he didn't even want to recall this incident. Back then he was sweating profusely, frowning and yelling. Standing opposite him was a young teenager who clenched his teeth and roared all the more fiercely. 7 years earlier, everyone queued in the monocondensation training hall and debated heatedly about the size of their mana. One of them refused to accept it and said, "Mine is bigger." Elric was only 15 then, curled up in a corner behind them with his head bowed low. Just then someone suddenly mentioned him. "Are you sure you're really a Melvinger?" He heard it and looked up at them. A group of students appeared before Elric. Rivern condensed his mana and looked down at him. "Even the famed Lord Melvinger can't do this, huh?" He sneered with contempt and mocked. "Maybe your head of house picked you up from some corner." The students behind him burst into laughter. They laughed in chorus. "Stop it, ridiculous." Elric lowered his head, lips moving as if to say something, but he chose silence and wondered to himself, "Am I not unlucky?" After Rivern and his group turned to leave, Elric slowly stood up. He suddenly reached out and took something round before him. He already had his answer inside. Of course. The next instant, Elric unexpectedly swung the orb and struck Rivern at the nape. The two students accompanying him, startled by the sound, whipped their heads around. Elric kept his lips pressed and glowered without saying a word. He thought to himself, "But it's unlucky for those fools." The orb in Elric's hand was still smeared with blood. Rivern now lay collapsed on the ground. The two students with him panicked, calling, "Rivern, wake up." At Eden Academy, during the disciplinary hearing, Elric faced the crowd waiting to judge him and calmly spoke. "That brat from a Viscount family dared to slander me, the head of the ducal house." He looked at them and said, "Therefore I punished him according to the Empire's laws. Any problem with that?" Those at the disciplinary hearing huddled together and whispered. Sean folded his arms eagerly, anticipating the outcome. Rivern's parents were stunned and astonished. Elric's gaze was utterly resolute. He didn't feel he had done anything wrong. Yet in the end, Elric was suspended under Academy law. All students are equal before the rules. Elric turned and left the disciplinary hearing. He gave a cold, mirthless smile, and after that day no one dared touch him again. Back in the present, Sean cupped his face in deep frustration. He suddenly glanced down. The next second, Sean jumped up and shouted, "Hey, are you crazy?" Elric waved it off as if nothing happened. "I told you not to shout anymore, watch your blood pressure." The hand holding Sean's book trembled uncontrollably as he yelled, "That's a forbidden book, are you out of things to read?" Elric rubbed his head and grinned innocently. "Exactly. If I'm discovered, I'll be skewered on a spit." Sean returned the book to him, frowning in annoyance. "You're really crazy." Elric cheerfully took the book. Sean then looked at him seriously and asked, "What do you intend to use the Beast King body enhancement technique for?" Elric was a bit absent-minded for a moment and replied, "I'm just wondering if this can cure my magical blockage." Elric thought of the battle with the Beast King when the Beast people invaded the Empire with their legions. "We struggled because that technique enhanced their physical power. When the war ended, the technique vanished because the Empire drove out all the Beast people. They even built walls to keep them out, preventing them from crossing the barriers." Sean frowned and said, "Scholars fail to recreate that technique." Elric sat opposite him, flipping the book nonchalantly. "I've reconstructed it, but I'm not sure how it will alter the body." Hearing this, Sean couldn't help exclaiming in shock, "You recreated it?" He looked pale with astonishment. I'm so shocked I might burst my heart. Sir Elric, do as you please. Just then, the carriage they were riding in suddenly shook violently. Elric rubbed his sore head angrily and stuck his head out. What's going on? Why has the carriage stopped? Sean, curious, followed him out. At that moment, a group of people suddenly approached, greeting Elric. Long time no see. Elric glanced at them. I didn't expect to run into you lot. Seeing Rivern's group come up to him, Elric couldn't help but ask, what are you doing here? Rivern smirked. Why? Because I care a lot about my classmates. He is now a senior researcher at the Verux Research Institute. Sean couldn't contain his anger and lunged forward. You bastard. Rivern's men froze and recoiled. What's the matter? One of them hurriedly explained. The director requested we come assist. Elric stared at them. Is that so? The people before him smiled as if nothing were wrong, though their intentions were malicious. Elric growled, you're too kind. I told you I didn't need assistance. Sean leaned in and whispered to Elric, you feel that right? How many are hiding mana? Elric replied softly, now that's a true director of Verux. He suddenly loosened his collar so Sean could see inside and said, don't worry, I've prepared for this. Sean asked in surprise, how did you get that? Elric smirked but said nothing. In Barrick's office, his face darkened and he trembled with anger, shouting, what? He obtained the breath of Gehenna and the celestial thunder king armor. The man before him broke into a sweat. You told us to assist him as best we could, sir. Barrick shouted furiously, you bastard. The things Elric possesses, the breath of Gehenna, the sealed flame orb that can burn a target to ashes, and the celestial thunder king armor that resists both physical attacks and elemental magic. Just thinking of those two treasures gives me a headache. You think lending a fourth-tier magic weapon to a student that can turn a town to dust is acceptable, and it's him of all people. Barracks massaged his bald head to ease the ache and muttered, I'm going crazy, get out, I don't want to see your face anymore. The man before him fell silent, embarrassed and saying nothing further. The next instant he shouted, yes, sir, and bolted away like the wind. Barracks glanced at the report on his desk and muttered that if the other candidates learned of this, it would cause big trouble. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, his eyes brightened. Wait, he said, grabbing the stack of papers beside him. If that kid truly finds the dragon's lair. Barracks immediately calmed himself. Not bad, I suspect that bloodline is more than just rumor. After saying that, he slammed the paper onto the desk. I should replace this incompetent research team. They call themselves scholars yet don't even know the basics. Then Barracks realized he'd spoken out of turn and froze. The next moment he quickly backtracked. No. Barracks curled his lips into a smile, revealing his bright red tongue. Thanks to those fools, I'll have a chance to seize that pendant. Barracks' expression turned extremely sinister. Once he had it, he'd be sure to become the next prime minister. With that, he immediately crushed the paper in his hand. A terrifying layer of mana suddenly enveloped him. Even if you win the bet, he murmured, it only counts if you can return alive. Elric kept flipping through the book, strange incantations whispering in his ear. Rivern's group folded their arms across their chests and stared intently ahead. Sean closed his eyes tightly and focused on reciting the incantation. He became enveloped in a matrix that emitted a blazing golden light. The orb in his hand shone dazzlingly as he shouted, locate mana. Immediately, the golden light spread wider, and everyone watched him intently. Suddenly, someone trembled and cried out, look, not far away, a pillar of blazing golden light is shooting up into the sky. Sean looked that way in astonishment and murmured, Elric was right. Rivern widened his eyes, unable to believe it. Is it really here? Elric closed the book and calmly said, I knew it. The next moment, he turned to everyone and shouted, our whole team must move quickly before the pillar of light burns out. As soon as he finished, Sean immediately wrapped an arm around his waist. And without hesitation, he pulled Elric and suddenly surged toward the pillar of light, holding on tight. In a flash, the two of them were far ahead of Rivern's group. Rivern's people watched their figures in amazement, mouths agape. Rivern couldn't help shouting, hey, what about us? Time passed in a blur before Rivern's group finally managed to reach the mountain. Rivern bent over, gasping as if he might collapse, muttering, please wait for us, we're exhausted. When they looked up, surprise appeared on their faces. What the? They saw the golden pillar before them fatting. The group panicked and stammered, there's nothing here. They began to argue, there's nothing here, not even a cave. Didn't you say the entrance would be here? I knew this Melvinger always brings bad outcomes. Rivern rubbed his chin. It's fine now. He sneered quietly, I could step forward and pry open your skull to see what's inside, right? Someone should pay for this mistake. At that moment, Elric suddenly shouted, startling Rivern. Sean looked. Elric called out, can you make a big hole here? Sean smiled confidently, leave it to me. He gathered mana around his arms. Then Sean immediately began chanting and unleashed mana that expanded outward. The mana around him erupted. He murmured as his eyes flared brightly. Boom! A great explosion sounded as the ground beneath the pillar was shattered by Sean, sending dirt and rocks flying. As the earth broke, Sean's magic suddenly emitted a golden light. The ground collapsed with a roar, and the light spread ever wider. The next instant, that golden light, like a volcanic eruption, pierced through the soil and plunged downward. Looking at the large hole just created, Elric said nonchalantly, "Found it." The trailing group stood dumbfounded. "What? How is this possible?" Another person suddenly spoke up. "In the worst case, there could be a dragon." Before he could finish, he let out a loud gasp. A beam of blue light suddenly enveloped the whole area. Rivern's followers cried out in shock. "What the?" They gritted their teeth and tried to withstand the pressure of the enormous mana flow. Some turned pale and stared ahead in stunned fear. Then Elric suddenly spread his arms wide as a signal to them. He looked straight ahead and said, "Don't move. That's just compressed mana escaping from when I made the hole." Elric put on a serious face and said, "Everyone get inside." At the mouth of the deep hole, the group saw Elric descend into the cavern and panicked, shouting, "Elric, wait for us." Everyone followed Elric. Inside the cavern, the stalactites seemed to glow. Rivern, among the group, rubbed his hands and said, "Huh, why is it so cold here? Even after using spells, it still doesn't feel any warmer." While walking, Elric suddenly froze. Sean beside him asked confusedly, "What's wrong? Do you see something?" A huge question mark formed in Rivern's mind. "Not only did I feel a chill down my spine," Sean blew on his freezing hands and said, "Maybe you're cold too. I think I'm getting sick." No one noticed the pendant on Elric's neck suddenly emit a silver light. After a moment, the team sent to assist suddenly moved forward eagerly. Elric and Sean followed slowly. Elric murmured, "Perhaps you were right." Inside the cave appeared a monster with blazing red eyes. Its arms were pinned straight to the wall. In the black night, its red eyes shone all the more clearly. It grinned to reveal pearly white teeth and in a gloomy tone said, "So you're here." Finally, one of the men trailing behind Elric gaped at the scene. "Wow." Sean was equally surprised and impressed. Before them stood a huge door with a golden dragon carved on it. The followers stared in astonishment, stammering, "Is this a door?" A middle-aged man in the group shouted, "The strong should gather quickly." Rivern seemed eager to try. Everyone push it together. A young man with long hair suddenly conjured a red flame in his palm and suggested, "Why not break it with magic?" The man beside him replied, "What did you say? Of course." Just as they were about to act, someone suddenly shouted, "Stop." Everyone, puzzled, turned to look at the speaker. Elric sighed and pointed to a corner. "Can't you see the dragon seal on this door, you idiots?" He stared at the door where a dragon-shaped press and carvings were set. "And the strange runes. I have no idea what would happen if I tamper with it." Rivern, a little annoyed, ground his teeth and said, "Sure, you're always so clever, I get it, you always have to show off." Scowling at Elric as he negotiated with the others on the other side, "So when we try to open it, stay clear of the door end." At that moment, Rivern suddenly noticed the button beside the door. He sat down to examine it. "What's this made of?" Elric, on the other side, kept instructing the group, "First we need to figure out how to break the seal." He turned to Sean, "Do you have any notes on it?" Elric looked around. "Make sure no one acts on their own from now on. I don't know what could happen if." Just then Rivern suddenly reached to touch the button on the door. "Is it gold? What is it made of?" Elric shouted urgently, "Don't touch it." Rivern had just touched the button when he turned his head. "What the?" The next moment, a golden light suddenly burst from beneath his feet. The spot where he sat exploded, flinging him backward. He screamed, "Ah, what is this?" Elric gritted his teeth and had just finished speaking when the characters on the door suddenly shifted. The people below froze. "What's happening to the door?" Elric shouted urgently, "Careful, it's a trap." No sooner had he finished than magic struck the man behind Elric, sending him flying backward. Everyone stared in amazement at the burst of magic erupting before them. Elric shouted, "Shields up!" Everyone reacted quickly and raised their shields, which saved them from those explosions. The crowd panicked and screamed, "What's happening?" Sean, sweating profusely, yelled, "Elric, what do we do now? Do something." Elric stared at the note before him and replied loudly, "I'll try to decipher this record first." The crowd began to shout, "I don't want to die, don't leave us, save us." Elric squatted on the ground to calm himself. "Stay calm." He forced his mind to focus, like a situational response test. Elric put pen to paper. "Right, just imagine this is a situational response test." His gaze grew determined. "I'll find the solution. I trust myself like I always do." Elric's writing speed increased. One person in the crowd couldn't withstand the barrage. His shield shattered and the attack struck him directly. He screamed. Elric tried to remain calm and continued recording the decipherment. Sean held his shield up to protect those behind him as groans of pain kept rising. "My arm, help me." As Elric's writing accelerated, his hands suddenly touched the round button on the door. He began to murmur the incantation, silently urging himself to add just a little more, as long as he made no mistakes. Elric squeezed his eyes shut. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Come on, please." As if answering his plea, the magic attacks finally ceased. Everyone was astonished. They stopped. Sean collapsed to the ground exhausted, staring up at the sky. "I thought I was dead." Elric hurried over to him. "Sean, are you okay?" Sean looked at him. Elric smiled faintly. "Thanks to you, I'm still alive." The crowd buzzed. "Wait, the wounds will heal quickly. That attack cost me some lifespan." "Rivern, you're okay, right?" Sean glanced at Elric. That bastard, he's something else. Elric rubbed his chin proudly. Hey, that's my power, you bastard. Before the group could catch their breath, the spot where they stood was suddenly enveloped by a layer of blue mana. One of them looked surprised. The next moment something lunged toward the group. A beam of blue magical light concentrated into a spell and struck a man's arm, destroying it. The next second he collapsed before everyone's eyes. His body slowly crumpled to the ground. Panic spread. Is he okay? What's happening? Elric widened his eyes in shock. Ice magic spells suddenly began to form in increasing numbers. They dived down from above toward where Elric stood. He looked up and exclaimed in astonishment, "Damn it." At the critical moment, Sean suddenly used his shield to block the ice spell's attack, nearly unable to hold it entirely. The group quickly raised their shields to brace themselves. Elric hurriedly took out paper and pen, gritting his teeth. "Damn it again." Elric focused on calculations and muttered in some strange language. He wrote and read without pause. Sean, barely holding on, shouted urgently, "Elric, hurry up." Elric's eyes lit up as he read the runes faster and faster. A strange image slowly reflected in his eyes. Elric suddenly found himself somewhere else, facing a giant dragon spreading its wings across the sky, the source of magic. Elric snapped his eyes open. They were radiant. He shouted, "Sean, haste." Sean, meanwhile, was desperately holding off the attack from above. He used magic to hasten Elric toward the gate. The blue magic coiling around Elric's ankles began to dissipate. Sean glanced at him, sweat pouring, gritting his teeth. "I can't hold this much longer, it's too hard." As soon as he finished speaking, the ice magic blasted through, slicing Elric's flesh. He coughed, let the blood flow, and pressed on with fierce determination. Elric ignored everything and silently invoked an armed layer of brilliant golden magic that immediately enveloped him. Rivern stared in astonishment, unable to believe it. Could the ice magic on the other side have slammed straight into Elric's stomach? Elric threw himself forward regardless. His outer garments were torn away, revealing the breastplate beneath. Rivern shouted in surprise. "The Celestial Thunder King armor, how does he have that?" Elric's hand finally touched the round button on the door. He shut his eyes, gritted his teeth, and chanted inwardly, "This time for sure." Ice magic thundered down at them, aiming for where Sean was valiantly holding the shield. With a whoosh, a huge block of ice hurtled to within inches of Sean. Elric snapped his eyes open, staring wide. The ice magic was just then dispelled by Elric, shattering and vanishing into the air. Watching the mana fade, Elric muttered, "The trap's gone." Elric sat down on the ground, squinting and smiling. "Phew, I thought I was going to die. My fancy clothes are all torn." Sean, struggling, turned his head to look at him and smiled. The survivors showed relief and joy on their faces after overcoming the ordeal. The door before them suddenly creaked open a crack of light. Then the door gradually swung open. The interior light dazzled Elric. He shouted, "The whole expedition team, tend to the wounded and move inside." Elric raised his brow and looked ahead with delight. The place held countless bookcases and mountains of gold coins and enormous jewels, a truly vast treasure. The explorers, astonished, entered the treasure chamber. There were so many magical artifacts. "Look over there, that's armor made from dragon scales." Elric stared at the floating shelves of books. "Amazing, it's all ancient tomes preserved through time." He smiled happily, thinking, after all, they're still mages, right? A team member suddenly patted his shoulder with a grin, eyes curved. "You're amazing, Captain." Noticing something, he glanced in a direction. The earlier member turned his back to Elric and waved to someone. Just then Sean came over, slung an arm around Elric's shoulder and grinned familiarly. "You bastard, what did you just do, Sean?" Elric smiled confidently, who scored full marks on the theory exams. "I imagined it like a test, then solved it with spatial geometry and prime theory." Suddenly his eyes widened as an alarm bell rang in his head. "Wait, a test." Elric suddenly froze, his face went pale, something felt off, like being given a practice question before an exam. Seeing him dazed, Sean asked, "Hey, what are you thinking so deeply about?" Elric turned to look at him. Nothing." Sean suddenly patted his shoulder. "On a day this great you should smile." He laughed and shouted, "Elric Melvinger, from now on no one can ignore you or your prestigious magical family anymore." Elric stared straight into Sean's eyes, his own wide with astonishment. Sean ruffled his hair. Elric smiled with curved eyes. "Well, even if that still weighs on me, I'll just enjoy this moment." "I'm free now," he said. At that moment, a team member standing on the pile of gold spoke into a magic orb. Whatever the reply was, he suddenly curled his lips into a sly smile. After a while, someone suddenly grabbed Elric's hand. That captain abruptly dragged Elric to another place. "There's a laboratory here too, hurry up." Elric stiffened. Fine." Over on the other side, Sean called to the two of them. "Our Elric's grown up, he's even called captain now, I should follow them." Just then Rivern came running, panting. "Sean, there's a dragon carcass behind the treasure mound." Sean turned around in surprise and shouted, "What a dragon?" Rivern suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. "He said he'll get there later." Sean stared at him. Rivern, sweating nervously, urged, "Let's go." They approached a gigantic skeleton. "Wow, at that size this must be a dragon king." Rivern glanced at it. "Yeah, it looks like it's been here over 4,000 years. Meanwhile, Elric was suddenly shoved forward. He was surrounded by the group. They forced him down, hands on the ground, snarling, "You dogs." Elric glanced at them, grinding his teeth. You bastards, he thought. He let his guard down out of excitement. One of them squinted. We mean no harm, we like you. But he looked at Elric coldly and added, work comes first. At that moment, Sean suddenly called out from the other side. Oh wait, Rivern. Rivern asked back, what's up? Sean stared at the white skeleton before him. Didn't that thing just move? Sean, curious, asked, where are the others? Hearing him, Elric glanced over. Rivern made up an excuse. They're probably taking time to explore. Ha ha ha, what a sight. I've never seen this before. Sean hurried over excitedly. Where? Let me see. Elric looked toward the two far off and tried to shout, help. A man in front suddenly grabbed his collar and squeezed, forcing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Elric's face went ashen. Damn it. His eyes turned milky, his consciousness blurred. He thought, I shouldn't have trusted any of them. Having pushed him there, the man suddenly unleashed fire magic. A blazing red flame burst into being in his palm. At that moment, Elric shouted, everyone get back. The man in front looked puzzled. What? Before he could finish the word, a monstrous wave of mana swept across him. Elric's eyes widened in shock as blood splattered his face. The man's form vanished in an instant, leaving only a hand on the ground. Elric couldn't hold back his horror. What the hell is that? Elric turned his head. He looked toward the place that had just unleashed that terrifying wave of mana. A resonant blast rang in his ears. He stared in shock. Sean and Rivern, who had been standing quite a distance away, were now scrambling desperately toward Elric, shouting, Dragon, save me. Elric saw the white skeleton suddenly move again. A huge accumulation of mana gathered in its mouth, and its violent motion made the cavern rumble and collapse. He froze, cold sweat breaking out. Damn it, rocks and earth thundered down from the cavern above. Elric looked up at the scene before him. Shit. The dragon skeleton was now concentrating mana in its mouth and lunging toward him. His whole body trembled. He thought inwardly, find a cave, find a cave. Elric, this is also a test. Seeing Rivern and everyone else panicking to flee, Elric grew more urgent, just find the cave. His eyes widened as he silently warned himself, don't let the dragon notice you. Elric's gaze hardened, but the dragon skeleton in front of him suddenly froze. Elric couldn't help but wonder why it was just standing there. Elric stood still as old memories flashed through his mind. A dragon's breath is still just magic. Dragons are truly astonishing. Time incantation delayed. The source? Sean is safe. Idiot Rivern shouldn't be told. Even so, the mana cost is still too great. Elric stared ahead. Right, if I want to do this in one beat, I need a little time to prepare. Thinking that, Elric immediately shouted, Expedition team, form a defensive ring and bring it down together. The men who had been about to kill him instantly obeyed and took up shields. Sean and Rivern concentrated mana to form a barrier. Sean said sternly, everyone hold your positions. A layer of mana shields suddenly enveloped the pile of shields, protecting those inside. Elric opened his eyes wide and shouted, it's coming. At the same time, the dragon skeleton gaped its mouth and unleashed an extraordinarily terrifying spell. The spell targeted the two layers of shields the group had and charged at them. With a boom, the magic struck the shield and detonated. Numerous cracks began to appear across the surface of the mana shield. Elric glared, calculating that this attack would last 20 seconds. If we can hold it off, we'll have a chance. Sean poured mana into the shield, trying to withstand it. Everyone hang on. The impacts kept ringing out. The shield surface was pocked by repeated strikes. Elric glanced toward the door. Running to it would take about 17 seconds. Looking at the round button on the door, Elric calculated. If I can close the door in 3 seconds, everyone will survive. A flash of insight suddenly lit up in Elric's mind. The dragon skeleton's magic swept across one of the team members. The next moment, he simply vanished into thin air. Elric was shocked. The mana shield had developed countless holes. Sean's group still struggled to maintain it as a defense. Sweat poured down Elric's face like a stream. He shouted, right now. Seeing the dragon skeleton concentrating mana to prepare another attack, Elric yelled, run. The whole group crouched and sprinted away, accelerating. If it catches you, you'll be torn to pieces. Elric ran while thinking to himself, good if this keeps up. Suddenly, Elric sensed something. A huge question mark appeared in his mind. Cracks began to appear in the air, and the next moment, the two people running beside him turned into pools of blood. Blood splattered onto Elric's face. He turned his head to look back. A team member's body was flying up, fresh blood spraying everywhere. Elric widened his eyes. Impossible. A swarm of skeletal figures suddenly appeared from the sky. They set upon and slaughtered the expedition members. Elric recognized them, the legendary entities that guard the dragon. Elric turned his head stunned. The name Sparta came to mind. He was momentarily unable to react and froze in place. Suddenly, a fireball shot toward him from behind. The fireball streaked past Elric and struck precisely the Sparta standing before him. The one who cast it was Sean. He yelled, Elric, take it down with me. No sooner had he finished than a swarm of Sparta from above dove down to attack him. Elric wiped the blood off his cheek. I need to figure something out, he thought, while everyone around continued to scream. Help me, they cried. Elric faced the two Sparta before him. Ahead of him, the white skeleton waited to strike. He thought inwardly, I'm the only one who can do this. He frowned because every problem has a solution. At that moment, the pendant on Elric's neck flashed a silver light. Elric closed his eyes, clutching his head in pain, gritting his teeth. The next instant, when he opened his eyes, a blinding light suddenly flared. Elric suddenly saw threads weaving through the air. Astonished, he wondered why everything looked like this. Everywhere he could see straight lines intersecting like a spider web. Sean was attacking a Spargoy at that moment. He turned his head and mouthed something. Elric thought he seemed to be trying to say something, but he couldn't hear it. At the same time, Elric shouted, "Dodge." Elric narrowed one eye and muttered, still not understanding what he was saying. What? A Spargoy from above lunged to attack Elric. Just as he turned his head, he suddenly shifted to one side and easily avoided its deadly strike. The Spargoy's attack missed. It was shocked and momentarily stunned. Elric stared in surprise. Did I just dodge that? Before Elric could think further, the Spargoy launched another new attack. Elric could still easily avoid that strike. He broke into a cold sweat, staring at it, thinking, this isn't imagination. I can see them, where it will go and how I need to dodge. The Spargoy continued to press forward. Elric could foresee its attacks and realized he could see where it would strike. Elric stepped back to keep his distance from them. If so, he'd be safe as long as he followed those points of light. Elric worried, what if this is a trap? Over there, Sean was still desperately fighting off the Spargoy. The expedition team was being torn apart. They shouted, is anyone? Before they could finish the shout, a roar of fury echoed in his ears. Elric kept dodging the Spargoy's attacks and thought inwardly, no, I don't have time to think anymore. If things continue like this then. Elric suddenly vanished from his spot. He passed through the Spargoy, blocking his way, and charged toward the door. He knew deep down everyone would die pointlessly. Understanding that, he shouted, everyone, follow me. Sean led the cry, hurry up everyone. The others helped each other and tried to run after Elric. Rivern, lost in the crowd, trembled with fear and begged, let me come too. And the man beside him shouted, Rivern, wait. Elric was screaming inwardly, go to where my eyes can see. Everyone ran in unison behind Elric. He nimbly dodged the Spargoy's attacks and shouted, this way, I'll go first, duck and jump like I do. Elric signaled loudly to Sean. Sean dropped a fireball at its left leg. Sean quickly followed suit and the Spargoy was blown apart. Finally, everyone reached the exit outside the door. The group felt they had seen the light of salvation. We're almost at the exit, just a little further. They sprinted madly toward the outside. We're free. Elric watched them go, thinking, good, everyone's alive. We just need to close that door. Just then someone suddenly cried out, someone help me. The hand about to press the protrusion on the door froze. Rivern, behind Elric, trembled and lay on the ground pleading, please. Elric turned to the Spargoy closing in behind them, thinking, damn it, if we want to shut the door we have to leave him. What should I do? This guy's such a pain. Elric gritted his teeth, but the Spargoy still raised its arm to strike Rivern. He tried with all his might to get up, but couldn't. Elric clenched his teeth, thinking, I can't let him die. He raced back against the Spargoy. The creature slammed its arm down with a piercing scream. Elric. The next moment, just as Rivern opened his eyes, nothing happened to him. The Spargoy seemed blocked by something and couldn't reach them. Elric sat on the ground panting. It looked like they couldn't get out. Rivern clapped his hands to his face and cried excitedly, I'm alive. Sean barked, Elric, are you crazy? Elric grinned, eyes curved. It's that guy's fault. His legs are weak, so why blame me? Sean was so angry he was shaking as he looked at the blocked Spargoy in front of him. Elric couldn't help but think as the Spargoy turned and walked away. He wondered, they can't get out. Elric looked up and around. Only now did he think about this. Above the cavern, a layer of red mana was interwoven. Elric thought to himself that there were signs of destruction above the cave. The intruders were right beside us, huh? Suddenly, he noticed the dragon skeleton inside. It was gathering mana in its mouth, but above all, Elric noticed something else. Something was embedded in the dragon skeleton. Then a loud explosion came from above the cavern. Massive rocks thundered down. Rivern screamed in fright. What, the Spargoy are coming here? A Spargoy leaped down from above, heavy debris crashing down with it. Rivern cried, run, where do we run? We're surrounded. Elric urged, keep running. He thought to himself that Sean seemed to sense something. Sean turned his head to look back. Everyone scrambled out in confusion. Elric remained behind the door, not yet leaving. Sean shouted anxiously, Elric, what are you playing at? Elric turned back and smiled at him, go ahead of me. Sean hurriedly lunged to the door, wanting to pull Elric out. But just as he got close to the door, it shut in front of him. It slammed closed to Sean's helplessness. He shouted, Elric. Sean frantically pounded the door, roaring, you damn bastard, why won't this thing open anymore? Elric gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling. 7 years earlier, after Elric was suspended, Sean sat across from him and asked, you're Elric, right? Nice to meet you, I'm Nemester, want to be friends? Elric looked at Sean coldly. He opened his mouth and uttered a single word that stunned Sean. After that period, Elric buried himself diligently in piles of books. Sean, thick-skinned, stuck his hand out in front of him again. He smiled with curved eyes and said earnestly, be friends. This time, Elric didn't even bother to look up and said, buzz off. Sean persistently followed him from behind. Do you want to? Elric cut him off coldly. Get lost. Time passed, night fell. Whenever Sean spoke, Elric would cut in, get lost. Sean was a little resentful. Elric continued to chase him off. Go away, and those words crushed Sean. I didn't even get to say anything. A voice rang out across the academy. You must be truly resilient to become a true mage. The speaker stood before Elric and Sean. You'll receive points based on the order of completion, so work hard. However, if you use magic, you'll be disqualified. After finishing, the person shouted, begin. The group of trainees immediately turned and dashed into the forest. They were all giving it their all. Their figures soon disappeared along the path. Sean smiled confidently and sped ahead. He ran without pause. A while later, Sean panted, phew, maybe about halfway. Should I bring Elric along? No sooner had he spoken than a shadow suddenly flashed in the night. The next instant, that figure suddenly kicked toward him. Sean was kicked and hurled away. He rolled several times on the ground, kicking up dust. Sean managed with difficulty to grab a protruding rock on the cliff face. His whole body dangled in midair. Sean bloodied, gritted his teeth, and cried out, anyone help. A crowd of people suddenly arrived at the cliffside. Rivern led them, curling his lip in ridicule. Using magic to climb. Quit whining. Sean shut one eye, unable to speak. Both hands clinging to the cliff, Sean's grip trembled constantly. How long has it been? I can't hold on much longer. Sean couldn't hold back the tears. I could die like this. Even if I'm disqualified, should I use magic? Tears squeezed from his eyes and ran down his cheeks. His hand slipped a little. If I'm disqualified, how will I ever see my father again? In the end, Sean couldn't hold on and his hand slipped. Damn it. At that moment, someone suddenly reached out and grabbed his exhausted, powerless hands. Elric strained and tried to pull Sean up. Sean looked at him in astonishment. Elric, he gritted his teeth and clamped down. Hold on tight. After a while, the two of them leaned against two trees by the cliff and panted. Sean looked at his bruised, swollen ankle and said, go ahead, I'm making you late. Elric stared at his ankle. Seeing the large swollen bruise, it was clear Sean had sprained his ankle and could hardly continue. Elric kindly helped Sean up. Sean was startled and confused. Hey, what are you doing? I told you to go ahead. Elric looked ahead indifferently and said, you once said you wanted to be friends with me, remember? Sean froze, then the next moment he was so moved his face flushed. Elric suddenly cut him off. Forget it. Lend me some of your artifacts at home, okay? Sean was so mad he had nothing more to say. Elric bared his teeth in a grin. Sounds good, right? We're friends after all. Sean resolutely looped his arm around him. His shout echoed through the forest. This bastard is trying to scam your friend, Elric said nonchalantly. I saved you, didn't I? You should at least repay me. By the way, messy hair suits you. Why not let your bangs down? Sean snapped angrily. Shut up, that's a matter of honor. Sean thought of the Spartoy inside. That bastard, even though you're weaker than me, you still like to show off. He gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling, and shouted loudly, help me. Sean stared at the door before him and said firmly, Elric, wait a moment. I'll call the elders or at least your father. Please don't die. As he spoke, Sean dashed out of the cavern. Elric leaned his back against the door. Thanks, Sean. That's why I can't let you get tangled in danger. Then Elric suddenly lunged forward. His figure vanished on the spot as he charged alone into the crowded Spartoy and shouted, do you think you know who I am? Elric weaved through and struck the Spartoy surrounding him. He panted, sweat pouring out, found it. Elric reached out and snapped the calves of the Spartoy in front of him. Using their blind spots as cover, he rushed forward like a gust of wind. Elric ran so fast that dust swirled up in a thick cloud. He reached out his hand, it was the item. The moment he touched it, a vast surge of mana suddenly burst forth. Elric held Jehin's breath in his hand and silently invoked, Arm. Mana immediately gathered around him, forming the celestial Azure King armor. He activated Jehin's breath. Fire heals fire. Elric's eyes flashed with red light. You lot want a taste of my goods, do you? A blazing red magical flame suddenly erupted around Elric. Normally this artifact would require mana to use. Blood trickled from the corner of Elric's eye as he unlocked it. The red flames flared ever more fiercely, as if trying to devour everything nearby. I will use my own life to substitute for mana. In an instant, the flames licked over the Spartoy before him, drenching them in a sea of fire. The intense burning reduced them to nothing but dry bones. With a loud explosion, Elric muttered, if I'm right, this was all the dragon's test. Elric ran to the dragon skeleton. He landed lightly, and there lay the answer. The dragon skeleton before him still stood towering and motionless. Elric aimed at the object embedded in the dragon skeleton. He stepped onto its colossal bones to steady himself. A pale golden layer of mana swirled around Elric as he looked at the item before him. This spear was both the key and the answer to the test. Seeing the Spartoy crawling up toward him, Elric couldn't help but think, what if his answer was wrong? More and more Spartoy climbed onto the dry skeleton. Lost in his thoughts, Elric worried that if this was someone's prank, he'd fail here. Watching the Spartoy grow ever denser, Elric quietly resolved that he would never give up. He smiled and placed his hand on the spear's shaft because he was a Melvinger. At the same time, the Spartoy lunged and grabbed him. The next moment, a blue light suddenly flashed, bathing the entire cavern. When Elric looked up, he froze. What? His pupils dilated and surprise spread across his face. What had happened? A giant dragon was circling in the sky above, and there was a figure standing directly in front of him. The dragon seemed to have detected Elric's presence. The figure exhaled a breath thick with mana. Though the silhouette had a human form, the huge horns on its head showed it was not human. Elric stared. Who is that? The figure suddenly turned and smiled grotesquely. its eyes glowing blood red. Elric suddenly felt a fear that reached deep into his soul. The dragon in the sky reared its head and roared. The figure abruptly raised a hand and began to gather mana into his palm. He unleashed a terrifying surge of mana from his whole body. The dragon opened its mouth wide, mana immediately condensed in its maw, and it hurled that terrifying energy down toward where the figure stood. At the same time, the figure suddenly raised his spear, pointing it straight at the dragon above. The spear was wreathed in tremendous mana. The man's pupils flared crimson. He stared at the dragon and smiled, madness in his expression. The spear and the dragon's overwhelming magic collided and exploded in midair. Elric was shaken by the aftershock and hastily raised his hands to shield himself, eyes wide with amazement. This amount of mana, an 8th rank mage, no, not just. The figure leapt high to dodge the dragon's attack. His spear drove straight into the dragon's skull, creating a large hole. Elric was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He quickly reassessed. This was far beyond that. The dragon's eyes gradually lost their light. The ground began to tremble violently. Chunks of earth and rock collapsed and tumbled downward with thunderous crashes. The figure continued relentlessly attacking the dragon, concentrating mana into the spear before delivering the finishing blow. A blinding golden light illuminated the area. Elric gaped as the scene shifted. He seemed to glimpse the silhouette of a colossal monster behind the figure. It gripped the terrifying mana column that connected to the spear embedded through the dragon's head. The figure stood atop the dragon as the mana pillar pierced the ground, sending earth and stone flying. Elric stammered, "What the this time everything has changed." The figure now noticed Elric. "When a vessel of quality has appeared before me." The next moment, a stream of black air suddenly surged into Elric, and he rolled his eyes. The pain forced tears from his eyes. Elric felt suffocated, coughing dryly as cold sweat poured down his body. Thinking back over what had just happened, Elric instantly understood. This was not the dragon's test, but the Demon King's trap. Elric's body was cloaked in dense black mana. He collapsed to his knees. The agony of being invaded by mana nearly made him fall. "Is this how I die?" Darkness shrouded his eyes and he had no strength left. He felt as if his ribs were being worn away by friction. The bones in his arms seemed to crumble under that power. The Demon King, trying to possess Elric, laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, Sean's vicious mana is making the vessel stronger." Elric opened his mouth wide. Thick black mana poured from his eye sockets and mouth. He cursed silently, "Damn it." Elric seemed to see motes of mana gradually enveloping him. His ancestors and all clan members had sacrificed their lives to drive back demons in the Demon War. He recalled his parents' funeral, how they too faced death. His memories returned to the time when the two children hugged each other for comfort, with only his sister and himself left. Elric thought of those who had always been stalking him like prey, the royalty, the magic tower, and the vassal families, all of whom had revealed their rotten nature. Even the one who had always stood by the two siblings, the person he trusted and relied on most, was the same. He began to show his fox's tail, trying to seize what belonged to the siblings. His body was gradually being destroyed by the Demon King's terrifying magic. As we tried to protect them, he remembered that day. His sister had tried to touch the badge on that man's coat, the man they called Uncle, and pleaded, "Please, Uncle." That uncle coldly turned his back and left the two siblings. "We were abandoned." Elric coughed up a mouthful of blood and screamed. The pain felt like his flesh being cut. Facing those who had betrayed and humiliated the clan, a small stone suddenly flew and struck his back. Elric cried and angrily threw stones repeatedly. His sister tried to stop him then, but what could I do? Elric asked himself helplessly. The two siblings were left in an abandoned mansion as if they never existed. Back in the present, he cursed inwardly, "Damn it. No matter what, I will clear the mana blockage and restore the family." The thick black mana seemed intent on consuming him, but he did not give up. Hatred rose in his heart, vowing to make the traitors regret it. Elric sank into darkness, hearing his heart pound wildly. "No, I'm not even started yet. I can't end like this." The Melvinger pendant around his neck suddenly emitted a blinding golden light. "I won't let you devour me like this, you bastard." The next moment, Elric was enveloped in a pale golden layer of mana. Scattered runic inscriptions circled him. His eyes, once drained of color, suddenly gleamed blue. He heard a whisper. "I hope this voice will reach our descendants in the future." That blue mana gradually pushed the Demon King out of Elric's body. He ground his teeth in anger and said, "What kind of power is this?" Elric suddenly reached out toward him. The Demon King's body, shrouded in blue mana, began to fade. He flinched in astonishment. The voice still rang in Elric's ear. His body suddenly changed, his expression oddly calm, his hand reaching forward as if grasping something. The sound continued. "By agreement, the first Demon King will be devoured." Having finished speaking, Elric abruptly raised his hand. Mana gathered along his arm and something began to appear there. The Demon King ground his teeth and roared, "Impossible." He was gradually being absorbed by that source of magic but still tried to utter his remaining words. "Not like this." The darkness that had shrouded Elric began to dissipate. He kept his hand raised. On his arm, a strange blue draconic form slowly took shape. Elric stared at his two translucent hands in bewilderment. "Where am I?" A hazy figure appeared before him. The horizon on the sky shone clearly. Looking at that person's back, Elric couldn't help but wonder, "Who are you? Why do you look so familiar?" The man answered, "We are the first scholars who pursued the pinnacle of magic." After speaking, he turned around. Elric's mind was a little hazy. Was this the same voice he'd heard before? The sun above radiated a dazzling light, but gradually that light was overtaken by red hues and shadow. The figure continued, "However, those who vied for greater power have brought misfortune to the world because they were corrupted by demons." The darkness seemed intent on swallowing the sun. He recounted calmly, "We decided to fix this and atone for our past." The man suddenly smiled. "We created an order in this world." Seeing the monster with the huge horned head, Elric wondered inwardly, "What is that? A demon? A demon king?" He quickly denied it. "No." The creature's giant hand seemed to grasp the sun above. "It is the demon lord," the man said casually. "An order can purge demons to the root." He reached out and across his arm a galaxy-like band appeared. The next instant, a powerful shock rang out as countless colossal dragons beat their wings across the sky. The man continued calmly, "Eradicating the demons is our mission." He tilted his palm skyward when suddenly a fearsome demon burst forth, shattering rock as it surged forward. "Demons will never completely disappear. They will always return." Behind it came an army of demons with glowing red eyes. The man added, "You must keep slaying them time and again. Until then, the order cannot be disbanded." When he finished, the man raised his hand and made a strange gesture. The lead demon was unexpectedly knocked backward. A white cloud of dust billowed up, thick and blinding. The ground shook with successive thunderous rumbles. The other person stood calmly in place without flinching. The next moment, the crowd of demons surged forward together. He looked up at the sky and smiled. Someday in the future. The lower body of the demon lord began to crack all over. It roared as the earth and rocks it disturbed collapsed with a thunderous crash. The next moment, its body suddenly started to fade. Its eyes flashed a red light. The fire magic exploded wildly, and the demon lord suddenly thrust its giant arm toward the other man as if to grab him. Watching its hand draw ever nearer, the other man still stood motionless. Elric almost reflexively shouted in alarm, "Careful." He raised his hand. Before his eyes, a ceiling shone brilliantly, and he was stunned. Sunlight from outside filtered through the window frame. Elric sat bolt upright, a question mark appearing in his mind. He turned to call the person sitting beside his bed. Sean didn't bother to look at him. Elric asked curiously, "Are you crying?" Sean immediately retorted, "Me? Cry?" He froze, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. Inside, he was silently screaming, "Damn it, why does he wake up now? This is so embarrassing." Elric, a bit speechless, looked at Sean's back and waved his hand. "You're really crying." He kept nagging in Sean's ear, "It's okay, you can cry. Remember when we were in the cave, you cried then too." Hearing that, Sean was so embarrassed he turned angry. He spun to glare at Elric. Elric broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly admitted his mistake. "Oh, sorry." Elric's voice rang through the hospital. "By the way, did you send the rescue team to save me?" Sean, sitting by his bed, answered, "Yeah, you sicko." Elric rolled his eyes at the bruise on his face and muttered, "But could you use magic to heal this bruise right away instead of just giving me an egg?" Sean said matter-of-factly, "You should be grateful I at least gave you something, you bastard." Elric was at a loss for words. "You're the head of a clan, yet you keep calling me names like that." Sean glared at him. "What, you sicko?" Elric, quick to save face, turned his head away pretending not to understand. "What? I didn't say anything." Sean scowled at Elric and added, "And while we're at it, if you act stupid like that again." At that moment, Sean suddenly made a request. "Don't get up yet." Elric was stunned. "Do what?" Sean lost patience. "Shut up and get up." Elric stammered, "Okay." Sean put his hand up to measure Elric's height. "You're taller now, huh?" He advised, "Try looking in the mirror." Elric touched the glass and saw that he truly was much taller than before. He widened his eyes in surprise and recalled being in the dragon's cave. What had happened? Had his body been altered? Sean looked at him curiously and asked, "What happened? Tell me, and what about the dragon?" Elric turned to Sean and thought apologetically, "Sorry, Sean, I can't tell you yet." So he pretended ignorance, winked at Sean and smiled. "I'll tell you first when the time is right." Sean patted his shoulder. "All right, Elric, I trust you already have some idea." He teased in mock offense, "But seriously, you bastard, keeping secrets from me too." Elric forced a conciliatory smile. "Don't be mad." After that, Elric continued, "What about that cave?" Sean's hand, which had been peeling an egg, froze. "My clan will take over that place." Elric sat back down on the bed. "It'll probably be busy excavating it." Elric opened his mouth wide and shoved the egg in. "No, they only sealed it off and won't allow anyone to enter." Hearing that, Elric couldn't help shouting, "What? Why?" Sean swallowed the egg. "Because it belongs to you, you found it. They can't let anyone treat it however they please. By law, the dragon's lair belongs to the finder. But usually the great academies can secure rights by applying to excavate. That's how they collude." Sean laughed heartily. "The magic towers and academies will go crazy trying to get their hands on that place." Seeing Elric smile at him, Sean couldn't help asking, "What are you looking at?" Elric suddenly became polite. "Thanks." Sean looked away, embarrassed and at a loss for words. Elric curled the corner of his mouth into a smile, thinking inwardly that the Nemester clan would surely want excavation rights too, yet they'd do this for him. Sean suddenly cut across his thoughts. Gross, you clown, please don't talk like that. Sean punched Elric on the arm. What are you laughing at, you damn bastard? Elric replied nonchalantly, thanks for the compliment, you sicko. At that moment, Elric suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. He thought of barracks and quietly decided this wasn't the time. That hunched old man would surely be doing everything he could to secure excavation rights. Elric's smile turned cold. He dared try to finish him off. Sean, seeing that smile, couldn't help but point and yell, what crazy scheme is he plotting now? Every time you smile like that, something's about to happen. Elric grinned, his eyes curved. Sean, he asked uneasily. What are you planning to do? Elric said friendly, I want to ask a favor. Sean, sensing trouble, shut his eyes tight. I'm not listening, I'm not hearing anything. Elric acted as if he hadn't heard and said, just announce that I was seriously injured. Sean collapsed into himself and shrank into a corner. Damn it, I overheard that. Elsewhere, someone was slowly striding forward. That person wore the attire representing the Nemester clan. At the Royal Magical Hospital, people wearing the same uniform stood in a line guarding the gate. Barracks frowned. Could you repeat that? The man standing behind the glass door replied. Student Elric Melvinger is currently unconscious due to rather severe injuries from the trip to the dragon's lair, so I ask that you please leave. Barracks broke into a cold sweat. I came all this way and you're telling me to go back. The man beside him spoke up. What about excavation rights? Are you just going to leave that cave alone? The crowd at the hospital gate shouted. Why is the Nemester clan blocking the hospital entrance? Elric, looking down from the upper floor, muttered, idiots. Just then someone pushed the door open. He was Konai's, the Nemester clan's spokesperson, who said, please rest. Elric fell silent and didn't respond. Light from outside streamed through the window frame. The door to Elric's room finally closed. Elric exhaled with relief. Hey, he glanced to the side. Why don't you stop staring and say something? How long are you going to scrutinize me, Mephisto? The demon lord suddenly appeared in midair. He crossed his arms angrily and said, why don't you show some respect to the venerable king standing right before you? The great demon lord who once plunged the world into danger and chaos, who stood on the mountain of white bones terrifying all, is named Mephisto. However, now. Elric picked his nose indifferently and said, maybe I should call you Feliz, huh? Mephisto heard that and immediately went pale with anger, shouting, you. The next moment he attacked Elric frantically in vain. Die, Elric thought indifferently. He's nothing but a cotton ball evil spirit now. That might even be better than him. Night at the Royal Hospital. Outside Elric's room, people stood silently listening to the beating of a heart. Elric placed his hand over his chest. In any case, he could feel a stream of mana existing there. Just as I thought, it's not my imagination. A dragon heart, the energy source containing the absolute power of an ancient dragon. Elric recalled the image he had witnessed in the dragon's lair. The dragon had clearly died after being pierced by the demon lord's spear. Could the dragon heart inside my body now be? The heart pounding inside my chest? No, there's still something different. Elric rubbed his chin. He only had memories of the demon lord trying to take over this body. He glanced toward Mephisto. Stop staring at me and say something. How long are you going to look at me like that, Mephisto? Mephisto ground his teeth angrily and said, I told you not to call me that. He is a mighty demon lord who plunged the world into fear and suffering. Mephistopheles. In ancient times, when gods ruled the world, that dark demon had 4 lieutenants. The first representative was Finis, the destroyer, depicted like an eastern dragon. Next came Insaner the Mad, symbolized similarly to a bird. The third representative was Fornications the Lewd, a monster with 3 heads. And Est Originale Peccatum, the primal source of sin, demon lord Mephistopheles, the supreme and most powerful of the myths. This name, Mephisto, is bound to me. Mephisto, unwilling, pointed at Elric's head and shouted, I told you, the name was given by the great demon god. Elric yawned widely. Mephisto ground his teeth in fury, his whole body trembling. You. Elric raged and barked as if attacking. I swear I'll tear you to pieces. Elric sat silently on the bed. Oh my, you're annoyingly loud, go to hell. He muttered, does a demon lord usually behave this stupidly? I've told you many times and you still don't get it. Are you hard of hearing from old age? Mephisto heard him and trembled with rage, clenching his fists. 1,000 years, I waited for 1,000 years, I waited 1,000 years, yet my mana was taken by someone like this. Mephisto thought about his identity. I am Demon Lord Mephisto. I once made the whole world bow at my feet. He thought of the past standing atop heaps of white bones and thought to himself, that is my reason for existing. In a sky red as blood, a dragon spread its wings and flew high. Yet, the silhouette of that dragon grew ever larger. The dragon opened its jaws and roared, then charged forward. It was the Dragon King Shaynark. At that time, Mephisto faced it without a hint of fear. Shaynark launched a sphere of energy at Mephisto. Mephisto used his spear to block the attack, annoyed, thinking it had gotten in his way. Shaynark produced countless strands of magical chains. Those chains wrapped around and bound Mephisto. Shaynark declared, Demon Lord Mephisto, you will be buried here together with me. The chains that bound Mephisto also bound Shaynark. Mephisto roared in fury, damn it. And so it went. For 1,000 years, Mephisto was imprisoned in the dragon's lair. I waited and waited. His eye flashed a cold light. He laughed maniacally. When he saw Elric's party enter the lair, Mephisto rejoiced, "Finally you have come." He targeted Elric among them. "The vessel will release me from this seal." After that, Elric fought with all his might. The perfect vessel was superbly completed. All the tests lay before me. Elric passed the trials and stepped to where the spear was lodged in the dragon's skeleton. Then Mephisto, as planned, tried to seize Elric's body. He nearly succeeded in taking control of his body and soul. At the crucial moment, something altered Elric. Mephisto was completely suppressed by it, and all his plans fell apart. Back in the present, Mephisto looked out the window. "Now I am reduced to a fragment of demonic energy. Even my manifestation has vanished." His face filled with resentment and hatred. What power could possibly absorb me? Elric lay on the bed, playing with the pendant and grinning. "Cut the noble power act." Mephisto froze at that, then the next instant he screamed in rage. "How dare a wretch like you? If I were the me from 1,000 years ago, I would, you bastards. This can only be the work of the Melvingers. Who do they think they are? I once fought the whole world alone." Elric paid him no mind and focused on the pendant. When he squinted, "I hope our message reaches them." He recalled the scene in the dragon's lair and the words he heard. "With my descendants in the future, one day." Elric looked at the darkened pendant and thought of the statue and the person who had saved him in the lair. Was that voice his? Elric remembered the memory from that day. "Here we follow the covenant, the first demon will be swallowed." Suddenly, Elric realized something. He widened his eyes in shock. Wait, could swallowed mean I absorbed the demon lord's power? Immediately, Elric sat bolt upright. So this magical face is a tool for devouring demon lords. Elric quickly dismissed that. No, it's a tool to devour demons. Clarity reached him. Elric turned to look at Mephisto. Mephisto scowled irritably. "What is it? What are you staring at?" Elric, lost in thought, didn't answer. Could it devour other demons like Mephisto? He thought of different demons. The first demon. That means there will be a second and a third. Elric bared his teeth in a cold smile. "Prepare yourselves, demon lords. You'll soon be impoverished." Mephisto involuntarily shuddered. What is this chill? The next day, Elric appeared by a cliff with a rushing river below. Mephisto looked at the scene and couldn't help asking in puzzlement, "Why are you wandering out here?" Seeing Elric ignore him, he muttered again, "When an adult asks, you must answer properly." Elric lost patience. "You're fine, shut up, you worthless ghost." Elric's coat was lifted by the wind. He put his hands before him and concentrated. "Before learning how to use the pendant's power, I must confirm a few things." Elric sat cross-legged on the mat and closed his eyes. He tried to relax, his eyebrows eased. In the next moment, Elric suddenly sensed everything around him. Blue flowers bloomed brilliantly. A ladybug fluttered its wings and flew to the flower. It folded its wings and perched on that flower. A gentle breeze blew through, the air moving through the space like a thin silk scarf. All of this was happening right beside Elric. Although his eyes were closed, he could feel it. In his mind, there was the thought of a ladybug beating its wings, the sensation of a breeze passing by. "I can see and sense everything." Elric slowly opened his eyes. If my suspicion is correct. He reached out his hand to try to condense mana in his palm. Elric curled the fingers of that hand inward, and finally clenched his hand into a fist. The heart in his chest was pounding wildly, as he silently intoned, "Incinerate." The next moment, Elric seemed to see light within the darkness. A flame suddenly flared up right before him. Mephisto widened his eyes in astonishment. This is dragon magic. He could hardly believe his eyes, an ordinary person using dragonic spells. Watching Elric flick his fingers, Mephisto couldn't help thinking that even with Melvinger blood this was a bit much. Sparks burst into the air as Elric parted his lips and looked up at the sky. Seeing the flame burning before him, he suddenly laughed. "Now I can use magic." Elric pressed his lips together. Finally, the damned magical blockage that plagued me. He recalled the insults he'd endured since childhood, the shame of the Melvinger family. How far would such a prestigious magical house be trampled? That he would be the grandson of our first headmaster? Unacceptable. Was he a child the headmaster found and took in? How could a mage fail to draw a basic circle? Those scumbags only open their mouths and don't know their place. Elric stood and looked up at the golden late afternoon sky, at all who had betrayed the Melvinger house and abandoned me. His eyes grew cold. "I will make them regret it." Cameras flashed repeatedly as they operated. Voices rose without cease. "Is it true that student Elric Melvinger is in a coma? And what about the Dragon Lair excavation volume?" A low voice answered curtly, cutting off the crowd's noisy questions. "The official announcement will be made at the Tower of Magic, so please refer to the statement." After things were handled quietly, he returned inside the house. His whole body trembling, he spoke. "Master, please don't make me do things like this." Sean, weary, rubbed his head and murmured, "He's here, well done." Carl politely reported, "It's nothing, those disturbances whenever you're with Elric almost killed me." He stepped closer as he continued, "But if your fraud is exposed, the Tower of Magic and the Crown won't support you. Can you bear the consequences?" That question made Sean freeze. Carl continued while handing Sean a handkerchief. "Elric said he'd accounted for everything, so I'll trust him. You're all sweaty, wipe it off. They all knew one truth clearly: the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Sean held his head in pain, his body trembling with anger as he thought, Elric, you bastard, do you know what I've endured? Carl, wiping his face, asked, where did young Elric go? Sean brusquely replied, I don't know, he wandered off somewhere. A note was left with a scrawled drawing and a faint line of writing that made Carl wonder. With that frail body, where could he possibly have gone? He examined it. Then, as if he saw something, he softly spoke, young master. Sean quickly glanced at Carl as he stepped closer with only 3 words. Something's happened. Sean asked tersely in a low voice, what is it? Carl's white envelope was scrutinized meticulously. He stammered as he explained it. But before he could say another word, the door was thrown wide open, announcing the grand entrance of a girl. What plot are you hatching behind my back, little brother? Sean goggled and shouted, sister, what are you doing here? She asked back with a faint smile, why are you surprised? This is the Firebird witch, Tasha Nairster. She smiled indifferently as she remarked, is it strange for a sister to visit her brother? Speaking of the Royal Tower of Magic and the Ecclesiastical Alliance, each produced the century's great geniuses in the same generation. They are the 3 stars who will lead the empire and are called the new 3 stars. Tasha stepped forward and pinched Carl's ear as she questioned, didn't you show it my letter? He fumbled to explain, I've been scatterbrained lately. Sean's sister, the youngest in history to earn the title of Archmage, is one of those 3. He watched the girl warily, then asked, so why are you here? She smirked and explained, I heard your friend is ill, and since I also hold a magical certificate, I couldn't stand idly by. Isn't Elric in his room? Is the boy elsewhere? Her question immediately recalled that crude drawing, and Sean inwardly cursed. Oh no, if she goes into the sick room, we're doomed. Tearing up, he tried to find a way to bluff his escape. She's too nosy, we must get her away before she finds out. He fabricated an excuse. Elric isn't in a condition to see anyone right now. Tasha scoffed and asked, really? Sean tried to usher her off. Then please don't bother the doctor and go back, but she tightened her grip on his wrist and wouldn't let go. Little brother, Tasha's aura radiated a threatening intensity as she asked, are you ordering your sister around? Then she directly proposed, let's continue our conversation. What happened with the right to excavate the dragon's lair? Sean stared blankly at the girl scowling and smiling before him, thinking to himself, the dragon's lair? I'd forgotten this witch is obsessed with dragons. Tasha pressed on when she saw Sean's silence. No one has claimed it yet, right? He ground his teeth and forced out each word, that. Sean's expression went awkward. He broke into a sweat as the final words were spoken. It was Elric's decision. Tasha frowned and stared at him, then replied curtly as the 2 of them threatened each other with their auras. There's no choice then. She still held Sean's wrist tightly. After a moment, she finally decided to release it. Tasha turned and left, not forgetting to leave a few instructions. Contact me when your friend wakes. Tasha's words continued to spill out, her tone growing more threatening. If you don't contact me first. She made a gun shape with her hand as she finished. Then prepare to take a beating, little brother. When Tasha finally departed, horrific images crowded Sean's mind. He shivered and thought, hurry and do something, Elric. Then that weak but familiar voice sounded, young master. Sean asked again, and Carl, coughing up blood and trembling, stammered, has she left? The bloody scene made Sean startle. The chatter echoed throughout the city. The heir of that prestigious magical family is unconscious. The streets were bustling with criers, extra, extra, who will get the right to excavate the dragon's lair? A hooded man stopped at a stall and said, Sean is handling everything well for him. The man caught sight of something and exclaimed with interest, well, who do we have here? Holding the paper in his hand, he muttered the bold headline. Our rector is quite photogenic, isn't he? Turns out it's Elric, he sneered inwardly. Enjoy laughing while you can, rector. Elsewhere a voice rang out, congratulations, rector. A man bowed and spoke obsequiously to the man seated there. Now you can do as you wish, Barracks replied. Don't rush, the man said in a low voice. The election hasn't even started yet. Rivern, the bespectacled man, continued flattering. I was too hasty. I can't fully grasp the urge to protect the Academy's future and your students, Rector. Barracks couldn't help feeling pleased at these words. Truly, I told you I'm not yet the Rector. He went on to ask, by the way, what's the condition of that student Elric? Rivern promptly replied, I heard he's barely clinging to life. He sipped his tea and said nonchalantly, oh dear, what bad luck. Then he suddenly looked up with a question, but if he wakes up it'll be a big problem. We should hire a few assassins. The atmosphere changed instantly when that remark was made. Silence. Barrick's eyes turned threatening as he glared at Rivern. He stammered in fear, I'm sorry. Pleased by the response, the mood around Barracks eased almost immediately. There will be a professorship opening after the election. He wondered who would fill that seat. Rivern, hearing this, couldn't help but feel curious. Indeed. Barracks' admonition continued, reminding him how to act. I'm just the rector. I don't know what's happening outside the academy. Rivern gave a single sound of understanding. Then he loudly pledged while bowing deeply, I will not disappoint you. Barracks smiled with satisfaction at his display. Elsewhere in the darkness of night, a hooded figure was hiding behind a wall. Elric smiled and removed his hood. Elric smiled and removed his hood. Then he looked up and murmured, all right, let's begin. His eyes shone with a mesmerizing blue as Elric pondered. With his mind's eye he could see beyond the world, and his vision was briefly washed in a pale blue. If I can find the hidden space. Elric calculated as he reached forward and channeled the mana from the dragon heart into it. I can cast spells without complex incantations. A stream of red energy followed by yellow and green simultaneously appeared. Hope that's enough. He moved at high speed. In an instant he shot upward, then slammed down powerfully, creating an explosion in the air. Elric thought, I'm finally at the starting line. He took a deep breath, then looked up at the moon and concluded, the first step is fine. I'm finally at the starting line. Elric murmured and broke into a bright smile. Mephisto's voice rang out in the silent air, mocking, pathetic, this is all the magic you can use even with my power, just a simple leap. Are you using tricks? Although irritated by him, Elric couldn't deny the words. He was right. I need to be faster, stronger. Feeling ignored, Mephisto grew furious and pointed at him, shouting, you bastard, how dare you ignore me while I'm speaking? In my time, humanity, demons, even the dragonkin trembled when I spoke. Despite the demon lord nagging in his ear, Elric's thoughts were focused on more important matters. There is something called a hidden consciousness within true dragon magic. His hands glowed as Elric employed formative power. The other hand did the same as he pondered aloud. In an instant, Elric interlaced his hands, and the power swelled to activate the spell. Mephisto beside him sensed the power too. His expression was displeased, and then the incantation slipped out. Jump immediately power surged from his feet. It gradually lifted him off the ground. Watching this, Mephisto's face betrayed astonishment. Impossible. Elric shot forward like a rocket after the command, flying. Elric's eyes flared a strong, vibrant blue as he used his power. Below him now lay the city. In an instant, Elric hovered midair, looking down at the glittering lights with delight. But at that moment, his power cut out and he began to fall freely, too high. A smile crossed his face as he thought, wonderful, simple, but highly effective. Then he used the flying spell again and shot off like a rocket. All right, once more. Mephisto was now following closely behind. He frowned in displeasure, observing his companion. A mere kid who just learned magic is already using hidden consciousness, dual magic. Speaking of the age-old enemies of the Melvinger demon realm, Mephisto continued comparing. Even the most formidable Melvingers might not match this fellow. Then his thoughts halted as he remembered someone. No, there must be. The silhouette of someone cloaked in white appeared. The person's features gradually revealed themselves, just one individual. A person who resembled Elric as he is now. Mephisto flew and admonished himself, oh no, I shouldn't think that. His gaze hardened with resolve as thoughts formed. At all costs, before he grows any stronger, I must seize that body and crush this dangerous seed. Mephisto hurriedly calculated, is there a way? On the other side, Elric kept concentrating on flying forward. He also had his own thoughts. The hidden consciousness is wonderful, but it's still hard to harness alone. His hands unconsciously clenched tighter. To grow stronger, I must understand the core of dragon magic. I need a teacher who can keep the secret. At that moment, he thought of Barracks. In the academy already controlled by Barracks, there was no one capable of teaching him. Elric's feet touched the ground. He stopped in the middle of a forest and continued calculating. It had to be at least someone on par with Hexagram, but there was no way they'd accept him as a disciple. Unbidden, Elric remembered someone if the man were still alive, but he deftly kept the thought fleeting, not letting himself delve deeper. No, not even my father or uncle. Nearby, Mephisto had been standing with his arms folded, angrily stamping out the seedling the whole time. I don't even have feet. Elric seemed to realize something. Wait, he stood up and spoke to him. The words he uttered successfully caught Mephisto's attention. Hey Mephisto, Elric smiled and made a bold proposal. Could you teach me magic? I just thought of this. You're the most suitable to be my teacher. The proposal momentarily threw the demon lord off balance. What did you say? What is that? He turned away petulantly and refused to say another word. But Elric didn't know that Mephisto was sneering as he spoke again. Mephisto, turning his head, asked indifferently, what's in it for me if I do that? Elric grinned and explained, are you not convinced? If you agree, it'll benefit you more than harm. I'll make you a new vessel through alchemy. That persuasion immediately met his skepticism. You think a mere human can craft a vessel for me? In response to Mephisto's concern, Elric gave a blunt answer. Then make me strong enough to do it. Surprisingly, Mephisto answered seriously. Still no, not enough. Elric's expression twisted as he replied, what can you do if I never become stronger? Out of options, Elric relented and in a low voice proposed, then suggest other conditions. He expected Mephisto to eagerly set demands, but instead was met with a cold splash. I refuse. Mephisto said indifferently with perfect logic, why would I enlighten you? I might consider it if you become one of my kind. He finished and opened his eyes to appraise Elric's expression. Mephisto took great pleasure watching Elric's flustered face. Look at that confused face, it pleases me. So you've been mocking me all this time. The more he thought about it, the greater his delight, and Mephisto's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Though I'm still too weak to devour him if I secretly use dark arts on him while teaching. An extremely enticing scenario formed in Mephisto's mind. he would grow ever stronger while his soul became infiltrated by dark magic. By then I will devour him. His smile widened as thoughts of him escalated by the second. Now kneel and beg me to take you as my disciple, know your place and obediently become my vessel. Which foolish Melvinger could fail to see the truth slapped in his face? But a second later Elric swore loudly, "Oh, fuck off." Mephisto's face instantly contorted in shock at those words. Elric then retorted, "Listen, Jussie." The unexpected phrase left Mephisto brain-dead and frozen. Huh, Elric reminded again, demands must have limits. His voice dropped for a moment, becoming dangerous as he spoke again. Don't you understand what situation you're in? With that, Elric leaned in close to the stunned Mephisto. What? In an instant, Mephisto seemed greatly diminished compared to that arrogant smile, and it left him unwilling to accept it. You. Mephisto snapped angrily and lunged to strike him. You damned bastard. But Elric merely quietly mouthed a silent command. Immediately, Mephisto's mouth was locked. He couldn't produce any coherent sound. Seeing this, Elric couldn't help but exclaim with satisfaction, "Oh ho, a success beyond expectation." Frustrated at being silenced, Mephisto kept pointing at him and shouting, though the words were only meaningless noises. Elric couldn't help blurting, "Oh my, you're being loud." The more Mephisto thought, the more indignant he became. There's no way I could be subdued by a mere hidden consciousness seal. Unexpectedly, Elric issued another command to him, such acute action. In an instant, Mephisto's dignity completely vanished as he posed like an adorable rabbit. All of Elric's senses were instantly tortured to the point of blood spurting out. He couldn't hold back his nausea. My eyes, oh lord. Mephisto beside him was already so furious he was in tears but could do nothing. Elric deeply regretted his request as he watched Mephisto. Why did I ask him to do that disgusting thing? I feel like I'll vomit if I look any longer. He forced himself with all his might to restrain it. Calm down, I don't want to see that again. Fine, if you change your mind, write down all the explanations about the hidden consciousness magic here and I'll dispel it for you after I finish reading. Right now Mephisto's head was full of rebellious thoughts. You think I'll compromise with just that? Me, who endured being sealed for 1,000 years? Elric merely stretched and muttered, completely indifferent to them. So should I use this time to train? Night quickly fell. Mephisto remained busy with those thoughts that could never reach Elric's ears. I will generously forgive you if you admit your mistake. Another morning arrived. The next day Mephisto's patience grew thin and his anxiety larger. He should be the one begging me to teach him magic by now. Another day passed into the next. Mephisto was restless with these murky thoughts. What's wrong with me? Time moved on day after day. Mephisto had completely given up and even considered surrendering first. After all, I'll teach him anyway. Should I pretend to compromise? But the pride of a demon lord would not allow it. No, I cannot lose. Thus the pen in his hand trembled and stopped after writing a few words. The basic principle of the hidden consciousness seal is. Seeing Mephisto writhing like that, Elric couldn't help but snort with laughter. PFF, did you have to go that far? That mocking laugh of his drove Mephisto's anger to extremes. No, I am Demon Lord Mephisto. The demon within him was unleashed and resolved. Never will I hand it over to a human. Suddenly, a voice from Elric cut through Mephisto's grand rhetoric. What's this? He studied the words on the paper intently while Mephisto sat collapsed on all fours like an old dog. Why am I acting like his pup? Elric pursed his lips and carefully examined the characters written on the page. The basic principle of the hidden consciousness magic is ancient knowledge I couldn't find in any book. He rubbed his hand over the inked characters and then uttered a compliment. Very good, shouldn't you be happy to be helping me? Elric kindly mouthed the command to undo the cute transformation, then reminded him, oh, and the information behind this. A wry smile appeared on his face as he pointed to the compiled content. Could you write it in more detail? Perhaps I'll let you speak. Aren't you a bit bored from not being allowed to talk? Those words struck Mephisto's pride directly, making him feel like he might explode with rage. You damned bastard. Elric lost control and shouted at him, what the hell is this? Don't you know you should write more than the day before? Mephisto answered with meaningless sounds, what kind of damnation decided that? Still, Elric patiently suggested, could you write several times a day, adding a little each time? I'll lift the gag for 3 days, how about that, are you willing? He followed with a string of other unreasonable demands that made Mephisto grow so angry he trembled. By the way, your handwriting is awful, write neater. Actually, multiple times isn't enough, just write it all at once. Have you ever considered teaching me some ultimate technique? He promised himself and imagined a splendid scene. Wait and see. The dark arts hidden in these notes will utterly tear apart the body and soul of anyone ignorant enough. Elric's train of thought began. I've only learned the first part. When he cast that magic, but only with. The scale of that power far exceeded Mephisto's expectations. So much power. He pressed his lips together in disbelief as he watched the scene before him. This is impossible. Why is there no sign of the dark art activating? I clearly put it in there. At that moment, Elric suddenly spoke, cutting off his thoughts. What's with your expression, Mephisto? Elric cast a sidelong glance and confronted Mephisto, holding him completely in his hand. There's a clear intention on your face to do something shady with my body, isn't there? But nothing happened. Are you disappointed? He immediately turned his head to avoid it, his voice growing somewhat anxious. I don't understand what you're saying. Elric smiled and replied, do you think I'm so stupid that I'll learn whatever you hand me without questioning? He leaned in, keeping that friendly smile as he spoke again. That's fine anyway, thanks. You helped me reach a new level. Mephisto seethed with fury. So you know, damn it, all this damn stuff. Elric flipped through the notebook repeatedly. Anything else? I'm getting stronger and don't want to reuse anything. Mephisto couldn't hold back and loudly demanded. Are you dreaming, you human? He calmly raised a hand and said, fine, gag again. He immediately got a satisfying reply from Mephisto, nothing else. Elric opened his eyes wide and surprised asked what. Mephisto continued explaining, though his face still showed annoyance. Aside from my true consciousness seal magic, there's nothing else I can teach you. The wind rustled, as if blowing something away from Elric. His expression went blank for a moment as he tried to digest the words Mephisto had fed into his head, the true consciousness seal. Did he mean the highest level mind seal magic beyond the divine voice of the holy seals? Only then did Mephisto fold his arms, still looking down on him as he warned, you can't fully understand it at your current level. You might go mad. Though irritated and scratching his head, he couldn't deny it. He wasn't lying. Now what? Mephisto spoke again. I'll kindly enlighten you. The magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. This idea made Elric's eyes widen in astonishment. That's the fate of the Melvinger family to this day. A new truth opened. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield, which also ended that line of memory. It was the Melvinger family motto, those who would continually protect the continent from demons. Elric pondered, remembering the haggard image of his father, who had taught him and his sister about the Melvinger family's honor over the territory ravaged in the war with the demons. He recalled every detail carefully. Though his father said nothing, he had been gravely wounded by the aftermath of the war. Watching the flag flutter in the dusk light, Elric reflected that he still remembered the days fighting at his father's side as a mage. The serious face of that man appeared once more. Afterward came the image of a mischievous boy speaking up. Father, when I go to battle someday, I'll be able to use those super cool spells like you, right? Great mage Elric is coming. At that, the man dodged his words, and before Elric could press further, a voice sounded from behind. Elric, the woman behind him said with a smile, your mother told you already. If you want to become a powerful mage, what must you do? To that question, Elric puffed his cheeks and pouted, replying, study. The answer pleased her greatly, yes, study. Then the woman continued to admonish, you can't just put on a ridiculous act of being a powerful mage like your father. I didn't tell you to outshine him, become the greatest mage even before he becomes the continent's strongest. At that moment, Elric's father gently interjected, my lady, I'm still head of the family, but his remark only provoked his wife's anger. My respected husband. She went on to scold her husband, stop giving the children illusions. Honestly, no Melvinger man knows how to listen. The lecturing continued, now our household always obeys their mother. Yet he found a moment when she wasn't looking to lean in close to Elric and whisper, still, magic should be perfected on the battlefield, my child. But the moment those words were spoken, his figure vanished. His mother spoke up again, Elric, make sure you finish reading the research summary on the relationship between ancient formation systems and the new era linguistic system by the end of the day. Okay, Hayes, watch Elric for me. Then came the image of a boy being dragged away by his sister, bawling, no, Mom, don't. I want to play with father today. Ow sis, my ear's about to rip off, let me go, damn it, over here. Elric's father spoke timidly, my lady, studying is good, but they're still just children. She replied with the sternest of looks. That's because you spoil the boy and give him bad habits, like father like son, she snapped. The sunset gradually fell, accompanied by the man's rueful exclamation. But then a heart-wrenching cry pierced the night. Reality slammed into Elric and his sister like a violent wave. Their father's illness worsened and his mother, who cared for him day and night, suddenly collapsed. The father drew his final breaths beside her and they passed away peacefully together. The man's face was strangely haggard as he uttered his parting words, I'm sorry, my love. You always shone brighter than anyone in this world. It's all my fault. The gaunt woman beside him tried to reply with a gentle smile, don't say that. Since meeting you and having our good children, there hasn't been a day I wasn't happy. Their hands intertwined and he continued, thank you, you raised our children well. You truly are a wonderful mother. Then the mother addressed her elder daughter, Hayes, are you there? She bowed her head and answered tersely, yes. Her small body trembled in waves as she listened to her mother's last words. Take care of your little brother for me, I'm sorry and thank you. On the other side, Elric's father also whispered his final words to him. Elric, I'm sorry. Your magic blockage is my fault. But the boy, who was his older son then, could only cry and keep calling, Father. Tears streamed down as Elric poured out his feelings. I'm so scared. How could you leave like this, Father? He begged them desperately, if Father is gone, what will my sister and I do? But suddenly, a gaunt yet warm hand pressed against Elric's cheek, and the flowing tears stopped of their own accord. He continued to soothe. Looking back, compared to the time I spent as a battle mage, I was far happier in the days I was the father of my children. Elric's teary eyes widened, his small hand reaching out as he listened to those words. You don't need to become a mage. I'm just a man whose breath is failing. His words grew so faint they were barely audible. I hope you will live happily with those around you. That warm hand lost its life and fell away. It landed on the bed with a soft sound. At the same moment, life departed from the two of them, and the child's broken, staccato cry rang out again. Father. Elric's face froze in disbelief, and then a heartrending cry broke the night. Father. That was the end of the memory stream, and Elric returned to the present. But Father, you were wrong to tell me I didn't need to become a mage. If I'm not strong enough, I'll be cast aside in this reality. His hand unconsciously clenched with each thought. That's why I must become stronger, so no one can ever turn their back on me again. His cloak fluttered in the wind as Elric stepped forward and spoke. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. Yes, what I need most now is real combat experience. But a question arose, where should I go? The Bloodspirit Forest, full of phantom-type monsters, that place is far too dangerous. Elric considered the second option. The Goblin Caves are too crowded already. Where to go? At that moment, his father's teachings sprang to mind. Listen, there are hidden vaults scattered across the continent where our ancestors lived. That became Elric's compass. Yes, that's the place. And the present day him spoke once he'd chosen a destination. Let's go, Mephisto. He folded his arms and asked briefly, where to? Elric answered curtly, I'll head to the Yeti territory, the Yeti Plateau. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and dappled the ground below. Elric's figure was bathing in a stream, completely naked and at one with nature. As he dove in, he thought to himself that it could be a problem if his identity were revealed. He must change his appearance. Thinking that, Elric immediately cast a verbal command, Radiate Mind. Water behind him began to rise. It slowly covered his body to just the right point. Elric ordered, cut, and a lock of his hair flew away on the wind. The water and wind swept the stray strands away. Leaving the pond unnervingly calm, Elric again spoke the transformation. With a new appearance quickly dawned, he approved with satisfaction. Seems fine now. A completely different Elric than before had been successfully fashioned. A city in the midst of a cold winter sky. Voices suddenly rang out somewhere. A team is preparing to depart. You're in luck, the guidance branch. Rogan intoned and pointed as he guided. No one goes to the plateau anymore. It's surprising so many suddenly want to go. My team is over there. No sooner had he finished than the door was pushed open. Ah, they're here, perfect timing. As the figures from outside entered, exclamations rose from below. Looks like we have new people, huh? Elric watched the newcomers with extreme caution. He muttered, identifying each person's role and number. 4 herbalists, 3 demon hunters. His gaze settled on those wearing hoods, and 5 people concealing their energy. At that moment, a smiling boy near him spoke up. Then I'll introduce myself. In our tribe, we name people based on their birthday. My name is Manhwa, which means Monday morning. You're probably wondering what good that does. Today is actually Monday morning this week. In common terms, it's Tuesday, so as long as you stick close, you won't be in danger. In a corner, Mephisto was already furious at these offhand words. That brat talks so much, one day I'll tear that mouth off. Elric was more relaxed. He raised his hand and cautiously said, Ah yes, Manhwa, may I buy a communication crystal? Elric's request immediately sparked chatter among those present. What for? Our village has no crystals. You could use something like pigeons or send letters. Manhwa, still smiling brightly, replied, That reminds me of a hilarious incident involving pigeons and letters. What bad luck. Come on. Ignored though he was, the boy stubbornly trailed after them, a sight that made Mephisto and Elric break out in a sweat and secretly admire him. What a shame, I'll tell you on the way. Let's go. His expression then was uglier than any rivalry score when he remembered something important. She'd be furious if he didn't contact her soon. Things are getting more complicated, but I've already told Sean he'll handle it. Let's go. His expression was grotesque as he recalled an important matter. She'd be furious if he didn't contact her soon. Things are getting more complicated, but I've already told Sean he'll take care of it. Voices rose as the group moved, and then a pigeon suddenly dove into a chimney. Before he could realize it, with that information, the chimney must belong to the one who stole the lover of the neighbor living next to the grandmother of the village elder here. The Yeti Plateau, Mephisto, walking beside Elric, finally commented, I have a feeling this place is familiar. It's where the Yetis live. Hearing that, Elric's curiosity was piqued again. You know about Yetis, you were here before. He explained casually, though his words were a bit coarse. Of course, they're scum who dared to defy us. This brain-exploding claim made Elric involuntarily exclaim, Are Yetis demons? But Mephisto immediately objected to that blunt conclusion. Don't lump me in with that trash. Elric's eyes widened in astonishment as he absorbed the statement, just monsters, yet somehow linked to the demon realm, astonishing. Still, their former king was truly useful. He must have received the demon lord's blessing, though his fate was not so fortunate. Elric couldn't help glancing at Mephisto, thinking that the Yetis once had a ruler in the past. Mephisto spoke again. His tomb is probably still somewhere around here. This confident assertion surprised Elric. Do you know where it is? But in response to his eager tone, Mephisto answered noncommittally, even if it's still here, it's likely been looted. Elric froze where he stood. If Yetis are demons, their tombs would surely have some connection to the family's hidden vault. His own memories were stirred again. The vault is the ancestors' refuge, built to protect the family's heritage. Back then, he gently stroked Elric's head and told him, Elric, when you grow up and become head of the family, go to the Yeti Plateau first. Those entreaties were spoken, placing every hope on the little boy. Confirm the family's entire heritage there and pay respect to our ancestors. Now Elric examined the item in his hand, quietly wondering what the family's legacy might be and whether he could learn more about this magical pendant if he went there. At this moment, Manhwa led the way, still chattering nonstop. According to the tribe's legends passed down through generations, the first Yeti appeared after being abandoned by her husband and left on this plateau. That woman died. His rambling words kept reaching Mephisto's ears, making his face involuntarily contort. After taking her revenge, she met Yukiana, who suddenly appeared, and that's how the story began. Mephisto angrily turned to Elric and cursed loudly, "Can't you use magic to shut that name up? Look, my ear is bleeding." Elric only replied, "Endure it, what ghost bleeds anyway?" At that moment he was busy thinking about the snow demons and about the Yeti the other kept mentioning. Why haven't they shown up yet? Manhwa's voice continued with its usual gusto. All right, everyone, the road ahead will be tough. Before we proceed, we should eat something. A warm fire was lit. They split into small groups, each kindling a little fire to keep warm. At that moment, someone approached with a request. May we sit by your fire? Elric's gaze immediately swept over the mysterious newcomer. He quickly concluded that the man was as strong as a noble knight, then continued to watch the movements of the strangers who had approached them. Elric noted that they merely surrounded the fire as they said. They didn't seem to be targeting him. Could they be on some secret mission? His gaze stopped on a man in a blue cloak who differed from the rest. Was he the leader? He didn't seem like it. Unexpectedly, this person directly removed his hood. Elric's eyes widened in astonishment, and the members of his own party couldn't help but be surprised. For before them stood a beautiful girl with long blue hair. Thank you, we'll treasure it, Elric thought in amazement. Female. At that moment, one of the group began to whistle. Along with him, another joined in teasing. Why hide such a pretty face, young lady? Oh my, I never thought I'd be lucky enough to have this experience here. But as soon as the words fell, a sword was drawn and struck straight at the face of the one who had spoken lewdly. In a single motion, the other moved, and when the man realized it, the sword's tip was at his throat, ready to pierce. The other's eyes were dark with murderous intent as he said, "You offended a lady with those words. Redeem yourself with your life." A chaotic scene immediately erupted, forcing the girl to command, "Chen, lower your weapon." Elric just laughed, enjoying the skirmish unfolding before him. He dared flirt with a noble. Does that head even contain a brain? Unexpectedly, Mephisto suddenly leaned his face close to Elric's, and they instantly turned their heads to look back, only to be surprised once more by what they sensed. On this side, Chen still held the sword at the throat of the lewd speaker, trying to justify the action. But milady, these ruffians. Yet the girl insisted that he lower his sword. A momentary hesitation appeared on Chen's face, before he sheathed his sword back into its scabbard. Suddenly, Elric's voice cut through the scene. "Everyone run." Chen looked over in confusion. The two who had been joking also turned to look at him. What? Chen held his sword up to defend, and in an instant, dozens of strikes came raining down on him from nowhere. Manhwa and the others couldn't help but be astonished. When they saw one person in the group struck, a large hole punched through his body. Chen shouted orders to the other members to protect the lady. They trembled as they stood between her and the attackers. On this side, Elric frowned and said, "This reminds me of the nest." Saying that, he moved quickly. Seeing dozens of arrows continuously fired his way, Elric couldn't help exclaiming, "So many." He stood watching them fly rapidly toward him, getting closer and closer. And now Elric used magic, uttering a single command, "Block." Instantly, a layer of shield formed, stopping the projectiles that were coming. Elric broke into a sweat, his eyes sweeping the area searching for the other members. How are the others? Chen's people were struggling to hold off the attackers to protect the girl, while the common folk were almost all hit, crying out in pain. Blood spurted continuously along with broken cries of "Help me, help me." They kept falling thud. Elric's expression hardened at the gruesome scene. On this side, Mephisto was also glancing toward one direction. The space was instantly flooded with an eerie red light, and it didn't take Mephisto long to recognize them as fools from the Blood-Eye tribe. Elric's eyes widened alertly as he charged into the forest. Very quickly, golden spots indicating enemies appeared before him. The closer he got, the clearer the lights became, and Elric recalled he had heard Yetis usually move in packs of 10. What struck his eyes now were gigantic, ferocious beasts. Elric's eyes widened in shock, his jaw unconsciously clenching as he thought, but this is too many. Meanwhile, Chen had already rushed in with a command, sweep them clean. The monster lunged to attack, leading to an all-out melee between humans and beasts. Mephisto watched from the side, remarking coldly that the first fight was a bit tough. Elric went to his side and called softly, "Mephisto, press on." Mephisto continued to sneer at the humans before him. "You're starting to feel fear now that it's time to fight, aren't you? Typical humans." And in an instant he regretted those words, for Elric cast a spell on him. "Shut up." Mephisto cried out in surprise, but Elric kindly reminded him, "This isn't the time for nonsense. I guess the Demon King is a bit absent-minded." At the same time, Chen rushed forward with a thought in his head. They truly are astonishing. His gaze widened sharp, as his sword strokes were delivered decisively and continuously. Meanwhile, Elric silently admired him as he watched. This is how a knight optimizes his aura well. He frowned again, reminding himself he wanted to watch more, but this wasn't the time. An ambush is a real problem. Elric's gaze turned to the monsters hiding in the forest as he silently calculated, but these aren't all of them. Another pack of Yetis was waiting for a chance to ambush us. Everything could be in danger if we make the wrong decision now. He began to manipulate nearby objects to execute the plan he'd conceived, though the situation would change if he struck them first. Red lightning ran along Elric's body as he cast a transformation-clearing spell, accompanied by an armament enhancement. In an instant, Elric successfully leapt atop the mass of monsters. It seemed using memory to store some enhancements had proven useful. They were moving relentlessly. One raised its head as it sensed Elric's presence. Its eyes widened as it looked at him, though he wasn't sure whether his attack would take effect, and the speed kept increasing. Elric stomped down right on the center of its head, to the astonishment of the one beside it. The others gaped in disbelief as well. Elric remained silent, fully focused on the plan before him. At least he could slow them down. He jumped down into the midst of the monsters, and then triggered an explosive spell, turning the surrounding space into a dazzling fireworks display. Elric glanced to one side, seeing one trying to lunge to attack. He countered with combustion. An instant wall of fire rose up, preventing them from closing on Elric, followed by shards of ice. They appeared from both sides, then flew off, transforming into blue sword-shaped forms. While the bewildered monsters had no idea what was happening, Elric cast his next technique, Absorption. A glowing sword hewed down through the mass, successfully taking down another. Their bodies exploded behind him like Lunar New Year fireworks. The survivors trembled in fear when Elric spoke. "Phew, only 2 left, huh?" He glanced at them and said softly, "Where do you think you're running off to?" Then with a smile, Elric raised his hand and used a binding spell. Standing alone among the monsters, Elric said wearily, "Ha, I'm pretty great, aren't I?" He stomped on one and began issuing orders. "By the way, let's have a chat, Mephisto, Mephisto." Elric continued to tease the muted companion beside him. "Hey, you're still here, talk." When the mute was lifted, the first thing Mephisto spat out was a curse. "You crazy bastard, you really are." Elric simply mouthed one word gently, and Mephisto froze, not daring to risk saying another thing. Then Elric quietly demanded, "There's no time, interpret for me now." His words left Mephisto baffled. "What are you talking about?" Elric then used Mephisto as a translation device to communicate with the monsters, telling them that if they revealed where their tribe was, he would spare them. Mephisto repeated what they said. They asked to be untied. But Elric, cool and suave, replied, "Why would I trust that?" Unexpectedly, Mephisto suddenly took on a serious, low tone. "In this situation, we should negotiate through dialogue rather than threats." With no choice, Elric had to indulge the thing. "I've released it, tell it to speak quickly." Mephisto whispered intently into the monster's ear. Its expression changed instantly. This raised Elric's suspicions, and he quickly used his translation skill, realizing Mephisto was trying to betray them. "Now we'll pretend to cooperate with this rotten one," Elric murmured. "My lord." The monster suddenly roared ferociously. A piercing sound followed as Elric struck it in one blow. A spell fired from his finger. Elric's face plainly showed horror. That was nearly a disaster. He watched the two individuals desperately dodge, then offered a cold smile and a request. With that icy smile he said, "So let's talk things over again." No one knew what they discussed. Only agonized screams could be heard ringing out. Afterward, Elric remarked to Mephisto, "That gullible snowman almost died because of you, my lord. Thanks for guiding me." Mephisto still protested vigorously, "Die, all of you." Suddenly, Elric pressed his hand to his chest, and his body began to tremble. He thought to himself as he felt his heartbeat, "The dragon heart contains dragon and demon king magic. I can only release 3% of its mana from here." Elric calculated inwardly that if he unleashed the full strange mana, his body would not withstand it and would burst. He followed the monster to some place. At his current level, it was truly dangerous to fight as before. Elric's hand clenched reflexively as he promised himself he could not retreat. Elric's expression was one of determination. If he gave up now, how could he build a lineage? Elric's gaze suddenly flicked to one side as he continued to ponder. He unconsciously remembered the girl with the blue hair. Would that noble lady be safe? A spray of bright red blood burst out. Chen's sword and his body were both covered in blood. They were giving each other first aid. The girl rushed over in extreme worry. Chen, did you see someone here a moment ago? Chen inwardly thought simply that he had likely died running off alone or was hiding somewhere. Yet on the surface he smiled and said the opposite. Perhaps he escaped safely. The girl did not doubt the words at all. Probably right. Her eyes turned to the sky. Meanwhile, Elric was on guard here, ready to face something, completely unaware of her silent prayer. Please be safe, she prayed. Before him stood a pack of yetis. Elric frowned seriously and said, don't stare at me with such bloodthirsty eyes. Let me see your chieftain. The monsters before him growled. Then they all shouted in unison while making a path for Elric to step forward. One of them slowly walked toward him. Elric's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him stood the clan chief, a creature gigantic compared to the others. Elric kept his composure as he spoke. I have a few questions. The monster remained silent and did not answer. He already had an attack readied in his hand, prepared to unleash it at any moment. It would be better if he didn't have to go that far. But his gaze was highly vigilant as he considered that if talking failed, that would be the quickest way to take down this chieftain. At that moment, a voice rang out from across with green eyes. The Yeti was actually speaking to him. What is your name? This move made Elric falter for an instant, but he managed to utter his name, Elric Melvinger. The Yeti was quiet for a moment before suggesting, come with me. It led Elric along with it to some place. It stopped there and began to explain, our tribe has a legend. Elric couldn't help but ask curiously, what legend? The Yeti spoke in a low voice while Elric's eyes widened in astonishment. Long ago, a great king ruled this mountain. He glanced at Mephisto, and the latter nodded slightly in agreement. The Yeti continued, that king said there was only one person he recognized as a friend. It recalled that old meeting, the one with eyes that shone green, and Melvinger was that person's name. The mind-blowing truth made Elric's eyes widen in shock. Could his ancestor really have been friends with the Snow Kings? The monster went on. Our chieftains continue to watch over their homes according to the king's wishes. Elric's eyes narrowed as he asked, where is that home? It fell silent for a moment, then pointed in one direction. There. Before them yawned a sheer cliff with no visible bottom. They both went to its edge and looked down. Elric couldn't hide his amazement as he looked down and thought to himself, is there really a house beneath this cliff? In response, he saw an eerie darkness that made him increasingly horrified. Yet the most surprising thing was that he could confirm, absurd as it sounded, that there truly was a house down there. Elric's gaze remained fixed as he continued to peer down. A few gusts of wind arose from below, the airflow increasing. The Yeti chief then explained, once a year when the wind's calm, we go down there, but no one has ever returned. Mephisto nearby jeered, all that magic and you can't manage even a little reconnaissance. But at that moment, Elric had a question. How did he stand beside that cliff when no one had the necessary skills? Then Elric himself answered, true, it's reckless given my current abilities, but if I only stand here now, I won't progress another step. He calmly stepped forward and continued, and it seemed the ancestors wanted to witness their descendants' skill. Mephisto beside him questioned suspiciously, what are you going to do? Without further explanation, Elric hurled himself down. He looked up with a bright smile and explained, I have to answer their call. Watching Elric fling himself downward, Mephisto couldn't help but shout, this madman. He kept berating him as Elric fell. Are you really jumping like that? Only then did he realize his decision might be wrong. Damn it, the wind here is stronger than I thought. Unexpectedly, Mephisto jumped down with him. Quickly he flew alongside Elric's fall and warned, you madman, focus or you'll die. Those words snapped him awake and eased him somewhat. All right, one more step. His face and body tensed, and he could feel he was within reach. Quickly the ground rushed up before Elric. He loudly issued the command, descend. The scenery below grew clearer, and Elric made out the silhouette of a house. At that moment a golden light appeared at his feet. The light spread around, aiding his landing. With successive leaps, Elric finally managed to touch down. Rocks and soil were blown up around him as he hit the ground. Elric looked up and scanned the surroundings. A green light flashed in his eyes, full of vigilance. Then Elric collapsed onto the ground and exhaled. I really thought I was dead. Nonsensical voices suddenly sounded in the air. Hoo, I did it right. Awesome, admit it. I admit it. Mephisto beside him could only marvel at this human's odd nature. After a moment, Elric rose again, eyeing the house and muttering that it looked ordinary, like a thatch hut. Elric's hand trembled as he reached up, trying to touch it. But instead he touched a pale purple barrier. It seemed sealed by ancient magic. He then spoke to Mephisto beside him, try inputting spell mana. Mephisto obliged Melvinger. After that, Elric repeatedly touched while reciting passwords that popped into his head. Demon Path Sect, Demon King, Tribe Demon Hunter, and Trust, Squirrel Eats Cake, Story Plus, DJ Dinosaur. But none yielded results. Instead, Elric sank deeper into thought. Mana won't do, something like a key. A sudden idea flashed through his mind. Could it be? Elric slowly brought the seal in his hand close to the door. He pressed it against the barrier and realized they matched. The barrier immediately sucked in the seal. The door then slowly opened, prompting Elric to exclaim, "You sure know how to deceive." The interior space of this house was utterly different from the outside. While he reached out and touched a book, his eyes widened uncontrollably as he recognized it. This one. Then, like a maniac, Elric darted around the area under Mephisto's irritated gaze. Basic doctrines of magical theory, practical books everywhere. Oh, there's elven and beast magic too, even dark magic, every kind of book is here. Observing his childlike enthusiasm, Mephisto couldn't help but remark, "It seems this is the abode of the Eastern Hand, Great One." Elric, who had been circling, paused to clarify those 5 words. Eastern Hand, Great One. Mephisto fell into thought. He pondered that person and the Snow King knew their ancestors and that there seemed to be a hidden story. Elric, as if realizing something, said, this book." In his hands was a book titled The History of Melvingr. Elric curiously flipped through the pages, muttering lines visible on the old pages. "The mission of our house is to destroy demons." Old memories were stirred again. This exactly matched what he had once seen in a dream. His fingers traced the missing text on the book. "What is this? This spot definitely requires certain conditions." A dense green aura surrounded Elric as he continued reading. "The mission entrusted to the house by heaven can be accomplished." The letters of the book seemed to dance in the air. "Consume demons, then consume fiends, if one can digest them properly." Dozens of possibilities crossed Elric's mind about whether a new harmony of demon-craft could form. Power suddenly erupted around him. A fierce light flashed in Elric's eyes, accompanied by persuasive whispers. "Eat the demon, ingest the demon, drink the demon." The sigil began to activate as well. It glowed brighter as if polished, and relentless commands issued forth. "Eat, swallow, drink the demon." Blue light struck the sigil and reflected outward. That triggered residual images from the past. If so, all demons would be contained within the body, and thus a new mage would emerge, the first descendant to Chinese letter demons, breaking the decree and passing the demon path's test. From now on, it would truly begin. At that moment, Elric found himself lying on a meadow. He snapped awake, puzzled. Where is this? As Elric pushed himself up, a voice sounded. "It seems you are the promised descendant in a distant future chosen to receive our decree." A figure appeared behind him. Elric slowly turned around to face them. A beard framed the jaw, and a pair of spectacles rested on the face. Elric, on guard, stammered, "You are." The man bowed slightly and introduced himself, Otto Han Melvingr. He stated solemnly, "I am the one who guides and tests the descendants, the instructor." About him, Otto Han Melvingr established the Melvingr family's demon-craft system centuries ago. Across generations, only a few ancestors brought renown to the house. He smiled at Elric's expression. "It seems you know of me, do you not?" Elric blankly replied with a question. Could the ancestor be the Eastern Hand, Great One? Otto didn't know how to explain. Instead, he answered with another question. "None of my descendants know that alias. Where did you hear it?" Then Elric remembered Mephisto and confessed to Otto. That was what the Demon King Mephisto said. Where has that name gone? Otto looked at him suspiciously. Mephisto is the Demon King of original sin. Elric did not hide it. "Yes, just a stupid infernal, that's all." Otto stepped closer and placed a hand on Elric's shoulder, saying, So the first demon you Chinese letter was Mephisto." Otto smiled with satisfaction at Elric before him. "A truly talented descendant has arrived. Should I raise the difficulty of the decree?" Mentioning Mephisto, at that time Mephisto muttered incessantly, "Who dares insult me? Off with their limbs." Elric focused on what Otto was saying and asked, "What exactly is the decree? You said you would guide. What does that mean?" Otto gently ruffled his hair and explained, "You're curious about many things, aren't you?" His gaze was full of affection for the junior. "You may write freely, the rest can come later. Why rush to record complicated matters?" Elric's face involuntarily flushed. He wondered himself why he felt embarrassed. Otto then spread his hands wide. Lights began to appear there and gradually transformed into a magic circle. "We've prepared something like a magic wheel." He held it straight ahead as he muttered an explanation. "Once it starts turning and lands a hit, it cannot be stopped, so I don't hand it to anyone lightly. No matter how long it takes, I must thoroughly test the descendant." Otto continued to guide Elric patiently. "Since you passed my test, from here on the choice is yours." Both of their hands bore the formation, and Otto posed the question to him. "Stop the magic wheel or let it spin." The formation was entrusted to Elric while he still stood dazed. Elric did not know what the house's decree entailed. If he took the wrong path, his life could vanish. Elric's hand clenched instinctively. The invisible chain was thus broken when he resolved himself, so this was the last chance to escape. Otto spoke sternly, "All right, I respect your choice." But Elric declared firmly, "I will rebuild the house." Those words surprised Otto somewhat, and Elric repeated his decision. I will carry on the will of our ancestors, the great heroes. I will leave my name on this land as a great mage. Elric's momentum surged. That was the dream he had long nurtured. Elric pushed the formation forward with his hand. He succeeded in creating an explosion just like Otto had. Not just once, Elric did it several times. Otto's eyes betrayed his astonishment as he witnessed Elric's display. He slapped the boy's shoulder, remarking, "Well done. Oh, this boldness, our descendant could do it." Elric, naive, was struck and whimpered, "Oh, that hurts." Before them, the vast field remained as Otto continued his demonstration. So then, Elric spread his hands apart, and with them came a reversal of the weather. In an instant, the warm scene was replaced by snow-capped mountains pouring down relentless snowfall. Elric was astonished. Shivering and struggling, Elric asked, "Where is this?" Otto explained in a low voice, "This is the site of the first decree test." He quickly grasped the implication of Otto's words, so here he would have to undergo this test. If so, compared to now, thinking of a future dominating millions made Elric's mouth involuntarily curve into a smile. Perhaps he'd become much stronger. Otto did not miss the small gesture. "You're smiling. That's a good mindset for someone about to take the test." He then directed Elric to gaze into the distance. "Look there." Puzzled, Elric asked what he should look at, but Otto only insisted, "Farther." Elric complied and soon spotted something. "Look deeper," Otto urged. Thick black currents of aura were swirling together. It was a shape in the center that was hard to discern, and Elric couldn't help asking, "What is that?" A silhouette of an immensely powerful being struck his eyes, and Otto answered, "The Snow Mountain King." He explained to Elric that this figure was the first and also the last to unify the snow tribes, the ruler who dominated these snow mountains, a figure whose ambition drove the snow folk, who had been expelled from the demon clans, back toward the demon clans. He told Elric the past story of the Snow Mountain King, but the end was consumed by that very ambition, leaving him as a fallen demon, abandoned like a corrupted fiend. Elric's face grew even more blank as Otto continued stating the main purpose concerning that demon. "The Snow Mountain King is the second demon you must swallow." He understood immediately and cried out in alarm, "So I have to face that?" Otto seemed about to correct him but only smiled instead of answering. "No, more precisely, you must swallow it." "Are you afraid?" Then Otto's gaze returned to the Snow Mountain King as he assigned the task to Elric. "Now you must swallow the demon and seize its root, the sigil." He asked in confusion, "A sigil?" Otto kindly enlightened the junior. "Those primal dark emotions, fear, depression, and rage emanate from the creature. They are existences formed from the ego born of thought. The dark ideas of the self linking together create the demon race." Elric's expression showed surprise as a sigil appeared on his hand. Each demon thus has its own dark thoughts, that is their class essence and symbol. The heart that stores those dark thoughts is called the sigil. The sigil of the original sin Mephistopheles can be seen. It shifted from black to green before Elric's astonished eyes. "This is the sigil of a demon king." Otto took the opportunity to explain his true aim. "From now on you will hunt demons and seize their root sigils." He painted an enticing vision of what would happen if one swallowed a demon. Elric's face went blank for a moment. "The demon's entire power would belong to you." He looked toward the Snow Mountain King's dwelling, calculating inwardly how strong he'd become if he acquired such formidable power. Then Elric quickly made up his mind. "You won't know until you try." He used his skill to propel himself upward. Otto called after him, "Remember this." At the same time, Elric already activated his second skill, arming himself, while Otto's words echoed through the air, "Not to defeat." Elric streaked through the thick black mist, accompanied by the final instruction, "To swallow." Elric couldn't help but wonder inwardly, what exactly do they mean by eat and swallow? What is that supposed to mean? Very quickly, the streams of black aura struck his eyes. The Snow Mountain King soon sensed Elric's presence. "That mana is me. Fies to Mel Vin Jur was it?" The Snow Mountain King's deep voice rang out, "Prove it." Otto replied. He, the instructor, halted. The Snow Mountain King's words were full of implication as his gaze fixed on the rapidly approaching Elric, our marshal. His eyes widened when he saw something. Black forms moved at high speed, obeying the Snow Mountain King's command, "Kill him." Blows struck at Elric's legs, forcing him to be on guard, while streams of black aura appeared. When the Snow Mountain King's minions all appeared before Elric, the warriors protecting their king, Elric scanned them and began to assess. There were dozens at a glance. In some ways they were different from the snow folk he'd faced before. His gaze settled on one in particular and concern formed. Especially that one, could he defeat it with his current abilities? Elric pondered tactics. "If I use only the original Sin's sigil with the Demon Lord's power, I think I could even catch that Snow Mountain King." The more he thought, the more irritated he became, swearing under his breath, "Damn it, if I don't know how to use it, it's just messy scribbling." At that moment, the ringleader of the group roared threateningly, and they all lunged to attack Elric, forcing him to decide on a quick response. but this is the first test, so with the Demon Lord's power. A phrase Elric uttered before casting the skill. This won't count as cheating, right? Ignite. An instant, terrifying explosion erupted from him. The scale and firepower were anything but ordinary. But in a split second, Elric's eyes widened in horror, as an enemy spear suddenly thrust toward him, followed by an even larger explosion that sent the warriors flying apart. Elric raised both hands into the air and traced an octagonal Bagua pattern, erecting and driving it forward. Immediately after which a series of large, sharp ice blocks surged up from beneath the ground. They quickly thrust toward the warriors, giving them no time to evade. Elric's eyes began to brighten. He looked at the blood-red-eyed warriors standing before him, unflinching. Elric spoke. "I heard you once belonged to the demon race but were cast out," he said calmly, concealing his emotions, "so I assume you know that when you are weak, you are abandoned." Those words hit the warrior's sore spot. They looked at him with hatred. Elric silently told himself he must grow stronger. The blizzard grew fiercer by the moment, yet Elric remained undaunted. "If I can become stronger, this kind of trial will be only the beginning." He then raised his hand and began to summon power. His eyes began to glow. Elric shouted, "I'll smash it 100 times if I have to." Immediately after, a gigantic fireball formed by Elric blinded the surrounding space with its light. However, the next instant, the sparks of the orb were suddenly cleaved into hundreds of shards. That warrior swung his sword at Elric, forcing him to step back a few paces as he lost his balance. He was a little surprised by the warrior's strength. Then the giant fireball shattered, creating a massive explosion, its light scattering outward. Elric was suddenly hit in the abdomen, blood gushing out. The warrior sheathed his sword. Elric's blood still stained its blade. Dammit. At this point, he was exhausted and collapsed to the ground below. The warrior stepped closer to him. "At this rate, I'll lose." Blood dribbled from the corner of Elric's mouth. "No, I can't fall at the very first trial." Yet he refused to give up and continued to stand and fight, even though his body could hardly bear it. A plume of green smoke rose from Elric's body. Then a loud noise rang out. Elric regained his strength and resumed fighting the warrior. He gritted his teeth, his expression growing more determined. "I will draw more energy." The warrior's expression remained unchanged at Elric's refusal to quit. Then it swung a punch toward Elric. Suddenly his eyes widened, the dragon heart. A shaft of white light suddenly appeared. Elric drove his sword through the warrior, leaving a huge wound, and cried out in ragged breaths. Elric stopped. He gave a soft chuckle. A wisp of black smoke drifted from his mouth. Shortly after, exhausted, Elric could only slump down to the ground. He sighed. Elric, whose eyes had been tightly closed, slowly opened them. Was this real? He looked around. All the warriors had turned into black smoke and were gradually dissolving into the air. No matter how he looked at it, the first round had been too harsh. Those black wisps began to thicken and coil together. Elric realized something was wrong. Damn it, his heart felt like it would explode. The soldiers were beginning to form again. What should he do? Elric turned his back. Before him, a large mass of black smoke was twisting together, forming a dense black curtain. He shouted in fear, startled. The smoke lunged down, swirling around Elric. Then Elric looked down at his arm. There was a seal. It turned out the black smoke was being drawn into his tattooed arm. He looked at his arm and thought to himself, although it's fainter than Otto's seal, certainly a new seal has formed. I'm not sure what's happening, but the dragon heart energy that was about to explode has stabilized, and that's why the demons call their seals by their true names. Otto, who had somehow come to stand beside Elric, spoke, "So if you want to use their power, you must know their true names." Elric asked, puzzled, "How do I find them? They won't just tell you their names." He continued to stare at the black smoke calmly. "Don't worry." The warriors reappeared from the black smoke once more. "At the right moment, you will naturally sense it," Otto said. Elric exhaled deeply. Then he resumed summoning his power and continued fighting. "The true name of these snow folk is cruel. Although I cannot explain it." A massive blizzard suddenly appeared in the sky. "All I know is," the surroundings turned into mountain ranges covered by millennia-old ice and snow. The way to use the seal. Elric stood rooted before them, continuing to fight, wondering what their true name was. He gave a slight laugh. "May you be cold and heartless." Then Elric summoned power, sending thousands of large rocks flying toward the warriors. The warriors were not intimidated, and continued to attack Elric. Elric felt a bit tired. He staggered back a few steps, having used a bit too much energy. Yet his face still wore stubborn defiance. Is this the power of the seal? The warriors watched the falling rocks have no effect on them, and began to laugh loudly. Elric couldn't believe it. He fell to the ground, and before losing consciousness, he heard someone say, "Now there's only you left." Before passing out, Elric still wondered why. The next moment, Elric suddenly sprang up, his face still filled with fear. He woke up inside an old library, thick books scattered all over the floor. His face full of terror, he stammered, asking, "What just happened?" Mephisto hovered beside him, speaking calmly, "It seems you passed a rather tough trial." Elric looked at him. Mephisto. He still hovered nearby. "I had hoped the quest would trigger, since you fell asleep when your pendant lit up. It seems it's not that easy." Elric, hearing that, was shocked to realize the dream he just had. "Oh, a quest, so I'm not actually dead." He reached up and touched the blue tattoo on the back of his hand. He'd been too quick to trust the seal. He must have fainted after absorbing all the mana. Then Elric recalled what he'd experienced in the dream, and its power was far greater than he'd imagined. His hand still resting on the blue mark, If the incomplete seal of malice was already this strong, how much might the original sin's seal wield? But how am I to use them? Mephisto suddenly spoke, cutting off Elric's thoughts. Maybe it's the seal of malice. He seemed to understand what Elric was thinking. It appeared the great Eastern Hand had devised a rather strange scheme. Elric regained his composure and asked him, Mephisto, how do I use the seal of malice? He didn't answer but countered, I suppose he told you my true name. He recalled the stranger in the dream saying to him, did you think I'd tell you my name? Mephisto continued, his gaze flicking toward Elric. No matter how you insult me, you'll never gain anything from me. Caught out in his little scheme, Elric awkwardly scratched his head. I was just asking, no need to get so wound up. He looked at Mephisto still hovering there, thinking he knew what the demon would say. After all, seals are the most precious things to demons. Mephisto was turning away. If he allowed Elric to use the original sin seal, it would mean his greatest trial had been stolen. Unfortunate, but for now I won't touch it. With that thought, Elric pulled his sleeve down to cover the tattoo. Besides, the original sin's seal belongs to a demon king. If I can't control the snow folk's power yet, there's no way I could handle a demon king's power. He stepped toward Mephisto, smiling brightly and holding out his hand. Mephisto, you said you know the Snow Mountain King, right? Mephisto turned back with a puzzled look. Why do you suddenly ask that? Elric explained. This place is his tomb and it seems I have to capture him. Hearing that, Mephisto was slightly surprised. Huh. The next instant he turned and shouted, Ottohan Melvinger, I know you're mad, but did he dare send something like you to seize an entity I've acknowledged? Elric was a little taken aback by his outburst. So about that, do you know any good way? Mephisto realized he'd spoken too much and stepped back, replying coldly, no. Elric continued to plead, come on, he's not even of the demon race anymore. At least tell me that much, will you? Hearing this, Mephisto grew angrier. What are you saying? Revealing a seal's secrets includes the clan's secrets and weaknesses. It's suicide. Elric held up 3 fingers, beginning to bargain. 3 days without messing around. Mephisto closed his eyes in refusal. Do you think you can humble my pride like that? Elric then held up 5 fingers. 5 days. Mephisto ground his teeth and snarled, you continue to insult me. Elric, hearing that, shouted, fine then. Unexpectedly, Mephisto forced a fake smile and accepted the insulting offer. But because my magnanimity is as vast as the sea, I'll let it slide this time. Elric teased him, all for 5 days without messing around, haha. Immediately afterward, Mephisto's voice returned to a serious tone. Listen carefully, with the seal you currently have, forget about completing the quest, you won't even get near the Snow Mountain King. Elric looked up at him, you are, Mephisto cut him off before he could finish. But he chuckled softly, that didn't mean there was no way. The scene shifted back to the millennia-old snowy mountains. Elric stood there, angrily complaining a few words, freezing to death, this is why I never come back. Before him were warriors with unfriendly gazes, but it seemed he had to use the hint Mephisto had given him. Elric leapt forward, remembering Mephisto's instruction. Raise your achievement rank. Seals can be ranked common, enhanced, precious, unique, and legendary based on their rarity. There is also an achievement level that can lead to different power tiers even within the same rank. As Elric flew toward the warriors, he tried to dodge their strikes. The seal of malice is precious and not trivial, but your achievement level is only 1 star. On the other hand, the Snow Mountain King's seal has been cultivated to 10 stars. Elric soon arrived before the leader, so you must raise your achievement level to 10 stars or promote your rank to the 1st tier. At that thought, Elric realized his current situation. His achievement level was only 1 star, and he smiled faintly. Immediately after, Elric delivered a powerful punch at his opponent. The blizzard grew ever thicker. Elric's feet were already buried deep in snow. Elric bowed his head and said coldly, at last we meet, Snow Mountain King. He looked at the shadow ahead, thinking, no matter how many warriors I've defeated, my achievement rank is stuck at 2 stars. In other words, do I have to face you to raise my rank? But at that thought, Elric swore in anger. Damn. Before him loomed a colossal warrior, not a mere shadow but the full energy of a demon. What kind of being was he in life to be so powerful? Now terrified, Elric stammered to Otto, you want me to defeat that? Otto stood behind him, giving a thumbs up. It's fine, you won't die. Elric asked again, is he truly an honored ancestor of our line? He isn't an implacable enemy of ours, is he? The snow kept falling thicker. Elric told himself quietly that nevertheless he would give it a try. He warned himself it would be difficult, but if he kept trying. Then his eyes gleamed with determination. He could certainly win. Mephisto on the side looked somewhat worried. Elric suddenly opened his eyes. The scene shifted back to that old library. Elric couldn't help but laugh. After gathering all the seals and working until you want to kick off your pants, you haven't even moved and you're dead flat. He lay still there. He wondered to himself how he could possibly win. Mephisto flew close to him. So you understand now, just abandon that quest. Elric kept speaking as if he wasn't ready to give up. But if I obtain that entity's seal. Hearing that, Mephisto trembled with anger. that bastard is at it again. He sat up and continued, oh right, this is a bit abrupt, the Snow Mountain King is female, right? Then he stared straight at Mephisto, expecting an answer from him. Mephisto met his gaze. Then he turned his face away. A second later, Mephisto pointed at his face and shouted, why are you looking at me like that? You, what's with your eyes, you? Seeing that, Elric thought to himself, I get it, there's something between the Snow Mountain King and Mephisto. I'll uncover it slowly. Elric gripped a polished stone in his hand. Right now, the more important thing was to swallow the Snow Mountain King's egg, even though he still didn't know how. But he decided to keep it safe, telling himself he'd figure it out later, if he could beat the creature to the brink of death. Elric then endured a powerful blow. In his ear, he heard a dying voice, followed by a fatal strike that radiated a blinding light. Elric was now frozen stiff, standing motionless like a statue, his eyes wide open, white smoke curling from his mouth. Yet deep inside, he still felt something from the bottom of his heart. Elric recalled all he had endured and cried out that it hurt. My head is about to explode. But the battle kept going. Fortunately, Elric broke free from that block of ice. He frantically charged in. During the assault, a fierce face appeared, and he realized he was getting closer bit by bit until at last he saw her face. Then the Snow Mountain Sovereign's face turned savage. She let out a terrifying growl. Elric kept charging. He gritted his teeth, thinking he could see it now, the cruel use of the Snow Mountain Sovereign's seal. Though one who just acquired a seal would struggle to surpass someone who wields it masterfully. Seeing the Snow Mountain Sovereign charge forward, filled with murderous intent, but he was sure he could overcome it, so Elric charged on without fear. The moment their hands touched, Elric seemed to recognize the habit, the movements, the methods, the theory. A vast source of power surged up, then after a moment it extinguished. Elric's hand still reacted. Even if I have to steal everything from her. Immediately after, a terrible explosion occurred. Elric and the Snow Mountain Sovereign were both thrown far apart. Someone else stood on a high corner observing the situation. It was Otto. He watched and said it would be no surprise if his ego collapsed if he continued to die slowly like this. Otto saw a satisfied smile on his face and remarked, but he's smiling. He's not only innately talented, he has an unyielding will and an endless desire to perfect himself. Otto nodded in affirmation. Yes, that child. Then came a horrific strike. That split Elric's arm in two. Otto, seeing this, only said that you will never appear even within our family. A piece of his arm flew off, blood splattering in the air. But shortly after his arm regenerated, Otto shook his head in wonder, a madman. Seeing this new arm, Elric laughed and exclaimed, ha ha ha, I've reached 3 stars. But the joy was short-lived, as the Snow Mountain Sovereign held a sword to his throat. She didn't hesitate and swung the sword. Elric narrowly dodged the attack. He fought back desperately, cursing continuously. She didn't even give him time to breathe. The Snow Mountain Sovereign suddenly let go and dropped the sword from her hand. Then a strange source of energy appeared from somewhere. Elric struggled to defend himself, but was astonished to see walls of force bearing down on him. Then the Snow Mountain Sovereign unleashed a sudden attack that struck Elric directly. Elric barely held on, inwardly furious and thinking, damn, is this my limit? Just stealing isn't enough. To defeat the Snow Mountain Sovereign, I must understand her. Elric looked toward the Snow Mountain Sovereign, gritting his teeth and thinking, no, I must. His body seemed to be transforming. He screamed inwardly in anger, becoming her. But the Snow Mountain Sovereign's dark power had already enveloped him. The pattern on Elric's new arm suddenly began to glow. His body trembled with a strange sensation. His mind asked, am I dying again? At that moment, a hoarse voice rang out, prove it to me. Seeing a familiar silhouette, he was stunned and thought Mephisto. When Mephisto appeared, Elric wondered in shock, why is Mephisto here? Yet he pressed him, prove that you are worthy to become part of our race. After a pause, Mephisto continued, Snow Mountain Sovereign. Hearing this, Elric looked at himself in astonishment, thinking that he was the Snow Mountain Sovereign. At that moment, the distinctive marked hand of his moved slightly. Then a mysterious blue light flashed from the pattern. After that, Elric felt disoriented as a terrifying face appeared before him. Seeing the demon stroking the Snow Mountain Sovereign's head, Elric was shocked and asked himself what on earth was happening. A voice seemed to whisper in his ear that the demon god has granted us a prophet. Our queen, the leader of the highlands. The Snow Mountain Sovereign as a child appeared. That voice kept echoing, this mountain range will be ours. I was born to be a king who would rule the Snow Mountain. Hearing this, Elric thought in astonishment that this was the Snow Mountain Sovereign's past. The speaker continued, yet the first in history to unite the tribes of the Snow Mountain could not be satisfied with only the Snow Mountain. Then the Snow Mountain Sovereign's cold gaze appeared. We must reclaim the former glory that was ours. Listen to me, we were once part of the omnipotent demon clan. Once more we will return to our rightful position. A war then took place beyond the Snow Mountain. We forced countless humans and demons to kneel before us. The war was fierce and brutal, and in the end, we became part of the demon clan. And more than that, I strove to become a demon king. However, the demon king, Mephisto, his face and sinister smile appeared. Mephisto stepped forward and lifted the Snow Mountain Sovereign's chin. She inwardly admitted that the wall of the omnipotent demon king was too high, and she could only taste the bitterness of defeat. The Snow Mountain Sovereign paused, then continued. Nevertheless, I never stopped and did everything to polish my true name and strengthen my seal. She watched Mephisto's shadow and said wistfully, I took the first step. Just a little more, and I could gain Mephisto's recognition. But suddenly a clear, serious voice rang out. In my black and white memory, the Snow Mountain Sovereign thought I was stopped by a wall steeper than anything I had ever faced before. The Snow Mountain Sovereign's angry expression appeared. She clenched her teeth and said, all energy fire. Then a being behind her was annihilated. Yet danger surrounded the Snow Mountain Sovereign on all sides. Mephisto's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Immediately after, a massive monster hurled itself at him. Then a terrible explosion occurred, causing the nearby creatures to quickly vanish. At that moment, Mephisto heard a voice. Save me, I don't want to die. Behind him, a group of warriors was approaching. But before they could do anything, the warriors screamed in horror and cried out, I want to live. Just as the Snow Mountain Sovereign appeared, she seized a monster by the arm. Her other hand casually gripped her massive halberd. The Snow Mountain Sovereign's gaze was so sharp it seemed she wanted to devour the beast. Seeing this, Mephisto panicked and shouted, calm down. We belong to the proud demon clan. There is nothing we cannot accomplish. Show our enemies the terror we contain, but it was too late. The Snow Mountain Sovereign struck violently, blood spattering up. Mephisto was stunned, his throat tightened, and he could not speak. A series of piercing screams followed. Wherever the Snow Mountain Sovereign went, it was drenched in blood, dyeing the ground red. Mephisto watched in disbelief, his eyes wide with horror. At that moment, Otto appeared. He quietly extended his hand. The Snow Mountain Sovereign stood alone amid a sea of fire and declared that we lost the war against humanity led by him and were driven back to the Snow Mountain. Why? The Snow Mountain Sovereign growled, why? She looked at Otto with bitter resentment. You humans already have everything you want. Do you mean you will not allow us even one thing? The Snow Mountain Sovereign snarled angrily at Otto. The pattern on her arm began to glow, emanating a unique power. Thus the Snow Mountain Sovereign lunged forward like a savage beast. In a vague subconscious, Elric watched drowsily and wondered, is this? He gazed thoughtfully at the scene and considered it your mission. Deep in his heart, the thought arose that even if you are desperate, you endure. He reverted back into the form of a child. He continued to look at the Snow Mountain Sovereign with compassion. So many hardships. Elric gently extended his small hand and softly said, reserve the glory for your people. Elric and the Snow Mountain Sovereign both wept, a great mission. After that day, Otto stayed in the Snow Mountain to watch over the Snow Mountain Sovereign. And after countless battles, the two gradually respected each other and stayed together for a long time. But even so, the Snow Mountain Sovereign still angrily declared that we must reclaim our former glory. She could not fully escape the temptations of her ambitions and ultimately became a monster. Seeing the Snow Mountain Sovereign's excessive pride, Otto had no choice but to imprison her. Otto's demeanor then was grave and terrifying. Later, the Snow Mountain Sovereign died in his hands. After a long while, Elric slowly opened his eyes and woke up, his whole body exhausted and languid. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making his eyes widen in surprise. You must be a descendant from the very distant future. Elric sat up and listened. He had spoken like that. Before him was the Snow Mountain Sovereign. She chuckled and continued, seeing you destroyed part of my mana and even severed one of my arms, it seems he is not boasting. Elric quietly pointed toward the Snow Mountain Sovereign and said, I apologize for your arm. The Snow Mountain Sovereign said nothing and only glowered at him. Elric was terrified at the sight. The Snow Mountain Sovereign spoke. After all, I became like this because I could not abandon my ambition. I am a king and also the warrior who leads a race. Her gaze was resolute as she said, I do not need any pity from my enemies. Seeing this ferocity, Elric felt a flash of. He was filled with fear and horror. The Snow Mountain Sovereign let out a sly laugh and said, now seems the time to end this battle, so I can atone to my people and honor their sacrifices. He felt his hand tremble. The Snow Mountain Sovereign asked further, why was I greedy to join the demon clan? She then struck and said, merely being happy with those you love is enough. Elric was briefly stunned. He stood motionless, thinking to himself that in the end she had been consumed by demonic energy. His eyes hardened with fury as he wondered what he must do now. Now Elric stood in a sea of flames, telling himself firmly, no, wake up. His opponent was the Snow Mountain Sovereign. He glanced at the Snow Mountain Sovereign and thought silently that she was the king who united this vast snow mountain and the greatest warrior of the snow people, and the enemy he had to swallow. He gently reached out and magic manifested. Elric pondered, if I don't use all my strength to defeat her, it would be disrespectful. Thus he endured and gathered a great source of power. Elric made everything explode. I will show you the glorious mission you established. Elric rushed forward, bravely confronting the Snow Mountain Sovereign. The power light he had just summoned suddenly flared. Immediately a bright red blood color appeared. It mingled with that blinding light. The Snow Mountain Sovereign was gravely wounded. The axe in her hand cracked and fell apart. Seeing this, Elric sobbed once more as her axe restored itself to its original state. The Snow Mountain Sovereign seized it and charged to attack him. He gritted his teeth and said, become her. Then Elric coordinated his legs and arms, and with that strength leapt to continue fighting the Snow Mountain Sovereign. As the battle reached its climax, a strange thought entered his mind. The Snow Mountain Sovereign's huge foot stepped down on the ground. Elric also stamped down with full force to fight. In his heart, he felt this was clearly a fight for his survival. Then the two of them hurled themselves at each other using all their strength. Elric gritted his teeth in resignation and exclaimed, "But why does this feel so enjoyable?" The Snow Mountain Sovereign also struggled fiercely against his attack. Then an explosion rapidly struck, shattering everything around it. A blinding light appeared, making the ground seem to crack open. Stones began to fall. Elric saw this and exclaimed, "I can feel it." His eyes flared brightly as he imagined days filled with happiness. The Snow Mountain Sovereign then grew alert, her gaze like a bullet fixed on him. Elric only looked and blurted out that she had with Otto. Then she lunged to attack him. He then retaliated fiercely in anger, but seemed weaker compared to the Snow Mountain Sovereign. She struck relentlessly. Her barrage came at Elric, who nimbly dodged. Thus the battle between him and her had not reached its end. Still at the peak of ferocity, Elric seemed enraged. He stared at the Snow Mountain Sovereign and thought that the two of us both had reached our limits. The battle would be decided by this final strike, by the technique that had forced countless races to their knees. The Snow Mountain Sovereign charged, eyes grave with this final technique. Seeing this, he mused that her secret art. Elric repeated a similar ultimate move. In the final moment, the two touched each other's hands. At that instant, a terrible light erupted, the reaction between their final techniques, the icebreaker. After a while, dark clouds of smoke rolled in. The towering silhouette of the Snow Mountain Sovereign emerged. The sky returned to brilliant color. Elric and the Snow Mountain Sovereign still stood there. His gaze trembled slightly as if an astonishing truth was about to be revealed. The Snow Mountain Sovereign's body was cracking. He had almost defeated her. At this, she gave a faint smile. She seemed to use the last of her strength and tried to say, "Finally." Seeing this, Elric could only stand there dumbfounded. He felt pangs of conscience, repeatedly bowing his head and grinding his teeth. Suddenly, the Snow Mountain Sovereign spoke softly. "Thank you." Then the composed, beautiful demeanor of the Snow Mountain Sovereign appeared, and she wept with emotion. The ground had also changed color by then. Thus the Snow Mountain Sovereign formally collapsed. The sunlight finally emerged, shining warmth over the land. The Snow Mountain Sovereign smiled kindly. Everything here now felt warmed by the sun. Until her final moments, the Snow Mountain Sovereign kept smiling in bliss. Shortly after, she gradually vanished from that place. Only Elric remained standing in silence, pondering life. The patterns on his arm also shifted color accordingly. A new flower bud happened to sprout from the ground. The bud grew as if blown by the wind and bloomed into two brilliant flowers. The plant continued to rise, its appearance felt like a new beginning. Elric said thoughtfully, "Rest in peace, so my first mission is complete." At that moment, Otto approached, clapping and praising him. "You really devoured the Snow Mountain Sovereign. Amazing." Elric only sighed wearily and replied, "It seems this first test was too difficult from the start." He answered frankly, "Our family is invincible. If you can't overcome something like this, you can't call yourself a Melvinger. Is that why people call the Melvingers arrogant? Still, I'm truly astonished." He looked at him for a long moment, then continued, "Even with talent, I thought you'd need at least a year. But a kid who only learned magic for a few years defeating the Snow Mountain Sovereign in just 1 month." Elric hurriedly corrected, "It was 1 month." He nodded in reply, "Yes, 1 month." But Elric added, "No, I've only been studying magic for 1 month, maybe 1 to 2 months. Otto laughed unexpectedly and said, "Haha, what a poor joke." Seeing Elric silent, he froze and then asked cautiously, "Really?" Otto was quite surprised and went on to ask, "Isn't this one of those self-praising Melvinger jokes?" Seeing he had no response, Otto stepped forward with a gentle smile, "My people do have good eyes." Seeing that untrustworthy smile, Elric squinted and frowned. "You just said that. I'll be precise, even if I'm talented." Just now, Otto suddenly burst out laughing. "This brat really hurts your beard there." After a while, he and Otto fell silent and gazed toward the distant mountains. He quietly asked in her final moments, "How was she?" Elric answered honestly. She smiled. Otto heard this, turned to him and said softly, "That's a relief." Elric bowed politely and replied, "Thank you for everything up to now." Otto nodded in return. "Take care on your way back." He replied shyly, "I probably won't be able to visit often." Otto sympathized, "I understand. After all, being the head of the family is a very busy position." After he left, Otto calmly replied, "All right then." Suddenly, as he was walking, he turned back and went straight to Otto's side. He scratched his head for a moment and asked, How could I go outside?" Otto smiled and answered, "You've gone out countless times, don't you remember?" Hearing that, Elric exclaimed in surprise, "Huh." Then an energy surge appeared before his eyes again. Elric calmly said, he flopped onto the ground and shouted, "Damn it, my honored ancestor. My face, my handsome face." At that moment, Mephisto appeared. He chuckled, "Ha ha ha, it seems that crazy Otto killed you, right?" Hearing that, Elric angrily retorted, "Who kills someone without saying a word?" He looked up at him and asked, "Oh, did you devour the Snow Mountain Sovereign?" Elric rolled up his sleeve to reveal the markings on his arm and said, Just now." Hearing this, Mephisto burst into laughter. "I helped with all of it," and he didn't argue but only nodded. Yes, our great Demon King is #1. This old man really likes to turn everything upside down." Mephisto's gaze froze, thinking silently, "Not yet. This one has surpassed genius. He's surely a monster." Suddenly, Elric spoke, "I'm still curious about this. Didn't you have a special relationship with the Snow Mountain Sovereign before? Why didn't you let her become a demon?" Hearing that, he was momentarily stunned, sweating, and asked, "How did you know?" Elric answered bluntly. I glanced through the Snow Mountain Sovereign's memories at the end. Hearing that, Mephisto then said, I'm the Demon King. She was a low-class member of the demon race, nothing more. At that time, I was just a bit bored, and I heard someone say the Snow Mountain Sovereign would surely become a demon, so I went to see what kind of person she was. He gently lifted the Snow Mountain Sovereign's chin and recounted, well, she was a little lacking to become a demon, but her ambition and skill were commendable. Mephisto, still proud and arrogant, added that if the person she met hadn't been the righteous and perfect Demon King, me, but someone like Azazel or Lilith, she would have been reduced to dust. Anyway, I told her to come find me again when she grew stronger and left her there. Hearing this, Elric said, is that it? You never saw her again? He angrily argued, why would I need to see her? The scene shifted to a place covered in white snow, surrounded by vast icy hills. In the past, the Snow Mountain Sovereign had laughed happily with Otto. Then, on the thick layers of snow, huge footprints were imprinted everywhere. Mephisto stood there seeing this and curled his lip into a smile. He gazed thoughtfully straight ahead. Later, Elric slapped his hand once in delight and said, I get it, I get it. Hearing that, he gruffly asked what and began to answer. Do you know the way those snot-nosed brats bully the girl they like unrequitedly? Hearing that, Mephisto was astonished and shouted, what snot-nosed brats courting her unrequitedly? He calmly explained that this is exactly why after 1,000 years you're still alone. Enraged, Mephisto shouted at him, you bastard, how dare you mock me? Elric even joked that Mephisto was a lonely dog. Hearing that, he was furious to the point of boiling blood. At that moment, a powerful fist was raised. It was Otto. He raised his fist and smiled calmly, saying, he's indeed an interesting junior. The scenery around him was peaceful. Green leaves gently drifted down. Otto fell into contemplation. His face grew sad. He asked, do you think so? His eyes remained calm as he asked inwardly, aren't you angry with me? The Snow Mountain Sovereign, voice trembling, forced out, no, no. She looked at her hands and exclaimed, my own hands. She looked over the battlefield around her and replied like this. Then Otto slowly approached and called out to the Snow Mountain Sovereign. Hearing the familiar call, she reacted immediately. The Snow Mountain Sovereign then rushed excitedly to him. Otto stood there waiting for the Snow Mountain Sovereign to rush forward. She ran toward him with tears streaming down both cheeks, begging Otto to do it. The Snow Mountain Sovereign looked at him imploringly and said, please kill me. Otto remained calm. His demeanor was firm, yet he gently said sorry. Then he began to perform a spell on the Snow Mountain Sovereign. After a while it was finished and the space became extremely silent. Otto's gaze remained composed. His mind still held some unspoken things. He opened his eyes, remembered the events, and sadly said, ah, thank you. Standing in the green meadow, Otto poured out, leave your regrets and responsibilities to that child and rest. Meet again in the next life. He looked straight at the sky and said, I hope it will be better than now. Mephisto suddenly asked, what are you rummaging for? Elric, reading and smirking, replied, I need to find some things. Still puzzled, he asked, find what? What made you tear apart the entire library? He remained composed and didn't answer. Just then Mephisto saw something glowing on him and blurted out, wait, isn't that? He took it out and Mephisto exclaimed upon seeing it, an ice crystal. Elric held up the ice crystal and said, take this ice crystal and go find the god Camellia. What did you say? Give it to Camellia? You're a Camellia? Yes, that person will become your new guide. He brought it to Otto and scratched his head awkwardly, asking, is this a mission? Yes, Elric timidly asked, how long must I do this mission? At this rate, I'll become a hunched old man. Otto frowned and looked at the ice crystal, then calmly said, until you reach our predecessor's rank. Hearing that, he exclaimed in surprise, predecessors. Otto stood there explaining, you must have many questions, but they will always be willing to answer within a certain time. The predecessors finished their work and left much on this land. He looked up at the sky and gently continued, we've prepared many tasks to guide you to him, so all you need to do is diligently walk that path. Hearing this, he put the ice crystal into his pocket and said, okay, I'll just make sure I brought this egg. Otto sadly replied, I'm sorry for placing this burden on you, but only you, Elric Melvinger, Lord of Melvinger, can walk this path. Otto encouraged Elric, go on, go on. He also firmly instructed him to complete winter. Back in the present, he raised the ice crystal to inspect it and said, well, I was told to bring this ice crystal to the god Camellia. Mephisto sneered slyly and said, the god Celia, I guess he's trying to create winter. Elric held the ice crystal and pressed, winter, do you know what it means? Mephisto nodded firmly, of course, the four seasons hate it. He narrowed his eyes fiercely and said, it has haunted demon kings like me. Hearing that, he put on a hesitant expression and eyed him warily. After a moment, he stood up and said, please tell me more details. Mephisto asked blankly, why should I tell? Seeing Mephisto reluctant, he requested 4 days off. Mephisto frowned and replied, what do you think 4 days off will accomplish? Elric, annoyed, gritted his teeth and said, fine, fine, then silence. No more talking, okay? Mephisto laughed with satisfaction and said, good, listen carefully. He began to tell of 4 subordinates who helped our predecessors lay the foundation of Melvinger. Because their personalities and traits matched each season, we demons often call them the 4 seasons. Mephisto remembered Otto and continued, One of them, Otto, corresponds to winter. In any case, the truth is someone stayed behind to guide such tasks. Elric was stunned. He continued in a serious tone, meaning he was trying to pass the power he possessed on to someone. Hearing that, he bit his lip and thought, if I complete this mission, I could also receive missions from the other 4 seasons. Gaining the power of the 4 seasons would mean I could obtain power like a predecessor whom they would support. If I can continue to devour strong seals like the Seal of Cruelty or even stronger ones. Thinking of that, Elric smiled with joy. There's a good chance I could rebuild my house. He held the ice crystal up, looked once more, and asked, so how important is this ice crystal to the god that he needs it so badly? Mephisto echoed, the ice crystal. After a pause, he continued, the core of winter forms only in the deepest places permanently covered by snow. In other words, it's an egg of the divinity. Since the camellia blooms in winter, there is no vessel better than the ice crystal. Elric, greatly curious, asked softly, then where must I go to meet the god Camellia? He pondered a moment and replied, perhaps in the flower temple somewhere to the south. Hearing that, Elric trembled with fear and exclaimed, the flower temple? I've only heard of it in legend. Does it really exist? Mephisto nodded firmly. Yes, that noisy bastard surely rules the temple. Elric fell silent in thought. From this moment, he could be sure of it after reviewing the records in the royal library. But isn't he becoming too friendly? What scheme is he plotting this time? He watched Mephisto warily, thinking his soul form must have grown stronger. Seeing him grin slyly, he thought Mephisto must have noticed that his power has somewhat returned. Still, even if he noticed, you can't do anything. You will have no choice but to undertake the tasks to become stronger. He lowered his head and thought, doing the missions to grow stronger could also make Mephisto stronger. I could gain a great demon king, capable of plunging this whole world into misery. Seeing this expression on his face, Mephisto laughed gleefully, thinking what a face of anguish. Of course you should be afraid. I feel uneasy about leaving Melvinger to grow stronger, but I have no choice. My recovery must take priority. Suddenly Elric smiled cunningly in delight. Seeing this, Mephisto was stunned, thinking this bastard is smiling again. Elric saw Mephisto trembling with anger and said, what's wrong with him? Has he gone from fear to madness? Seeing his panic, Elric rejoiced, meaning I might even absorb Mephisto's power after all. For him to recover power and escape me, I must become stronger. Mephisto, despondent, thought he was losing his mind. Stop thinking. Elric grinned victoriously. All right, once I've finished everything I need to do, shall we return here? Then there was an instantaneous teleportation. A streak of light suddenly appeared during the teleportation. At that moment, Elric and Mephisto arrived. He strode forward heroically, saying that a month ago it was hard to return here, but now it's a piece of cake. Seeing that arrogant confidence, Mephisto mocked, you're truly arrogant. He smiled lightly and said, now that I have a guide, should I march straight to the red-eyed tribe? He smiled decisively. Perhaps because I fought the snow people for so long, or because I swallowed the Demon King's seal, but I want to see them. Riding on confidence and cheer, Elric suddenly froze. He saw a blood-soaked scene before him and exclaimed in shock, what? Looking through every corner of the place, he exclaimed in shock, what happened to the world? Here. Mephisto was also stunned and observed that it looked like they had been killed slowly when they could have been killed instantly. Surely they were used for entertainment. He narrowed his eyes and said, I don't know who the culprit is, but they have a nature far more cruel than most demons. Elric stood watching and choked out, I feel a bit uneasy. He walked slowly, thinking that because the snow people are monsters, they could die at any moment. Even if I had killed many snow people, I would never treat them like toys. Elric trembled and gritted his teeth, wondering if this discomfort came from having swallowed the Snow Mountain King's mission. He breathed a small sigh and reassured himself, calm down, I'm not the Snow Mountain King. I have no right to pity the snow people. Suddenly he froze, eyes wide with astonishment. Before Elric lay a vast sea of ice. He stepped toward that distant sheet of ice. He sat down and dug through the thick ice with his hands. His mouth stiffened and he trembled from the bone-deep cold. After some digging, Elric discovered something beneath the frozen layer. He nearly went mad as he clawed under the dense ice. The snow guardians were flung out one after another. After digging for a while, he finally found Manhwa beneath the snow. Earlier, the boy had cheerfully strode along, saying, wah wah, looks like a newcomer has arrived. Manhwa then laughed out loud. From now on the road will be harder, so eat something before we set out. At that thought, Elric froze, and Mephisto behind him said nothing. He looked around the frozen place and said, this is what that bastard did before, right? He nodded slightly, yes. Elric halted, eyes wide, and asked softly, aren't they the ones making us feel more uneasy? Beneath the dim light in the gray sky, white snow stretched like a cold carpet. Isabelle. Chen was fleeing with all his might. Isabelle's body grew weaker in the biting cold. Her lips trembled. Her legs, exhausted from running through the snow, caused Isabelle to stumble and fall. Chen stopped running behind her and anxiously asked if his lady was all right, then moved forward to help Isabelle. She panted and forced out each word, I'm fine, don't worry for me. We don't know when the assassins will return, so focus on finding that cemetery. Chen, worried, suggested she should rest now. Isabelle's eyes hardened with resolve despite her exhaustion. I am a child of the Blue Lion. I will not become a burden to everyone again. Chen, hearing this, was still very uneasy and tried to stop her. My lady. Isabel clutched the map tightly, determination swelling in her chest. The assassins behind us have killed many. With their sacrifice, I cannot fall here. She unfolded the map, stared in silence, and fell into thought. It's been a month. We've been searching for the cemetery for a month. But Isabel stared at the map and wondered, where is it in this world? Her eyes suddenly filled with sorrow as if she were about to cry. The weather grew colder. Endless sheets of ice and snow covered the paths. Father. Recalling the past, Isabel's home was a sturdy fortress with gray stone walls. It was the Great Lion House, the vile Blue Lion clan. Whispers escaped from within. The only daughter of Lord Blue Lion, she can't even swing a sword properly anymore. Two guards on duty were talking. Given the announced rule that the lion follows only the strong, before the lady could finish speaking, the man beside her cut in. Hush. Are you going to let her hear that? Isabel walked hesitantly into the darkness. Her figure vanished into the cold night. Isabel shouted angrily. She swept everything aside as if to unleash all the pent-up anger. The sword clattered to the ground like Isabel's disappointment in herself. Why am I powerless? She blamed herself. Why do I have no talent at all? Isabel recalled the scathing criticisms that crushed her more and more. The only daughter of Lord Blue Lion who can't even swing a sword properly. The vile clan's future is bleak. It's unfortunate that the Blue Lion has such a child. The family's beloved child is a daughter. She only gets special treatment because she's the Blue Lion's daughter. What do we expect from a woman? The lion follows only the strong, at least try harder. A scentless flower calling itself the Blue Lion's child. Herman saw his daughter slump to the ground and stepped forward. Isabel. She saw him smiling kindly and softly called, Father. Herman sat beside Isabel, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry for putting such a burden on you. She comforted him. No, it's just that I'm not good enough yet. Herman quietly soothed her. Daughter, you don't have to follow my path and become the Blue Lion. He seemed to understand the pressure she bore. You may not be gifted, but you are still a proud member of the vile clan. Isabel looked at her father speechless. In a moving moment, Herman suddenly laughed and said, he's still as strong as an ox. Try feeling these muscles. Isabel was left dumbfounded. That's your armor, father. Then she fell silent and blamed herself. I'm sorry, father. Look at you. Herman smiled gently to comfort her. Don't worry about the Blue Lion. Herman and Isabel were moved, tears welling without words, silently listening as he said, as always, I will continue to pursue my dream of becoming the greatest swordsman on the continent. She smiled, filled with happiness at the moments beside the father she loved. Inside the cold fortress with dim light, Isabel's voice suddenly rang out. Why won't father wake up? Her hand tightened around Herman's. Aiden stood by the bed with a grave expression and reported that he showed symptoms similar to congestion. Herman lay on the bed in pain. Aiden continued, his health has declined from reckless overuse of spirit energy. If we don't treat him soon, his muscles will atrophy. Isabel watched her father struggle with illness. The doctor sighed. It seems bleak. The problem could be solved if we could restore his vital energy, but that's nearly impossible with human means. He has lost too much life force. She rose silently. Aiden hesitated. At this point, the gods would have no choice but to rely on certain magic for aid if such help exists. Hearing that, Isabel resolved to find a cure for Herman. She mounted her horse with determined eyes. I must save father. The Tower of Magic here was gloomy but housed an array of wondrous instruments. Ordinary items were useless for treating father. I'll risk my life to fetch advanced magical tools which are kept by the Magic Tower or the Academy. Someone in the group signaled for everyone to stop. Isabel and the group stopped at the gates of a kingdom. Their magical tools were useless. This place was called the Snow Mountain. Year-round, the kingdom was blanketed in white snow, and I couldn't find anything to cure my father's illness. In a small eatery, the conversation of two customers drifted out. Hey, do you know of a cemetery ruled by the Snow Mountain King in these mountains? Isabel sat stunned on a chair as the two continued excitedly. Really? If that's the king's cemetery, it must be full of treasure and many magical tools unattainable by ordinary people. If we had one of those, we'd be rich. Should we try to take it? The men's talk caught Isabel's attention. Moron, do you want to be eaten by those snow people just for that legendary item? Even Ash and Chen had to stop and listen. Don't waste your life, keep drinking. After eavesdropping at the inn, Isabel set out to track down the mentioned cemetery. She slammed her hand on the table in anger. After trying my hardest to find it, I now know the cemetery exists and where to locate it. Isabel's plan seemed to hit a snag when the news reached someone who shouldn't have known. But this person was extremely mysterious and scheming. A problem arose because this plan had reached my uncle's ears. After the plan was exposed, Isabel, Chen, and Ash were hunted. Chen shouted, "Run, my lady." Meanwhile, soldiers were slaughtered en masse, leaving only cries for help. Isabel turned and saw rows of soldiers cut down, causing her to hesitate. Ash dragged her away. My uncle Paul Vile, who has long awaited a chance to seize the Blue Lion's throne, sent assassins to kill me because I'm the heir. Recalling everything that happened, Isabel could not help but feel bitter yet. She pressed her lips together, them trembling slightly from the cold. How cruel had he been? Chen raised his sword in defense. My lady, please flee. Isabel looked back in confusion. What's wrong? Ash grabbed her hand and pulled Isabel to her feet, gently supporting her, when suddenly a familiar voice rang out. We had to scour everywhere to find you. Chen lifted his sword with rage when he heard that voice. We wondered where you'd been hiding. In any case, you're here now. Hanel, leading his soldiers, came to hunt the three of them. Since you are still members of the Vile clan, at least I'll let you go quietly. Hanel was the sixth Blue Wolf, an elite knight secretly sent by Paul Vile. Ash and Isabel hid behind a rock, barely daring to breathe at each word he spoke. If you're here, then surely the lady must be nearby. Chen shouted angrily as he rushed forward. Nonsense, Hanel. You will pay for Isaac and Zard's deaths with your life. He thought to himself, my lady, run and don't look back. Ash grabbed Isabel's hand to stop her. Don't go out there, just the two of us can't stop them. But Isabel refused. I have to go or Chen will die. Ash shouted at her in anger. Chen is risking his life to buy us time to escape. Do you want his sacrifice to be in vain? Isabel stood helplessly, speechless, too afraid to even glance back. Across the way, Hanel yelled, my lady. He arrogantly stepped on Chen's body and said, your loyal servant will soon die. Are you just going to leave him here? Chen, barely able to breathe on the ground, forced out each word. Idiot, my lady has gone far away. Hanel thrust his sword through Chen's body. He sneered maliciously. She must have abandoned her loyal knight. She's quite heartless. Blood covered Hanel as he spat out cruel words. I will cut off your head. Isabel ran out from behind the rock and stopped. She screamed in despair, are you targeting me? Then just kill me and let Chen go. Tears streamed down Isabel's face, but Hanel still spat cruel words. I'm sorry, but I won't do that, he said, leaving her stunned, eyes wide. What? He kept speaking in cold tones. We have decided to kill everyone involved or who witnessed this, leaving Isabel unable to fathom Hanel's cruelty. Impossible. Dark memories flashed up. If you hadn't fled, people might have survived and lived happily with their families. Panic filled Isabel's eyes. Really? Scenes of soldiers being slaughtered in droves appear. Even innocent children were brutally massacred. Hanel laughed savagely, regretting nothing. Isabel heard each word as if falling into a pit of despair. Her mind spun, drowned in guilt. So many innocents died because of someone like her. Hanel seized on her anguish. End this now. Isabel, helpless, said, I understand. Suddenly a sound made Hanel shout someone. Elric moved swiftly, teleporting from branch to branch. He turned his head to look. Elric called back just a passing imp. Elric perched on a branch and curled a lip in a grin. You bastard. Hanel ground his teeth in fury and cursed. Imp, which fool are you to meddle in my affairs? Are you a demon worshipper? If you hadn't come through here, you might have survived. Suddenly the tree trembled slightly. Hanel's eyes flared as if seeing something astonishing. Elric leapt from the tree toward him like a flash of magic. He dragged his foot to carve a long strip of snow across the ground to break. Hanel, amazed at Elric's move, demanded, who the hell are you? He called down to Ash and Isabel below, are you all right? She, surprised, answered him, we're fine, but... Seeing him fall, Isabel rushed over. Are you okay? Ash blocked her with his hand. Elric sat on the ground and replied, of course. Hanel mocked when he saw him fall. Do mages always land like that? His men joined in. Didn't he just fall? Why doesn't he get up? Pathetic. Elric rose, feeling a bit embarrassed. If it weren't slippery, I'd have impressed them. Isabel saw his face and felt it was familiar. Wasn't he the missing person? She recalled that Chen had someone missing. Isabel panicked. She couldn't let him fight alone and shouted a warning. Run, you can't win. Hanel glared and threatened, my lady. Didn't I tell you we'd leave no witnesses? He ordered his men to eliminate the imp. Hanel's men lunged to attack Elric. Isabel's scream rang out, no. He looked straight ahead, emotionless. Indeed, mercy has been granted. From Elric's eyes a surge of energy spread. Scum like you are truly a waste. He cast a spell that sent the soldiers flying into the air, a storm dragon. His hand turned into ice. Elric froze all the soldiers. Then he rushed forward like an arrow. Elric suddenly unleashed a punch, shattering the soldiers' bodies into ice fragments. Ash watched in horror. Hanel went pale, unable to believe the scene before him. What the hell is this? He angrily ordered, what are you doing? Kill him quickly, don't give him a chance to strike back, damn it. A soldier lunged to slash, but Elric grabbed him. Who gave you permission for that? Elric's eyes flicked, observing. He raised his hand and cast a piercing technique. Elric forced the soldiers backward. Blocks of ice impaled them, causing the soldiers to scream in agony. Ice shards cut through their armor and tore into flesh, making them only cry out, break it. The remaining soldiers tried to flee for their lives and cried for help, save us. The soldiers' blood sprayed everywhere, staining the ground. Corpses scattered around Hanel, throwing him into panic. You, who the hell are you? You already know who we are, don't you? Elric smiled contemptuously. I don't care who you are, so why don't you kneel before me? Hearing that, Hanel grew even more enraged, grinding his teeth. I'll kill you. Isabel watched everything, curious about Elric's identity. Who is that man? He defeated the Blue Wolves so easily. No, that's not the point right now. He must be an incredibly powerful mage, but he looks dangerous to approach. Meanwhile, Hanel flew into a rage and tried to stab Elric with his sword. Hanel went berserk, his eyes blazing red as he roared, at least I'll be the one to kill you. Elric watched Hanel, surprised by his speed. He's that fast. Isabel shouted a warning to him, keep your distance from him. Elric's gaze sharpened and resolute as he empowered his weapon. Hanel charged at him with his sword like a man possessed. Elric raised his hand and launched an attack, an ice gale catching Hanel off guard. He formed large ice slabs on the ground to block Hanel from closing in. Hanel, like a mad wolf, laughed maniacally. Do you really think you can stop me with such magic? Hanel flew to the ice slab in front of him. He jeered triumphantly, you're finished, you bastard. Elric stood silently watching Hanel. He used ice as a shield and dodged Hanel's sword as it struck the ice pillar. Hanel tried to smash the large ice blocks but failed. Hanel was astonished. Why won't it break? At that moment Elric only smiled enigmatically. Do you know what's more important than that? He ran his hand through his hair, wearing the smile of a victor. It's your head that's about to be buried in the ground. Hanel heard that like a thunderclap, sweat pouring from his face. What, you dog? Elric strode forward like a hero, power surging from him. The scene gradually turned white, buried by snow. Elric walked on leisurely. Ash watched his back in admiration, unable to believe he had defeated the blue wolves in an instant. Isabelle beside him was also impressed and praised him. She hadn't expected such a powerful mage on the hill. Ash complimented Elric, astonishing. Isabelle observed every move without taking her eyes off him. He didn't seem his age, but Elric's figure lingered in the air. How could he be so strong, so young, and already this powerful? He could easily match Tasha Neresta, one of the new trio of stars. Why don't I know who he is? Truly a mysterious person. Elric's face grew pensive. He closed his eyes, standing tall, tilting his face up to the sky. Elric remembered Ming was smiling, and the chieftain, those who had been brutally slaughtered. He slowly opened his eyes and prayed for the departed souls. Please rest in peace. Mephisto looked at Elric and Isabelle, puzzled. Hey, they're staring at you non-stop. Why don't you say something? They're staring so much it's giving me the chills. He turned to greet the two, though Isabelle couldn't see Mephisto. Hello. Elric then remembered their presence. He'd forgotten to introduce himself. Isabelle looked at him in bewilderment. Elric smiled brightly. It's been a while, hasn't it? Chen regarded Elric suspiciously. Even if he helped us, he's still a complete stranger. We shouldn't be so quick to lower our guard. Isabelle also stared warily. If he had other motives, he'd be as dangerous as they are. Chen suddenly glanced at Isabelle. She unexpectedly dropped to her knees and thanked our savior, stunning Chen. The lady beside him was also surprised. Why did she kneel? Elric grew embarrassed, stumbling over his words and flustered. Don't, it's not necessary. Isabelle called the others names, Chen and Ash. Also sank to their knees with her, thanking our savior, which made Elric even more bashful. He hurriedly explained, anyone would have done the same. Please, stand up. Mephisto folded his arms beside them and said, Ah, she knows how to behave, unlike those two bastards earlier. Isabelle rose and stepped closer to Elric, looking at him with pleading, sparkling eyes. This may sound rude, but may I ask a favor of my savior? Aren't you ashamed? Where must I go? She grabbed Elric's hand tightly and shouted clearly. No, I want to entrust something to you, which made him uneasy. My hand. Elric stared at Isabelle without blinking. This is. On the snow-capped summit, night fell, the sky sparkling with stars and the pale glow of the moon. The carriage kept moving without stopping. Inside, Elric sat facing Isabelle and Ash. The atmosphere was tense and no one spoke. Mephisto scolded Elric in thought. I can see you curling your lip, you bastard. Hide it if you're about to. Elric chuckled inwardly, pleased with the precious gift, just as I expected. Because I was given something extremely valuable. Just now, Isabelle had handed him a gold coin, the emblem of the Blue Lion. It's gold and it's the Blue Lion too. Elric looked at her with undisguised curiosity and asked, Are you the lady of the vile family? Isabelle replied shyly, oh yes, embarrassed. He gazed at Isabelle ardently and couldn't help praising. That is why she is so beautiful. Even though Isabelle's transcendent beauty had enamored the crown prince and led him to propose, she was still abandoned. Simply because Isabelle was a scentless flower, born without any particular talent. If the meat and blood of a lion lack fangs and iron-sharp jaws, then they deserve such an end. It seemed Isabelle's beauty held Elric's gaze. I'd heard that after the marriage fell apart, she lived alone on her lands. Isabelle's eyes were filled with sadness. He smiled and introduced himself. My name is Elric. It's an honor to meet the sole daughter of the Blue Lion. Isabelle lowered her face, a little evasive and flustered. How is it an honor to meet someone like me? Elric kept his gentle smile. You should be proud of yourself. From what I see, your endurance is nothing to be ashamed of for the name of the Blue Lion. Isabelle blushed shyly. Thank you. Suddenly, Elric remembered something and turned to ask Isabelle, Ah, right, you mentioned a commission, didn't you? She hesitated. Oh yes, right now I have nothing, but could you escort us to the capital? Chen interjected. Mistress, we still haven't found the place. Isabelle turned around, her mood sorrowful and choked. Chen, I don't want to lose you because of my greed. First, I must go see my uncle to negotiate. He was about to say more but stopped. Mistress, Elric listened to the conversation with curiosity. Uncle, are these knights part of the vile family? Could there be something hidden within their clan? He raised a hand to his chin, calculating. I'd also heard that the Blue Lion Lord suffers from a rather incurable illness. She's searching for a cure. I recall Sean mentioning it to me before. Suddenly his eyes lit up as if an interesting idea had occurred. Wait, couldn't I make the Blue Lion indebted to me? If the Melvinger family were rebuilt and indebted to the Blue Lion. Elric began to imagine the scene. Shaking Herman's hand and being hailed as a savior, exclusive news stories running one after another. Exclusives, Melvinger rebuilt and allied with the Blue Lion. Exclusive, Melvinger cured the Blue Lion's illness. Melvinger and the Blue Lion smiling as they shook hands, exclusives, a lasting bond forged between the families. It would be a beautiful sight, imagining the achievements gained. This made him gloat and laugh to himself like a fool. I'm truly clever, always keeping a cool head, which made Isabel watch him with a big question mark. She interrupted Elric's thoughts. It's true that we can hardly expect your help, so I'll give you twice what I just offered as a reward after you complete the commission. Elric looked at the gold coin in his hand without saying a word. Isabel felt a little disappointed. I suppose it's not possible, right? She reached to take back the gold coin. How embarrassing then. Elric smiled at Isabel. He held her hand to stop her from taking back the coin. I will escort you safely, my lady. Back in the present, as everyone sat in the carriage, Mephisto hung his chest out looking at the road and asked Elric curiously, there's a pile of treasure in Ashen's nest, so why do you still need money? Elric propped his chin and replied mentally, I've calculated everything. Elric fell into thought. Don't say that, if you've ever been hungry and cold before. Mephisto merely watched him in silence. Elric faced him. What am I to do now when I don't have a single coin on me? It may not matter to you since you're a damned spirit, but humans need money to eat and sleep. Do you think you understand the state of lack? Mephisto remained unfazed. This is a human problem. He covered his mouth with his hand and smiled softly. But this telepathy is rather convenient. With just a little energy, I can speak to whoever I want. He hung upside down and laughed with delight. I teach you only because it irritates me when everyone around you goes silent. Elric teased, I know why you hate being silenced. You're such a busybody that Mephisto gets annoyed. How dare you? He continued to spit harsh words at him. Ignore it. Are you going to sit there motionless for the whole journey? You look more disgusting than you think. What am I supposed to do now? I'm bored. Isabel looked at Elric's motionless posture, not knowing where to begin. He sat staring out the window without moving. Isabel wanted to say something but didn't know how. He's saying nothing. Is it because I commissioned him? Elric sat there passive, but right now I need his help. The horse's hooves kept clopping through the night, yet Isabel's worries never ceased. If my uncle sends stronger assassins, the three of us can't possibly get past them. At the tall tower that was said to be the Vile family's territory. Inside the room, a man kneeled on the ground, repeatedly banging his head. Above him sat a mysterious man in the chair, his hand gripping the lion's head. Has Team 6 been wiped out? Hilton trembled and pounded his head on the floor. I beg you. The mysterious man was Isabel's uncle. He rose from the chair. If you're apologizing. His steps were full of authority. Then you shouldn't have done anything in the first place, only to come now and beg for forgiveness. Streaks of dark red blood flowed. The ground was splattered and soaked with blood around his chair. He turned and interrogated Hilton. Hilton, where do you think Isabel will go? His hand gripped the sword tightly, frightening him, because traces confirmed she had left the snowy mountain. She might very well be returning to the capital. He speculated curiously. If she's heading back to the capital, does that mean she intends to negotiate with me? Hilton avoided his gaze and replied, very possible. He stroked his sword and continued to criticize Isabel. What a foolish child. How dare an untalented girl try to negotiate with me? Having said that, the man returned to his seat and warned Hilton. Hilton, you have only one chance. The horse's hooves made a soft, steady rhythm along the road. Chen hurriedly turned and announced, we've arrived at Lacenter, my lady. When the carriage came to a stop, a kingdom both beautiful and rustic gradually appeared. Isabel rubbed one aching shoulder. We made it in just 2 days of non-stop travel, so tired. Beside him, Mephisto trembled all over. My whole body hurts. Seeing this, Elric thought with amusement, a floating ghost like you. Then he curled his lip in disdain. Don't you know the right posture relaxes the nerves? Why are you swimming against the current? While thinking, something outside suddenly caught Elric's attention. He spoke in a doubtful voice. Are they? Elsewhere, Hilton coldly ordered his subordinates to summon Blue Wolf Team 2. Hearing this, Jaime asked in shock, what? He couldn't help challenging bluntly. Is it necessary to deploy the strongest squad to handle such a minor matter? The lady's return to the capital amounts to surrender. Before he finished, Jaime's head was chopped off by him. A hunting dog must behave according to its station. A Shanghai couldn't help but smile wickedly and speculate. She must cross Lacent to go from the snowy mountains to the capital, transform that place. Elric gaped in horror when he saw something too terrifying. The blue cloak stood out with a wolf emblem. According to the commander, a series of sharp gazes turned in one direction, toward their stronghold. Inside the carriage, Isabel frowned in annoyance. I anticipated the journey wouldn't be easy since the Lord governs here, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Chen worriedly asked for instructions. Should we turn back, milady? She observed the situation and replied bluntly, no. We've already drawn their attention. Doing that would only make them more suspicious. After thinking hard, Isabel finally devised a plan. Abandon this carriage, slip away secretly, find another place. Your counterpart quickly rejected the idea. No need. She, incredulous, hurriedly asked again, what did you say? The person opened his mouth in a sinister smile. Disguise. The carriage was soon due for inspection. Chen guided the horse, slowly advancing step by step. Under the sharp scrutiny of the gate guards, the air inside the carriage seemed to freeze. Fortunately, they succeeded in entering without any mishap. The light by the gate grew dimmer by the moment, for by now Isabel's party had entered the kingdom. Someone's foot touched the ground. Isabel cheerfully asked, "What magic did you use just now?" Elric gently answered her question, "Just a simple illusion spell to alter our appearances. It's like a hypnosis that can be broken by a light shock, so we must be cautious." She sincerely thanked him. "Thanks to you, Lord Elric, we entered the city safely. I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart." He modestly reminded her, "Rest here tonight. I'll return after handling some matters." Hearing this, she immediately agreed. "Very well, return safely." On the way, Mephisto's mouth kept working. "Why use illusion when you could just kill them all?" Elric silently communicated mentally, "I don't want to start a war without knowing the enemy, and I need to conserve mana for emergencies." He bluntly exposed the truth. "Why do you take vows and make soul pacts if not out of laziness?" Then he pressed on to probe further. "Anyway, you need to get to the academy or whatever quickly, right?" Elric replied evenly, "Yes, but I need to investigate something first." He finished and curled his lip into a perverse smile. "Time has passed, but you surely remember, don't you?" Thinking of what must be done, he grew suddenly more deranged. "I need to know Dean's situation to prepare for killing him." Mephisto feigned pity. "I don't know who that is, but unlucky to be targeted by someone like you." Suddenly he noticed children playing happily together. Mephisto, unable to hide his curiosity, asked, "I have a question. I sense something like mana from those knights. What is it?" Elric turned his gaze opposite. "Oh, I guess your era hasn't arrived yet. Spiritual energy chains." His words made Mephisto more puzzled. Spiritual energy chains. Elric assumed the role of a young professor instructing students. "It's simple. Mana is a blessing for mages, but over time even martial artists developed methods to use mana in their bodies. If mages cast spells by creating magic circles in the heart, martial artists strengthen their bodies by accumulating chains of spiritual energy around the Danshan, the energy center. Similar to the mage ranks after spell circles. 1 circle is an apprentice mage, 7 circles a grand mage, and 8 circles a sage. Martial artists are divided into 1-chain novices, 2-chain beginners, 3-chain experts, 4-chain powerhouses, and 5-chain martial elites. To put it simply, Lady Isabel's knights are around the novice level. Mephisto pondered, then asked bluntly, "Only 5 tiers?" He answered frankly, "Usually yes, but there are exceptions. Only one person can cycle through more than 5 chains." His expression suddenly grew several degrees colder. "Who?" Elric stood dumbfounded, unable to speak. After a moment he finally uttered the name. "The Golden Lion. He is recognized as the strongest man on the continent." Mephisto's words carried a hint of envy, just an arrogant nickname by human standards. Elric firmly retorted that this time the man could match my grandfather, one of the strongest in Melvinger's history. He muttered under his breath, "Understood." Mephisto's face showed an unusual excitement. "I'm looking forward to meeting him." Elric thought helplessly that the old man was being stubborn again. "Don't pay him any mind. What's more important is." He quickly changed his tone. "Can I buy every copy of the paper for a month?" His mind raced with plans to investigate what happened while he was gone. At that moment a voice echoed from some castle. "The matter is not yet resolved." A subordinate knelt and reported, "Forgive me, the Neresters are guarding the hospital like an impregnable fortress." The man beside him shouted angrily, "Sean Nerester, ungrateful bastard." To soothe the mood, Rivern spoke flatteringly. "But thanks to your discovery that the lair is being sheltered by the Academy's high ranks and the press, you have an advantage over other candidates for the headmaster position." Barracks grew solemn, "Yet no one can predict what will happen if we fail to secure excavation rights to the lair. I want an overwhelming victory." He grinned wickedly. "Issue the orders." He fell silent, as if contemplating some cruel method. Finally Barracks spoke up, assigning extra pressure to the Nerester lot. At the same time, Carl reported progress. "Young Master, the transfer of excavation rights from the Academy's high ranks and the press is under tremendous pressure. Moreover, this situation is no different from stabbing the senior professors in the back. The Academy's leadership is furious." Sean laughed until his whole body shook, which left Carl utterly bewildered. The young Master Sean couldn't hold back his tears. They streamed out in torrents. "My sister tortures me every day, and that bastard Elric hasn't contacted me even once. The readers must have forgotten me. I want to appear more. But I've already warned myself." He immediately pulled himself together. "I'll keep enduring until Elric returns." At this moment Elric was grumbling incessantly from bitterness. "Dean remained as cunning as ever, and Sean was facing hell because of me." Though he smiled, his face was full of bitterness. The more he looked, the more it stung. "You sure know how to use public opinion, don't you, old man Dean?" Mephisto stared at him without saying a word. "I'm getting used to that expression," and Elric's hand tightened more and more. "Keep climbing and it'll only make my debut more spectacular." Just as emotions swelled, he turned his attention attention elsewhere. After all, I feel some pity for Sean. What can I do for him? In the distance, a blinding golden light was growing. To a certain point, it exploded and created a terrifying shockwave. Mephisto and Elric both turned to face it at once. A series of pitiful cries rang out. "Mother, someone save us." Elric immediately rushed outside without a moment's hesitation. His eyes widened in sheer horror. Reeling before him, the red flames roared fiercely. "What the hell is that?" A voice demanded, "Mistress, do you really trust Elric?" Isabel admitted without hesitation, "He's the one who saved us." Chen immediately proposed the worst-case scenario. Even if he's not a subordinate of Paul Vile, maybe he's an assassin sent by another master to seize the main estate. Seeing no progress, he softened his tone to advise, "I'm not sure either, but we should still be cautious." A sense of discomfort rose in Isabel. She understood Chen's worry, but since Snow Mountain, he's been overprotective of her. Thinking that, she turned to reassure him, "Chen, I know what you're getting at." He suddenly grew urgent. "Yes, mistress." Isabel then warned sternly, "However, don't say that again. To doubt Elric is to doubt my judgment." Hearing this, Ash and Chen froze speechless. At that moment, Elric's image had invaded Isabel's mind. "I trust him." That expression only appears on straight, honorable people. Chen continued to press in confusion. "I get it, but isn't he just a mercenary who loves money?" She gave a gentle smile. "No, he genuinely wants to help us." Chen, still bewildered, asked, "You mean the mistress is saying?" Isabel calmly answered the question, "Even without pay, he helped us. That shows that even if we demanded it, he wouldn't help." Nevertheless, Chen stubbornly clung to his feelings, though his expression changed the moment he realized we were from the Vile family. She continued to explain, "He calculated that our family's reputation could be harmed, so he deliberately demeaned himself like that." Ash and Chen were then enlightened. "I see, he did that to protect the Lion of Green's reputation." Isabel's face suddenly flushed. "Chen, so that means..." Before she could finish, the red flame surged forward. The arsonist watched his handiwork with glee. "The fire burns so brilliantly, doesn't it?" Ashimonin, captain of the 3rd Wolf Guard, praised with delight. "A magic scroll containing 4th circle spells. The primal heat line is truly worth it." Beside him, the captain of the 2nd Wolf Guard grumbled, "After all this, you can still laugh, Ashimonin." He shook the burning reel in his hand and taunted, "Hey Biskov, didn't you just agree with my decision a moment ago? Why are you suddenly so serious now? You know how much I poured into this, right?" Biskov glared at that smug face and cursed inwardly. "He's an idiot, but I really couldn't think of a better plan. With the mistress's personality, whatever happens, she'll try her best to help others." Ashimonin, not knowing when to stop, went on, "What should I do now? Set more fires?" He seriously offered his guess. Team 6 has been wiped out. According to Hilton's calculations, at least 3 or more enemies remain, and he warned there might be mages among them, so we must be careful. Hearing this, Ashimonin grew even more pleased with himself. "Come on, even Team 6, I could burn them all with a single blind strike. You and Hilton are worrying too much." Then he licked his lips invitingly. "We've gone to so much trouble to get here. I hope they're strong enough for me to play with." Biskov couldn't resist and agreed at once. "Then let's begin." Elsewhere, the commander barked an order to his troops. "Find her." Flames flared up ever more fiercely. The cruel leader announced, "Spare the eldest daughter, kill the rest." The room filled with fire and choking smoke as servants urged repeatedly, "Mistress, you must hide. If the Wolf Guard did this, you're their target." Isabel screamed desperately, "Chen, Ash, are you two all right?" She ground her teeth in fury. "Damn it." A chorus of townspeople shouted, "Fire, it's burning, help me." "Oh my shop, run." Their faces were now smeared with blood, terror, and unbearable pain. When friends and family had tragically died, Paul Vile, "Is this real? What do you want?" Suddenly someone's shout drew Isabel's attention. "Mistress, watch out." The fire surged like a ravenous, like devouring its prey. Isabel forced herself to stand despite her weakening body. Opposite her, Chen, crushed under heavy rubble, still cared wholeheartedly. "Please run." Isabel groped for the sword, her mind flooded with thoughts as she clenched her teeth. Her whole body was filled with helplessness. Something kept pulling at her feet. She wanted to fight with all her strength to save everyone. But Isabel panted in despair. She didn't have the strength or the skill to stop them. She bit her lip with determination. "I won't run. I won't live a life of such humiliation." Elric's encouraging words, "From what I see, your perseverance doesn't bring shame to the name of the Green Lion at all," gave Isabel the courage to fight. She wanted to be like him. With decisive bearing, she announced authoritatively, "I am a member of the Imperial Protective House Vile." Even if it meant death, Isabel charged forward to fight like a true brave soldier. Her eyes flashed with indomitable resilience not everyone possesses. "I will fight to the end." Another earth-shattering explosion occurred. Isabel squeezed her eyes shut as her whole body trembled. After a long while, she finally dared to look up slowly. What she saw now was no longer raging flames, but a cool blue light. What happened? At the critical moment, Elric appeared in time to save them. Wherever the scorching fire licked at, a stream of icy air swept in and extinguished it. The townspeople who witnessed it were overjoyed. "The fire is being put out. We're saved." Isabel was still dazed. What is going on? The intense emotion brought tears to her eyes. Elric looked like a god sent down to redeem the world. Isabel hesitantly called his his name, Elric. In her mind, there was only one thought: I don't know how long it will take. She silently followed Elric's every step, but if possible. Isabelle was truly enamored with him now. She hoped that one day she could stand beside him. Seeing the horrific scene before him, Elric was furious. Wherever he ran, there lay dead people, knights killing innocent civilians. Mephisto floated gently behind, a sinister smile on his face. The strong are often skilled at restraining their wrath, but once it erupts, it's hard to quell. I know this well, having faced them before. Unlike ordinary people who make mistakes when they lose reason, they are calmer, crueler, and stronger. He folded his arms arrogantly and continued. It seems they're larger and stronger than the last time we met. Do you think you can win? Elric voiced his concern plainly. It'll be difficult. I don't know how long I can sustain my energy, and I can't freely use magic like this in front of civilians. Mephisto pressed on. Then why don't you run away? He spoke frankly. Our family has a saying. He solemnly recalled the teaching. Those with strength have the duty to fulfill their responsibilities. No sooner had he finished than a domineering power erupted from him, creating a suffocating pressure. That's why the strong lead every battle. An overwhelming aura surrounded him, terrifying everyone. Elric appeared atop the tower like a god. Ashimonin looked up with some reluctance. The scrolls I bought with my sweat and tears were supposed to be 7th circle spells. Where did a guy like that come from? Did he come out of the magic tower? Biskov, what do we do? Can't touch the magic tower, Biskov cautioned. I know all the mages in the magic tower, but I don't recognize him. Ashimonin worried. We must be careful whatever happens. Biskov's eyes sharpened. We just kill the miss and withdraw. Ashimonin hesitated about Elric. What if that mage interferes? Without more words, the two immediately focused on a dark alley to the side there. Isabelle was wounded but still gripped her sword tightly in defense. Instantly, the two men appeared before her like the wind. Biskov shouted, "Kill her." Isabelle's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't react in time and her legs had no strength. In a flash, Elric shouted, "Isabelle," and then appeared before her. She trembled. Elric. He turned to look at her with a pained expression. Isabelle's face hardened with resolve. One of them shouted, "They're running away. Formation A, third team with me." Elric slid away quickly, carrying Isabelle in his arms. As he moved, he kept watch. There were over 40 of them behind him. The whole squad kept chasing without relent. He thought to himself he had to lure them somewhere deserted. One of the team blew a whistle to gather them together. Elric was surrounded by the entire wolf guard. He stopped. He began to unleash his power. Around him shimmered blinding golden lights. Isabelle in his arms stared ahead, mouth agape in terror. The entire wolf guard charged at the two of them with swords raised. He spun once and Isabelle vanished in an instant, leaving only him. His feet suddenly felt light and then came to a halt. The wolf guard also ceased their attack. Silence enveloped the place. Suddenly Ashimonin appeared and taunted Elric. "Got you now." His face showed excitement. Hunting a mage for the first time is a bit thrilling. One of the men yelled angrily, "Where did you hide the lady?" Elric replied calmly, "You think I'll tell you? You're all idiots." He taunted them like teasing dogs. "Of course you don't know, you only chase me like a pack." Ashimonin's smile vanished. He gritted his teeth. "You want to die?" He angrily ordered, "Bring me his head." Elric grew slightly anxious. He'd spent a lot of mana extinguishing fires across the city. He began to feel increasingly uneasy. The Dragonheart mana had risen after absorbing the seal, but his body wouldn't withstand another overlimit like before. He recalled the moment his body had been cut to pieces. Back then he could still reboot. But now everything would be ruined if he died even once. He thought tensely, do they have 30 or 40? I heard they'll all come out even to deal with one person. As Isabelle had said, there was no more time to hesitate. He drew his crutch and prepared to fight. He decided the first person he'd kill would be their commander. Then he lunged toward where Ashimonin stood. As he swung the axe to strike, two of his henchmen blocked him with swords. Struck unexpectedly, he was stunned. What is this? My body doesn't move as well as when fighting the Snow Mountain Lord. A horned man closed in, sneering at him. Are you sure you beat the Snow Mountain Lord? In his heart he firmly insisted, no, I'm certain my body moved exactly as I intended back then. The horned man shouted, you fool. After that shout they struck him, sending him flying. He lay on the ground, not yet recovered, when his eyes flashed as if sensing something coming. Sure enough, the horned man's sword came down. Luckily he dodged. The man arrogantly sneered, did you think Otto's board game trick for you would match reality? He retorted angrily, if you're not helping, shut up. Elric shouted furiously, all of you disappear. They froze for 5 seconds. He swung his axe straight at Ashimonin. Ashimonin dodged smugly and rushed toward him. What kind of mage fights in melee like this? Why not use your omnipotent spells? Elric gritted his teeth in anger, then launched his attack. He slashed the axe in 2 powerful arcs toward Ashimonin. The man raised both hands to block in a defensive stance. He quickly used his sword to break Elric's strike, sneering, is that all you've got, brat? Elric grimaced in annoyance. But he didn't stop. He continued to swing the crutch down, yet Ashimonin still evaded. While he grew excited and slashed toward him, entertain me a little more. He quickly used the axe to parry the blow. He kept swinging the axe at them in succession. Ashimonin was no slouch either. He dodged every strike. Elric's face showed some worry now. His mouth hung open, panting. A barrage of blows produced a huge explosion. It lit up so brightly nothing could be seen clearly. After a momentary quiet, Ashimonin dragged his sword and stepped forward. He looked at Elric's shadowy figure with contempt. You flee like a rat. Surrounded by a tight ring of men, Ashimonin smirked. Now the rat's trapped. Suddenly, Elric launched a spark that lit up the sky. He said calmly, it's over. The streak of light shot higher and farther. Unexpectedly, it burst into a brilliant explosion like fireworks in the sky. Ashimonin trembled at the sight. What the hell is that fire? Elric curled his lip in smug delight. Around him, another beam of light containing that mighty power appeared. He boasted, you lot are finished here, right? Then he shouted a summoning, a magic circle. Sure enough, the magic circle he had painstakingly prepared flared brightly. Ashimonin screamed in fear, stop this game. Suddenly a sharp gaze stared at him. He could only utter a short, huh. It was Elric's eyes. They shone in the night like lightning that could strike down anything in his way, evoking the image of a ferocious dragon. Ashimonin trembled, unable to believe what he saw. How could a human have such eyes? Immediately, he ordered his men to kill him before he activated it. Now Elric seemed to hold 9 parts of victory. He smiled smugly. A sword-wielding man gritted his teeth and lunged at him. At that moment, the light in the circle began to blaze. He taunted, you want to kill me? Back to the moment when Elric came to rescue Isabel earlier. He turned to look at her with intent. She looked back at him resolutely. The two began to run together. One of them shouted, they're fleeing third squad with me. Elric, still carrying Isabel, asked how they fought. She answered honestly, they always attack in groups even if it's just to kill one person. Behind them, the whole squad kept chasing relentlessly. Elric remarked they lived up to their name like a pack of wolves. Isabel in his arms screamed, then I'll just lure them to the square and wipe them all out. She added, it would be even better if we set traps. An idea flashed into his mind. He smiled faintly, traps huh. Elric suddenly grew rigid. Isabel called anxiously, Elric, he pleaded for her help. I'm sorry, but may I ask you a favor? Then came the scene he had carefully staged. The spark was launched, it shot swiftly into the sky, and then boom, it exploded. He gave her detailed instructions. Just at the moment the explosion went off, after she evacuated the civilians from the square. Next, Tyr opened the magic tome, this signal. His power erupted. Now he was like death, sentencing the entire wolf guard to die. I'll wipe them out. He fiercely slaughtered those in the square. A massive block of cold ice appeared inside the circle. One by one they froze with no way to escape. His face pleased. The magic circle really restored mana well. Ashimonin stammered with his remaining breath, impossible. Elric taunted, how stupid are you not to see I drew a magic circle? He thrust his hand forward to cast a spell. The man trembled in fear and backed away. I won't die peacefully. Suddenly he noticed an intruder had appeared. One of the gray wolves leapt out and struck a blow separating Elric and Ashimonin. It was Biskov. He praised, not bad, but your luck is over. Elric cast a cold glance, his eyes widened, alert. This time he was surrounded again. Biskov ordered Formation B. He watched Elric stand motionless, calculating silently. He lured us close to annihilate us with a magic circle. It takes confidence and careful planning to do that. After that tense moment, Elric now smiled, too different from what Biskov expected. Is he smiling? Does he know we're hiding and watching him? He felt uneasy. No, he couldn't know we're here. If he did, he wouldn't have used the circle. Thinking it over, he chose the safe option. I'll spare you if you hand over the lady. Elric replied nonchalantly, is that so? But the thing is. He growled, I don't intend to let you live. Around him now swirled a potent ice magic aura. He eyed them with half-lidded contempt. You shouldn't have done that. Those corrupted knights won't be shown mercy. One of the squad quietly drew his sword and lunged to attack Elric, protecting his body with spiritual energy while maintaining the formation. He targeted the man's blade, raised his hand to cast a spell to blunt the edge, but the blade. He targeted the man's blade, raised his hand to cast a spell to blunt the edge, yet the blade remained intact and slashed at him. He wondered, wouldn't the sealing charm have no effect? After the attack, the man quickly spun around. On this side, Elric unleashed another spell that blew him away. But it seemed childish. The man's sword still flew toward him. This time he was surprised. The gale was much weaker. Could it be because of the sealing curse? All non-ice magic was weaker. He thought he had to obtain a seal of the same element to use them fully, right? Even if so, would it be easy to use a sealing curse? He objected. No, it's extremely difficult. Unlike the ice mountain teeming with ice energy, it couldn't unleash its full power amid the city and would consume too much mana. He thought while fighting, but the mana he used seemed useless. Finally, he decided. He cupped his hands, each holding a different stream of mana, and blended them together. And he began attacking the gray wolves. They quickly raised swords to block the mana bolts. And gradually, those manas would infiltrate their blades. Seeing this, he then formed a larger chaotic mana. He thought to himself, there's more than one way. He thrust his hand hard, shouted, and ran. The gray wolves stood dazed in place. They didn't move, merely hunched to brace as if struck by a strong gust. One snapped awake, raised his sword, and shouted to hold them back. The blade sliced through the ice toward Elric. He stood there and waved both hands down downwards, diverting that man's strike to the sides. Biskov angrily swung at him again. He used mana to dodge and steadily closed in on Biskov. Small scratches appeared on both of the man's swords, blood seeping from them. Not only that, scratches also began to appear on his face. Elric's finger pointed forward and moved lightly. His eyes flared, a stream of mana enveloping him. He darted nimbly while launching mana at them, saying, "Enough games, I have no time to play with you, so I'll end this here." He spun and moved to finish and kill you all. The whole group struck by mana froze in stammering confusion. Biskov was trapped in the spreading ice. Elric cheerfully explained that a light touch of the toxic ice would instantly freeze you. Your mistake was blocking it instead of charging through. Biskov's eyes filled with veins of rage as he stammered he had never heard of such a curse. Elric mocked, "What are you surprised about?" He grinned triumphantly, recalling that when he channeled mana into his hands, he only added a single curse to the ice spell. In the chaos, Ashamonen had escaped. He sneered, "Ha, first squad captain is the dumbest of you, he shouldn't have sent only us." He curled his lip contemptuously at Elric. "I admit you're skilled, but you'll soon regret meddling with us." Then he burst into a loud laugh. "You'll die at the captain's hands soon." The man beside him curiously asked, "So it's him?" An image appeared indicating the person he meant, the one who had conspired in this. On this side, Elric didn't wait. He fired a mana beam at him and vowed on his honor, "You won't be alone on your way to hell." With a single glance from him, the mana shattered Biskov's remaining ice into fragments scattering everywhere. "I'll send him down to you soon." Ashamonen and his men on the wall witnessed it all. He hurriedly searched for something and ordered his comrade to hold it up, suspicious. "What is this?" He explained it was the tome containing a level 6 fire magic circle. "We escaped him thanks to Biskov holding him back, but..." He took pride, saying, "We, the Blue Wolves, are Lord Paul Whale's swordsmen. You will be the next Blue Lion. You can't just tuck your tail and run, we can." He seemed insane, ranting to run until your feet blister and set yourself on fire. And if that's not enough, burn yourself and run. His eyes were mad as he held the tome, saying, "Burn the lady, her death doesn't matter. Use your life to set this city ablaze." Mephisto warned Elric, "Ha, it looks like they're about to do something crazy again." He wondered aloud what, why. Suddenly his eyes widened as if he found the key point. Without hesitation, he shot up into the air, flying as he cursed those bastards. A terrifying laugh rang out with the words, "The only species more destructive than demons in this world is humanity." Elric heard it and frantically moved around the village. Ashamonen continued, "No matter how civilized they pretend to be, their true faces are like this at the core." Elric searched frantically, growing somewhat tired and panting. Now only 3 blue wolves remained. I can't see anyone, and more dangerous still is the spellbook in their hands. The tome in Ashamonen's hand began to catch fire faster, and Elric's heart raced by the second. It had to be at least a 6-circle spell. One small mistake and the whole city would be reduced to ashes. Ashamonen laughed triumphantly. "Let's see how you stop this." Elric flashed beneath a tower and glanced up to find Ashamonen standing on its peak. He held the tome smugly. "It's already too late." Elric began to channel mana, but only managed to utter the first half of a sentence. As Ashamonen drew his sword, Elric's axe blade intercepted it. He swung the axe and cut through the man's arm. It was severed and flew away. The man let out a single surprised cry, "Ah," and it was over. Elric landed in a cool, dramatic fashion. He curled a smirk. "I had a hunch up on the hill. Who knew you truly had no fear?" At that moment, Isabel appeared while Elric babbled on. "You dared steal what I gave you and run? Huh. Seems my Ranke spellcrafting skills are worth something after all." Isabel's gaze detected a disturbance. Sure enough, Ashamonen lunged at her with his remaining hand holding the sword, snarling, "Die." He was quickly halted by Elric's freezing mana. His whole body solidified. Elric stepped up to him and mocked, "Not bad, you tried, but you're going to die anyway. Why the theatrics? You lost an arm and still making a fuss." Elric wasted no more words. "I'm tired too, end of story." But Ashamonen, smug, retorted, "You think it's over." Elric puzzled. "What?" Ashamonen reminded him, "Have you forgotten those two?" A hazy image of the village sprang up and then gradually came into focus. Ashamonen boasted, "While you loiter here with me, my men have already finished their preparations and are in position." His voice carried pride. "Though I lost to you now, we, the Blue Wolves, the trump cards of the Lord, will never be defeated," he crowed. "Your wizards were too careless. This place will soon become a hell of wails and curses." Elric let him savor his last moments, then sneered back, "I've already stopped them." The man trembled and stammered, "What? You were taunting me earlier. You told me to use magic, and I was proud of it." Recalling that moment, at the very instant, he glimpsed Ashamonen on the roof. He channeled mana and spread a sly grin. Slyly, he shouted. The remaining mana burst forth, splitting into 2 beams. He boasted, "See, one beam hit one straight in the face. The other beam struck the other's stomach." He only had time to gape in pain. Elric was delighted. "Even your ace is gone." Ashamonen's smile vanished completely. Now he was like a guttering lamp before the wind. He screamed and frantically sought a last shred of hope. There was none. It was a farce. He glanced at Isabel and begged desperately, "Miss, please hear me out. If you spare me, I'll speak well of you to Lord Paul Whale." He tried to plead, "We only intended to scare you a little and then escort you to him. I'm the captain of the 3rd Blue Wolves, he'll listen to me. Isabel could no longer listen. She slowly drew her sword and decisively slashed at him. Do not stain the whale family's name again. And so Ashimonen's life ended under Isabel's blade. She felt a pang of guilt. Sorry, I was too hasty. Elric reassured her, it's fine, I intended to hand him over to you, and kindly asked if she was hurt anywhere. She suddenly trembled and stammered, I'm fine. Elric reached out to soothe her. Her body was likely in shock. Just wait a moment. Then she broke into a smile. Elric, as he gently passed mana to Isabel, she pleaded, could you spare the life of one blue wolf? She could never have imagined the knights from the family would get involved with someone as worthless as her. Even if they respected her, that respect was only because she was the daughter of the Blue Lion, nothing more. As for the Blue Wolves, they occasionally showed her some courtesy, otherwise they did not. They always stared at her with cold eyes, and in those eyes there was only contempt. However, she recalled how one blue wolf knelt before her and asked to be spared. She bluntly said it was so they could return one as a message. She felt those blue wolves feared her. She ordered them to tell my uncle that he would never become the Blue Lion. Back in the present, she stood up and left. Of course, to be precise, they were afraid of Elric. She left silently. From behind, Elric waved and said, if only I had your strength and ability. She turned back, raised 2 pinkies in salute to him. She clenched her fist, resolved inwardly that she must grow stronger. Complaining about fate does no good. To gain power, she must rid herself of this weak nature. Elric, curious, asked where she would go now. She smiled, I'll go to Karn, where my father is planning his future. He asked if she intended to expand her influence. She did not deny it. I'll ask old acquaintances who owe my father for help. He praised her decision as wise. No one would dare approach the Blue Lion's domain. She was a bit pensive, true, because the Blue Lion is there. But if her father didn't wake, it would be a hard fight. If Elric helped them, it might work, yet the lion must not be involved with witches. She felt regret and told herself she already owed Elric too much. She didn't want to rely on him any longer, so she said goodbye. Elric handed her a folder. Take this. It made her curious. What is this? Documents. His voice sincere. Sorry for being abrupt, but I heard the Blue Lion's illness resembles an obstruction. Maybe this could help. No, he said with a goofy smile. It's a cure for the disease. She cried out in gratitude. What? Meanwhile, Elric was treating Ash. He winced in pain and asked, what do you mean? Chen, sitting nearby, looked skeptical. An obstruction. Under Elric's treatment, Ash's wounds quickly healed. Astonished as he looked at his arm, Elric suddenly stood up. Allow me to introduce myself. Isabel bashfully introduced him. He raised his hand. A streak of light shone on it. My name is Elric Melvinger. Isabel's eyes sparkled as he continued. Of the Melvinger clan. He took out a pendant. It flashed on his chest. The light ducal title was explained. The light is a rank granted to Ustin Melvinger, the Luzar Archmage, awarded after his great victory over the Demon Clan. It symbolized his radiant bravery on the battlefield. Although a title is only a title, his name alone was enough to make it a symbol of glory. As the Light Archmage. Isabel, curious, you mean the person still in a coma at the Royal Magical Hospital? But I heard that person had. He explained gently, I can't tell the whole story, but I did once suffer from a blockage-like illness. Now she looked surprised at the paper in her hand. What she held was the remedy that cured me. The Blue Lion's condition seems similar. Perhaps it will help somewhat. He encouraged her, making her blink in confusion. Weren't you planning to repay that old grudge? It would be a shame if the lion didn't witness it. In that moment, she stood dazed. Then a tear rolled down her cheek, a tear full of gratitude. She sobbed and trembled. How can I ever repay this? He gently stroked her head. It's all right. He smiled brightly. One day I'll ask you to repay this favor. They fell silent and simply stood there. His eyes looked at her with concern. Her tears were tears of happiness. She smiled at him. She suggested to repay you in some small way. This time I'll call on Lord Elric. She smiled softly. Would you like me to help you become a hero? Their conversation ended. Now the townspeople hurriedly cleaned up the chaos left by the battle. Someone shouted, clear the way for the patients, while another called, over here, give a hand. Mephisto was a little anxious. Is revealing our identity really okay? Saying he's not worried would be wrong. Elric thought that Paul will use any means to find me. He told himself he'd killed many of Paul's blue wolves. Paul must deeply hate losing. He felt uneasy. Moreover, his magic was unusual. If he exposed the academy, his identity would surely be revealed. Mephisto joked, so worry about staging a performance since it's bound to come out anyway. When the work was done, everyone waved happily as he left. He thought to himself that helping the Blue Lion would be a good step toward reviving the Melvinger clan. He waved back cheerfully. Mephisto praised him. You not only made an exaggerated name for yourself, but also paved a solid path forward. I thought you were only good at magic, but you can plan too. A woman holding her child sighed wistfully. You must go. Why not stay longer? He replied awkwardly. I've troubled you long enough. It's time I return to my light. She looked at her sleeping child in her arms. Thank you. If you hadn't destroyed those villains, who knows where we'd be. You've done so much, I don't know how to repay you. Elric frowned in displeasure. Why do you look so troubled? I told you I'm only doing my duty. Suddenly the man sat down solemnly. I Chen, a knight of Whale, will never forget this debt. While Elric, feeling helpless, insisted it wasn't necessary, Mephisto sneered. He's doing it for future gain. Elric pleaded in exasperation. Oh, give me a break. He quickly changed the subject and asked, what will you do now? Chen answered, though the troublemaker was Paul Whale, it's still the Whale family's sin. His expression hardened, so I vow to help the people here to the end, and then I'll go to Karni to meet the mistress. Mephisto folded his arms mockingly, so they want to win public favor while amplifying Paul Whale's scandal. She looks innocent, but her methods are boundless, huh? Elric spoke coldly, it's a duty. Mephisto frowned and glanced at him. He looked at the crowd cheering, the responsibility of a noble, their voices following one another. Thank you, sir. Sir Wizard, when I grow up, I want to be a wizard like you. Please visit again next time, thank you so much. Mephisto sighed as he looked at everyone's smiling faces. He not only scorned the notion of duty, but also mocked it as mere self-justification. Elric walked away satisfied. Now he moved on to the Academy's grand castle to see the dean right. Inside, Barrick's subordinates were bowing and trembling. He shouted at him, his face fierce as he pointed and snarled. I told you to fetch the excavation rights for me. What did you do, even if the Narester family blocked the way? The subordinate broke into a sweat and stammered, I'm sorry. He snapped angrily, Sean Narester, how dare he obstruct the guide? I'll never let him set foot in the academy again. Then he gritted his teeth, at all costs we must secure it, buy off the press or bribe superiors if necessary, find a way for me. Instantly, the frightened subordinate slammed the door and ran off. His desk was littered with newspapers covering the scandal, damn it. In anger, he burned the stack with mana. 3 days remained until the headmaster election. Without the excavation rights, I'm finished. In an instant, the papers turned to ash. His expression became calmer. Suddenly, a man's voice came from inside the room. Sir, could you repeat what you just said? He curled his lips into a smirk. Barracks turned his head to look. He saw Lazuli seated arrogantly on the sofa. Lazuli smiled dominantly. So at last you want to cooperate. Barracks was discussing matters with Lazuli. You intend to make me headmaster. How do you plan to get me promoted? He replied calmly, the preparations are complete. I just need your agreement. Have you made your final decision about cooperating with us? Barracks answered distrustfully, how can you accomplish what we couldn't? He smirked indifferently, if you don't trust us, it seems we no longer need to negotiate. Dean, his voice carried a hint of threat, you're not the only candidate. He hurriedly said, I trust you, so what do you want? His grin stretched ear to ear as he jeered, it's simple, support us Ashiesta. He goggled, isn't that much simpler than what you asked for, headmaster? His eyes widened in surprise, that's all. Lazuli broke into a sinister smile, that's more than enough. The surroundings around him blurred and then vanished. Elric's story had spread to the capital, everywhere people were talking about it. Have you heard what? From the alleyways of the tiny city of Lacent. I heard the Blue Lion family has caused a huge commotion lately. Are they fighting among themselves? Those lions openly use violence without caring for the people. It's not uncommon. At the tavern you didn't hear, this time many died and houses were burned, so cruel. Elric's tale was like an appetizer to whet the diner's appetites, but then a mage appeared and wiped out those bastards. Really? There's such an amazing mage, who is he? He sat inside frozen as people gossiped. Someone knowledgeable said, rumor has it he's a young, rather handsome man. Others chimed in, I heard from now on he'll be called the hero of Lacent. Mephisto sprawled on the drinking table, arms crossed behind his head, mocking Elric. Since we arrived in the capital, it's only your name we hear. People are going crazy over these hero tales. Elric looked reluctant. He wondered why Mephisto spoke that way, but he only said, I'm just trying to fill my stomach. It's been a long time since I came back to the capital. I told her to keep this quiet, but she made a fuss. Thinking back, Isabel asked me, do you want me to make you a hero? Elric didn't understand her intent at first. She explained that nothing boosts public favor like a heroic story. Her smile was calculating. I'm sure this will help you. Fame like that will do you a lot of good later. Of course, she continued, it will also secure my position so I can put pressure on my uncle Paul Whale. Only at the tavern did he realize Isabel meant to help him. Was this really help milady? The tavern had become a market of gossip. I heard he even saved that scentless blossom. The Blue Lion's daughter nearly became a crown princess. Have you heard about Lacent's hero? I hear he's heading to the capital. Oh, are those two dating? What will happen next? Who is he? I heard the prince still fancies her. It's a disgrace for a promising wizard family. Some love triangle, maybe. Elric complimented their mangled retelling. They were turning a heroic tale into a love story. Still, she was truly skilled at seizing the moment and staging things. He reluctantly stood, I should go eat somewhere else, and comforted himself that whether heroics or romance, either would help promote his name. Elric yawned wearily and thought that if he had Isabel's talent for restoring a clan, it would be great. He wondered whether she had reached Karno safely. He turned and called to Mephisto, get up Mephisto, let's go somewhere else. Suddenly someone shouted, he's here. Sean appeared in a flash right before Elric. Without a word he threw a powerful punch at Elric. A surge of mana enveloped them. Outside, people shielded their eyes, stunned what's going on. Someone else wondered if a fight had broken out. The crowd watched the rising smoke and speculated. No way could that Paul Whale still dare cause trouble in the capital. Someone shouted, "Everyone, step back." Through the hazy smoke, Sean's silhouette was seen swinging a fist at Elric. Elric dodged quickly and suddenly realized something. He thought to himself, this smell of mana. Sean messed, his rage peaked. "You even dare evade," he snarled. Elric recognized the acquaintance and teased, "Long time no see, but it seems you're taking this prank a bit too far, aren't you?" Sean didn't stop. His hand unleashed a stronger burst of mana. "Do you know how much misery I've gone through because of you? If you have any conscience, you should come to the capital to make amends and take a punch at least once." Sean hid in the shadows, voice full of fury. "Don't you think so, you damn traitor," the so-called. A brilliant mana flash revealed Sean's face. Blue veins stood out as he growled, "You friend of mine." Elric raised his hand to reassure everyone. "Good heavens, look who it is, my wonderful, lovely friend." Only then did people realize, what, it's just a greeting between friends. Sean was anything but pleased. "You damn dog of a man." The two sat down to talk. Sean sulked, "Please, after dealing with someone like you, what can I rely on from a man whose morals are beyond saving?" Mephisto smirked at Elric. "I like this friend of yours," while Elric teased, "If you can't be redeemed, why not buy me a beer?" Sean remained annoyed. "You have a proper family now and still cling to me." Sean looked slightly uncomfortable. "This is the last time, damn you." He then asked about Elric's relationship with the Blue Lion's daughter. Elric blushed a little but said, "Oh, it's nothing." Sean waved to call the staff. "It's on me." Elric explained Isabel and the others weren't that kind of relationship. Sean put on a knowing look. "I'm not easily fooled, you know." A staff member came over. Sean took the menu and ordered smoothly, "We'll have an iced tea and a raw knife beer, 1 caprese olive oil pasta, and Rhea bacon." Elric gave him a wry smile. "You bastard." He must have sensed my different mana signature already and didn't ask a thing, probably waiting for me to reveal it, Sean said with a look of disgust. "Why are you making that serious face? It's not like you, it's gross." "Don't do that anymore, okay?" Mephisto beside him agreed. "He's right, your expression is disgusting." Sean pointed at the table piled with food. "The food's here, eat before it gets cold." Elric retorted, "What do you mean disgusting? Don't you know I've been getting praised for being handsome lately?" Sean didn't care and replied, "You still owe me that punch." His tone turned serious. "Aside from that, the performance you're staging, just like you instructed, are you sure it's okay? What if you lose everything over this?" Contrary to Sean's worry, Elric was calm. "Don't worry. Right now only 2 things matter to me, dragging that barracks who tried to kill me into hell and the powerful revival of the Melvinger clan." Elric said firmly that he'd make both happen at the same time. Sean didn't refuse. "All right, I'll keep preparing what you asked for." Suddenly Elric's gaze sharpened. "Hey, you lot have suffered a great deal because of that too." Sean's expression grew urgent. "Damn, that's bad. Your witch family must have heard those rumors by now." Elric asked curiously, "Which Tasha?" Sean shuddered. "Exactly. After hearing the rumors, that dragon-obsessed woman probably went completely mad." Cut to the neighborhood of Sean's witch family. Inside the castle, it was not as peaceful as it appeared. Sean thought to himself, our plan will be ruined. Tasha, wearing dragon-shaped shoes, paced the room, taking quick steps. "Has the promotion order been sent to the academy?" Hanabi replied. "Yes, sent to Dean Barracks of the Elemental Magic Institute." She was furious. How could he let this happen? Prepare to head to the hospital immediately. Tasha stopped and turned. "Hanabi, give me a brief report. Yesterday the papers had nothing but ridicule for that madman, and now it's different." Hanabi stammered. "For some reason all the newspapers are writing like this." He held up the papers and read them one by one. "Dean Barracks, you have received a promotion order. You have regained your wings. The academy headmaster appointment is postponed. The Nerester family's announcement about the promotion order. Pressure is expected to fall on the Hexagram family." Tasha spoke quietly. "Even if the Hexagram family presses us, Father will not let this go. What about Sean?" Hanabi answered, "The young master has not given any specific response." Tasha trembled with anger. "What the?" She frowned in fury. After all that yelling about how he belonged to her friend, now that man is silent. Mana wrapped around Tasha and changed her clothes. She had a new idea. "We'll shift our focus a bit." Hanabi broke into a sweat. "Yes, ma'am." She immediately finished changing and glanced at Hanabi, annoyed. "Still don't get it. The promotion order isn't ours, nor the academy's," she said coldly. "How dare they deceive me? Should I go confront those scheming bastards?" Back at Elric and Sean's table, Elric seemed to sense something was wrong. The title, Headmaster of Uston Academy. Although it seems like just the ordinary head of a magic academy, the position carries great significance and power. Not only equivalent in rank to a marquis, the title holds enormous influence in academic and political circles, comparable to the Hexagram Tower's Lord, the head of the Imperial Magic Knights, and many other honors. One of those honors is the title Wizard of the Stars, an honorary position for Uston Melvinger's descendants. "Today is the day to select the headmaster," a gentle voice rang out. "Thank you all for coming from afar for the future of our academy." Barracks beat his chest in proud joy. As you know, the discovery of the Jade Dragon's lair may never happen again, and I, Barracks, was present at the center of this historic event. He appealed energetically. If you choose me, I will establish a system that allows us to continue uncovering such extraordinary things. No one heard anything but bored sighs. He thinks the academy is already in his hands. The other candidates haven't even arrived and he started already. Sean's face frowned with worry. Elric thought, can he really do this alone? Remembering their previous conversation, he couldn't help but be uneasy. Barrack's approval rate is way ahead. I know you have a meticulous plan, but the supporters have been bribed, so it won't do any good on them. He was worried about tomorrow, yet Elric only smiled indifferently. Let them do what they like. Back to the present, Lazuli swept by praising Barrack's wonderful speech, headmaster. He laughed modestly, ha ha ha, I'm not even chosen yet, why raise me so? I'll follow Siesta's wishes, don't worry even if you don't behave like that. Then he gently dismissed her, the other candidates are speaking, let's talk later. Lazuli's eyelids curved, then I'll trust you. Barracks privately harbored his own intent. Yes, when I become headmaster you won't have to worry, I never intended to help you in the first place. He paid Lazuli no mind. I'll soon stand shoulder to shoulder with the Lord of the Hexagram Tower. Why would I help a group with no foundation like Siesta's? He was delighted with his grand plan. Crushing you all will be as easy as flipping my hand once I'm headmaster. Unfortunately, he couldn't see Lazuli's faint smile. She chuckled quietly, pleased with Barrack's choice. Time passed until the end. The 7 candidates' speeches concluded and the vote would begin soon, so please take your seats. John sat as if on hot coals. Elric. The list of names appeared above. He suddenly noticed a familiar figure. His eyes widened in disbelief. He was so shocked he leapt from his seat. Sis, what are you doing here? Iris protested, don't you know where this is? Madam of the Narester family, this is not an asylum. The voting seats are reserved only for the heads of Hexagram. Tasha replied nonchalantly, why would you think I don't know? I know perfectly well I am attending on behalf of the Lord of the Narester family. I believe I am the rightful person. She sat in a seat, cradling her cheek with a sly smile, fully understanding what would happen. Leon flustered, not knowing where to hide. She looked at herself, stunned. Impossible. Does she know something? A voice cleared softly into the mic. Attention please, Rivern interrupted. I'd like to announce the voting procedure before this election begins. I ask everyone to sit down and remain silent, so please be strictly quiet. The speaker continued to explain the rules. You should have received this magic stone. You can view each candidate's information with this stone, he said clearly, and vote for one of the 7. Results will be announced once all votes are cast. Barrack stroked his beard discreetly. I've waited for this day, he thought. My promise can draw anyone involved with the Academy's attention and may give me a chance to cooperate with the Magic Tower and the royal family. He was very pleased. Not only that, he had already spoken with all the selection representatives. Every tick of the clock meant matters were settled. The official announced, now I will announce the result. Excluding the Melvinger family's vote, which is absent, the one with the most votes is. Barracks propped his chin, waiting to hear his name called. First syllables rose, Barra. At that moment a sharp voice cut in. Wait. Everyone murmured in commotion. What the? Who dares interrupt this sacred selection? All eyes turned in that direction. Tasha smiled with delight. Sean silently urged him forward. Elric. The gem sparkled under the lights as the person raised his voice. Lord of the Melvinger House, Elric Melvinger. His voice was commanding as a luminous duke and a voting representative. With a confident smile he said, I have come to exercise my small but important voting right. Everyone was stunned at that name, Elric Melvinger. Some recognized the disgrace brought upon the noble magic family. No one wasn't surprised. What is happening? They whispered, isn't he supposed to be comatose? Rivern couldn't believe it either. Elric. Under the pouring light, Elric slowly advanced toward Rivern. There was not a trace of illness in his bearing. Barracks was stunned. How did that bastard get in here? The crowd booed and criticized. What is this intern Elric doing? How dare a lowly intern cause trouble at the headmaster selection? Yet he walked on calmly. Do you look down on imperial law? At this moment I am not an academy intern. In a blink his cloak changed to an elegant suit. He was a duke of the empire and a voting representative. The empty seat in the center is Melvinger's seat. Isn't the Lord of Melvinger allowed to congratulate the new headmaster? Barracks tried to stay calm and questioned, while I'm glad the Lord of Melvinger's health has improved, I wonder why you act this way now that the vote is over. He sneered, unfortunately the vote is finished and announced. Elric interrupted, Uston apprentice selection law about 2 points him. His tone was light when he pointed out doubts about a candidate noticed before the selection concluded. His figure seemed to glow as he stepped onto the stage. The election can be reheld if the majority of members agree. Suspicious and judging glances were cast his way. Elric casually patted Rivern's shoulder. A luminous duke, Elric Melvinger. His voice struck like a blow, exposing the headmaster candidate Barracks to all. He accused with a benevolent smile, You are not qualified as a candidate due to suspicions you fabricated important documents. And of conspiring to assassinate the luminous Duke, Barrick's plan was disrupted. Barrick cleared his throat. It seems you do not understand the seriousness of this matter. Can you prove that I am a criminal? He showed no fear. You entered the vote as a representative of a prestigious magic family. We must follow procedure as you demanded. He turned and shouted, my dear voting members, do you heed these words? The evidence of. His tone grew cold. Elric, no. The head of Melvinger, no. Barrick stated firmly, Elric Melvinger, he seems to be hiding something, but whatever you do, the result will not change. He was confident in the pawns he'd prepared. How dare you touch me, full of contempt. You brat, I'll show you what real politics is like. No one spoke, Barrick said gravely to Elric. Then I don't think anyone agrees with you. So what will you do now? He only smiled faintly. Why are you in such a hurry? It's not too late to decide after you hear me. Barrick put on a righteous air. You insist on spouting those derisive words during this sacred election. Suddenly his own voice rang out. You say there really is a dragon's lair there. Elric sneered and produced the crystal orb. A voice issued from it. No good, deal with Elric as planned, keep his magic pendant as a memento. Barrick was stunned that voice was at him. He gaped in disbelief. From then on, Elric smiled and spoke. Unlike what the public believed, Headmaster Barrick did nothing to aid Headmaster Nerister's great discovery. On the contrary, he wanted to eliminate me and steal my family's heirloom. He fell silent, who still believed that. A sharp glance swept by. My words are still baseless fabrications, they say. Barrick tried to defend himself. No, he's accusing me. How dare you deceive everyone with deceptive magic? Elric folded his hands behind his back and asked sternly, Deceive? How did I deceive you, a 7th-tier spellcaster? Do you mean I'm of the 8th tier? The crowd followed along. Indeed, how could a mere trick spell deceive everyone here? The idea that a patient under a sealing illness could be of the 8th tier was even more absurd. They were all shocked by this truth, so the headmaster really tried to kill the luminous Duke. Barrick's world collapsed. The crystal orb, that's what I gave Rivern when I ordered him to kill that man in the lair. How did he keep this? A soft sound made him immediately know the culprit, that bastard. Rivern put on a professional air. Now, Hick, since the council members are having an important discussion, I ask the guests to remain silent. Hick Barracks was furious. Damn you, Rivern, how dare you betray me? At that time, Sean provided some information. Oh right, we caught a suspicious person wandering the hospital last night. Rivern. Elric felt pity. Really? Probably that bastard Barracks ordered him to do something again. Poor guy. Then Sean denied it. No, this time it seemed Rivern had something to say. He said someone wanted to give him an item and would wait until he woke up. He was a bit curious, really. A commotion also erupted at the academy, trying to obtain it by any means, whether through the press or bribing high officials. Barracks frantically tried to find a way. He drove someone out and shouted in his room, those bastards keep bothering me, even that useless Rivern, worthless. His curses fell on deaf ears. The man bolted. Hence the present situation. Luckily, Rivern kept one piece of evidence safe. Of course, the evidence I have is enough to destroy Barracks, but this makes that task easier. Elric also wondered why Rivern recorded the conversation as a precaution. Maybe rescuing him in the lair was worth it. He added, this isn't all. By law, ownership of a dungeon like a dragon's lair belongs to whoever finds it first. However, Headmaster Barracks seized the right to exploit it without my consent. This information was even more shocking. Thus, he wasn't only accused of plotting to assassinate the luminous Duke, he also tried to take the Melvinger family's heirloom and the exploitation rights to the lair. He declared triumphantly, I not only demand that Headmaster Barracks' candidacy be revoked, I also demand he be punished for his crimes. The other members murmured, what should we do? As if we don't know, without exploitation rights, Headmaster Barracks is worthless. Ik had a question, but Elric, I can sense mana from you. Aren't you no longer afflicted by the sealing illness? Others chimed in, I also heard you were comatose, but you seem fine. Representative of the Nerister house, you seem to know something. What is happening? Tasha seemed very pleased with the performance and replied nonchalantly, I didn't know the person connected to the Melvinger representative is my brother, and that doesn't really matter, does it? Barracks still tried to defend himself. I'm sure that crystal orb was tampered with. I'm certain analysis will reveal it. He still had ambition. Damn it, at this rate the headmaster's seat will disappear along with my head. Keep denying it and beg Siesta for help. Someone couldn't help but laugh. Barracks turned to the person's face with mockery. Lazuli, why is he standing beside Sean? He suddenly realized. He saw Lazuli bare his teeth and remove his glasses. That bastard is. And then revealed the true appearance of Carl, Sean's comrade. Elric and Sean had planned this from the start. Anyway, Carl was really annoyed about that. How could you call him cunning? He relieves stress by toying with Barracks, and that Siesta fellow isn't that bad. Barracks turned purple with rage toward Elric. You planned everything from the beginning. Was I really fooled by such a bastard? He beamed and turned, honorable voting members. It seems everything has been handled. A bright smile on his face. We can hold a re-election now. He was ecstatic. Anyone interested in buying the headmaster position? After some debate, one person was chosen. Thank you for entrusting me with this noble office, the headmaster of Uston Academy. Mephisto was speechless. I have no words. I didn't expect you'd cheat so blatantly. Are you brave or insane? Elric grinned triumphantly. If not for moments like this, how would I claim my share? I must postpone my academy patrols and scholarship board, Sean said. What do you know? He cast a derisive glance at the new headmaster. Also, are you really going to accept that? You look so humiliated, Elric said casually. Oh, that fake bald guy. He couldn't help but laugh. That chuckle made someone's legs go numb. Elric teased deliberately. Oh, sorry, did you receive my broadcast? I didn't mean to send it to you, sorry about that. He laughed as if it were harvest time. You still belong to the 7th tier despite being bald. You even heard my broadcast. Wonderful. But why didn't you say anything? You can use broadcasts, right? There's nothing more satisfying than poking a dog, he continued. Well, being able to hear it is impressive enough. Oh, I get it, you don't hear it because of talent. Elric's grin reached his ears. It got into your head because you have no hair, didn't it? The words read aloud formed a bolt of lightning that struck his head. Barracks couldn't bear the humiliation. You brat, how dare you mock me? Suddenly startled, what's wrong, Headmaster Barracks? Everyone panicked and ran away. Barracks ground his teeth and hissed, die. Elric smiled resolutely. A powerful lightning bolt descended upon him. Elric wore a faint, languid smile. The tattoo on his right hand began to glow. In a flash, a magic circle appeared and shattered the lightning. The entire square seemed to quake. Everyone's faces were filled with terror. Since when had a large snowflower appeared above them? A 5-star magic circle. Who blocked it? Barracks went mad and continued his assault. That silhouette vanished. In an instant, it reappeared before him, and 2 magic circles collided, sending off sparks. Eric couldn't believe someone from Lacenter could block a 6-tier magic circle of lightning. Everyone amid the chaos also noticed something. Wait, this person. They cried out in horror. It's that useless member of the Arcane Faith clan. How could a cripple like him use magic? Meanwhile, Elric was excited. He thought the old man would be easier to deal with because of his age, but he's still a 7th-tier mage, so handling him would take some time. However, a powerful strike was launched. He was waiting. I think he forgot where he was standing. A blaze descended. A seductive voice rang out. If this old man keeps acting so irritating, the space will heat up and someone annoyed enough will eliminate him. The one to act was Tasha. This time everyone was truly shocked. A phoenix is a magical firebird. Elric thought to himself, the youngest 7th-tier mage capable of summoning a phoenix. He wondered if Tasha's sister was involved, but the battle was about to begin. All the members stepped forward in unison. From now on, your actions will be treated as terrorism and punished. Dean Barracks spoke again. Stop at once. It seems you have another plan. To the 6 great houses and all present. Rivern was bewildered by the unfolding events. The chaos surged. The Melvinger patron has been attacked. Seize Barracks now. After this, Mephisto sighed. I don't even know if calling myself a demon king is appropriate anymore. He clicked his tongue. If you were born a demon, you'd surely become the new demon king. At that moment, Elric's mouth curved up. Don't you all realize? The blinded one writhed and burned away in the pile. This is the fate of those who dare stand in my way. After that day, people spread rumors. Have you heard about the incident at Uston Academy, the commotion caused by Elric Melvinger, supposedly comatose? What could an illegitimate child of the Arcane Faith clan do? One person relayed to another. No, you idiot. Do you understand who Elric Melvinger really is? What on earth are you talking about? The rumor spread far. I heard he saved Lacent. Many found it hard to believe. The media reported Dean Barracks was expelled from the academy, later arrested and charged with murder. Elric Melvinger, nephew of Uston Melvinger, a mage who protects the Demon King. They all asked how he could cure illnesses thought incurable. Did he discover some secret in the dragon's lair? Elric Melvinger made the Narester clan receive their just punishment. Someone read verbatim from the paper, the Melvinger clan is gradually regaining honor. A hero has emerged despite once being mocked. Sean shouted angrily, why should I read this stuff to you? Elric replied nonchalantly, I'm the patient here. The spot where Barracks hit me still hurts. Outside the manor, it's packed with reporters. Please let us see Lord Elric Melvinger. Narester, open the gates. We have a right to know. Damn, you're just good at pretending to be a hero. Don't you see my guards are suffering? Sean sneered, stretched. Those reporters should know the truth about this island rebel. You only pull petty stunts, yet you're already a legend in people's mouths. Where did you learn those tricks? Elric snorted. Do you think I've been merely playing these past months? In Lacent, the young lady of the Great Lion family. He paused, blushing at the thought of something. He smiled mysteriously. I don't need to tell you. Sean remained skeptical. Also, you don't plan on causing any more trouble, do you? Elric smiled uncertainly and warned in a low voice, I don't know what you intend to do. He relayed, but let's leave that for later. My father wants to have dinner with you. As everyone knows, Sean Guy Narester's father is one of the 9th-tier mages, an archmage of immense power and the head of the Narester clan leading the magic tower. Even my grandfather wanted to take him as an apprentice. Elric had to admit this man was a genius among geniuses. Both he and Mephisto trembled at this place. Damn, he's truly a bastard. Sean looked puzzled. What? Elric's voice trembled. I knew you were rich, but I didn't realize it was this insane. He glowered at the colossal structure before them. I should have stolen all your essence long ago. Truly a silver spoon brat, this isn't a house, it's a fortress. Indeed, they were standing before the main Narester ancestral manor. A huge gate led to another dimension, so this was the Narester clan and the magic tower, the place I had to go. The smile on Elric's face froze. His legs steadied as he pressed forward, one step at a time. He bravely walked into the veil of smoke. He had also received an invitation from the Narester clan, a house representing the hexagram of the 6 houses and guiding the magic tower. Sean suddenly remembered, oh right, your sister is headed there too. Elric was startled. What? Why are you only telling me this now? Sean complained and produced a letter. Do you know how busy I've been because of you lately? You should have contacted her sooner. His trembling hand opened it. Dear younger brother of Elric, I've heard you plan to come to the Narester territory. In flowing handwriting, do not cause trouble for them until I arrive and prepare yourself. That person was already on the way. Along with a warning line, if you run, sweat on Elric's brow and you'll die, it read. He hung his head, devastated. It's over, I'm dead. Mephisto remarked, it seems among the Melvinger members there's a demon king I didn't know about, for that person makes you look worse than a fiend, trembling in fear. Sean laughed at his discomfort. If you hadn't caused trouble, she'd be like an angel. Have you forgotten she worked herself nearly to death just to get you into the academy? Mephisto nodded. I know, but the problem is you. Elric shot a glance. Of course I'm grateful to her, extremely grateful, but if you saw her true nature, you wouldn't dare say things like that. Sean sneered. Come on, your sister is better than mine by far. Do you think that damn old woman was suddenly called a witch for no reason? He sighed mockingly. Her personality turned nasty after people praised her as a genius. You can't even regard her as ordinary. She's got that beautiful face and once said she'd give you a thorough beating, remember? Tasha said gently, if you wanted to be beaten that badly, you should have told me, which made Sean shiver. The slap landed crisply. Elric laughed as he matured. Sean grimaced. I don't want to hear that from you, he said. Elric also voiced his thanks. Thanks for helping during the headmaster election. I'll go ahead of you to the manor, it's nothing, you could have handled things yourself, right? With one cheek swollen, Sean stubbornly asked, but why would such a stubborn woman do that? Could she be interested in Elric? She replied gently. That last hit was too light. They bantered back and forth. Are you really going to act like this in front of my friend? Oh dear, who's the liar here? Elric could only smile at the sibling pair. Suddenly he felt something. The two of them instructed him, once we pass through this cerulean gate, we'll reach where my father is staying. They've set traps, so don't let down your guard, follow closely behind us. Tasha said this place is very hard to escape from, even for a mage who has reached the 6th magic circle. But when the two turned back, no one was there. Elric was confused. The light in the space gradually dimmed. What is this? Sean, Tasha, where did you two go? He panicked and ran off. Where did that weird Mephisto guy run off to? At a time like this, he's useless for sure. Suddenly a light appeared before him. Where am I? Elric arrived at a place with a massive eye. He couldn't help but be surprised. Magic at this level, are the Naresters really this powerful? All the elements were filling the void. He examined the eye. Some parts were strong, others soft. Some edges were sharp, while others were thick to the point of pain. The interwoven patterns seemed to be different magical elements. There was no commonality between them, yet they harmonized at a point thanks to the wind element. Elric froze. He didn't know where this place was, but he felt that with study he could make it his. A voice suddenly spoke. You're looking at something quite interesting, kid. Elric jumped. Someone was watching him. It seemed the space had shifted. Do you know what you're looking at, or are you staring without understanding? Elric went rigid. He'd lost his way, but spying on someone's magic without permission was a capital offense. If whoever controlled this space was wielding it, they had to be at least a 7th-tier archmage. What should he do? The other hid within the bones and laughed loudly. Ha ha, didn't you hear me? I'm sure you reacted, didn't you hear me, kid? His mind raced. Well, strictly speaking, this is the Narester siblings' fault for not guiding him properly, so I have no reason to be questioned. I'll pretend I know nothing. Right now, his only thought was to get out of this maze. The other taunted with amusement. So you're going to ignore this old man and run? I can hear the gears in your head click over. Elric quickly used stealth. The mysterious old man was stunned. Around him, there was only darkness. I can't see through the maze. He'd used his own mist to hide. He was full of interest. Ustin, you died too soon. But it seems you've left behind a rather interesting child. Elric just wanted to bolt. If not for that elder, he'd have decoded it already, but staying any longer risked getting into serious trouble. He suddenly felt something rushing at him. The space began to twist. A strong wind rose and pushed him back. Everything's just getting interesting, and you were going to leave already. Because you craved something that wasn't yours, you must pay the price, right? Outside, Sean was anxious. What do we do now, sister? We must tell father. Someone stepped forward and the cerulean gate opened. The two siblings' father, head of the Narester clan, appeared. What on earth happened? Sean nearly called him father but corrected to lord. Guy spoke sternly. Didn't you lead him properly? Sean looked afraid of his father. He disappeared before we passed through the entrance, he said. Guy frowned. He vanished before entering the gate. On the ground where Elric vanished was left a hexagonal mark. It seemed the patriarch had intervened in this matter. Sean stammered, "Why, great-great-grandfather?" Guy sighed. His condition must have worsened again. Sean closed his eyes and blurted out, "We can't just stand here and watch. He's a guest of the Narester clan under the name of Lord Melvinger." He declared uprightly that if anything untoward happened. Laughter chimed in, "You're adorable." He was startled. "What?" I smiled faintly, "Yet he managed to worry your younger brother, a man who is usually indifferent even to his own family, to this extent." Her eyes were full of desire, the radiant duke of this generation. "Now I'm even more curious." Sean weakly objected, "What lunatic's worrying?" Guy spoke up again, "I'm curious too." Tasha looked slightly surprised. Sean meanwhile grew extremely anxious. His quiet emotions were stirred, realizing how highly the new lord of the Melvinger Mage House must rank, almost on par with the Magic Tower. The Narester clan patriarch fell into shadow. The Cerulean Gate was the result of my long-term research. Someone who had just appeared caught his attention. Not only did he decipher it, he dismantled the magic circle and reused it. He was intrigued. "Austin, you died too soon. But it seems you've left behind a rather interesting child." A whispering voice filled the space. "New Melvinger, go mad as you wish." Then the illusion shattered and he was moved to a freezing place. Earlier the space had quivered, Mephisto, Ottoman, and that old man. Elric angrily slapped his hands together to cast a spell. "Why are all these old men around me? Are they all insane, those boring hexagonal blocks?" He tried to steady his mind and assess the situation first. Gusts slammed in. The mana here wasn't single attribute, but the Narester clan's signature was wind. Elric concluded, in other words, he's using the wind attribute to shape other attributes. Brightly before him, a hot wind carrying the fire attribute was turning moisture into steam, while a gentle breeze provided the basis for fog. It seemed he could see through it. When a cold wind bearing the ice attribute froze the fog, a powerful gale threaded through to block the fog's movement. Elric ground his teeth in frustration. If that old man could control the wind to that degree, creating a storm would be nothing to him. He even sculpted this rocky peak with wind. The fighting spirit inside him rose. Even if the old man had no intention of harming him, having provoked him first, he had to decode what he'd left unfinished earlier. Compared to what I'd experienced, I also feel it's at the law center, but except for ice magic, all my other magics are weak. He poured in his strength. I'll use the method he used to transform the mana, and wind flows here with my own mana and ice magic. Elric's mind was very steady now, and if he delved deeper to rearrange the mana flow, link soul speed and seals to reduce mana waste. The opponent prepared to strike. Elric assumed a stance and thrust his index finger forward. Everything froze in an instant. Can't I use other attributes through my ice magic? The whole space suddenly blazed bright. A dazzling light radiated between Elric's two hands. It seemed as if everything had collapsed, maintaining a single cold block of ice intact. Elric extended his tattooed hand to catch it. A white glowing sphere formed in the other hand as well. The source mana erupted, originating from the infinite sigil. The light dispersed the black veil of bone. The haze cleared and hope returned. The tattoo roared like a white tiger. The whispered voice broke off, "Melvinger, I bow." The other remained standing firm. Elric suddenly reappeared. Sean and his sister froze. They stared bewildered at the one who had returned. Elric's eyes showed disbelief. A sixth circle mage normally needs at least 24 hours to escape. Even I needed 4 hours and 52 minutes, yet you took only 46 minutes. Mephisto astutely observed further. Not only that, but the rank of his tainted ring seal has risen to 5 stars. He looked at him as if he were mad. It was a high-level spell that impressed even me, yet he didn't just decipher it. He stole it and developed it further. Elric reproached, "What's wrong with you all? Didn't anyone ask if I'm okay after almost dying?" At that moment a voice murmured in awe, "Amazing." Guy's gaze fixed on him. "We should attend the headmaster election. I only heard a few days ago that your congestion condition was cured." It was plain to see in his eyes, "You truly are already a sixth circle mage." Sean and his sister were even more stunned. "Sixth circle, really? Elric, has my record been broken by my friend's younger brother?" Elric ignored them and apologized for the late introduction. "I am head of House Melvinger, Elric Melvinger." Guy reached out to take his hand. "I am head of House Narester, Guy Narester." He spoke sincerely. "Please forgive what you just had to endure. I'm sorry you suffered such misfortune." He smiled in reply, "No need to apologize. It was a valuable experience for me." Guy gave a thin smile. "Thank you for understanding, even if it was a bit messy. This time it's official. Welcome to the Narester family residence." Sean urged, "Come on, Elric, your mother and sister are waiting." Elric paused slightly. His expression showed a flicker of sadness. "Family, huh?" Still, he stepped forward to follow. "Yes, I'm coming." Elsewhere, someone awoke from a long sleep. "Father." Isabel ran up joyfully and hugged her father tightly. "Father," she laughed. "Ha ha, oh, how does a grown lady like you act like a child?" He fondly stroked her head. "How did you wake me? Even the doctors couldn't cure my illness." Isabel wiped her tears, moved. "Lord Elric helped me if not for him." Herman surprised Elric. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, truly a prestigious magical family. Indeed, the Melvinger house has always been a light in the darkness." Isabel peered in worriedly. "Where are you planning to go suddenly? You should rest more, father." Preparations were complete. How can I prioritize my health now? If there's such a talent, I must find him, even if it means traveling to the ends of the continent. His tone was joyful. In this decaying world, there is such a righteous child. His demeanor was radiant. Wouldn't that be yet another reason to go? Elsewhere, where darkness reigned, someone on the dais spoke up. The slaughter of Lam Lang, Isabel's escape. His voice was solemn. He was cured. Lam Lang returned alive and then detonated right before my eyes. Was all of that caused by that mage? The floor was littered with countless fragments. Hilton reported he likely cursed his own body. He asked, what about him? The information received is that he is traveling with Lam Ung and seems to be trying to contact Elric Melvinger, who is currently at the Narester family residence. The mastermind is puzzling. Lam Ung didn't come to attack me immediately but summoned his sworn brother first. Paul clicked his tongue in contempt. The Blue Master must have grown weak. He ordered that Hilton and that damn Melvinger must not meet. Kill him the moment he leaves the Narester residence. His fox-like eyes were cold. Don't forget the reason I haven't killed you is because of the little trick you possess. The wings on his hands flared. I'll remember that. The mansion was as magnificent and grand as in a fairy tale. Sean, lead the way. Elric, your mother and sister are waiting. Elric can come too. Suddenly, a muttered curse made him stop. That bastard. It turned out to be Mephisto swearing. He scowled. Is he even human? Elric sweatily transmitted. What do you mean? Is he a demon? He denies it, doesn't he? His voice betrayed terror. But if he's just an ordinary person and not a Melvinger, how could he reach that level? He stared at the aura around Guy and spoke as if it weren't related to any non-human creature. Elric exhaled softly. You scare me. Do you think humans just sat idle for the thousands of years you were sealed? He mumbled. Other lords of the Magic Tower, the lions of the Great Lion Clan, the Royal Intelligence Bureau, the Revolutionary Army, Beastmen, the Opposition Alliance. There are many. So why do you think people say this age is full of monsters? Mephisto looked as if he discovered a new continent. So you're saying it's not just the alchemist considered the strongest on the continent, but there are many powerful people like that one, even stronger. He suddenly laughed wickedly. So it seems there's yet another reason for the great Mephisto to awaken in this era. Darkness blazed, a wild life where countless beasts devoured one another to become king. Mephisto felt immense excitement at the chaos and suffocating intensity emanating from them. He hallucinated himself at the pinnacle of life, the joy of defeating all and striding in victory. I, Mephisto, will be aflame with vigor. I must push you as much as possible to recover power as quickly as I can. Unfortunately, Elric walked straight in. The adults are talking to you. They entered the dining room, where 3 people were already seated. The girl pointed at the boy opposite and shouted, Mom, that idiot dropped his food because he was staring at Elric. The boy retorted, What idiot? How dare you call my brother an idiot in front of Elric? Sean ran out of words. Can you two be quiet? Mrs. Narester smiled helplessly. Why are you too noisy in front of Lacenter the hero? Didn't I tell you well-behaved children must be quiet while eating? The children hurriedly jumped. Yes, mother, we'll be really good. Me too, I'll be good. Elric seemed to return to his family. Why do you keep mocking me? Do you want to be scolded, Elric? Mom, this stupid girl keeps wanting to hit me. His mother also smiled kindly. Didn't I say no arguing at the table? His father defended him. Kids have to be mischievous a bit, my dear. Elric had once boasted, You'll be the first I discipline when I become a grand mage, little sister. His father quietly wiped his mouth. Elric, today you must recite 100 thoughts a mage should have. Is that easy? Today you'll play with your father. The words seemed to fade into oblivion. Hazer, today I'll leave you with him too. It seemed like a forgotten memory. Ella paid attention to him. Is the food not to your taste? Why, yes. Elric recovered composure. Not very tasty. I'm just a bit dizzy from how delicious it is. She smiled gently. I'm glad you like it. I was worried we weren't hospitable enough because you looked so sad. He feigned nonchalance. Of course not. Swallowing tears had become a habit. Dining with others was a great pleasure. The sunset's glow filtered through the window. A steaming cup of tea was poured. They were having afternoon tea. Guy spoke up. I heard you'll transfer the right to explore the lair to us. Elric replied politely, Yes, I already owe you a debt long ago. Guy sat silent, savoring his tea. His gaze tracked the man. The man spoke, Do you not hate me? Tasha froze at that question. Zershan's expression also went rigid. Elric understood its meaning. The fall of Melvinger. No way could a clan with a millennia-long history and countless victorious campaigns become like this overnight. Of course, it was a hazy whirlpool in his heart. Royal oppression, the political manipulation by the 6 hexagram houses, and the betrayal of trusted people. The collapse occurred under political names, and if he asks whether I hate them, I'm not sure. Elric's expression was indescribable. I'm not. Everyone has their own circumstances. He could clearly analyze that the Narester family did not contribute to his clan's downfall. They simply couldn't help for political reasons. I could blame them for standing by, but would I have had the courage to do anything if I were in their position? Mephisto grumbled to the side. Why would a Melvinger be cautious of a mediocre Narester? 1,000 years ago, the 6 hexagram houses were nothing but flies around Melvinger's tail, and both should be of equal rank, Elric knew well. Well, arrogance doesn't feed me, and it's not his fault. Melvinger lost power long ago. He clicked his tongue. Surprising for someone who lives for power like you. Do you have any reason to have traveled all this way? Yet Elric knew limits. Even a friend's home would be a place he'd surpass one day. He had to confirm the ranks of the mages and what kind of people their heads were. The Nerster Patriarch's resonant voice rose. Tell me what you want. Elric's eyes were cautious, for the man before him had spoken in support. The Nerster family will fully back the Melvinger family. He was slightly stunned. Pardon, he said, not to worry too much about it, that it's about the exploration rights and also my gift to your son. Mephisto exclaimed, Ho, he's formidable too. Is he trying to use this chance to befriend you or to help the struggling Melvinger family? Elric was somewhat unsettled. Good for me, surely. My foundation would be firmer if the Nersters backed me, but I'm sure other Hexagram members and others would try to discipline Nerster if they support me. But he couldn't let down his guard. Why would he want to help a weak Melvinger even at potential cost? I don't know what he's thinking. After a moment's thought, Elric spoke. So, Patriarch. No one knew that something would happen in the meantime. An explosion targeted their tea table. Everyone was stunned. Their gazes turned toward the brilliant light. Elric froze. What the hell? What madman would do this to the Nerster residents? The attacker stepped forward. You carry a pitch-black bone veil. He recognized this person. Impossible. His face paled somewhat. It's that one. A cloaked figure stepped in. Become my disciple. A few words Sean once said came to Elric's mind. His father was so avaricious that hundreds of people lived in the main house as guests rather than vassals. The scene was truly chaotic, and the real strength of the Nerster clan lay in the Council of Elders clashing with those monsters. People from outside rushed in. Elder, this is the Patriarch's study. This action is very disrespectful. Please step back at once. Elric's heart pounded, and the leader of that Council of Elders was. He was about to witness something unforgettable. The great master who had taught all the mages of the Nerster family. The White Knight Augustine Nerster, that was the old man's epithet. Elric could sense he was very powerful, perhaps even stronger than Guy Nerster. The old man opened one eye. Oh my, I'm an old fool. I've been hasty. Please forgive me, Patriarch. Guy was not overly surprised. Not good. What brought you all the way here? Augustine pointed at Elric. As I said, I came to make that brazen brat my disciple. Guy pondered and replied, Are you talking about the one standing beside Sean? He's one of the Empire's 4 dukes. I think making Duke Melvinger his disciple will be rather difficult. Suddenly Elric interrupted Duke Melvinger. To everyone's astonishment, Elric Melvinger. He bowed to Augustine. Respectful greetings to the head of the Nerster Council of Elders, Master Augustine. Mephisto was taken aback. You. Sean's 2 sisters panicked. Elric, what are you doing? Augustine was intrigued. Oh, you recognize this old man? Elric replied politely. How could I not recognize the great elder of the Nerster clan? My late father often spoke of you before he died. He said if our clan had a pillar like you, we wouldn't have fallen so easily. Augustine was puzzled, but your father had no connection to me. Elric answered. Is that strange? You're very famous after all. Augustine stroked his beard and praised. You've got a sharp tongue, you crafty brat. The two spoke casually. Isn't that precisely why you wanted me to become your disciple? I'll take that as a compliment, thank you. Augustine seemed pleased. You crafty brat, since you know who I am, it's easier to converse. So will you become my disciple? Elric smiled with all sincerity. How could the head of House Melvinger become the disciple of the great master of the Nerster clan? I do not deserve such an offer, please withdraw it. Augustine bristled. Didn't you already receive instruction in my true blue techniques? He replied quietly. That was something I picked up by chance while escaping, so please understand. The old man couldn't believe it. After taking my magic without permission, Elric did not hesitate to retort. Moreover, weren't you the one who caused me trouble before, Elder? If you're not shaken, then please. Augustine suddenly roared, Yes, be silent. He stamped his foot and radiant light burst forth. He was irritated. You must obey your elder, won't you? You speak too much. No one could stop him. The entire room instantly became dazzling white and sparkling. Elric was surprised. The night sky. He quickly denied it. No, it's too white to be the night sky. Before he could think further, he took a blow to the nape of his neck. Elric could only speculate. Teleportation, no. His consciousness grew hazy. It was merely a physical movement. This was not a speed a mage could achieve. Augustine quickly grabbed his coat. Everyone hadn't had time to react. He laughed loudly. Ha, you are mine. The light gradually faded in stunned silence. Everything swept by like a gust of wind. Tasha only snapped back to herself now. Hey, what are you doing? Why did you just stand there while your friend was being kidnapped? But Sean understood all too well. Sis, don't you know what kind of person Elric is? That bastard would get you killed early. This left her flustered. What? He's disgusted. He's faking it. Mephisto chuckled softly. You leave me speechless again. It seems another successor to me has appeared. You're brave to choose that monstrous old man as your master. He was truly surprised, not using him as a pawn. His eyes seemed heavy. Elric blinked and came to. What met his eyes was the scraggly bearded old man. You're awake. He jumped back in shock. What the hell is that? Elric hadn't even fully registered. His back had fallen into empty air. Augustine reacted in a flash. He swiftly grabbed Elric by the collar. His body hung precariously. Be careful. He said matter-of-factly, I nearly lost my first disciple in 90 years of life. 1,000 deer ran wild in Elric's chest. He had planned to gamble to fully exploit the great master of Nerster, but he couldn't believe the man had actually kidnapped him while he was pretending to force the man to find a reason to make him a disciple. He realized he was standing on a towering rock. Hadn't he picked the wrong person to provoke? He tried to breathe evenly and calm down, now mobilize mana. But then he noticed his mana wouldn't move at all, as if he'd returned to the time of his blockage illness. Augustine's amused voice rang out, "It seems you've discovered it. Your senses are quite sharp." Elric was stunned. "What have you done to me?" He spoke as if it weren't a big deal. "All right, I'll explain the details as we go. Don't be impatient. Do you see anything down there?" He was about to answer casually, "I don't see anything," when the old man let go. "Then go look for yourself." It took a second before he realized he was falling. That damn old man. A gloating voice at his ear. "Finally, you've met a worthy opponent." He was surprised. "Mephisto, how did you get here?" He boasted proudly, "Finding you was as easy as turning my hand. Do you recognize my importance yet? But never mind that, now help me. If I die, you die too." Mephisto nodded. "Sure, what can I do to help you?" Elric urged. "A binding foot seal. You must teach me that so we can get out of here." Mephisto sneered. "Who do you think you're fooling? Your mana is blocked, but you can use ambient mana from the air instead." HMPH. Elric's body regained its balance. His hand formed a white glowing orb. Flow, the wind's lift, stopped his free fall. He snapped, "You won't trick me a second time, will you?" The distance to the ground grew smaller. His falling speed increased. Elric hurtled straight toward the ground. "Thankfully, I really nearly died and had my mana sealed. It feels like when I had that blockage illness." He gasped, blood rushing in his head. "Putting that aside, where am I? I know the continent's terrain, but there's nowhere like this. It's similar to the Lam Vu Chan Kung." The old man's voice came. "This is the Lam Vu Maze. Lam Vu Chan Kung is only a part of this place." He kindly added praise, and more. "I've sealed your mage force, yet you drew mana from the air to cast spells. It seems I've picked a rather talented fellow." Elric seethed inwardly. "I nearly died. Why did you do that? You said you wanted me as your disciple." Augustine cautioned, "I still want that, but I will not teach you anything belonging to the Nerster. Like you said, I cannot teach you the Nerster clan's magic." Elric looked up. "So what the hell do you intend to teach me?" The next word surprised him. "Although I am the leader of the Nerster Council of Elders, I am also the headmaster of a school called Grassland." He said, "Its magic is passed to only one person and has nothing to do with Nerster. I suppose you won't object to learning it." While Elric was still confused, "Grassel what? I've never seen it in any history." Beside him spoke. "Grassland." He sounded nostalgic. "I can't believe it's still active. Those bastards are persistent." Elric asked quietly, "You've heard of it. I've never heard of it." Mephisto's lips moved. "They come from the west and were a real nuisance when I was active. They use martial magic rather than conventional magic." It was the first time he heard of it. "They operated 1,000 years ago in the west, that's all." "But what's martial magic? Like a martial artist's fighting style?" Mephisto glanced at him. "Similar, it's a combat art that uses mana flow as the foundation to enhance the body." He spoke bluntly. "In short, it teaches what you need most right now. Grassland is a school specialized in harmonizing many types of magic, so it's perfect for reconciling the chaotic mana inside you." Elric put a hand to his chest. He didn't know what to do with the various chaotic mana within him, but this was advantageous. Finding a master was lucky too. The world really is unfair, so that's why that old man sealed my mana. He felt his heart race. He couldn't believe he could learn knowledge perfect for him without being controlled by the Nerster clan. There couldn't be a better opportunity. He decided, "So you'll teach me Grassland's martial magic?" Augustine marveled. "You even know about martial magic when there are no records left. You continue to surprise me." He said, "If so, then let's begin right away. You are in the territory of the KH letter 1ED1C wolves. They are strong and 3 times larger than ordinary wolves." Elric sensed them too. The old man's voice seemed to drift on the wind. "You know Grassland's martial magic is taught through practical experience, right? So survive." That was the last word, then countless wolves burst out of the darkness. Even so, Elric couldn't accept it. "You mad old man, you're sealing my mana. What do you expect me to do?" Someone spoke behind Augustine. "Boss, is it okay to just watch? From what I heard, he's a recruit who has only been learning magic for half a year." He replied softly, "You're here. He's indeed inexperienced, but not in skill." "Oh, thanks for lending me the KH letter 1ED1C wolves." The other felt worried. There'll be big trouble if they taste human flesh. Seeing Elric battered, he sneered. Isn't the master's disciple in trouble?" He was puzzled. "At this rate, he'll die." But Augustine simply said, "Just watch." Elric's hand emitted a pale blue light. Elric landed a tooth-breaking strike on one, and Augustine nodded. "Didn't I tell you so?" He offered an observation. "The boy is very different." He assured them, "I'm sure he can pass my test and fulfill Grassland's wishes of the past 1,000 years." A light breeze blew through, but since he's still weak, he issued a requirement. "Agility, you will have to step forward as the founder of the Revolutionary Army." The Revolutionary Army's identities couldn't even be fully uncovered by the Imperial intelligence. their actions aligned with the Tower Masters, Magic, and the Lions. They exist solely to liberate the continent from the Empire's tyranny. They were the most notorious terrorist group, and he was the former leader of the Revolutionary Army. I'll do it because it's your request. The Beast King, a white tiger, stepped forward, wings spread wide. But he was thrilled to gain a new disciple. Agility tense sat atop the great white tiger with a hawk on his shoulder. Are you okay with losing him? He assigned the task, hunt down all the cock wolves living here. Taking down one wolf was already difficult, Mephisto said. Last time you felled one you were just lucky, but this time it'll be hard for you, especially in your current state. He clicked his tongue. They'll be more cautious after seeing one of their own killed. You can't rely on luck now. Elric panted, staring at the wolf before him. He was right, I can only absorb ambient mana once or twice. That mad old man, how am I supposed to kill these things empty-handed? He didn't relax for a moment. If only he had the weapon he used on Snow Mountain. If he'd known, he'd have trained his body more. He froze. Wait, physical training, of course. Body strengthening arts, studies that increase physical power through many experiments. The body strengthening art I researched is physical training. Elric's mouth twitched, so I just need to imitate it right. He recalled what he'd read, a style passed down by the descendants of the Tiger King, the steel body technique. It's a combat move that makes the human bones as hard as steel, multiplies strength many times over, and teaches the practitioner how to fight using those abilities. Elric took a stance. The Tiger Man, king of monstrous kinds, once said, the body is a miniature version of the world created by the gods. His feet moved like a tiger's, like the flow of each stream in nature. Breath and blood circulated to every corner of the body. The human body transforms based on how one breathes and thinks. He held his breath, and from the thoughts that constantly circled the mind, countless subconscious layers opened, one of which is selected by instinct. Elric squared off against the wolf. His transformed body would act on instinct. He relaxed his mind. He expected nothing, simply accepted this world. Unconsciously dodging instinct and intuition, a fighting skill based on the alignment of the two. Elric seemed to self-hypnotize that he had no plan or reason. He raised his fist, knowing only that this choice was right. He shattered the pitch-black night, the Tiger Man's combat skill. Mephisto was stunned by the display. He couldn't help but exclaim, that crazy bastard. Elric was wildly attacking. He only felt bewildered. How could a human want to fight like a monster? The wolf's sharp fangs gaped wide. But at this moment, Mephisto was witnessing an unbelievable scene. Elric was almost on the offensive. How could he do that? The next wolf collapsed. His breathing was heavy. Augustine clicked his tongue, just as my disciple would. You've taken down two already. Perhaps I should raise the difficulty of this test. He kindly suggested, but seeing you struggle, I'll give you a hint. You'll find several patches of moss growing in the shaded parts of the cliff. Pick them. Mephisto grimaced. That old man is crazy too. He must be thrilled watching your state now. He scoffed, don't lump me in with that old man. But I still have to crawl over and get them, damn it. Elric clutched his blood-stained shirt. He wants me to hunt down all the wolves, doesn't he? A truly resilient will. Let's see who will win. Another wave of attack came. The wolves came in a line. Elric fought tirelessly. 10 long and short days passed like that, and he reached the spot Augustine had hinted at. This is the mana-healing flower, right? Mephisto was puzzled. Yes, I don't know why it's here either, he marveled. So beautiful, red moss. It's a plant from the demon realm called resurrection herb. At the same time, he wondered if it could restore energy when ingested. Mephisto was hesitant. For humans, it has little effect beyond some medicinal properties, but with you I'm not sure since you bear a seal. He suddenly thought maybe it will help increase your seal's resistance. There's something strange. I bet that old man didn't send you here for nothing. But why does it appear here? Perhaps this place is connected to that demon. Elric quietly rejoiced, truly a rare opportunity. But he was still angry that the old man had put him in such danger. He stood atop the pile of wolf carcasses, and thanks to him he had increased the seal's resistance and recovered a lot of energy. His steps grew steadier. He also trained in the body-strengthening arts. On the jagged rocks, Elric's voice was hoarse. This farce has finally ended. Before him was a wolf with glowing markings. Are you the last one? But he suddenly noticed something. And when he looked up at human footsteps, he really heard a voice. You've surprised me again. The white tiger clung to the rock, but the voice wasn't from it. I heard the elder say you're the strongest of Uston Academy. Someone sat astride a wolf. I didn't expect you'd show such terrifying skill. Agility jumped down in front of him. Before his wary gaze, he said, I've decided if you can defeat this cock wolf. His yellow eyes flared. I'll take you as my disciple. No sooner had he finished than a loud shout rang out. You crazy bastard. Someone leaped down to their spot. Augustine incredulously pointed at him. You know I worked hard to find that kid and you're trying to steal him from me? Elric was dazed. Master. The two burst into an argument. Agility complained. I should be the one to say that. You know how hard I'll have to work to raise those cock wolves that were slaughtered for you. I'll have to search for wolf pups all the way from the southern Dragonlands for 5 years, feed them only resurrection herb, and then… Mephisto was at a loss. I'm not that contemptible, am I? Elric had nothing to say. Can't say you aren't. He complained. Shouldn't you have asked my opinion? Agility blurted out. Sorry, I saw such bright potential and was a bit hasty. From the wanted notices, you must know who I am by now. Do you want to become this Beast King's disciple? Take it as his concise offer, huh? Elric refused bluntly, though Master is a bit eccentric. I am already Augustine's disciple. Mephisto was incredulous. What's wrong with him? Augustine was moved. You Elric tried to refuse, so I can't become a disciple. Suddenly Agility said, I'll teach you the image eye. He laughed and explained, it's the technique that lets you command demonic beasts at will and also allowed me to claim the title Beast King. You've seen me control the white tiger and the cock wolves, right? Elric immediately changed his tone. Taking a soul master isn't some empty social custom. I'll accept your instruction if you don't mind. Agility laughed heartily. Melvingers are straightforward. I like it. Augustine trembled all over. That bastard. Mephisto sighed, patted his shoulder consolingly. I know there's no way he'd understand respect, poor you. Elric put on a professional smile, then please teach me the image. But Agility shook his finger, no. He turned back to stroke the great wolf. Didn't I already tell you? I'll take you as my disciple if you can defeat this cock wolf. He said excitedly, mastering mana control is essential for those with the image eye. Combat magics that harness young mana flow amplify the image eye's power. He added with glee, it looks like you've been replenishing your mana by eating resurrection herb, but this is the final test. If you defeat this one using only martial magic. A breeze swept over his head. The wolf was sent flying before it could do anything, and the one who struck was Elric. The two reacted, one joyful, one astonished. Mephisto was not overly surprised. Elric shrugged, done right. Agility weakly replied, yes. Someone stepped forward. Elric looked at him. The one who takes pleasure in my suffering has finally appeared. He said seriously, are you satisfied now? His expression was not pleased. Augustine watched him quietly. Suddenly he placed a hand on his shoulder. Well done. The hand emitted a golden light. It seems I can finally. Elric seemed to sense some emotion. Augustine finished speaking. I'll teach you about the grudge of the Chronicle of Night. The shy swaying flowers. Elric was taken to another place. An ancient place covered by nameless flowers. Where are we? He asked. The Chronicle of Night temple, he explained. Elric was astonished. A temple. He frowned. A bleak, mournful mana stream. Isn't this demonic energy? Mephisto was equally surprised. How is there a demonic domain here? He stared. A demonic domain? Isn't that territory only the Demon King can create? Mephisto's face turned serious. No wonder resurrection herb, which only grows in the demon realm, appeared here. This energy, could this be that one's domain? But as far as I know, he mainly occupies the east, Augustine said. Can you sense it? He knows it well. I'm sure he's a descendant of the Melvinger line. Demon hunters can sense such things, he honestly asked. Yes, but why is the Chronicle of Night Temple a demonic domain? The bandaged hand of his showed characters you might recognize, but the Chronicle of Night stretches here from the distant east. They stepped inside. Elric was even more surprised. Eastern architecture, aren't those Eastern characters? Augustine explained, the founder of the Chronicle of Night was originally an alchemist searching for herbs in the east. That is the story behind the great painting here. One day he lost his wife and daughter to some demon king, and he eventually chased that bastard all the way west to exact revenge. He then drew a Bagua circle. Because the demon king was so powerful, the founder changed his plan. He not only combined Eastern knowledge with Western magical lore, he even blended the powers of demons themselves to grow stronger. Elric was puzzled, so you mean the founder's grudge has carried on to this day? Augustine replied, yes, nearly 1,000 years. He felt there was some reason. Since he accepted me as a disciple, that must mean the revenge hasn't ended. But the old man's voice was light. No, the revenge has already ended. He was stunned. Ended? Who could have done that? Augustine said calmly, hasn't it been obvious? When they entered the next room, his eyes widened. The room was lined with talismans. Augustine admitted, it was me. Mephisto had to concede too. His origins may be humble, but he's quite strong. Unbelievable that he could trap him. This odd fellow must be extremely capable. Elric was dazed. If even Mephisto acknowledges the Demon King, then he must be incredibly powerful. Master, how strong did you have to be to defeat him? Augustine replied with a wry tone, well, that's not something I should brag about to my disciple. The battle back then had many possible outcomes, so it's hard to say definitively who won. He turned his gaze to the other thing. So like our founder, I created a new goal. A pact was made with that demon. I would decide the winner of that battle through a disciple who would one day succeed me. Through a disciple who would one day take my place. His gentle voice rang out, my disciple, you will be the one to determine victory. Is he stronger? Or are the teachings of this old man stronger? The four stood in a line looking ahead. Elric asked, you mean I have to fight that thing? While his expression worsened, the old man remained indifferent. Yes, precisely, I want you to fight its seal. Augustine turned and smiled slightly, because you can take the monster's seal, even as a human. Elric tensed completely, his whole body rigid and unbearably uncomfortable. How could you? Mephisto looked at him bewildered and raised his hand gently to reassure him. I know what you're worried about, there's no need to be anxious. Why would Master reveal a disciple's secret? He still gritted his teeth, but perhaps his heart had shifted slightly. He glanced left and right. He also rolled his eyes and for the moment fell silent. Augustine slowly unwrapped the bandage from his hand. All right, masters and disciples must trust each other. Look. Agility showed a frightened face. Don't make a fuss, he paid it little mind, revealing a hand covered in scribbles. Every mage has a secret technique they cannot disclose to others, and so do I. Augustine removed his cloak. I have it. At that moment, one side of his body was exposed to everyone. The left arm looked deformed, a dark goblin arm. Dark goblins are not like the fair goblins that live in the forest of light. They dwell in the underground darkness and worship demons. Being considered fiends, they were driven to extinction by the Empire's purge. Mephisto bared his teeth in a grin while Elric struggled to hide his surprise. Augustine continued, you know, grafting parts of other creatures onto yourself is forbidden dark magic, right? It's even harsher when it's a fiend. Done. Augustine pulled his cloak back on. Aside from agility, no one, not even the host Nerester, knew this secret. Now we know each other's weakness. Are you satisfied? He half opened one eye and said, I discovered your secret when I searched you while you were unconscious for teaching purposes, but if you dislike it, I apologize. The more Augustine spoke, the more Elric frowned, but now that I know you can absorb demon seals and activate them, I cannot let you go because of this grudge. The two faced each other while the others were merely background. It was just this old man's greed. So from now on, do as you wish. The white tiger poked its head out beside him, smiling gently. Its expression was solemn. Now you must truly think it through. Greed, yes, perhaps it's only his greed to satisfy something that's gone. Long kept asking, but is greed a sin? Isn't it a goal like anyone's? Master also has his own goals. Thinking this, Elric couldn't help parting his lips. How could I refuse someone pursuing a goal? He stepped forward. His hands clenched. He bowed at a 45-degree angle and said solemnly, I am the head of House Melvinger, Elric Melvinger. I greet the inheritor of the Chronicle of Night, Lord Augustine Nerester, as your disciple. Elric smiled, and his eyes carried that smile too. Hearing this, the old man could not have been more pleased. Thank you, my disciple. Elric hurriedly turned to the matter at hand. So I just need to absorb the Demon King's seal, right? What's its name? Augustine looked kindly and replied, I don't know precisely either. On its journey from the western shore to the Empire, each time it appears it takes a new name. He lowered his voice, but we call it the Rampaging Beast. You the Rampaging Beast. At that, Augustine truly opened both eyes. His wrinkled face looked pitiful. Elric declared, his keen eyes razor sharp, then I'll begin. He thought to himself, the Rampaging Beast is a demon king even Mephisto recognizes. If I can absorb the seal of such a creature, I'll do it. Elric glanced at the tangle of white cords before him, a little uneasy. I'll do it. He stood dumbfounded and telepathically asked, Mephisto, how does one absorb a seal? Mephisto grew furious. I've been explaining and you don't know how. Elric continued sending signals without speaking. If he asks like that, how could I refuse? You said demons grow stronger by stealing each other's seals, so how is it done? Mephisto seized the chance to lecture. Did you learn how to eat before you eat? Stealing seals is like eating with us. How am I supposed to teach you that? His brows knitted tight as bowstrings. This is bad. My magic shows no response. In the case of the cursed seal ring, it happens naturally because... Suddenly Elric's eyes snapped wide open, a glimmer of hope shining. Could it be? He could absorb it using his own energy. Everything around him vibrated continuously. Even agility winced. He held his stance steady. Elric curled a smirk once things were under control. What I prioritized learning during training week wasn't just combat magic or body enhancement, but also how to regulate multiple forms of mana in the body. A look of satisfaction crossed his face. I tested it by linking my seal with the spirit speech technique, just as I thought. It worked. Moments later, the surroundings shifted into a forest. He looked around. The mental world, do I have to complete a test and be recognized like with the Snow Mountain King? Elric stepped carefully, examining everything. What's here? A swamp should have insects or birds, but there's nothing. I don't think it's just because this is a mental world. It's too quiet, as if something has swallowed everything. He moved slowly, tiptoeing, sensing the rustle of marsh palms and something unusual, bleak but fierce. By now he'd switched to running mode. There's a hard-to-reach predator here. Something has changed. The change put Elric on alert. He glanced quickly in that direction. The light shifted to a reddish gold, yet he didn't stop moving. Did something just move? His face darkened. No more joking in the forest or in the sky. No. He gaped in stunned silence. He couldn't sense it anywhere. At that instant, a gigantic creature appeared before him. Its body seemed to blot out the sky. There was an intriguing humanoid within it. But the Demon King's sharp teeth were aimed at Elric's throat. Alone, he faced the enormous monster, its silhouette and fangs blurred through sunbeams between the leaves, the rest in endless darkness. Elric resolved to fight as he had when defeating the Snow Mountain King. He suffered intense inner struggle, unsure what to do. He still didn't know how to absorb Yu's seal. He should observe first. There might be another way. He wasn't sure he could win. Yu spoke. Melvinger usually strikes first and asks questions later, but you seem unusually patient. Elric clenched both hands, trembling slightly, gritting his teeth. It's not the only strange thing about you, it continued. There's something off about you. You carefully inspected every detail of him. A mundane human bearing a seal. It's not Mephisto's seal, is it? Elric grew more impatient. He could feel the creature's hunger in its voice like a predator. You kept interrogating, and although lower ranked, you have another seal, a dragon heart. You also know how to use spirit speech? He thought to himself that he was just prey to it. Finally, Elric made his decision. All right, come on, I'll attack as soon as it glanced briefly. Fine. If you were an ordinary human, I wouldn't bother, but he found himself standing motionless, staring at it. The rampaging beast opened its maw wide, as if it could swallow everything it hated. You seem worth something. The Melvinger youth kept craving more. The more it spoke, the more inscrutable it seemed to Elric. The rampaging beast continued. Hunger for more, fill your greed and ambition. He was surprised to discover his body couldn't move. Its eyes lit up. If you do that, you will. Meet me again. A second later, Elric was back in that room, suspiciously still holding his stand. Mephisto found it hard to believe. Already, Augustine replied nonchalantly, I think so. You understand nothing, it's him, isn't it? Mephisto flew up, visibly annoyed. That madman even spoke his true name. Elric stared at his two arms, astonished and speechless. Seals are usually taken this easily. Impossible, right? Mephisto, irritated, snapped. He had no choice. He'd been keeping the seal from dying for a long time and reached his limit. He paralyzed your body to return it to its previous form. He even gave you a seal far weaker than the original. He looked at the mark on his arm and recited what he'd heard. He said I'd meet him again if I kept craving. Does that mean I should upgrade this seal back to its original form? They went back and forth. You have a new family, huh, crazy one. You say you know his true name. Can you do it? HMPH, I won't spit my damned name to survive. Augustine interrupted the discussion. Yu's true name is Accursed God. He stepped closer and said the rank likely dropped after losing to me, so he may be quite ferocious now. The other two weren't pleased. He snapped back rudely. This human is crazy. Who asked you to butt in? He even knows the value of a true name. Someone must have possessed him. Elric flinched, his eyes full of concern. I was going to ask Master if Mephisto refused to speak, so why did he suddenly? Augustine laughed heartily when insulted as vicious. He briefly lowered his eyes to see what would happen next. Standing before Elric, he smiled and said, the seal of ferocity. Then Augustine grew serious and launched into an explanation. You, in origin, is a demon called a ghoul. They are demons at the bottom of the food chain, always fearful because they can die at any moment, yet forever greedy by their ravenous nature. The more he spoke, the more stunned Elric became. That's why you can sense danger like a ghoul when you bear Yu's seal, and why you can more quickly detect an enemy's strengths and weaknesses to counter them. Augustine's mouth widened, tears streaming down, the awakening of a sixth sense through mana circulation, what combat mages always try to emulate. The pounding of the heart and the queasy rush of the senses. He truly cried, two streams of tears running down his cheeks. I call it the ghoul sense. The Chronicle of Night has finally obtained Yu's seal and the ghoul sense. Now you only need to upgrade this seal and fight Yu. The importance and usage details of this seal are things you won't find in any book. I wonder how hard the Chronicle's ancestors and my master worked to acquire this knowledge. Augustine kept crying and kept saying that the knowledge and millennia-old dream of the Chronicle were aimed at achieving this single goal. The mark on Elric's hand glowed ferociously. His face darkened, sensing the incoming energy. Now it's my turn to bear this goal. Elric hesitated, a bead of sweat trickled down. Master said the ghoul sense is that pounding heart and queasy senses, right? Why did it activate on its own? At that moment, someone new appeared, shouting, Elric. Sean arrived in a hurry, covered in sweat and dust. Elric wondered how he got here. Sean hurriedly said it didn't matter, there's big trouble. Outside, the other two still sat gloomy, sniffling and consoling each other. Not knowing what they'd heard, Elric went pale. What? At that mansion. The servant hurriedly announced, Miss Tasha, sir must go outside to see this. She propped her chin boredly. What is it? Has the Duke finished training? The whole person trembled at the news, features distorted. Her eyes glittered, then she gave an order. Tell them to stop her first. I will go see her myself. On Elric's side, they were racing against time. Elric was extremely anxious. Should he have tried to stop Sister Tasha earlier? Sean, helpless, both annoyed and hurried. How could I possibly stop that crazy witch? And why are you dumping everything on me when it was your fault? He frowned, lowering his tone. This is bad. The combative streak in her flares up like this because of you. Elric flew while praying. I hope nothing happens. Her features lit with a hint of pleasure. She smiled unconsciously. Sean said the Duke's sister's radiance had sacrificed her life for him. In other words, the sister lacked the magical talent the brother had, who suffers from blockage. After all, it's hard to produce a genius from a fallen house. Tasha wondered to herself, is the one the Duke fears most really his sister? It can't be just because she's his sister, right? I don't know what kind of person she is. At the same time, Hazer had now appeared at that castle. Sean, excuse me, is my little brother Elric Melvinger here? She was tiny but carrying a suitcase twice her size. The guards blocked her. The Duke's radiance is present, but you cannot enter without an invitation. Hazer bowed slightly, awkwardly asking, sorry, why is that? Could you call third young Master Sean? I'm sure he knows I'm here. They were adamant, no. Besides, we received orders from the mistress not to let you in. Sean's sister, why would she? Just then someone appeared and cut into the conversation. A pleasure to meet you. She turned her head to look, frowning slightly. Tasha introduced herself as she arrived. I am the daughter of House Nerster, Tasha Nerster. Hazer bowed deeply in greeting. My name is Hazer Melvinger. I've heard much about you from Elric and your brother. A second later, she seemed to change, leaning close to Tasha and smiling up. I've heard you're charming, strong as a brilliant flame, and it seems those rumors suit you. Honored to meet you. The surprise made Tasha tremble slightly. Thank you. Hazer slightly opened her mesmerizing blue-gold eyes. May I ask why you barred me? I can't think of any reason why you stopped me. Tasha, almost silenced, replied calmly without daring to blink. This is the main residence of House Nerster, head of the 6 families managing the magic tower. It's not a place anyone can enter at will, right? She lowered her head, melancholic. Blonde hair and blue eyes are Melvinger traits, but she could be disguised. Moreover, even if she truly were the Duke's sister, she must still follow certain procedures. Hazer paused and asked, so in that case, what do you want me to do to prove it? Tasha knit her brows in anger. If you truly are the Duke's sister, that means you're a member of the arcane faith family, so I'll believe you only if you defeat me in a magic duel. She activated an eye power to form a circle. Unfortunately, I lack the ability to use magic, so then. Hazer's whole expression darkened as energy surrounded her. And what about spiritual force? She said challengingly, you'll get hurt. Tasha fears no one, I'm curious about that. With a light snap of her fingers, this will be easy. Everything around exploded into blinding light, making it impossible to see clearly. The procedure to verify her identity. Debris flew everywhere. The 2 guards stood frozen like statues, staring. She pursed her lips and smiled slightly as Hazer pulled out her giant hammer. Are you sure you can stand against something that big? She asked quietly. Have you ever played tag when you were a child? Then Tasha dashed toward the flying boulders like lightning. Excitement showed on her face. It had been a long time since she last played, but Sean and I played together a lot as kids. She raised her hand and began chanting a spell. Tasha aimed her hand at her opponent. I never lose track of it. What about you? Are you good at this game? On the other side, Hazer gripped the hammer handle firmly. I've never been defeated before, but that's because the hunger to win in me never stops flowing. She smirked and raised the hammer high above her head. Hazer swung the hammer with all her might toward the front. I always catch Elric again and again. Tasha's face was now grimacing, her pupils constricted. She leaned her head back and bared her teeth in a grin. After that strike, Tasha was sweating bullets, thinking it surprising that a member of the arcane faith could be a martial artist. But she couldn't imagine someone swinging a 100 kg hammer as if it were featherlight without using spiritual force. That truly made her a member of House Melvinger. That sign is the Black Skull. Could the Duke's sister really be a member of the most powerful mercenary legion? Hazer grinned with eyes narrowed, satisfied with the result. The score is 1-0, right? Tasha's eyes brightened. I won't go easy this time. They pushed each other back, and suddenly both halted their actions. She panicked, what is happening? Hazer seemed calmer, rolled her eyes at her, and whispered, things are only getting better. That hand quickly grabbed Elric's throat. Immediately after, Sean ran over as if he couldn't stop. He arrived in an awkward posture but still wore a confident smile. Sis, you still look as strong as ever. Sis, Elric trembled under the choke, straining. It looked like you and Sister Tasha are having a good time. Won't you step between us? Now calm down and let me go or we'll have to charge you repair fees. Hazer softly called Elric. At his throat a cracking sound echoed. Crack. Her face darkened and her voice sent chills down Tasha's spine. Let's have a little chat. Not long before they met, Tasha sat frowning in her room. She focused intensely on what she was reading. She held the paper up to inspect it carefully. Tasha asked, is this correct? The paper read, Hazer Melvinger cannot be verified. The maid, clutching a stack of papers, replied hastily, I'm sorry. According to our intelligence gatherer, the information is highly classified. She clasped her hands together, tilted her head slightly, and sighed, well, just as I expected. After all, the Black Tower is the most powerful underground mercenary organization. Their number of enemies scales with completed missions, so I'm sure their identities are ranked. Her words grew increasingly cryptic. Very good, I'll seize this chance to become a peer and ally. Tasha plotted inwardly. It's rare to meet even one Black Tower member since they have ties only with the Grey Lion family. So what if Miss Melvinger is a Black Tower member? The more Tasha thought, the more satisfied she became, smiling faintly. This reason alone is enough to forge a close relationship with the Melvinger family for the sake of the Radiant Starduke. Nerster would have nothing left to lose. It seems we've made the right move, ha. Then she darted off. All right then. Back in reality, they kept flailing about. Are those two still playing tag? Elric urged desperately, shouting, sis, please talk to me. Hazer's face darkened, her tone not pleased. You seem to be living well on that fame, huh? Now you can use magic, right? And you've learned to resist, he frowned, stunned into silence. Then she delivered a finishing blow to the spot where Elric had just stood. He leapt off the ground. I'm serious, she said. Elric clenched his teeth, thinking that without Preta he would truly have died. She's been like this since she was little. She'd break my legs every time I caused trouble so I wouldn't fall into it again. Mephisto observed from outside. I've never seen you struggle like this. She lives up to the Melvinger name. But I think I also sense a rather different aura from this Melvinger family member. Elric realized something. A bead of sweat rolled down. It's the first time I've witnessed something this interesting. Hazer showed no sign of stopping. My shallow little brother, let's see if you can dodge this move. He raised his hand and concentrated all his energy into a defensive block. Elric formed a protective barrier around himself. He used every muscle in his body to withstand it. Are you serious? Elric squeezed his eyes shut, sweat pouring down like a shower, unable to believe reality. How could she expect him to dodge such a strike? The elder brother trembled, but suddenly there was a pause. Elric slowly opened his eyes and glanced over. She stopped the hammer right in front of him and did not continue. Sis. Elric leaned back in a relaxed posture. When he heard he'd made some basic progress, she felt somewhat relieved. From beginning to end, Hazer never once turned to look at her younger brother. I know you've had a hard time with mana blockage, yet you still tried your best, so I want to support you as much as I can. She kept questioning him, putting him on the spot. But now you threw yourself into danger, couldn't control yourself, lost consciousness for days, and after waking up, you disappeared for months without saying where you were going. Hazer lowered her head to the ground and asked softly, when do you think was the last time you contacted me? Half a year. I lost contact with you for 6 months. Do you know when her eyes started filling with tears? Do you know how worried I was? He felt some stirring in his heart. She always protected him excessively, scolding him for everything he did, saying it was dangerous. She was always there for him. Elric realized, I didn't like that overprotection, but I understand why she acted that way. After our parents died, to take care of a troublemaker like me, she had to grow up far too young. Your temperament has become a bit extreme. He regained his composure, eyes shining with determination. I've discovered our family's mission. Losing consciousness in the dragon's lair and disappearing after I woke were both because of the family's duty. Hazer gradually stopped crying. Honestly, sometimes I think we don't need to revive our fallen house. It's already collapsed, and I wonder if my efforts mean anything. He kept speaking with firm conviction, but after all he'd been through, a thought crossed his mind. This world could be filled with disaster at any moment. Her expression changed more with each of her brother's words. Hiding as a Melvinger would be a disrespect to our mother, father, and the ancestors who fought for our lives. He resolved, I will go north. There lies the mission our ancestors left behind. At that, Hazer couldn't hold back the tears which streamed down her cheeks. Whatever that mission is, however dangerous the path, I will pursue it. Just like our forefathers did, until our house, this world, and every place you set foot in will shine. Elric's brows nearly met. His eyes sparkled like stars. She was stunned after hearing it all. Now she smiled genuinely, happy and relieved. She gently scolded with affection. If you sneak off again, I'll really crush these legs of yours, understood? Elric puzzled. What? The siblings played out a touching family drama that made an outsider like him feel superfluous. Aren't you moved? Yes, Elric, you've grown up. I won't interfere in your affairs anymore. Isn't that what you should say? Mephisto cruelly commented. How shameful. She should hit him a few more times for me. I'm even hopping this day next year will be his death anniversary. Luckily, she still knows how to break free from my control. You said some fine things this time, but how can I trust you after everything you've done? Putting that aside, humans truly are moved by the smallest thing. For the resurrection of Lord Azel. 3 months later, Elric sat meditating on a rock shrouded in mist when a crow came flying in like a missile. He was intensely focused, a cloth blindfold over his eyes, lips pressed together. One eye flashed beneath the cloth as Elric reached out to catch the eagle. Agility called from behind, confusing the eagle. You learn fast. He looked up and said seriously, I didn't think you'd master the eye skill so quickly. Something suddenly attacked Agility's position. When did you blink teleport there? But Augustine was quicker and still managed to intercept. He smiled in satisfaction. It seems you've also grasped the demon sense. You've learned everything possible here. From now on, real combat will help you awaken even faster. After the blindfold was removed, Elric collapsed to the ground, scratched his head, and laughed. Huh, so it's finally over. We won't meet again, right? His two masters stood before him in very different moods. Augustine quite cheerful, as if just yesterday he begged to become his teacher, while Agility was extremely annoyed. I must say, you're truly an outstanding disciple. He slowly brushed off the dust and sat up. Did you lot forget you were using training as an excuse to bully me? Anyway, I learned a lot from you, thanks, master. He showed no expression behind that unkempt beard and hair. Are you flattering us? Agility's eyes lit up. Weren't you going to head north right away, bring us back some gifts? Sure, Elric smiled, a touch of sadness in his gaze. Damn it, let's never meet again. He paused for a moment nevertheless. The two fell silent, waiting for his next words. Then Elric dashed off so fast his figure vanished. Take care of yourselves, both of you. The space grew quieter. He spoke first. Does this make you nostalgic, leader, for the days we rampaged everywhere with Set? Augustine also recalled the past. Every day was full of joy when we were still vigorous, and now I spend my remaining short years holding this place. Agility glanced that way and asked, what would Set say if you were here? He'd nag that we're sitting here waiting to die like old men. We aren't even 100 yet. They went on telling old stories. Lord, we're not as old as him. Indeed, compared to him, we're just middle-aged fellows. Putting that aside, how could he leave such wonderful teachers? To go north alone, that disciple needs to be taught some manners. At that moment, Elric met Tasha. She studied the papers carefully and double-checked. You assigned the dragon lair excavation to me directly? Yes, thanks. Thank you very much, he replied casually. You're handing it to me. Why are you suddenly so polite? Elric had everything arranged in his mind. I've prepared a carriage to take you north. It's right at the gate. I'll arrange your academy studies, so be careful. On the paper was the agreement for the excavation of the diamond dragon lair between the Firebird Roost family and the Melvinger family. Melvinger family, Elric Melvinger, Firebird Roost family, Tasha Nerster. He silently judged Tasha's almost bestial excitement. She's famous for loving dragons, which is why I gave it to her, but I didn't expect she'd be this thrilled. Her eyes shone. At last I can touch real dragon items, only good stuff. He frowned slightly, uneasy. Still, he thought the bond with the Nersters was strengthening so everyone would benefit. Then he remembered someone still owed him. Mrs. Abel said she'd contact me after arriving in Karna. Has she forgotten her debt? Anyway, I'll take the carriage first. Herman was in the woods sheathing his sword. That bastard Paul really hurt me. Bodies lay scattered across the ground. The metallic stench of blood rose. No matter how weak I was, I can't believe he thought that was enough to kill me. Suddenly a voice rang out, drawing Herman's attention. Perhaps the man was impatient. He had weakened after losing so many blue wolves. The gaunt man stepped closer and couldn't be taken off his eyes, and he knew if you joined the Melvinger forces, you'd be in danger. Blay and Arden escorted Isabel with great pleasure. Well, our niece is clever. She's right, brother. Why don't we stop this and go kill Paul now? Yes, let the three of us go together, she pouted. I told you not to treat me like a child anymore. Blay released Isabel near Herman and nodded, narrowing his eyes. I told you, the whale matter will be handled by me. You three just need to protect Isabel. Then Herman grew serious. I'll personally meet the Duke to give thanks. The others, including her, stared at him as if watching closely. Then they decided how to deal with Paul later. As dusk fell, Aiden stood with his back turned and asked, why hasn't Paul been appointed as a blue master yet? The other replied, there's a minor issue. Don't worry, the plan has faced no obstacles so far. He said, I thought eliminating a blue master whose mana is blocked would be easy, but considering the declining Melvinger family might get in the way. The two stood close together, whispering mysteriously. Anyway, it's not time to deal with the Melvingers yet. Quickly appoint Paul Whale as a blue master, captain of the Blue Wolf unit, Hilton. As soon as he becomes a blue tiger, both his body and his power will be stripped away. His eyes changed color, one pupil stained with blood to contribute even a little effort to Lord Azazel, albeit. I told you not to worry. The carriage had been fully prepared. Shouts of dismay came from inside. Impossible. Elric sat inside trembling, clutching his head in despair. I plan to go north quietly. He lowered his head to the ground, complaining non-stop. I'm grateful for such a large carriage, but I don't need a second driver. The man in front introduced himself. My name isn't second driver, it's Carl. The more Elric spoke, the more depressed he became. Even Sean was like that. An occasional trip with friends isn't bad. He crossed his arms irritably. I'm only coming because father asked, okay? Elric turned to complain again. Sis, you should go home and rest. Why? She just bowed her head and smiled. What, you don't want your sister to come along? He reluctantly said the words that already made him uneasy. No, I do want that. I'm so happy I could jump for joy to be with you. Elric still hadn't lifted his head to face the world. Too many troubles. Master, you old men should sit still. He clicked his tongue. You forbid the old from going out to have fun. Augustine sat with legs apart, hands resting on his knees like in meditation. I should teach you proper behavior while we're out enjoying some northern breeze. Agility also acted offended. You hurt our feelings by leaving us behind. Mephisto had appeared at some point, annoyed. Looks like this will be a noisy trip. I hate being bothered the most. Only he trembled as he suppressed himself, forcing on an awkward smile. Wow, how fun, haha, 7 people is the perfect number for an expedition. Elric peered out one eye, thinking this was a family vacation or something. The room was lavishly decorated like a castle. They introduced themselves in turn. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Augustine, Elric's master. I'm Hazer, thank you for taking care of my brother. The poor boy is so weak he even needs a cute creature to help him. You think the species of the monster lord is adorable. Interesting. Could you stop grimacing, Elric? Do I want to go anywhere? Sean propped his chin, unable to relax his face. The white tiger stretched lazily and yawned. Agility watched and burst into delighted laughter. Old Augustine stole a glance as well. In that moment his heart seemed to soften. His eyes sparkled like crystal. Perhaps a family like this wouldn't be so bad. Guy sat silent in the room, thoughtfully stirring his cup of coffee. Then he set the coffee cup down on the table and said so. Guy glanced at the person beside him and asked coldly, "Are they all going north?" Corin closed his eyes and replied briefly, "Yes, sir." The man asked curiously, "Chief, is there good news?" Guy only looked out the window, narrowing his eyes. "Isn't it rather interesting?" Look. Outside was the sight of the grand carriage rolling by, the ridiculous contraption. Hazer now smiled with eyes nearly closed and gently reminded, "Elric, I told you to mind your manners in front of elders. Look at Sean, that's the model of a true man." He's laughing until tears streamed down his face now. Elric was utterly annoyed, arms folded across his chest, exhaling with contempt. What a model monkey. She burst out laughing louder. "I was going to teach this damned younger brother a lesson, would you mind?" Augustine seemed to enjoy the situation. "Not at all, leave us be." Jai doubled over laughing. "That's right, discipline must come from family." Hazer regained her composure, placed a hand lightly on her chest and bowed slightly. "Thank you for understanding." A hand quietly patted Elric's shoulder. "Really, at your age you still need to relearn manners." She appeared behind him with a frightening face, flashing white teeth. "Elric, take a walk with me for a bit." He went pale, his features all twisted. "Hazer, if you go for a walk, then leave that scary thing behind." Before he could protest, she yanked his ear and dragged him off clumsily. "Ah, Hazer, let go of me." Mephisto stood up at that moment, grinning wickedly. I never thought I'd see the day Elric gets dragged off." He laughed with glee. The carriage rolled on smoothly and leisurely. Carl noticed something odd and stopped the carriage. The wheel slowly decelerated and came to a halt. He poked his head out immediately and asked, "What's the matter, Carl?" 3 men, old and young, were blocking the road ahead. Hess. The old man even licked his knife. The thug sneered. "You must be brave to step into our territory." He stepped forward, brandishing his knife threateningly. "Hand everything over." Elric and the others froze for 5 seconds, staring dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. The village chief also looked bewildered, sweat trickling down his cheek. He remained in the same stance, his face blank and stupid looking. The man shouted angrily, "Bastard, do you want blood?" We're backed into a corner. Elric had no choice but to jump down from the carriage, thinking, what a nuisance. Agility grabbed his shoulder. "Elric." He stepped down, brimming with confidence. "Leave it to me, this is an opportunity." It turned out Agility had a plan to show Elric how capable his master was. At the sight of the white tiger, the men took a few steps back. Their faces turned pale. They dared not move. Tiger indeed. Agility's eyes blazed red. "Elric, watch closely. From now on I'll show you why they call me the Beast King." He shouted, "Ice." Immediately, a gleaming slab of ice rose from the ground between the 2 groups. The 3 men collapsed to the ground, their bodies trembling. Agility looked at him with disappointed sadness. "Elric, I handled them. Why did you intervene?" Unexpectedly, he asked coldly, "Are you planning to turn this place into a sea of blood?" Elric quietly regarded the scene without much interest. Those men surely weren't bandits, just poor vagrants from a nearby village. Suddenly, one of them dropped to his knees. All 3 bowed deeply, begging repeatedly. "Spare us, our families are at home, please have mercy." He said, "If by chance, we are merely helpless good people with no strength to resist." Elric's eyes lit up, his voice was icy. "Do you still want to beg like this?" The village chief and his companions exchanged fearful glances, not daring to speak. He did not hurry to speak either, only watching silently. Unexpectedly, the man prostrated himself to the ground. "Master Mage, you are right." Village chief, stay in that position and confess with your eyes closed. "They came here because I pressured them, so punish only me." Seeing this, he grew uneasy. "Village chief, why say that? You did it for the village." "That's right, we agree too. It's not your fault. Please punish us as well." He smiled with narrow eyes and waved his hand. "Fine, let's see if what you say is true." Under the scorching heat, the group trudged a long way to a place full of dilapidated, crumbling buildings. Along the way, the village chief explained, "Due to drought and famine, these past years our lives have been extremely hard. We thought that starving would turn us into bandits anyway." He suddenly realized, wait, this energy, it's not just 5 days on horseback to reach another village. We can't leave to find work or we'd starve to death. The village chief covered his face and blamed himself. "It's all my fault." Augustine stroked his beard and peered from one eye. "Unfortunately, the kingdom's laws don't reach here, Elric. Though these people committed crimes, perhaps we should spare them. They did it for good reasons." He pressed his lips together and glanced around. Seeing he remained unmoved, the man offered more counsel. "Isn't caring for the people the duty of our nobility?" Those words hit him like an arrow to the heart. His nose reddened. "Yes, this isn't entirely their fault." The village chief bowed his head at a 90-degree angle. "We are grateful to you." He even held out both hands in supplication, looking remorseful. "We will never steal again, it's okay." Mephisto had been hovering about. Seeing this scene, he wondered aloud, "Mephisto, why are you lingering around?" He bared his teeth with a mysterious expression, faint though it was. "I sense demonic energy here." Demonic energy? Elric's face grew serious as he sensed an ill omen. Finally, Elric and the others arrived, but at the sight before them, Augustine gasped. This land is utterly desolate. Before them stretched only the yellow of parched earth and sand. No people, not a single green tree. Augustine used his power to scan the area and said, "Disciple, I can't sense anything. Do you feel anything here?" Elric also felt something suspicious but couldn't put the feeling into words. This is the place, but... Suddenly Mephisto manifested in the air and said, "I'm sure I buried it somewhere nearby." As he spoke, his face darkened. "Since I helped you, you must give me the magical tonic as soon as it's found." Elric grit his teeth and retorted, "I knew it, you tricked me." Without further words he got to work. "First I must dig." Everyone stepped back. A blue flame burst from his hand. Elric focused forward and spoke in a piercing voice. No sooner had he finished than an explosion shook the earth and sky. Everyone was terrified by the sight. My god, in an instant he had dug a huge hole. Elric, however, was entirely different, confident and fully aware of what he was doing. He jumped down from the height and discovered a strange sealed spot. He looked closely and quickly recognized a box. Old Augustine jumped down after him. "Did you find anything, disciple?" He replied, "Yes, a box buried deep in the ground." The box was opened, and before they could even make it out, a stream of dark energy escaped. Elric and even Mephisto stared at the box in horror. Old Augustine was also stunned. Demonic energy. After a while the dark air dispersed, revealing the object inside. A statue. Mephisto frowned in puzzlement. "Why is it here?" Speaking of this item, one must mention the 4 great demon kings, descendants of the gods and demons and rulers of the demon realm. Among them is Prime Sin Mephisto himself. There is also Satan the Apocalypse, Lilith the Revolutionary, and the tyrant who commands the largest demon army among the demon lords, a demon of madness, Azazel. Azazel is described as extremely greedy, coveting the human world. In the invasion of the human world, he destroyed not only 12 villages. Elric guessed this was a symbol crafted by Azazel's followers, right? Mephisto continued. "It was specially made through human sacrifice." Mephisto startled. "Wait, how do you know about Azazel?" Elric actually knew well. "I read about it in a book in Otto's library." Combined with what Mephisto just said, human sacrifices, does that mean everyone in those villages was sacrificed to summon Azazel? Mephisto didn't confirm. He looked up to survey the surrounding scene and assess the village's condition. A desolate wasteland only reinforced that idea. It seemed the most reasonable conclusion. Elric was angry. The demons are hiding something in the human world, and what are they plotting? Mephisto kept nagging at his side. "Now absorb the magic and transfer it to me as you promised." Augustine spoke up from somewhere. "Disciple, investigating traces of demons slain 30 years ago is very dangerous." He suggested we should give it to the members of the Mage Council. Of course, Mephisto disagreed. "Nonsense." But unexpectedly Elric smiled and agreed. "Clever idea." Mephisto immediately panicked. "Didn't you promise to tell me?" Elric feigned helplessness and sighed. He said he'd give it to the Mage Council, but if I absorb this demonic energy, how would I explain it to them? Mephisto couldn't refute that. This was a trap he set to force Mephisto to reveal things. "If you tell me how to use the Miffy seal, maybe I'll try." Mephisto barked, "No way." But when he saw the item in old Augustine's hand, Mephisto grew fearful and regretful to see Augustine still holding the box, preparing to hand it to Sion. "Sion, send this to the Mage Council immediately." Mephisto became flustered and stammered. "Don't you have any other demands? Aside from telling me how to use the seal, anything is fine." Augustine also reminded the driver to send the item as fast as possible. Just then, a mysterious voice sounded. "Looks delicious." A stream of energy suddenly burst from his hand. It headed straight for the two of them, or rather toward the box in the old man's hands. The energy formed the shape of a dragon and swallowed the box whole. Mephisto's cry rang out, "Impossible, my magic." Augustine blinked in bewilderment and asked his disciple, "What's going on?" Elric scratched his head sheepishly. He didn't know how to explain it. "Oh, it seems this thing tricked me. The evidence I worked so hard to find has disappeared." Mephisto was so furious he was steaming, though no one could see him except Elric. "You bastard, how dare you steal what belongs to me?" Elric remained calm and focused on his master. "It seems this village won't turn into a desert just because of one artifact. To be safe, let's look for something else." Elsewhere, inside a pitch-dark cave with only a faint light glimmering from a candle, a group of people are standing before a statue, performing a ritual. The leader clasped his hands in bows. A premonition flashed through his mind. The person standing behind saw this and asked, "What's wrong, priest?" He stood up. Some heretics dared to interrupt His Eminence's summoning ritual. This immediately threw everyone into an uproar. Which heretics would dare do such a thing? His gaze turned cold, as if he wanted to rend alive the one who had ruined the ceremony. He shouted from below to the statue to show loyalty. "We, the high priests, will deal with those heretics. Please do not be angry with us." It seemed these people were connected to the statue in that box. The priest tried to shout with all his might, "We will surely carry out your great will across this continent. We will resurrect you." Then he turned to his companions and ordered, "My command to Joda. Go ahead toward the north." His expression was fierce. "Meet Ka and begin the summoning." Back with Elric, he and the others stood on the lakeshore as dusk began to fall. Elric said with a pensive yet somewhat pleased look, Why has no one noticed what the demons have been doing all this time? The villagers, seeing the river restored, all showed outward joy. Now we can farm. The water level is rising quickly. But some people were crying because of the demons' cruel acts. They had taken the lives of many innocents. Augustine patted his shoulder reassuringly. We gave the evidence to the Mage Council, so they will investigate soon. Not to mention everything that happened will be attributed to the responsibility of the lords of this region. He understood his feelings. I also want to behead those bastards who caused all this, but it seems this matter is beyond our reach. Elric said nothing. He thought to himself that his master was right. Since the council will intervene, those bastards will act quickly. The first thing to do is locate the corrupt object across this area. He resolved to avenge the people, then crush the scoundrels who did this. A villager stepped forward on behalf of the whole village to give thanks. Thank you all very much, he said, crying with joy. Elric instructed everyone, the drought is over, take good care of the villagers. We must be going now. Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out, wait. He turned and looked, at least can I have the name of the mage, please? Thinking nothing of it, he confidently said aloud his name, Elric Melvinger. Everyone immediately remembered the Duke, the shining hero of Marin, just as expected. That name seemed etched in their minds, Melvinger. The Empire Star was shining once more. The group rode on in the carriage and continued their journey. Suddenly a voice called, Elric, I think you should step outside for a moment. He stuck his head out to see, what is it this time? The butler stammered this. He referred to a group approaching with fierce determination. They came from the Royal Inspection Council. The Inspection Council members came forward, each wearing a mask. Suddenly Patchen spoke, is this not Elric Melvinger? Elric, hearing that tone, couldn't help but be angered. What insolence. Speaking of these people, the Emperor's and Royal Family's Intelligence Bureau, acting for the Emperor and the Royal Family, does everything from abduction and coercion to murder to accomplish its missions. Of course, in terms of strength, they should not be underestimated. Their combat ability rivals those in the Tower of Magic and the Great Lion Clan. Elric quietly guessed why they came. Even in a place like this, they couldn't predict the demons' moves, so no wonder before we could analyze or report to Simonin, they had already traveled here despite the distance. A sigh sounded. However, Elric felt no fear. Even if they had the Emperor's backing, opening the conversation in such a polite way was a bit much. He replied nonchalantly, yeah, right. The man was puzzled by his attitude. Yeah, right. No sooner had he finished than the group's gazes turned as cold as knives. How dare you speak so flippantly? Especially Patchen, who clenched his fists as anger flared. We are agents of the Royal Intelligence Agency. A commoner like you should show proper respect to us. Elric paid them no mind and remained indifferent, which only enraged Patchen more. What did you just say? Elric answered with a murderous look as a warning. Even if you are from that grand intelligence agency, alone you at most equal a baron. A wave of power radiated out, throwing the Inspection Council members into panic. Some clutched their stomachs in pain, others felt dizzy and lightheaded. What was that? Patchen fared no better. Elric's words still rang in his ears. Since when do officials have the right to be disrespectful to a duke? It seemed the air around had been chilled by Elric. Behind him loomed a demon in the form of a shadow dragon. Patchen finally had to submit, collapsing to his knees. How the hell did he do that? His face was stunned. Was his level nearly that of a mage? He looked down at his companion Jay. Received the signal from him. Patchen barely nodded in response, then spoke. We apologize, sir. As he spoke, he removed his mask to reveal his true face and bowed an apology. Please forgive us for our improper conduct toward you. Mephisto quickly flew over to eavesdrop. You always know how to teach others manners, he remarked in Elric's mind. I did it because if I had ignored it, they'd treat me as a joke and push their luck later, barring their fangs at me. Then he walked up to the inspectors and warned, next time you make such a mistake, I'll take it up with the House of Nobles directly. Patchen kept his head bowed. I will remember that, sir. But inside, he had already engraved this humiliating grudge. How dare a mere man with a duke's title treat me arrogantly? Damn you, you brat. Suddenly a voice said, consider yourself lucky. The speaker stepped forward, turning Patchen pale with fear. Who would dare be disrespectful to my disciple? It turned out to be old Augustin. If it were me, your head would already be rolling. Patchen clutched his chest to stave off the pain, gritting his teeth as he looked at the man and recognized Baya Augustin Nerster. He recalled what Augustin had just said and saw the two conversing cheerfully in the distance. Is he really a disciple of the strongest in the Tower of Magic? Absurd. Patchen vowed that as soon as he returned, he would replace all the intelligence agents. Time passed. Patchen spoke, allow me to reintroduce myself. Now they had created a chamber in the middle of the forest. Patchen introduced himself. I am Patchen of the 4th Intelligence Bureau. Elric found the name familiar. The 4th Intelligence Bureau had sided with the Crown Prince in the fierce palace power struggle. Perhaps the prince has sniffed out recent events. Patchen continued, it seems I'm wasting your time, so I'll get straight to the point. Elric appeared indifferent. He wasn't keen to listen. If you're just going to preface it, save time and speak plainly. Patchen could only smile to hide his feelings. That brat. He reported, "We've been secretly tracking the corpses of demons, and recently we found a band of demons of unknown origin." Elric heard and immediately knew. "Grigory, right?" Pachin was astonished, mouth agape. "How did you know that?" Elric deliberately reminded him, "Have you intelligence agents forgotten which family I come from?" Pachin was provoked by Elric Melvinger. He forced out the name of Elric's house, the nemesis of the demons. Pachin didn't beat around the bush. "The report says 9 totems were found, but only 1 was turned in. Where are the other 8 now?" Elric didn't hide it and admitted truthfully, "I'm keeping them." Unsurprisingly, the Inspection Council members disagreed with this action. "That's illegal." He read the law to remind him. Under Article 11, Section 2 of the Royal Code, the royal family retains all items related to the demon clan as evidence. But you cite Article 8, Section 1 of the Property Code. With administrative approval, one may possess demon-related items for research. I won't hand that item over to them. I already have approval from the Administrative Bureau. Does the intelligence agency not even know that? Pachin asked one last question. "Allow me to ask you one final thing." Pachin was very curious how you knew the precise locations of the totems. Elric stuck to his earlier excuse. "Didn't I tell you? I'm of the Melvinger house, honestly." Pachin knew he was being evasive. That answer was far too vague. "How could you tell them you have a demon, Mephisto, assisting you? Do you expect me to reveal family secrets to the Intelligence Bureau?" Pachin was furious but powerless. This brat really had no respect, constantly invoking the ancient house as an excuse. Elric didn't want to continue. He waved his hand. "I think I've answered enough. Let's stop here." There was nothing they could do. They left humiliated. "Thank you for your cooperation." Elric watched them depart one by one. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Sean praised his courage. "You've got guts, daring to talk back to the almighty Intelligence Bureau. Hazer is proud of you. You did well, Elric. If you'd stood by and let them have their way, I would have split each of their heads open." Sean clutched his head in amazement at her attitude. These sisters are truly alike. But still, Agility had to warn him a little. "Elric, the Intelligence Bureau is stubborn. Once it bites, it won't let go. Can we just leave things be?" Elric understood. "Well, no, that's not okay. But given Elric's nature, you know me, I am not someone who lets things end so easily." Sean suddenly sensed trouble. What trouble is he planning now? "Elric truly repays every grudge. I'm not the kind to allow hostile behavior toward me without just cause." Old Augustine laughed at his favorite student's temperament. Only he would dare to prevent those people from leaving easily. The moon rose high, replacing the evening glow. In the forest, night had fallen. The wind whispered softly, and fireflies cast their light. In a corner, Pachin was kneeling. "I am truly a disgrace. I apologize." From the one seated above came a voice. "Lift your head, Agent Perrin." On his hand, a ring was glowing, and his clothes began to shift accordingly. The one who should feel ashamed is not that man. In no time, his true face appeared. It turned out his real identity was the Crown Prince. He told Pachin, "The one who should be ashamed is I, the Crown Prince." They did not know that a bat was hanging on a branch nearby, watching everything. And the one controlling the bat was none other than Elric. He smiled. "The big fish has been caught." The Crown Prince called out, "Agent Perrin, raise your head." He candidly admitted his fault. "The one who should be ashamed is not you but me, the reigning prince. All of this, I am the one who wanted you to meet the Melvingers. I was blinded by jealousy and underestimated my enemy. The one who acted recklessly was me." Pachin was stunned. "Your Highness." The Crown Prince continued, "I have made you suffer humiliation because of my incompetence." Pachin was fearful. "Your Highness, please do not say that." But before he could finish, the prince signaled him to stop, nodding that everything that had happened so far was personal. He then reiterated the main mission. "Our priority is to eliminate the remnants of the demons." Pachin accepted the order. "Yes, Your Highness." But the Crown Prince remained doubtful. "You said Baron Gurrat is one of Grigori's henchmen, correct?" Pachin recounted the whole matter. "Yes, we have confirmed it. They are all demons, and everything related to the totems is connected to them. To gain the upper hand in the struggle for the throne, we must succeed in defeating the demons in this campaign." At the mention of this, the Crown Prince instantly grew cold. There is no room for mistakes here. Pachin dared not repeat his error. "Yes, Your Highness." He watched the prince's retreating figure. He thought about recent events. The prince could not forget his former fiancée 9e, Mrs. Abel. He had no choice but to choose politics over love for her in order to claim the throne. He also understood why the prince had concealed his identity and revealed himself. Now perhaps he wanted to see for himself what kind of man Elric Melvinger, who saved Mrs. Abel, truly was. Pachin fully sympathized. Perhaps it would put the prince's mind at ease. Now they had given him a reason to do what he had long wished, destroy the demons completely. He admired and devoted himself to the Crown Prince. He is the son who will lead the Empire to better things. And of course, to achieve that, we must avoid interference from Elric Melvinger. Moreover, this nuisance must not continue. In other words, we must eliminate Elric Melvinger completely. The bat Elric controlled had witnessed everything from beginning to end. The next day, Pachin summoned all agents of the Inspection Bureau and ordered, Royal intelligence, hear this is demon territory where demons infest the entire forest. He shouted the slogan, search every corner of this place, leave no stone unturned, destroy them all. At the Garrot territory where a shocking explosion had just occurred, Elric and the others stood on high ground dressed identically to the inspection agents and looked down. It seems they have begun. Now we should move. Elric led the way, he lightly leaped up. Sean and Hazer followed right behind. Elric recalled what he'd seen through the bat. Sending it to scout the intelligence bureau was the right call. It gave us far more information than expected. More than that, he learned another piece of interesting information. The Crown Prince himself is currently hiding within the Intelligence Bureau. But discovering the demon's base was the most valuable information of all. A bitter, unending war fighting until the land runs red with blood between the Intelligence Bureau and the baronial family. Two opposing forces. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. The specific plan was, while the demonic remnants and the Intelligence Bureau closed in on each other, I'll seize the totem and escape. Outside, my instructors will clear an escape route for us. Elric and two others entered with masks on. Mephisto, go hunt. Inside the battle, it was all smoke, fire, and flying earth. The three pushed inward at top speed. It was only a matter of time before the Intelligence Bureau breached this place. We must infiltrate the manor as fast as possible. Sean ran while glancing back at the townspeople. He only replied later, understood. Then the three headed straight for the target. Elric used his power to create another explosion. Break through this wall and get across. Immediately arrows formed. Under his direction, they shot straight into the manor gates. The gates were blown to pieces amid smoke and dust. The soldiers, seeing this, broke into a sweat. What? The wall's been breached. Has the Intelligence Bureau come this far? Elric leaped high and shouted, Sean, watch closely. The arrows once more rained down. Those inside the manor couldn't escape, but strangely they felt no pain. Suddenly one of them transformed, a demon wearing a human guise. That was also what Elric wanted Sean to learn. Don't be deceived by their outward forms. What's inside is the truth. He also reminded Sean that your instructors will protect the kind townspeople here. The demon saw its prey and lunged, die human. Elric on the side tried to encourage Sean. Don't hesitate, unleash your full power. Sean thrust his hands out and formed a wind blade. A gust sliced the demon in two. The others quickly vanished under Sean's wind blade. Demons swarmed increasingly from the manor. Over there, hold back those humans. Next it was Hazer's turn. She charged in wielding a massive warhammer. The plan was simple, smash any head that came into view, right? With just a light swing, she sent three of them flying. Elric was used to it. He glanced back to see Sean wide-eyed at her power. After clearing the demons, Hazer slung the hammer over her shoulder casually. Elric, leave this place to me and the others. She, seeming almost demonic herself, whispered, go quickly. Elric dared not delay. He plunged straight inside, ignoring the demon's shouts to stop him. Deep within the building, the demons seemed to be transporting some kind of statue. The leader ordered his subordinates, be careful with that thing. He glanced at the statue, then looked back. Even the Intelligence Bureau would have trouble finding this place. He still looked calm. While they're busy searching, we'll get the artifacts out through a secret chamber. But that calm ended with the crunch of debris above. Hearing the noise, the man looked up. The result was he joined the demons in the other world, a blood-red haze engulfing everything. Elric emerged from the dust. See, Mephisto, I'm not so bad, am I? The demons were terrified. How did he find this place? Elric, by contrast, strode forward full of vigor. We've luckily stumbled into quite a feast. Flames quickly consumed the entire manor. A loud bang rang out. What did you say? Gurrat, upon hearing the report, couldn't believe it. The inspectors have found the underground treasury. A subordinate urged him to flee at once. My lord, I think we must leave here immediately. Baron Gurrat remained bewildered. Only my close associates knew of that place. How could they have found it? He insisted the report was a trick. There can't be a spykin there. Then a great explosion sounded. Earth and rock flew everywhere, scattering across the ground. The subordinate who had spoken earlier had already said his last goodbyes to light. Only the silhouette of the feet of the culprit remained. I wonder who Baron Gurrat really is. Pachin and the intelligence team appeared, a sword in his hand. So it was you, huh? He called another name, the true name of Gurrat in his imp form, Kaya. Pachin rejoiced at the successful trap. You little rat, you always planned to run away, didn't you? Now we've caught you. Kaya clutched his wounded body and ground his teeth. Pachin, you not only planted a mole under my command, but also robbed my treasury. Who's the rat now? Pachin, confused by his words, pointed his sword at him and asked, the treasury? What nonsense are you babbling? Kaya shouted angrily, don't play dumb, then revealed his newly formed claws. He seemed newly empowered, arrogant. I'm sure you'll confess everything after I cut off your limbs and torture you. Pachin matched him, sword in hand and eyes blazing. From now on I, in the name of the crown, will execute the traitor Kaya. With that, the two lunged at each other. The tension between them was extreme. At the moment they closed in on each other. An explosion occurred. The shockwave from the blast reached Elric and the three with him. Sean mistook it for Elric causing trouble again, didn't he? Hazer didn't reply, she only felt fell silent for a moment. Suddenly someone called for Hazer. Elric burst out of the manor and signaled. It's time. Sean looked at the expression on his face and couldn't provoke him. How can you be laughing at a time like this? Hazer twirled her hammer a few times in the air, accompanied by a savage laugh, and the sound of walls collapsing piece by piece. The demons inside also sensed something was wrong and hurried out. The manor was collapsing. We must get out quickly. Taking advantage of the chaos, the three of them quickly escaped to where their master was. They said little and ran with all their strength toward the distant gate they could see. Old Augustine agility, masters. Augustine smiled teasingly. There's a disciple in this world who dares to boss his master around. Agility chimed in. I wonder who said it's fun to mock the inspection team while acting like a hero. Once gathered, everyone boarded the carriage and left. Augustine was curious about Elric's next plan. Elric, the people have all evacuated. What shall we do now? Elric gripped the door, stepped up. Anything else? He said, it's time to leave here. The next morning at Baron Nerster's house, now reduced to ashes, Pachin was furious. Nerster has lost his mind. The next morning at Baron Kaya's house, also turned to ashes, Pachin was angry. Kaya has gone mad. I didn't expect he'd try to die and take everyone with him like that. What made him angrier was that Nerster had outside accomplices too, the bastard. Suddenly, a subordinate ran in to report. Deputy Commander, we found the treasury you mentioned. On the news, Pachin went to inspect. The situation was messy because the manor had collapsed. His mission was to find traces of the Demon King and hand them to the Crown Prince. He wanted to use this opportunity to help His Highness seize the throne with the glory and get promoted within the inspection team. Watching the basement being opened, he grew more delighted. If I can find the fake traces Elric left linking him to this accident. With a sinister smile, I could finish off the Melvinger family. Suddenly a call cut in. Deputy Commander, please look this way. Pachin rushed over in panic. What is it? The subordinate stammered, pointing inside. The treasury is empty. Pachin growled, damn it, did the demon clan clear this place out? The subordinate didn't know how to explain. I'm not sure. Remembering Kaya's expression then, Pachin was certain Kaya knew nothing of our ambush. He truly suspected we'd planted a mole. A thought occurred. Wait a moment. He finally understood. That's right. Indeed, there was a demon mole within the inspection team. While some were upset over the failed plan, Elric was laughing heartily, leaving even old Augustine puzzled. What's so amusing? He asked. It's just that I find it hilarious to imagine the inspectors' faces when they see the empty treasury. Augustine chuckled helplessly. Those damned inspectors picked a fight with the wrong people. Indeed, they're my disciples. Mephisto was still angry about being pranked. Elric asked, hey Mephisto, are you still mad? He shook his head. I already let you absorb demon energy as promised. What more do you want? Is the great demon king so petty? As he spoke, he deliberately baited Mephisto. If you tell me about your seal, I'll be lenient with you. Back in the manor, Elric held the pile of treasures, dazzled. Wow, how many things are here? He joyfully sang a song. Mephisto warned him. If you break your promise this time, there will be no deals between us from now on. Elric didn't want to anger him further. I know, he said. He used his power to lift the treasures into the air. With a flick of his hand, he said absorb. Mephisto received the tasty item and was so overjoyed tears streamed down his face. Finally, some demon energy. Perhaps because it belonged to Azel, it looked especially delicious. But before he could consume much, Elric stopped. What? Why are you taking it back? Elric twisted his wrist lightly. Come on, this isn't our first deal. Reciprocity is required. He smiled slyly. Hand over the activation method for the original Sin's seal, and in return, I'll give you this amount of demon energy. Mephisto, furious, nearly exploded. You. Thinking back, Mephisto was still seething. You are truly despicable. Elric didn't care. This was an exploitative but profitable deal. He thought to himself about using the seal. That person must be qualified, and to gain that qualification, they must understand the seal. Remembering the mark on the hand, if I want to understand the original Sin, I first need to obtain its seal. The problem is Mephisto doesn't know who serves under him because he only knows himself. The emblem depicts a wolf, so I'll try to find clues from that. Suddenly he realized something felt off. He looked out the door where a stream of black air was entering, and the source was coming from an uninvited guest. Step by step he moved toward Elric's carriage. It was Kaya. It turned out he hadn't been logged out. Kaya's eyes burned red. He spoke, I found you. You thieves. Kaya fled through the night, his voice growled with venom. Intelligence Chief Pachin. As he ran, Kaya thought to himself, he'll never let me give up so easily. He suddenly launched himself into the air. His whole body radiated murderous intent. Kaya declared the talisman they stole had a scent only he could detect. He pulled his hair and collar back to reveal a forearm etched with demonic patterns. Kaya angrily threatened that once he absorbed the talisman and empowered the seal, he would tear you to pieces. In another scene, Augustine folded his arms and said a demon walking in sunlight seemed angry about someone. Hazer stood up. I'll go check, sir. He ordered her to sit back down. Girl, there's nothing here for you to meddle with. Hazer, astonished, apologized. Excuse me, sir, wouldn't it be best for the person who summoned him to go? On the sofa opposite, Elric held the talisman and smirked. Right, Hazer, you were the one who called him here. I thought there were still things to exploit from him. She was shocked. Don't tell me you're targeting the seal. Elric, smugly self-satisfied. It's like butter on a cat's tongue. You'd be rude to refuse, wouldn't you? A few hours later, Kaya discovered a carriage parked at the forest edge. He scorned a royal carriage with no guard. Unbelievable. Did they think they could fool me with this? Idiots. Kaya vowed, I'll take back the talisman. At that moment, a voice cut through his thought from afar. I worried you wouldn't come, yet here you are. Elric stepped forward with his face hidden by a mask and held the talisman up to taunt Kaya. You're here for this, aren't you? He warily asked, who are you? He touched the mask. Are you? Elric removed the disguise. He smiled lightly as if it were a joke. Kaya stared in shock at the mask in his hand, that cheap mask. He was startled. Impossible. Kaya gritted his teeth. You. He lost control and went berserk. How dare you trick us? Kaya lunged at Elric. I'll tear you to pieces. Mephisto warned him. Are you sure it's wise to anger him? Even missing an arm, he's a demon bearing a rather strong seal. Kaya channeled all his might into the punch die. The blow came down like a god's strike. Elric dodged by leaning aside and exclaimed, wonderful. I've always wanted to know how much I've grown since I left. Kaya immediately switched to slashing claws at Elric's heel, but Elric leapt up in time so the claws only tore at empty air. Elric muttered, and I've decided on a few things to do. He calmly landed. Then he activated the seal and declared, I will annihilate the demon race. Brilliant beams of light surrounded Elric's wrists. He shouted, Pierce. Elric summoned a barrage of light stones from the void to strike Kaya. His pupils flashed a fiery red. Kaya concentrated power in his palm. With one sweeping strike, he shattered all the incoming crystals. He sneered, did you think magic like that could stop me? Kaya charged straight at Elric. A mage like you dare let me get close. He launched an attack at him while growling. You're finished, bastard. Elric didn't hesitate to counter. Two fists carrying tremendous power collided. The collision made the space erupt violently. Kaya staggered back, stunned. How could a mage be this strong? The choking dust slowly cleared, and his silhouette appeared in the empty field. Elric looked in alarm at his hand covered in viscous fluid. The pale skin was turning purple as the toxin seeped deep into his blood vessels and meridians. He thought to himself that in fight with him this could be dangerous. The venom in his demonic aura would infiltrate every pore. Elric hurriedly froze the poisoned arm. This is his seal power. I'll freeze it to stop the poison spreading, but it's only temporary. I must be careful not to be further exposed to the toxin. Kaya watched and mocked. He stopped the toxin by freezing that hand. What a cheap trick. The demonic pattern on his forearm suddenly flared with a smoldering blaze. Kaya roared, if that's the case and you scream like that, how will you block this? He spread his wings wide, forming a storm that swept toward Elric. Let's see how you freeze a poisonous gale. No sooner had he finished speaking than the toxic air around Kaya erupted. It gushed forth, spreading in all directions. Elric not only struggled to defend himself, but couldn't close in on the enemy. He cursed, damn it, his poison is seeping into me. This isn't something I can just freeze to contain the toxin. Suddenly, Elric had an idea. I can still do something to break this attack pattern. He sequentially used reverse freezing techniques, the final one reaching to the root. Elric's eyes hardened. I will blow this poisonous wind back at you. All his power gathered into a colossal beam of light that enveloped Kaya. He deftly dispelled Elric's magic and snorted coldly, how foolish, you think that spell could affect me. However, when Kaya glanced at where Elric had been standing, he suddenly froze. What the? He didn't know when Elric had vanished. He fumed. Where did he go? Elric suddenly appeared behind Kaya. He cast binding. He successfully restrained him with chains in an instant. Kaya, stunned, waited. Elric sneered, now then, ending you here would be no fun. Taking advantage of his opponent's immobility, he struck straight into his chest. It's been a while since I used this move. The next instant, thanks to the Snow Mountain King's secret technique, Elric pierced Kaya's body with a fatal wound. He collapsed to his knees on the ground. Kaya clutched his chest, gasping, demanding how a human could wield the Snow Mountain King's power. Silently, Elric tightened his grip on the crown of his head. He refused to explain. You don't need to know anything. A sound of absorption rang out. Kaya screamed in agonizing pain as his body slowly shattered. He staggered and fell, showing no sign of life. When it was over, Elric merely frowned indifferently as he looked at the corpse at his feet with no emotion. Mephisto behind him folded his arms, considering. Annihilate the demon race, does he dare say that in front of me? He suddenly twisted into a crooked smile, meaning even if we have no choice but to work together now, we'll still become enemies we must fight in the future, huh? A surge of joy welled up in Mephisto's heart. That's wonderful, that's what I thought. Elric looked nonchalantly at Kaya's cold body lying on the ground. A sickly wave suddenly rose in his throat. Elric knelt and coughed up blood. Hazer and Augustine rushed to Elric in alarm. He was pale, gritting his teeth. The poison is accumulating in my body. Seeing Elric trembling all over, the old man used magic to force the toxin out of him. Hazer gently supported Elric's hand as he staggered to his feet. Augustine worried Elric, "Are you all right?" Dazed, Elric replied, "Yes, I feel better." He asked hoarsely, "Have demons always been this strong?" Augustine nodded, "That's right. Of course they are," the old man emphasized. "If he'd been at his best earlier." Augustine stated solemnly, "You probably would have lost to him." Elric grinned triumphantly, "I still thought I'd win." The old man was briefly astonished. The boy had boundless confidence. Watching him tiredly stretch, Augustine felt quietly pleased. I guess the boy would find a way to defeat his opponent no matter how disadvantaged he was. A pang hit him, but Augustine loudly rebuked Elric. "Didn't I tell you not to let arrogance possess you? You need to change." He slightly raised an eyebrow, a bit at a loss. "Augustine, why are you making that face?" He scolded with his mouth but smiled to himself like a bright spring, truly worthy of being my disciple. Liam sighed, searched all day and still found no trace, if this isn't an order. Suddenly a bare arm thrust from behind straight through his chest. Liam gasped in shock. Blood sprayed everywhere, leaving him no time to react. Owen appeared abruptly, pulled his hand out of Liam. He collapsed on his stomach with a huge black hole pierced through him. Ethan, witnessing this, went pale. Owen called out, "Hey you, what's happening here?" The man stammered backward, "Who are you? Show yourself," before he finished. A hand had already seized Ethan's head. He hoisted him off the ground. Ethan struggled wildly. Owen looked disgusted at the irritating voice. On the back of his hand appeared a strange black cross mark. Owen murmured, "I'll investigate this myself." He gave Ethan no chance to resist and used assimilation, reducing him to ash. Ethan's arm went limp in his final moment. At the same time, the mark on his hand burned with a strange purple light. He returned to human form, looked up at the sky inside. "Kaya has failed." Owen continued. "A third party, not our intelligence or our kin, was involved in this." He unconsciously grinned evilly, truly an incredible harvest. His pupils burned red at the thought of the Crown Prince participating personally. Elsewhere in the ruined courtyard, dozens of black-clad subordinates knelt before the Crown Prince. He cut them off. Enough. The tense atmosphere made everyone tremble with fear as the Crown Prince sternly rebuked Pachin. "Remember the wounds you suffered today for the rest of your life and reflect on yourself." He slammed his head onto the hard ground. "I will engrave that in my mind." He questioned Pachin. "The conquest plan you plotted for years has utterly collapsed. What do you intend to do now?" Blood from his brow soaked the earth below. Pachin obediently replied, "According to the report, Count Gurrat isn't Gregory's only follower. Luckily, the agents we sent to other branches managed to gather intel on their main camp." The Crown Prince confirmed coldly, "That means the plan for this place isn't a total failure." He answered, "Yes, the Count's plan was simply a mistake by our Team 4. He casually turned and left. "All right, Pachin, clean this up and head to the rendezvous point." A flash of light suddenly flared. The Crown Prince froze, eyes wide. Shouts of ambush echoed all around. The demons. Pachin hurriedly drew his sword. He stood up straight and ordered everyone into formation. The demons swooped down. The subordinates quickly fought back against them. Pachin hurriedly shielded the Crown Prince while angrily cursing at these idiots. "Protect the prince first." Amid the chaotic battlefield, a streak of darkness suddenly swept across the sky, its target seemingly the Crown Prince. Everyone abandoned the fight and rushed to his side to protect his highness. Pachin panicked too fast. Just as the dark streak was about to strike the prince in the back, he threw himself in to block it. Owen revealed himself and remarked in awe, "Not bad, humanity." Pachin swung his sword and was flung aside. "You wretch, how dare you?" He nonchalantly pointed at him. "You." Owen confirmed, "You are the Crown Prince." Those words stirred up the nearby demons. They clamored and swarmed around the two of them. "The prince, he is the prince." Wounded all over, Pachin ordered the others, "I'll hold him back, protect his highness." The subordinates immediately guided and shielded the prince. "Please follow us," until only Pachin remained alone. Only then did he flare up in anger, revealing his power. "I, Pachin, will begin executing any enemies who dare harm his highness." Owen excitedly manifested 6 ravenous mouths and sneered, "That one looks tasty. Shall we begin as well?" Moments later, both sides launched forward with full force. A cataclysmic explosion occurred. On the other side, the demons and the prince's loyal guards were attacking one another. They hissed and howled, "We'll secure the seals if we bring the prince's head to the envoy, right? I wonder if we'd earn more seals if we brought the envoy more of the prince's body parts." An impatient subordinate lunged with his sword to finish off the monster. "How dare you lowly demons insult the one destined to rule our empire?" He shouted, "Your Highness, I will clear the way for you." Before he could finish, the demons raked him with 2 bloody claws. The subordinate died on the spot. The demons laughed gleefully. "Ha ha, you'd better hand over the prince to us." They surged forward aggressively. "The seals are ours." The Crown Prince's face drained of color. At that critical moment, a voice rang out, "Who dares block the envoy?" Countless cold beams of light descended from the sky onto the demons. In an instant, they were all annihilated. A flag bearing a lion's head emblem fluttered. Holding Pachin's severed arm, he licked his lips. "You lot are lucky," someone stammered out. It turned out to be Herman of the Azure Order, who had brought reinforcements. They cheered joyfully. "The Azure Order is here." He proudly shouted, "Soldiers of mine, wipe out the enemies." The troops surged forward, swinging their swords to slay the demons. The prince's subordinates rejoiced, "We're saved." The Crown Prince stood stunned. In that moment, he accidentally caught sight of Isabel passing by. After it was over, the Azure Order and the prince's faction formed 2 opposing lines. Pachin said, although we managed to eliminate most of the demons with the aid of the Azure Order. He proactively bowed and admitted faults. We failed to defeat the demon leader. The Crown Prince nodded toward Herman in thanks. Thank you. Herman returned the nod and replied politely, I'm glad your highness is safe. I will escort you back to the palace, but since you already have your intelligence unit with you, I will request permission to withdraw here. He told Herman you must be busy, so please carry on. Herman replied, thank you, sir, for your understanding. The Crown Prince wondered, may I ask where you intend to go? Herman glanced at Isabel, who stood blushing beside him, and cheerfully announced, I am looking for Elric Melvinger. Seeing that, he also glanced at her and acknowledged, I see. Isabel blushed awkwardly and said nothing. The Crown Prince turned and left. All right, goodbye. His face suddenly fell. Elric Melvinger, that name again. In another scene, the carriage drivers pushed through a thick curtain of snow and sighed. Elric stuck his head out the window to admire the falling white snowflakes. Before long, they reached their destination, the fortress. He marveled, this is even bigger than I heard. Elric thought to himself that the Flower Palace must lie somewhere beyond this fortress wall. At the fortress gate, soldiers suddenly appeared to block the carriages. Please stop. Carl explained, you must think we're border guards. We want to cross the border. A man raised a hand to interrupt him and said, sorry, but you may not be allowed to pass. Logan held up a hand to stop them. I'm very sorry, but you cannot go through here. Elric had just climbed down from the carriage and asked, has something happened on the other side of the fortress? He explained that monsters outside the fortress have been rampaging recently. Unexplained phenomena have also begun to appear, so the guards are on high alert. Elric looked up at the faint traces drifting across the sky and immediately knew the energy sensed beyond the wall was highly suspicious. He smiled excitedly, even so, I'm not planning to give up yet. Elric told Carl to hand over their travel papers. Carl replied clearly, understood. Carl rummaged through his coat pocket. He pulled out a scroll and approached Logan. Carl presented the tightly bound scroll to him. Here. Logan nervously unfolded the passport. What is this? After reading it, his face gradually trembled and panicked. Nerster family and Melvinger family. Logan hastily returned the scroll. I'm sorry, I didn't know you came from such prominent houses. Usually people can't pass, even with papers, but I'll make an exception because you're from the Nerster and Melvinger families. He advised Elric as he sent them off. Please run to the highest refuge you can if anything goes wrong. Elric wondered, if I hide there, will anyone come to rescue me? Logan answered bluntly no. He even threatened fiercely. If so, finding your corpse will be easier for us. The scene switched. The sandworm opened its petal-shaped mouth full of sharp fangs and snarled at Elric. The sandworm suddenly retracted its teeth, closing its mouth into a sharp point like a pistol. It shot toward Elric like an arrow. Just as it was about to devour him, Elric activated a spell. He summoned a block of ice that pierced the monster's fatal point. Elric gritted his teeth in frustration. These sandworms keep rushing here like electricity. A second sandworm suddenly appeared behind him. Elric immediately darted his eyes, alert. He leapt up high, during which his mind began to race. After the last fight with the demon, he felt he couldn't use what he'd gained smoothly. Elric thought to himself that if he gained more seals in the future, his mana pool would become a limiting factor, and he wouldn't be able to use them at full power. With a single shout, the sandworm was impaled by countless shards of ice. It fell and died on the spot. He landed lightly beside the monster's corpse, a magic only for himself. He needed to create an entirely new spell. Elric resolved that only by doing so would he become strong enough that no one could look down on him again. Footsteps approached from behind, accompanied by a complaining voice. Are you done yet? He turned to see Sean and the others coming. He trembled and pulled his cloak tight. Even wrapped in mana, he was freezing. I'm almost out of mana too. Elric suspected this place should have been hot like a desert, yet it was bitterly cold with fierce winds. He wondered if this was one of the strange phenomena they'd mentioned. This place was called the Black Snowfield. The name Black Snowfield was merely a metaphor because the land here had been poisoned and blackened, making it look like a field of black snow. That was the meaning behind the name. The area was also swarming with monsters, and even the Empire had abandoned attempts to claim it. He judged it a forbidden zone where even 8th-tier archmages might not be safe. A hand suddenly rested on Elric's shoulder. Sean draped an arm around him and sighed. Hey Elric, is the Flower Shrine really a place forsaken by the gods? He was baffled. In fairy tales, the Flower Shrine is a peaceful garden where the god of flowers lives happily among humans. Does this place look anything like a garden? Elric casually shrugged Sean off. The Flower Shrine does exist. I can confirm its existence from my ancestors' records in the royal family. Augustine was astonished. So you know its exact location? I don't believe you could find it from just those records. He said his plan was to seek out the demi-beasts guarding the Flower Shrine. The old man was skeptical. Demi-beasts bear a deep grudge against humanity. Are you sure you'll be all right? Elric replied confidently, we'll be fine, I have a way. Augustine stroked his beard thoughtfully. I don't know what you're planning, but I'm looking forward to it. It'd be even more entertaining if I knew your intentions. He was a bit puzzled. How do you intend to find demi-beasts in such a vast place? Elric answered, that's something I'm still thinking about. Mephisto folded his arms and asked Elric if they had any map or guide. We can't scour this whole snowfield. He hesitated. No, we have nothing. If only we had a compass. Mephisto suddenly pointed out, hey, the ice gem is glowing. He hurriedly slipped his hand into his cloak, then produced the glittering ice gem. Elric was bewildered. Why is it suddenly glowing? The ice gem unexpectedly floated out of his hand. Sean, witnessing it, was stunned. What? The gem is hovering in midair. Then it suddenly cast a shimmering beam down to the ground. Elric immediately understood. The light from the ice gem was opening a path for them. He cheerfully announced to everyone, I think we've found a way through. At midnight, the moon hung in the sky, the wind rustled through the leaves, and the carriage carrying the group plunged deep into the forest. Elric suddenly spoke. Carl halted. Carl obeyed promptly. Yes, Master Elric. Sean, curious what's going on, he stared at the ice gem in his palm and guessed. The ice gem stopped glowing after we entered the forest. I think we need to search around here. In the arid, desolate forest, a flicker of light shimmered from all directions, the light coming from the flame in Sean's hand. He fretted, will we really find anything here? I don't see anything at all. Agility's pupils beside him shone bright. He agreed, I'm searching from above with my spirit beast, but I can't see anything either. Elric glanced lightly at the ice gem. Oh. He clenched his fist. Finally, he urged everyone, let's go back to the carriage. Perhaps the ice gem will continue to guide us. A terrified scream rose from nowhere and cut off the conversation. Everyone was startled and bewildered. Sean and Elric exchanged looks and nodded in unison. The three men dashed toward the source of the sound. The three of them ran through the dense forest. He widened his eyes on guard. Something was there. Upon reaching the scene, the three quickly hid behind a tree and silently observed the situation ahead. The goat-headed monsters seemed to be surrounding someone, a female demi-beast. Mephisto confirmed it was a female catfolk demi-beast. A goat-headed monster roared. The pack immediately lunged forward to tear the Catwoman apart. She panicked and screamed, is anyone there? Please help. Elric didn't hesitate and launched an attack, Whirlwind. The Catwoman shut her eyes tight and awaited death. When nothing immediately happened, she dared to open her eyes in shock. The three monsters that had been about to attack her were now frozen into three huge blocks of ice. He snapped his fingers. All three shattered into nothingness. Elric appeared and gently comforted the Catwoman. Are you all right? Elric brushed the hair from his forehead, smiled warmly, and reached out his hand. You must be in shock. Mephisto mocked him. You have no acting talent. Elric blushed and cleared his throat. If you're injured, I'll heal you. Let me help. He asked the Catwoman if she could stand on her own. She suddenly became aggressive and glared. The Catwoman shoved Elric's hand away and shouted, I don't need help from a human. No sooner had she finished than the ambushing beast archers all leaped down from the branches. At the same time, spear-wielding warriors, unnoticed until now, closed in behind Elric's group, gradually surrounding them from all sides. The Catwoman gritted her teeth. Foolish human, if you don't surrender, when I count to 3, I'll kill you all. She slowly counted 1, 2. The beast people all raised bows and unsheathed blades, ready to aim at their target, Elric and his companions. In the critical moment, Elric remained completely silent. Hazer anxiously watched his back. Elric, what are you planning? Elric suddenly curled his lip in a triumphant smile. He raised both hands high and beamed, I surrender. The group, hearing this, were utterly exasperated with Elric. Someone snorted and shook their head in resignation. He cheerfully shouted to the beast folk, I surrender, you know. Mephisto sneered with delight. He really is full of tricks. Rewinding to a moment earlier, when the white-haired Catwoman was beset by the monsters. At that time, he and his companions were hiding behind a tree. He assessed the situation and laughed. It's clearly a trap, the same old trick. His pupils flashed. He informed Augustine that there were soldiers nearby. Augustine wondered, Elric, what do you intend to do now? Elric smiled wickedly. What else can we do? If they want to play, we'll play along. He declared crisply that they would let them lead the party straight into their own lair. In the Monster Kingdom, a carriage escorting prisoners crossed the streets. Leading it was the white-haired Catwoman and her band of soldiers. Inside the carriage, Elric's group sat quietly waiting. Mephisto folded his arms and questioned Elric. Did you have to go this far? He mocked him. You're an idiot. Elric grinned slyly. You have to be willing to sacrifice this much to fool the guards. Mephisto was left speechless. Unexpectedly, those dull-witted monsters were deceived by such poor acting. Just then, a voice outside the carriage spat with hatred. Damned humans. The beast folk lining the road murmured, angrily hurling insults at the caged group. Why did the search party bring humans back? They clearly mean no good. Kill them now. Seeing this, he was astonished. I expected some hostility, but their hatred for humans is intense. Mephisto analyzed that you humans stole their homes and drove them here, so isn't their anger natural? Appeasing ancestral rage won't be easy. Elric's gaze flickered with thought. The carriage suddenly came to a halt. The white-haired Catwoman turned around. She introduced herself. I am Irina, Royal Guard of the Anthropomorph Kingdom. Irina warned, if you value your lives, you'd better behave. Elric lifted his head slightly. Before him loomed a dark castle as she threatened them. Because our great king will interrogate you. The doors swung open. Irina led the group inside. They followed closely behind her down the castle corridor. Mephisto frowned and probed Elric. You're clearly up to something. That's why you walked into the heart of your enemy's formation, right? He replied cheerfully, of course. Those monsters won't refuse me. In the great hall, rows of beastfolk in ceremonial attire stood in 2 lines. As they passed, he murmured that he possessed a power they've coveted for centuries, the Tiger King's battle technique. The previous Monster King, Elric, emphasized the body-strengthening art. He muttered that the Tiger clan had held the throne for generations but are now extinct. If the body-strengthening art were to appear, what if the thing that symbolizes the king's authority emerged? Elric giddily daydreamed about how valuable it would be. He was so unscrupulous that even Mephisto was at a loss. You're really eager to sell it for an astronomical price, aren't you? Upon arrival, Irina immediately humbled herself and bowed. She spoke formally, Your Great Majesty of Anthropomorph, I have brought the prisoners. The one on the throne praised, Well done. A hand with soft orange fur and sharp claws emerged. The speaker rebuked them, Those humans. Why did you enter our territory? Elric was taken aback. He's a tiger folk. As the speaker talked, Elric noticed 4 small fangs in his mouth. If you dare lie, he thought in shock, impossible. Elric's face went rigid. The Monster King, the Tiger King. A ruddy, inexperienced young beastfolk boy with smooth, pale skin appeared. His voice was stern. Then you will not leave here alive. Elric was stunned. It was just a child. Hazer blushed with excitement. So cute, he's adorable. Mephisto mocked Elric. The Tiger King is young. You might not profit much from this. Elric froze, unable to retort. It's good the Tiger King has an heir, but he's far too young. Elric stepped forward uncertainly, feeling daring. Let's try it first. After all, I can escape if it goes wrong. He nonchalantly asked, Are you the king? An irate rat beastfolk spat. You insolent bastard. How dare you question our great king? Elric arrogantly cut in. Hey, old man, mind your own business. The rat fluffed in anger. You brat. Soldiers, drag that prisoner out now. None of it registered to him. Elric picked his ear in disgust. The rat is too noisy. The Tiger King suddenly interrupted. Stop. The rat beastfolk stammered, but he barked aggressively. Are you defying my orders? The rat beastfolk fell silent in fear and returned to his line. The Tiger King calmly asked, Do you have something to say? Elric thought with interest. I assumed he was just an ignorant kid. It seems the tiger blood still runs in him. He might be easier to persuade than expected. He asked, Do you know the body-strengthening art? The Tiger King asked what? Elric deliberately led him on. If I said I wanted to sell it, what price would you offer? The royal advisors were agitated. What nonsense is this, you scum? How dare a small human mention the body-strengthening art? Soldiers, behead him. The Tiger King awkwardly urged, Calm down, everyone. No sooner had he finished than Elric broke his chains and shouted, Honestly, you're all too loud. The beastfolk drew swords to protect the Tiger King. The prisoner had smashed his shackles, protect the monarch. Before long, Elric's group was surrounded on all sides. Iron manacles dropped. Augustine flexed his wrist gently and warned him, Monsters are not easy to deal with. Want my help? Elric replied confidently, No need, sir, I'll handle it myself. He displayed his power and stepped toward the Tiger King. I need to show them my ability so they'll believe me. A beastfolk yelled a warning. Royal guards, take down those humans. Then dozens of guards rushed up to attack Elric, but his teammates paid no mind. Sean even complained. He was very quiet on the way here. I was suspicious. Hazer smirked. Elric, if you dare touch my little tiger, I'll gut you, Agility said smugly, loving this chaotic scene. A beastfolk lunged to attack Elric. He rotated his wrist. Then he rushed forward without hesitation. Just as they were about to collide, he swung his arm wildly. Elric activated the body-strengthening art. Fierce tiger charge, knocking that beastfolk down. Nearby beastfolk were stunned. How could a human know the body-strengthening art? Someone ordered royal guards transform into beasts quickly. In an instant, the uniforms of the guards were torn apart. Their bodies shifted into thick-furred werewolves. The guard pack growled at Elric. One of them roared and attacked. They all lunged forward smug. You're finished. Elric stepped to the left with his left foot. He used the body-strengthening art, Tiger Claw, pummeling relentlessly to finish them off one by one. The werewolf guards were utterly beaten and collapsed to the ground. Another guard beast went pale at the sight. Elric continued with the body-strengthening art, Black Tiger Rampage, and stomped down to crush that beastfolk to death. Irina stood nearby observing, trembling with fury. Irina drew her weapon and charged. How dare you? A voice called out, Stop at once. Elric stood still, staring at the sword at his throat. Irina hadn't reached him yet. She froze when she saw who had spoken. Her voice trembled. Your Majesty, when did the Tiger King rise? He glanced sharply at Elric. He gently pushed Irina's sword away. I think I've shown you the power I possess, haven't I? Elric offered a provocative smile. Now do you believe me? The Great Hall fell deathly silent. The Tiger King snapped angrily. How do you know the body-strengthening art? Something even we cannot learn. No sooner had he spoken than beastfolk screamed in pain as blue electricity appeared and struck them. Its master is Elric, he declared. That's magic. He was stunned. Magic. He explained, magic flows through all things. It exists in this world, reveals the mysteries of nature, and harmoniously unites all principles within it. The Tiger King was astonished. So the body-strengthening art has always been preserved through magic. Elric smirked with satisfaction. That's right, and he waved to produce a blue glow to demonstrate for him. The Tiger King's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mephisto snarled at Elric. Magic? You're playing a con. He smirked. In any case, the monster folk have some affinity with magic. If we put on an appealing show, they'll fall for it. Other beast folk whispered. Elric boasted to Mephisto, Look, not only the king but the others are starting to believe. He sneered, these monsters are too naive. He exhaled, that's why they're perfect to exploit. It's time to seal the deal. Before the Tiger King, Elric bowed and feigned boasting. The body-strengthening art is a secret treasure of the royal family. Even if I obtain it through magic, its true power lies in the hands of the rightful owner. The Tiger King's ears twitched slightly, showing his approval. Elric continued, so we want to use this agreement to build a new foundation for the royal family and its people. The kingdom's finance minister Norris stepped forward. He exposed it plainly. Simply put, you want to sell the body-strengthening art to us for a high price, right? He raised an eyebrow inwardly, wary. He couldn't believe the man had seen his true motive. This old man was not to be trifled with. Elric affirmed aloud, yes, that's right. What I need is information. He persuaded Norris, I want to know the way to the Flower Temple. The other beast folk were bewildered. The Flower Temple? Why would a human want to go there? Besides, that place is currently… He cut them off. Stop. Norris approached Elric. We understand your desire in this agreement, but we need more time to discuss it, so for now please leave. He ordered Irina, captain of the royal guards, to escort them to an outside manor to rest. She obediently replied, yes, your majesty. Elric and his group departed. He glanced back at Norris one last time. What could have been a successful deal, ruined by that old man. Mephisto's face was sullen. He had recognized Norris's true nature. That old man was a demon. Once Elric's group was gone, the great hall descended into chaos. A resolute rabbit beast folk argued, of course we should accept the deal. This is our chance to restore the Tiger King's bloodline and bring glory back to our people as before. An angry rat beast folk retorted, right now those bastards are quite powerful. They're a greater threat to us than those outside humans. If we can unite the Tiger King's will and intimidate them, they'll have no choice but to obey. Someone immediately stepped in to end the argument. They're right. Lucas approached the Tiger King and said, the body-strengthening art is a unifying symbol for monster folk. Its loss has split many of our people and caused species to lose unity. This is our chance to regain it. Having it would remove the fanatic's excuse for not recognizing a Tiger King because he lacks the art. He nodded, all right if that's what everyone thinks. Norris suddenly interjected, we must not do that. Lucas showed displeasure. Minister Norris, if we lose the royal symbol like this, we will be unable to. Norris coldly scrutinized him with a demonic gaze. Lucas immediately fell silent in panic. Norris spoke gravely, I fully understand the vital importance of the body-strengthening art to our people and to the sovereign. The minister's pupils flashed a silvery light. But Norris loudly rebuked them, reminding why we monster folk must endure in this cursed place. Have you forgotten the suffering we've endured? He reminded everyone that humans lured them with sweet bait and then cowardly stabbed them in the back, forcing them into this plight. Norris counseled the Tiger King, Your Majesty, if we accept this agreement we will once again become puppets in human hands and those painful days of history will repeat. He emphasized that this is why we must not shake hands with humans. We must be wary of them. These words struck the Tiger King's psyche, leaving him wavering and hesitant. The scene shifted to the Tiger King standing before the giant statue, Lucas behind him pleading desperately, Your Majesty, we must not miss this opportunity. This is the only chance to regain the body-strengthening art. The Tiger King remained silent, staring at the statue of his predecessor as he murmured, rebuild the dynasty. The Tiger King told Lucas that if we want to fulfill the previous king's wish to unify the tribes, then we will need the body-strengthening art. If he is so eager, we'll quickly summon those humans here and finalize the agreement. You interrupted, saying we cannot proceed because Minister Norris must have legitimate reasons and humans have deceived us many times. Lucas admitted Norris is the wise one called the Black Sage, but worried that age might cloud his judgment. The Tiger King, irritable, warned him to watch his words. He has devoted his life to the kingdom since the previous king. I do not doubt his judgment. We must be cautious with humans. Lucas bowed in fear and admitted his fault. Forgive me, Your Majesty, for speaking improperly. In the end, he had no choice but to withdraw from the throne room. Left alone, the Tiger King quietly turned. Sunlight poured along the corridor, his silhouette carrying an indescribable menace. Norris, I trust that your judgment is sound. At the Anthropomorph Manor, a man strode in unhurriedly. Carl opened the door and escorted him inside. Inside the parlor, Elric sat with his leg over the chair, clicking his tongue. Well, what do we have here? Which wind blew you in? Elric deliberately addressed Minister Norris by name. Norris did not beat around the bush. I have come to negotiate with you. Elric cheerfully waved to the opposite chair. Oh my, so you're a demanding customer, please have a seat. Once seated, both parties began negotiations. He opened, it seems you have chosen to accept my proposed terms. How do you intend to compensate us? He negotiated, I will give you what you want and I will open the path to the Flower Temple for you. He relaxed happily, excellent, you're generous, just as I expected. Then it was Norris's turn to state his demand. He smiled manically, sell me the body-strengthening art. Elric buried his head on the table and sighed. I suppose no one else will come. He grumbled, I don't get why they think the art alone is enough to seize the throne, all repeating the same thing. Augustine wondered, though the Tiger King's line fell long ago and needs the art to revive it, who do you intend to sell it to? Elric answered, the finance minister still offered the highest price. He was surprised the minister kept mentioning it. He suddenly waved his hand and produced a pale golden light. Elric said, in that case here. The light filled the ceiling and the room shimmered like luminous mist. Elric challenged the void. So many clients pursue the body-strengthening art that its price has skyrocketed. May I ask what the royal family intends to do with it, and how do you plan to pay me? As the light faded, a familiar figure appeared. His purple pupils flashed darkly. Its owner seemed furious. Elric's tone turned mocking. Your Majesty. A figure slowly stepped out of the shadows, a Tiger King. This is Valence, a Tiger King with fierce, cold eyes. Mephisto, somewhat surprised, exclaimed that the power held by the king was gradually declining. If it were me, I'd have already beheaded those vassals. After all, I'm not as foolish as they are. Valence trembled slightly and glared, asking why the finance minister would do such a thing. Something must be wrong. Elric appeared from somewhere and said, I told you beforehand, didn't I? His expression extremely confident and smug. You are about to witness some very interesting things. Hazer, standing beside him, couldn't bear to hear it and loudly scolded Elric. How could you say such things in front of someone who is truly hurt? Elric stood seriously and said, Hazer, politics is not child's play. Soothing his heart could change the current situation, you see. Hazer, upon hearing this, could only turn her face away and say nothing more. Elric, eyes narrowed and solemn, continued. You know that no matter how splendid and beautiful the throne is, it will soon be disregarded without a strong force behind it. Seeing his attitude, she felt awkward and blurted out, Elric. Hazer truly believed that what was called a magical clan had in the past endured many hardships and risks when she and he were children. Yet the two still held hands firmly, and vowed that immediately after losing power all the noble and royal gods, and even the Tower of Magic abandoned us. Elric was a child then. Witnessing that scene, he could not help but cry out. And now he confidently walks amid the cheers. He is the hero of Lacenter. He is the son of the magical clan. Please look at him, Melvinger, Melvinger. His gaze now grew colder. The surrounding cheers continued, while Hazer softly said that only when I become the hero of Lacenter will those who once scorned and called me the family's disgrace change their attitude. Elric still looked at her and Valence, saying that after all, power is what runs the world. He looked at Valence and solemnly commanded, Your Majesty, you must sharpen your claws. Valence looked up and asked, My claws? Elric knelt and politely explained that you must quietly hone them and at the final moment use them to seize everything you desire. He said in a warm, deep voice that I will help you throughout this journey. Moved by that sincerity, Valence was brought to tears. Elric teased, Look at those angelic eyes, I guess he's completely moved. Mephisto sneered, saying it looks like he's ready to sell his soul to you. Elric didn't mind and only smiled, replying that I must do that to go further. Mephisto said, Don't think I don't see through you. You're only stoking his fighting spirit, aren't you? His eyes widened frighteningly as he said that even if you help, only he can resolve the current situation. Who knows whether he can be as majestic as those before him? Valence asked dejectedly, What do you know about the Tiger King Yul? Elric replied in astonishment that he was the strongest Tiger King who led the beast folk to their pinnacle. Valence said that he was willing to trade all of King Yul's remaining possessions, including the documents we studied to restore the corporeal magic art. Elric listened sincerely as he continued speaking. However, the flower temple has been sealed by the Eastern General. Valence spread his hands and said that if you want to open it, you must come to me. I will personally lead you there. His eyes shone with fighting resolve, so hand over the corporeal magic art to me. Elric heard this, grabbed Valence's hand and replied, At your command. Then he stood up and said, Let's sit down and discuss this in detail. Valence followed him. Deep down, he felt a bit anxious, wondering if this decision was right. No, he mustn't doubt himself. He reminded himself he was a king, and as Elric said, if he simply sharpened his claws, everything would return to its rightful place. Suddenly he shouted, Oh no. Fortunately, Hazer, walking behind, caught him in time. Valence timidly said, Thanks, I just tripped. But Hazer hugged him outright. Valence panicked and snapped, How rude, I'm small, but I'm still the king, you know. Hazer ruffled his hair and said, If you want to cry, then cry your fill. She stroked his head and comforted him, saying enduring it like that isn't good for a child. He was moved by her encouraging words, his eyes filling as if about to burst into tears. Hazer hugged him and said with a smile, Laugh when you're happy, cry when you're sad. Hazer smiled kindly and asked, All right, Valence. As soon as she finished speaking, tears soaked her shoulders and began to fall slowly. His clawed hands trembled as he held Hazer tightly. He couldn't hold back and sobbed loudly, pouring out years of restrained feeling. Elric saw this and chuckled, teasing that he had seemed like a real king but had become a crybaby. Mephisto also laughed and said he's still too young to bear the responsibility of the throne. After a moment, Elric cleared his throat a few times. He glanced at Augustine and said, You promised to take me there yourself. Hearing that, Elric asked again, So you intend to leave Anthremorth? Augustine nodded and replied, Yes, Tiger King. Elric frowned and spoke very seriously. If my suspicions are correct, we should depart now. Hey, are you listening to me? If we waste more time here, we can't predict what the finance minister and the other departments will do. We must quickly assemble the royal guard and leave the palace. Valence looked resolute and shook his head. No need for the royal guard. He emphasized especially Irina, the captain of the royal guard and the finance minister's foster daughter. He only put her as a guard to monitor me. Hearing this, Elric exclaimed in surprise, so the finance minister already knows you're here. Valence replied calmly, I slipped out of the castle quietly, but now they probably know. Just then Sean pushed the door open and shouted, Elric, the beast folk are gathering outside the palace in great numbers. Hearing this unfavorable news, Elric hesitated and thought to himself that they could no longer leave here secretly. Suddenly he widened his eyes and realized, wait, do we really need to slip away quietly? He looked toward Augustine. Agility, Sean, and Hazer exchanged puzzled looks and thought that with the current members we can easily subdue them all and walk straight out the main gate. At that moment Agility slapped his hand once. Elric, full of confidence, said, all right everyone. No sooner had he finished speaking than the meeting room's atmosphere changed. The air seemed to grow heavy. Valence recognized it, sprang to his feet, and said, it's an emergency signal. He ran quickly to the window and said, did the Wrath tribe really send troops here? He wondered dumbfoundedly, the Wrath tribe. Valence, watching from above, also ran after him and thought to himself that the Beastfolk clans must be in major conflict with Anthropomorph. Elric glanced at him and said quietly, if they're present they'll certainly try to prevent King Valence from leaving Anthropomorph. Outside it truly was chaotic now. The entire city seemed engulfed in flames. This couldn't have come at a worse time. Then Valence widened his eyes. He felt as if he were witnessing a horrific scene. Through the smoke, two figures were slowly advancing. Elric shouted loudly, the enemy is attacking. Sean and Agility readied themselves and said, prepare to fight quickly. At that moment a soft voice rang out. He froze when he heard that voice. Then Elric seemed to realize something and told Sean and Agility, everyone stop. The two then slowly emerged. When Sean and Agility saw them, they too were startled and amazed. At that moment the two revealed themselves, and Elric couldn't help exclaiming, Isabel. Elric, stunned by Isabel's appearance, wondered inwardly what she was doing here. Mephisto paced back and forth near Herman, observing. He pointed toward him and asked, who is that monster? Elric bowed with deep respect and replied, it's an honor to meet you, the blue lion Herman wail. He answered in a polite, warm tone, I'm just an ordinary warrior granted the title of Baron. You needn't be so formal, luminous Duke. Elric extended his hand and politely said, let's go inside first. Isabel nodded, thank you. She went ahead and gently said to Herman, Father, take your time coming down. As they walked, Elric asked, how did you know I was here? He smiled faintly and replied, I wanted to thank our benefactor in person. You not only saved my daughter but also treated my illness. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped over to him. Herman smiled kindly and said, that's why I came to the capital, but then found out you had already left. He scratched his head sheepishly and replied, oh dear, I should have left a note about where I was going. Looks like we missed each other. Herman replied calmly, no, we should have sent a letter first. I wanted to surprise you, so I came looking without warning. It's our fault. He paused, glanced to one side and said, but. He looked around at everyone and gently said, I see a few familiar faces here. He glanced at Hazer and said, I didn't expect the Grey Lion's hound to be in a place like this. She seemed displeased by the remark, and Hazer retorted bluntly that she was sure she'd told him many times she's not their hound. Elric stepped forward and asked Herman, you know my sister? He exclaimed in surprise, oh, she's your blood relative. Then Herman stroked his chin and recounted that he had a friend with a somewhat bad temper. Upon meeting that friend, he had run into her a few times and hadn't realized she was a Melvinger daughter. The world is indeed small. No sooner had he finished speaking than his eyes lit up and he cast a quick glance. He noticed Augustine standing there and said it's rare to see that eccentric old man of the Nerster family appear outside like this. The old man looked at Herman and muttered in response, I recall telling you not to call me that anymore. He chuckled and replied, what's wrong with calling an old monster like you an eccentric old man? What else could I call you? After hearing that, Augustine and Herman stepped forward, their eyes meeting with killing intent. Elric saw the tension and feared they were about to burst into a fight. Just as he was about to intervene, the two suddenly clasped hands warmly. Herman gently said that every member of this group is truly astonishing. Valence and Agility stood there listening as they continued. There is the leader of the Revolutionary Army and a freak. Seeing the situation wasn't good, he stepped forward to defuse it. Come on, everyone calm down. Herman stepped back, still looking at him, thinking to himself, that made me want you even more. He cast his eyes over the rest of the people and thought to himself, those who attract talent will one day rise and soar into the blue sky. Herman also noticed Isabel's expression and said, ignoring the crown prince I dislike, coming here was the right choice. Elric suddenly turned to ask Isabel and Herman how the two of them had gotten here. Isabel answered, we heard you had scaled the walls, so we did the same. A knight scouting the forest reported seeing you dragged away, so we came to help. She looked out the window with concern and added that our side is creating a diversion to distract the monsters. If we want to leave, now is the best chance. The fire outside still raged, as if trying to devour everything. Elric glanced at Valence and thought that if they wanted a legitimate escape, this was their opportunity. He breathed relief and said, "Good thing it's not the Wrath tribe invading." Then Elric went to the window and stepped onto the sill. His eyes filled with strength as he asked, "Has your resolve to leave this place changed?" Valence looked down, cautious yet determined. "I want to leave, but if I abandon the kingdom in its crisis, my vassals will call me a traitor and the city will fall into chaos." Hearing that, Elric slapped his hand on his shoulder in reassurance. Elric's eyes shone and he said, "You don't need to worry about that. I've just thought of a great plan." Outside it was like hell, flames spreading and consuming everything around. Someone stepped across the grass near the blaze. It was Irina and her team. Hills followed behind. Uneasy, he asked, Captain, shouldn't we be defending the city?" Irina shook her head decisively. "No, the royal guard's purpose is to protect the king." She clenched her fist, showing fierce determination, and said, "Our king is right now among those disgusting humans." Irina shouted, "Once we secure his safety, eliminate." She glared and finished angrily, "All those humans." When Irina's group saw Hazer and Sean step out, they exclaimed in surprise, "Those humans are moving outside." She quickly approached and put her hand in their path to block them. Irina glared, hissing, "You bastards, where's our king?" Sean replied, Who knows? Who could possibly know?" This answer enraged her. She radiated killing intent and said, "Are you trying to provoke us? Everyone transform into beast form." No sooner had she finished than the others began to reveal their true forms, each taking on a terrifying beastly appearance. Then Irina pinned Sean with a sharp weapon. He grit his teeth in fear and endured. She glared and warned, "I don't know what tricks you're up to, but if you don't return the king to us immediately." At that moment others appeared and a heroic voice rang out, "Stop." Bringing Valence along, when they saw him, the Irina group shouted in unison, "Your Majesty." He held Valence in his arms and threatened them, "If anyone makes a move, your king will surely die." Hearing the threat, they grew fearful and whispered to each other, "Your Majesty, what is that madman doing? You bastard, take your filthy hands off our king at once." Elric cradled Valence with a smug look and asked, "Are you sure this will work? Now everyone has seen the human with enhanced strength capture their king." After asking, he smiled with satisfied contentment. Norris also appeared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, listening as he said, "None of them will dare act rashly." Then Elric swung his arm as if about to make a move. Before he could do anything, he was struck with terror. Irina seized the opportunity to warn that if they wanted to save their king, they should quickly make way for them to pass. Seeing her trembling with anger, Norris approached and softly called to Irina. Then he whispered a few things into her ear. After hearing Norris, Irina's hand suddenly stopped trembling from fury. Then she loudly ordered, "Let them go." And the others obeyed. Sean passed by them with terror written in his eyes. Isabel and Herman also remained on guard against them. When it was done, Irina commanded, "We have opened a path as you requested. Release our king immediately." He smiled inwardly with smug satisfaction upon hearing this. Then Elric hugged Valence tightly and leapt high. He taunted Irina, "How can I trust you? I'll release his majesty after we've safely left the city. If you pursue us, you know what will happen to that day, don't you?" And so he carried Valence up into the sky. The Irina group could only watch him with wide eyes. When they saw he wouldn't return Valence, they clutched their heads in shock and panic. High above the flames spread and below came cries, "Come help us, we must put out the fire first." At that time, he and Mephisto were flying straight ahead while Valence kept looking down. Elric noticed his sullen expression and asked, "Do you want to go back?" He shook his head and replied, "No, I was the one who said we should leave. I must open the way to the flower temple for you." He looked at Valence and asked further, "Putting that aside, what I want to ask is..." After hesitating a moment, he softly asked, "Do you want to return or leave here?" Valence remained sorrowful. His indescribable gaze answered, "Just thinking about the castle now makes me feel suffocated." Valence thought of his suffering people and continued, "But it's different with my subjects. They are good people who trusted and supported me. If I abandon them, the whole city will descend into chaos, especially if we are invaded." Mephisto looked straight ahead and said, "Hey, I don't think you have time to chat so leisurely." His eyes widened, his pupils glowing as he replied, "Mephisto, what do you see?" He strained his eyes to see what was ahead. Before him was a tornado of terrifying intensity, a black sandstorm. Seeing it, Valence cried out in fear, "No." He shouted fearfully, "That's the Eastern General." Elric watched the approaching black sandstorm in shock, thinking silently that it was the disaster that had devastated the north. Elric feared that if they were swept in, they would be torn to pieces. Mephisto beside him spoke up, "Hey Elric, it's not over yet." He bared his teeth in a grin and added, "I think there are some troublesome types riding that vortex." Elric looked again and asked, "What is it?" He widened his eyes and focused his vision to observe. When he saw the black sandstorm, beneath it was another community. Elric gasped. "That's..." He looked up at the flag and thought to himself, "Nine-tailed fox." Atop Mount sat Mount, sneering as he ordered a full-speed charge. It was the Wrath tribe. The nine-tailed fox banner still fluttered in the sky, the Wrath tribe. The age-old rivals of Anthropomorph led by the Tiger King, a monstrous alliance that had turned its back on the Tiger clan which had lost its enhanced body arts. While the Wrath tribe coveted Anthropomorph's rule, so far only skirmishes had broken out. They had never launched any large-scale war. Seeing the Wrath tribe arrive, Valence exclaimed in alarm, "What are those Wrath tribe doing here?" He sighed indifferently and replied that it seemed some traitors within the castle had given them information about the enhanced body arts. "You're still very naive despite being stabbed in the back many times," he glanced and answered mockingly. Upon hearing that, Elric raised an eyebrow and asked why else would they suddenly want to invade Anthropomorph and come to where the owner of the enhanced body arts was. Valence fell silent, crestfallen, lowering his head timidly. Suddenly he witnessed a new astonishing scene. Elric held Valence out before him, which made him panic and ask, "What are you doing?" Elric said seriously, "Can you answer the question I asked you earlier?" With extreme seriousness, Elric asked, "Will you return to the city or leave this place with me?" Hearing this, Valence's face darkened and he stammered, "I." He paused for a moment, then remembered his beloved subjects. Thinking of the people gave him strength. "I'll return to the city and protect my people." Hearing this, Elric replied happily and contentedly, "I knew you would say that." Valence answered shyly, "But I'm weak and I have nothing to give you. I can't ask for anything more." At that, Elric decisively bonked his head against the prince's in a moment of realization. Valence rubbed his head and replied, "That hurt." Then Elric said seriously, "Your Majesty, friends don't care about things like that." The prince blinked in surprise and asked, "Friends?" Seeing his confusion, he said, "You just have to ask." He added gently that you only need to seek help. If you do, your friends will come from the ends of the earth to help you. Seeing Sean appear, he turned his head and asked, "Right?" Sean had just arrived and didn't understand the situation but answered enthusiastically, "That's right." Valence placed his hand on his chest and asked, "Can I be your friend? What's so hard about being friends?" Elric grinned and replied, "You can be my friend as long as you enjoy my company." Sean smiled along and agreed with him. Hearing that, Valence couldn't help but be happy. His eyes shone with touching emotion. Seeing the black sandstorm approaching, Elric said, "Since my friend needs help, how can I turn my back?" "Right, Sean," he said to everyone. He smiled inwardly with satisfaction and said, "Change of plans." At that moment, the Wrath tribe was frantically charging forward. Mount, leader of the Beast Squad, ordered them to speed up. They rushed madly forward, shouting that Anthropomorph was ahead. Beside them, Hugo, the violent deputy of the Beast unit, spoke up, "Leader, the enhanced body arts are truly at Anthropomorph." Hearing this, Mount asked, "Do you doubt this because an ordinary human supposedly possesses the enhanced body arts?" Hugo nodded in affirmation. "Yes, it's hard to believe such a lowly race would possess such an extraordinary secret technique." Mount pressed on while leading, "Even if the information is wrong, we can't miss the chance to seize Anthropomorph, especially given our current defeat, right?" Hugo flew behind and nodded in agreement, "Yes." "Given our current defeat, right?" Hugo nodded in agreement, "Yes." With that nod, Mount smugly thought that if the intel is accurate, we must not allow the Tiger King's fallen clan to lay hands on the enhanced body arts. The Wrath tribe had gathered in great numbers, standing there waiting for the attack order. A clawed hand appeared and said, 40 years ago, if it weren't for that blonde-haired, green-eyed mage blocking us, we could have built a great empire on the corpses of the Tiger Kings. Still, if we obtain the enhanced body arts, I'll restore the tail I lost and finally return to the four-tailed form I long for." That was the Blood Wolf King. He appeared fierce and declared that no one could stop him. He boldly shouted, "Soldiers, bring me the enhanced body arts. Restore our honor and glory. Once achieved, I'll make the whole world kneel before me." Now Mount was in command. He shouted, "You who inherited the mandate are King, Blood Wolf King. I will protect the blessed tail bestowed upon us." Mount took the sword and led, saying, "Brothers, advance and cut off the Tiger King's head." They roared fiercely. For the Blood Wolf King, each with a sword in hand, charged straight for the castle. "Go and drink the enemy's blood." As soon as the words fell, a source of energy sprang up from ahead, accompanied by a freezing voice. Before long, several members of the Wrath tribe were struck. Some were chilled stiff by ice and snow, shivering violently. Twin was suddenly assaulted by ice and snow. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Stop." One of them bared his sharp fangs. Then he attacked, causing blood to flow like water. After that, a brawl broke out. One grabbed another by the head, pinning him down and clawing him. Others kicked opponents away and fought among themselves. At that time, Mount approached. He held his sword near his throat and asked, "What just happened?" Just then, Elric appeared with his mysterious arm. "Oh, how crowded." Sean followed behind and said, "Why do we have to be the only ones fighting?" Hazer, carrying his hammer, said, "I kind of enjoy this." And so the trio, Elric, Sean, and Hazer, strode forward heroically. Chaos reigned at Anthropomorph's main gate. Agility, standing nearby, asked Augustine if he intended to stay outside like that. He casually replied that the number of enemies wasn't that large. Augustine stroked his beard, looked up at the sky, and said Elric was the one who asked us not to intervene. He also reassured Agility not to worry, and to see what the boy could do. Elric now smiled smugly, his face full of confidence. By now everything around was nearly frozen. Elric, Sean, and Hazer each walked across the ice as the Wrath tribe panicked and asked, "What's going on?" "Has the Lord abandoned us?" Hugo shouted. "Gather up, you fools. The Lord hasn't abandoned us. This is just human magic." Hearing that, the others cheered in response. "That's right, I've heard humans and anthropomorph use magic. I can't believe they'd ally with the ones who trapped us here, the damn traitors." Hugo kept saying, "That's right, they're our enemies. We'll annihilate all those miserable humans and seize Anthromorph." After those words, the Wrath tribe regained their spirit. They raised their swords and rallied with righteous cries. At that moment, one of them stared intently at him. He frowned and thought to himself, a blonde-haired, emerald-eyed mage. Recalling the past, he gritted his teeth and thought he hadn't forgotten that bastard's appearance 40 years ago. That monstrous human single-handedly wiped out our entire army. Now seeing Elric again, he murmured, "He's different from the human from 40 years ago." He bared his teeth in a triumphant grin, as if the coincidence and their taunting were intentional. At that moment, Mount came up from behind and ordered, "Hugo, bring their heads to me." He nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, Commander." Then Hugo loudly ordered the Avian Demon Legion forward, so those lowly humans could witness Beastkind's greatness. He opened his beak wide and shouted the heroic battle cry to begin. Upon receiving the order, the Wrath tribe surged forward. Hugo from behind commanded to use Iron Dance and turn them into a beehive immediately. Then the Wrath tribe frantically charged to attack. They aimed directly at Elric, who stood alone. Yet no trace of fear appeared on his face. At that moment, a tempest called Wind Fury appeared. The Wind Fury whirlwind swept away the Wrath tribe near it. Hugo, watching from above, was astonished at the scene. He stood stunned and cried out, "What is this magic?" Elric then marveled. Sean, well done." Sean stood frozen like a hero and replied, "I'm nothing compared to him, but I'm also the third son of the Nairster family." Mephisto walked beside him, chuckling, saying, "I never understood why you brought along someone who seemed useless, but it turns out he has skills after all." The man just smiled and replied, "That's why his family is considered the strongest in the Tower of Magic. More importantly, the Nairster family's magical element is wind. Those bird swarms are nothing but prey to Sean." Sean rushed forward enthusiastically and said, "Let me blow off some steam." He growled, "Do you lot understand the pain of being a supporting character?" Then Sean gathered all his strength and unleashed a force that crushed them. Hugo panicked and yelled, "Run!" Sean chased after him and shouted, "Not so fast." At that moment, someone used the wind slash technique to attack Sean. Fortunately, he had picked up that massive hammer carrying terrifying power. Sean noticed one figure below standing out with a huge hammer in hand. It was the Minotaur. He taunted Sean, "That pathetic trick won't work on us Minotaurs." Then the Minotaur ordered his underlings to kill them. Just then a hand reached out and tapped him on the back. Oh my, it was Hazer. She stepped forward and casually said, "This is the first time I've seen a bull use a hammer." The Minotaur turned with a sharp glare. Hazer still nonchalantly asked, "Playing with me?" The Minotaur sneered, "How dare a lowly human speak to me?" Before he could finish the sentence, Hazer delivered a crushing blow. With a single swing of her hammer, she sent the Minotaur flying away. He was flung off, struck his head on a boulder, and lay motionless. Witnessing that, the underlings froze and cried out, "Oh my god." Hazer smiled lightly and said, "I accidentally hit a bit too hard." The underlings angrily rushed forward, shouting, "You damn humans, we'll avenge our commander." But Hazer casually dodged his hammer. Then she gently brought her hammer down on them. With each strike, another one fell, fresh blood gushing out. Elric, seeing Hazer reveling and fighting the Minotaur's underlings, was stunned. Mephisto laughed out loud and said, "Now I know why you're afraid of her. I can't believe she can smash someone's skull while joking like that. She has the makings of a demon king." At that moment, Mount angrily charged forward with his sword. He brandished it and shouted loudly, "Shout of the ice and attack." Seeing Mount leading the army's charge, he stood and replied, "Perfect timing. I'm tired of waiting." He rolled up his sleeve, used the power from the pattern on his arm, and said, "I'll deal with all of you." They frantically rushed in, shouting, "There are only 3 of them. Kill them all." At that moment, Elric summoned a power called Ice Vortex. The ice struck its targets and attacked. Mount angrily covered his face and yelled, "Where did this ice storm come from? We can't advance anymore." He widened his eyes and looked up. There was Elric. With one hand, he was summoning snow and ice, jagged ice blocks appearing. He glared and shouted, "Ice storm." Then Elric flicked his hand. Blocks of ice fell from the sky like rain, piercing the Wrath tribe's flesh. They screamed in pain. Standing above and watching the scene below, he marveled at how many survived. Immediately after Elric landed below, he glared, smiled wickedly, and said, "I'll show you the magic I created." He concentrated all his power, intending to combine a brutal, savage sealing technique, and shroud his body with the magic of the dragon's heart, then freeze everything he touched. He lunged with the ferocity of a beast and tore them apart. A Wrath tribe member, seeing this, shouted to stop him and raised a magic shield. Elric pressed forward with supreme power in his hands. Streams of force spiraled into the Wrath tribe. Body-strengthening art. Fierce tiger charge. With just a few basic punches, he could defeat Mount's underlings. Elric beamed with pleasure and satisfaction. "That's splendid." Mount then appeared, angry, speaking of body enhancement techniques and magic. Elric froze as the monster behind him warned that he was dangerous. He too was stunned, silently cursing how formidable that spiritual energy was. Seeing the aura around Mount, Elric was shocked, thinking he was a 4th-rank monster master. He bared his teeth in a slight grin and said, "An interesting human." Mount looked at him and said, "So you're." He pointed his sword at Elric and continued, "The one responsible for this mess." Seeing this, he tried to reassure himself to stay calm. "He's not an easy opponent. The fish I just hooked has slipped away. What a pity." Elric bit his lip, thinking he couldn't waste any more time here. Mount frantically charged at him and shouted, "How dare you flee from me?" He luckily dodged, but Elric couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Too fast." Then he rushed in with a master strike, thinking there was nothing he couldn't block. Mount used his sword to parry the blow. It was a bit difficult. Elric was pushed back a short distance by the force. In this situation, he gritted his teeth, thinking that Mount's speed and strength were both astonishing if things continued like this. Mount still held his sword, baring his teeth and glaring at him. The blade cracked with a sound, but still reflected his power in silhouette. Mount stepped closer and taunted, "It seems I can't let you go." Elric struggled and retreated, silently cursing, "Damned it." He was back in his territory. It would be hard to escape by teleportation. Mount glanced back and ordered Hugo to lead the legion to Anthromorph. He glared and snarled, "I'll chop his head off and then pursue." Thus Hugo took command and directed the troops to charge toward him. Hugo roared orders for the Monster Legion to advance straight to Anthromorph. The Monster Legion, with terrifying power, passed through him. Elric struggled a little. After it was over, he frowned and cursed, "Damn it, that bear made things complicated." Mephisto behind added salt to the wound, saying, "You underestimated the monstrosities. They were once even feared by demons themselves." Now only Elric and Mount faced each other, eyes locked. He said seriously, "Even if their tribe has weakened, there are still powerful ones remaining. That's why Anthromorph built walls and stays vigilant against the Wrath tribe." Mount replied nonchalantly, "Now it's just the two of us." Elric activated his power, thinking he must defeat him quickly by any means. Then he summoned a ferocious beast right behind him. After summoning the beast, his face showed confidence and a triumphant smile. Mount's hand holding the sword trembled as he recalled the 40-year humiliation he trained for day after day. He raised his sword and growled with hatred, "Even though you're not the one, I will still tear you to pieces to ease it." Hearing that, Elric smiled softly and replied, "Well, that's unfortunate for you. You should train another 10 years. The remark made him angrier. Mount exploded, shouting, "How dare you mock me?" At that moment, a strange sound came from somewhere, making Mount cautious as he glanced over. It was the arrival of Herman. He drew his sword to face Mount, who asked unexpectedly, "Who are you?" He answered calmly, "Herman Whale, also known as the Blue Lion of the Empire." Then Herman told Elric, "Leave this to me, you keep moving." He heard that and beat a hasty retreat, not forgetting to say, "Thank you, sir." Mount smiled slightly and probed the lion. He struck Herman with his sword, then sneered, "Do you think an ordinary lion can stand against a bear like me?" Herman was no pushover either. He bluntly accepted the challenge. "Then let's see." At that point, Elric slipped away with Mephisto. Behind them, the clash rang out sharply, a sound that made him pause for a moment. Elric felt some concern, thinking even if the Blue Lion hasn't fully recovered his strength, he's not someone easily defeated by a bear. He was also a bit curious about Hazer and Sean, wondering if the two, Sister Hazer and Sean, were alright. Going to check, he saw Sean and Hazer still in perfect sync. They didn't miss a single strike in battle. Seeing that side secure, Elric sighed and said, "They really are a perfect fighting pair." But they couldn't stop the beastmen scattering everywhere. That's why I want to gather them in one place to deal with them more easily. Just then Elric saw something that shocked him into freezing. When he saw the blue-clad knight charging with his weapon, he gasped in surprise. Rumor had it the blue-clad knights were quite exemplary. The blue-clad knight now burst into a hearty laugh, looking very pleased. Then came a powerful strike from the blue-clad knight. He laughed, looked up at him and said, "Right, leave it to us, son-in-law." The other man answered enthusiastically, "I'll make sure not a single ant gets through, son-in-law." He shivered and felt unsettled, wondering if he'd heard something strange. Suddenly he froze and thought, now that the blue-clad knights have joined the battlefield, I only need to handle the rest. Elric looked at the Wrath tribe and wondered, since when had they gotten so far away? He flew to the Anthromorph castle and stood watching for a while. Elric stood there watching and wondered what the hell they were doing inside Anthromorph. There weren't even guards. Inside, it's utter chaos. People keep shouting, "Now's not the time for that. We must draw up a plan immediately." "You think we can stop the Wrath tribe by walking out there and talking?" Lucas heard this and angrily demanded, "Do you mean just sit there and watch?" Norris seemed to have overheard the quarrel and approached, looking sullen. He bluntly said, "Surrender." This shocked Lucas. He shouted in agitation, "Minister of Finance, what are you saying?" Norris shot back at Lucas plainly, "What can we do? If you have a better idea, speak up." He remained adamant that we must risk our lives to fight and defend this city. Everyone in the room voiced their opinion. I agree with him. "See, me too, I don't want to die like this." "Exactly." Seeing most people in agreement, he trembled and muttered, "They're crazy." Lucas, losing his temper, shouted, "Look, are you going to put all the citizens in danger?" He added, "Do you think they'll leave our people alone? If we surrender, we'll all become food for those beasts. Seeing Lucas lose control and babble, Norris stepped forward and said stop. He calmly said, I've heard all the opinions. Nodding the current situation, one of them spoke up, and the Minister of Finance was right. Hearing that, Lucas grew even more fearful and backed away, shaking. Norris ordered those who agreed to step forward. Lucas, terrified and trembling, loudly asked Prime Minister, what the hell are you doing? But Norris said nothing, his gaze hardened, full of dread. Immediately, the members of the Shadow Legion stepped up and surrounded Lucas. This made him quake with fear. His face went pale before Prime Minister Norris. He angrily yelled, do you really intend to abandon the kingdom and your people? Hearing that, Norris's eyes filled with lethal intent. He snarled an order. Kill that traitor. The Wrath tribe surged forward like a disturbed hornet's nest, madly charging the sturdy wall ahead, shouting Anthropomorph is within sight. The commanders at the front cleared the way for the troops, raising their swords and ordering a continued advance. Suddenly, a mountain of ice fell straight down, blocking their approach to the kingdom. They froze, staring at the massive ice that had appeared, then hurriedly signaled those behind to stop. Stop. Before they could recover, Elric's voice suddenly rang out, startling them. Stop right there. He had just finished speaking moments before. A second later, they saw him falling freely from above. As soon as he hit the ground, Elric delivered an explosion that sent dust and rocks flying and hurled people several meters away. Witnessing this, those nearby panicked and immediately raised their hands to shield themselves. He strolled forward leisurely, then revealed a glowing blue sigil on his hand and said, I'm a little disappointed. I haven't had enough fun with that bear earlier. Shall we have some fun now? They became frantic, trembling and holding their ground, but full of doubt. How is that man here? Don't tell me he already defeated the commander. Unbeknownst to them, Barres had been standing behind them. He reassured everyone, don't be afraid. The commander couldn't have lost to him. He swaggered before the whole force, pointing the tip of his sword at him and sneering that he's just a coward hiding from the commander. Then Barres shouted in a commanding voice, kill him. We'll tear him apart and strike the city. At that threat, Elric calmly raised his hand, curled his fingers to summon the tiger's razor-sharp claws. He shot them a cold glare and muttered the body-strengthening incantation under his breath. Then with a swing of his arm, a tiger suddenly appeared and pounced on the beastmen. They couldn't contain their fear and cried out, the Tiger King. Seeing their strong reaction, he smiled with satisfaction and glanced at the massive power on his hand. Apparently, the Tiger King's aura from that move had scared them. Mephisto folded his arms, greatly amused. Of course, the Tiger King is formidable to beastmen, but he still asked what Elric would do next. How do you plan to deal with these beastmen? Confidently, he gathered his power into a perfect blue light sphere of body-strengthening magic to handle the crowd, then hurled that sphere toward the Wrath tribe. Streams of power threaded through them, leaving them no time to react. While they were weakened, he activated the Ice Wrath skill, turning several of them to stone instantly. In an instant, all the beastmen within Elric's attack radius turned to dust and were carried away by the wind. He stood proudly watching them be wiped out by a single wide area strike, having cleared out a good number of the Wrath tribe's forces. He still walked slowly toward the remaining ones and lowered his voice, but the others didn't dare relax. Trembling all over, they held their swords up and backed away. Elric curled his lip in disdain and charged at them. It's better to punch directly than to swing a clenched fist, after all. Elsewhere, Mount the Leader was in a difficult spot, struggling to withstand wave after wave of Herman's attacks. A downward blow sent him flying, leaving a long gouge in the ground. He panted, clenching his fist unconsciously. I'm not sure if it's because I just recovered from a serious illness, but my body won't move as precisely as I want. Mount thought he was mocking him and ground his teeth angrily. Are you trying to trick me? Herman had no such intention. He looked at him and spoke sincerely. No, I was truly ill with an incurable disease born from my pursuit to reach the next level in the martial art I follow. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to Elric, my son-in-law. I mean, thanks to you I regained my life and was enlightened. Herman's expression changed. He radiated heroic dignity and declared, I'll show you the result of what I've realized since waking. He refused to yield and chose a life-or-death duel. A warrior from a great tribe would never retreat from battle. The two were evenly matched. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Herman warned him gently before charging, be careful of the lion's claws, while he sneered in contempt, as if the claws of someone like you could harm me. With that, they lunged at each other to test their skills. They showed no mercy, swinging each powerful strike. Their duel shook the land. Even a single sword stroke cracked the surrounding earth and rocks. It was unclear how much time had passed. All that was known was Mount coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees before his opponent. It had been a long time since he'd fought someone of that caliber, and he couldn't help but exclaim, what a magnificent battle. For him, this was the first time he'd been defeated by humans, truly astonishing. Mount looked up at the dimming sky and uttered his final words heavily. Blood Wolf King, I'm sorry I couldn't complete the mission. Then he quietly pulled a small firework from his person and whispered, I hope your plan succeeds. Herman only then realized his scheme. He rushed forward to stop him, but it was too late. Mount had pulled the pin and the firework began to blaze. The firework shot into the sky, leaving a bright spark. It flew straight up high. He watched helplessly as it exploded, creating a blaze of red fireworks, lighting up the entire night sky. Herman's eyes showed weariness after the battle, mixed with resignation. It's too late, I can't stop it. Elric suddenly noticed Mount's fireworks bursting in the sky as well. He shielded his eyes from the dazzling light and wondered, a signal. All the Wrath Tribe soldiers recognized it as his signal. The commander has fallen. He issued his final order. They suddenly changed demeanor. Their eyes turned fiery red as they glared at him with hatred. They surged forward to tear Elric to pieces, chanting, "We give our lives for the Blood Wolf King, for the Blood Wolf King." He was struck with alarm and couldn't react in time. What the hell? More and more of them kept pouring in, determined to fight to the end, shouting for the Blood Wolf King. Not letting them have their way, he quickly regained his composure and activated his piercing strike. Sharp ice arrows pierced through their bodies, breaking their initial line of defense. Still, it did nothing to dampen their fighting spirit. Those in the rear tried to break through Elric's ice. Varys led the charge, running and shouting orders to the vanguard. "Keep running forward, we'll open a path for the main legion to advance." The Wrath Tribe was only a step from the wall. He ran forward, urging the destruction of all Anthropomorph. "We must overthrow the Tiger King's clan. We will destroy the city, loot everything inside, and kill all who resist." He ran to the gate, elated. Now the signal from inside should come. Varys smiled in satisfaction, thinking the Anthropomorph government had decided to follow the Wrath Tribe's wishes. Even if the human mage stood in the way, the battle's outcome was already decided. After a while, he noticed a signal coming from inside, the banner raised on the wall, a sign of victory. While he was lost in thoughts of victory, Duong suddenly realized something was wrong. "Wait, what's that?" Varys couldn't believe his eyes. Internally, he struggled violently. "No, it can't be like that." The others stopped too when they saw what was hanging there. "What is that? Don't tell me it's..." Norris stood atop the wall and declared to them, "All the cowards have been executed." He calmly looked at the rampaging beasts below and then ordered the Tiger King's warriors, the heroes of Anthropomorph. The kingdom's entire army raised their bows at them and received the command, "Let no traitor from the Wrath Tribe breach this place." Hundreds of arrows flew toward them as if on cue. Varys was struck hard and could only close his eyes and endure it. Damn it. Arrows struck them straight through, blood pouring like a river as each man fell to the ground. Arrows kept raining down relentlessly from the walls. While watching the scene, someone suddenly called Elric, Lord Melvinger. Valence arrived with his guards to find him. Puzzled, he wondered what's going on and why the minister is helping them. He acted as if he already knew but pretended innocence. "Oh, is that so?" Under the moonlight, his face showed calculating intent. "I made a deal with him." A few days earlier, within the tower, Norris's voice echoed. "Please sell me the body-strengthening technique." Elric was speechless, wearing a bored expression as he silently assessed him. Good heavens, even he would say that. You really can't trust anyone. Suddenly, he spoke to him seriously first. Then he stood up and made a vague request. "There are a few things I want to show you. Could you step outside with me for a moment?" He noticed someone secretly eavesdropping on their conversation from behind. It was Valence. Understanding, Elric agreed to the condition. Very well. He led him to a place, a large chamber with a massive sculpted statue. Elric examined it and asked, "What's with this stone statue?" Only then did Norris dare voice his thoughts. "In the Anthropomorph manor there are many hyenas." He earnestly begged for Elric's help, please. Then turned to him, hoping Elric would complete a task for him. "Protect our king from them." Norris bowed his head, pleading that he only hoped Elric could help them. "I'm begging you." Perplexed by his strange behavior, Elric asked Mephisto why he suddenly said that. Earlier he seemed like he might betray the king, yet now he's helpless. How would I know? He looked up and entrusted everything to his decision. "I'll pay any price. I'll hand over all the wealth we've earned and the secrets of the body-strengthening technique to you." Startled by Norris's words, he hurriedly confirmed, "Even the secret techniques?" Unconcealingly, Norris continued, "Yes." But he also admitted to Elric that only a portion remained. "We lost the first half and the second half." He clenched his fist, privately assessing his own ability. His technique was still incomplete. If he could learn this secret method, he could perfect it. Yet he couldn't help but doubt why Norris chose him. "Why trust me? I'm human, the species you look down on most." Norris shut his eyes, exhaled, and asked back, "Do you know?" His words surprised Elric. "Don't you resemble your grandfather quite a lot?" He slowly walked to a spot, explaining continually, "Even with that swept hair and those blue eyes." Suddenly, Norris stopped and placed his hand on the statue's base. "When we saw your eyes, we called them the gem eyes." Then he pressed a switch on the stone statue, causing the entire chamber to tremble. A wondrous light peeked through a slightly opened door. "One who possesses those eyes will bring light and hope to the world." He hadn't expected there to be a place like this inside the palace. Elric hastily raised his hand to shield another space beyond the wall. When he opened his eyes again, a scene made his pupils contract in surprise. In the warm-lit room was a portrait of his grandfather. Those were his grandfather's eyes. The painting depicted him in his youth. Smiling warmly, he looked toward him. Elric was stunned. He hadn't expected the two of them to resemble each other so closely. Norris slowly approached him. He had once worn the same necklace as you and come to the castle. He subconsciously reached up to touch the pendant at his throat and gazed at it. He was alone and had helped us unconditionally. He smiled faintly, expressing the kingdom's deep gratitude to him. Without you, grandson, the late king might not exist in this world. He suddenly remembered that memory and told him. When we asked him why he did it, do you know what he said? Elric was curious to hear it. Norris smiled happily as he said it, because we are friends. He recounted what remained in his memory of a benefactor. When we asked why we were friends, he said the Melvinger family had always been friends with the Beastkin. You recognize this story? He looked at him with no reaction. It seemed you already knew it. Reflecting honestly, I've seen it in the family's records, but Norris knew what he was thinking and answered calmly. Yes, it was 300 years ago. We couldn't help but be astonished that he regarded us as friends. His eyes filled with regret, he also used to say. The images of that year's events surged back into Norris's mind. Withdraw the troops, retreat from Anthropomorph immediately. That was when the M-1ED9 clan also arrived, and he and Elric's grandfather fought together. Suddenly his grandfather spoke up, I'm sorry. This had never happened before, and it left him astonished. His grandfather turned back with a sorrowful expression and jade-blue eyes, looking at Norris for arriving too late. Returning to the present, Norris looked at him and said matter-of-factly, so when someone who looks exactly like him came here, how could I not recognize it? He put his hand to his chest, gripping tightly. The remorse had long not left. When I realized the Melvinger family's problems, it was already too late to come help you. He sincerely offered Elric words from the bottom of his heart. I'm sorry I wasn't there with you in those difficult times. How long has it been since I've felt real affection? He gently placed a hand on his shoulder. He accepted and forgave him. I know the Beastkin are suffering now too. I understand what you mean. Norris was glad to receive forgiveness, thank you. But his clenched hands began to tremble and his voice grew desperate. I know I shouldn't ask you for more help, but in that moment when the light shone into the room, he begged Elric for one more favor. Descendant of the Melvinger family, please help us once more. Back in the present, he then told Valence everything. While our leaders push the traitors out of the castle, I will protect His Majesty the King. He looked toward Norris, watching those who sought to seize this place fall. His standing against the enemy was the result of those events. You realized you had blamed the wrong person. Your eyes stung as you looked at him. I'm sorry, sir. Sean and the others ran over excitedly to report. Elric, the Eastern Beastkin forces have been pushed back. Valence happily wiped away tears, overjoyed. This is good news. Elric looked ahead and flashed a triumphant smile. So then, now you lead everyone, we'll finish this battle right. Then he unleashed his power straight at them, sending earth and stone flying. The Wrath tribe panicked, scattering and calling to one another to save their lives. Retreat. The two stood back to back, fighting side by side. Around them lay corpses strewn across the ground. They stood together as if invincible, prompting Elric to exclaim, Minister, you're strong indeed. He looked at his claws. I'm a bit old, but my claws have never dulled. From above, Irina carried him to them. Minister, Lord Melvinger. She set Valence down and bowed before stepping back. Seeing him approach, the two respectfully bowed and paid their respects. Norris glanced at him and signaled, Your Majesty. He nodded slightly in agreement. Valence strode proudly past them and went to the city gate. Before all the beast people of the kingdom, he turned to face them. Suddenly he raised his fist high, eyes full of resolve. He shouted, asserting his authority and announcing to the people, We have won. Everyone cheered joyfully at the victory. Elric watched them, glad that he had succeeded in changing the kingdom's fate. For some reason, Valence suddenly came over, stood before him, and reached out his hand. He wanted to show his gratitude to him. I want to thank you. But unlike before, under the star-filled night sky, he formed a new relationship with Elric, not as a king, but as a friend. After the battle with the Wrath tribe, the kingdom returned to normal. Everyone resumed their daily lives. Inside the castle, everyone gathered to witness Valence sitting on the throne, confiding in Norris. He teared up, his young voice trembling with each word. Minister, please forgive me for not trusting you. He gave him a kind look and chose to forgive all he had done. It's all right. First, I apologize for not informing you about what was happening. He knelt before him, took Valence's small hands, and expressed his joy. You have become a great king. Norris looked contentedly at the kingdom's benefactors. You have made friends with wonderful people, and now you can do everything yourself without me by your side. He slowly released his hands, his voice suddenly softened. I am a man of broken vows. Today I will resign as minister. Valence rushed forward, clasping his hands tightly, unwilling. No, you can't. He earnestly begged him not to leave. I still need you. He had once dreamed of a day when he could watch him grow up, stay by my side for a long time, and help me. Norris was moved, words stuck in his throat, unable to express what was in his heart. I also want to stay by your side for a long time. He had also dreamed of a future fighting alongside him, to one day see Anthropomorph prosper again, to proudly watch Valence become a king with him always at his side as the Tiger King's glory was restored. Suddenly, Norris's dream quickly dissolved before the harsh truth. By then I will no longer exist in this world. He knew he didn't have much time left. The dark power was taking him, his body had reached its limit, and it was better to keep it secret from his subordinates. On his neck, the demonic wolf tattoo raged across his body, waiting for the day it would claim him completely. Suddenly, a cutting accusation struck Norris's blackened heart. Why did you choose to join hands with the demons? He couldn't face the truth. He bowed his head to hide his panic. By the light's anger, what are you saying? Demons? Valence grew even more worried hearing what would happen next. The minister's body will soon be overtaken by the demon within. Elric stepped closer and exposed the lie. Is that why you couldn't promise to stay by his majesty's side for long? When they met, Mephisto had to be wary of him. That one, he's a demon. This was unbelievable to him. Aside from me, there exists another demon. Could the minister be a demon? More precisely, he confirmed to him that purple auras radiated from Norris's body. From that, he knew he was a demon with a ring coiled around his heart. When he turned to look at Elric, he saw the blazing red eyes of a true demon. The ring's assimilation with his heart was quite advanced, so he would soon become a demon. Back in the present, Norris had been fully exposed by him. The things he had kept hidden deep in his heart were laid bare. He couldn't help but be curious and sought to learn how Norris had approached them, how he had encountered the demons. Norris, ashamed, couldn't meet his eyes. Turning away, he spoke honestly. After the previous Tiger King died, I no longer saw any hope for Anthropomorph. He gripped his hands in despair. I needed power, at least something to do anything to save Anthropomorph at any cost. And as if by an invisible arrangement, he found what he desired at that moment. By chance, I discovered a demon tree. This was hard to believe. Mephisto was shocked. A demon tree? I didn't expect such things could still exist. Aren't those the trees that spawn demons? From what I know, my family destroyed most of them. Norris shook his head in denial. It seems your family hadn't checked the one in the black snow field. Only then did he realize, so you ate the demon tree's fruit. What happened matched Elric's words. He recalled how terrifying it had been. Yes, I ate all of its fruit to gain power. When he reached the last fruit, his body seemed to erupt with a strange power after consuming it all. I received the dreadful power of demons. What was inside my heart began to corrode my life and grow. They gradually infiltrated every cell of my body and expanded over the years. My mind will soon be devoured, and then I will become a true demon. Norris's pupils flashed red with each word. So I intended to leave this place and die, because if I die then the damned demon inside me will die as well. Valence was truly worried for him. Minister, how can you say that? He could only bow his head and accept blame. Your Majesty, that's the only viable way. Seeing them like that, Elric deliberately interjected. If there's a way to cure him. He was extremely confident. Giving Norris a new chance, what would he do? You seem to untie the knot in your heart, pleading with him. Elric, can you do it? I'll give you anything, please heal him. He didn't believe he could still be saved. Standing up, he warned cautiously. If you intend to do something pointless, then forget it. If you mess things up, we'll face even bigger trouble. Elric didn't rush to look his way. Mephisto, are you sure? He replied casually. Of course, if you can manipulate magic with enough finesse to sever the bonds of all the souls with a colossal amount of mana, you can drive out the demon chi from his body. He watched them, quietly calculating. He could do it if he had enough time, but the minister's body would not endure it. To ensure all risks were accounted for, he turned sharply. Then there's only one way. Elric took the initiative and asked his master, Master, may I request a favor? The old man smiled approvingly. He'd once said you could ask me anything. Now is the time, isn't it? He was pleased. Augustine agreed. He immediately reached out, bowed, and thanked him. Yes. That's a cure only my master can perform. The old man cheerfully agreed to Elric's plan. Very well, tell me what I must do. Nora still couldn't believe it and tried to save face. Is this really possible? This cure would be difficult for most mages. Elric hurriedly reassured him, you don't need to worry. Elric looked at the old man and confidently declared, not even my grandfather could rival my master now. Norris watched in astonishment as Augustine strode forward amid sparkling rays of light. The old man sensed Elric's calculations, sighed softly, and went with the flow. Elric discussed plans with him first. If master can sever the bond between the soul and his heart, I'll handle the rest. Augustine warned me he knows what you intend, be careful. Elric stood firm, unwavering in his decision. Wasting no time, the old man immediately cast his magic. All right, let's begin. Beams of light enveloped Norris, leaving him bewildered. What is this, White Knight? He looked at the streams of energy with suspicion. Is this really the power of just one person? Suddenly something surprised Norris. Augustine transformed into a giant. He reached out a hand to seize him. He gripped him like a toy and decisively ripped the demon's soul out of Norris's body. The demon went berserk, snapping, "You were about to claim his body. How dare you interfere?" The demon irritated Elric. "My god. This demon talks too much." Elric grabbed its throat in an instant and cast an absorption spell. Its entire soul was drawn into the sigil on his hand. Elric smiled happily. He could recharge his demon chi and make Anthropomorph indebted to him. The soul form demon, excited, said, "It's been a long time. I'm finally getting to eat such tasty demon chi." He glanced at it, smirked, and warned, "Eat your fill, but remember to leave the seal." No sooner had he spoken than it swallowed the demon's soul whole. "Thanks for the meal." The sigil on his hand gradually changed. Yu's seal finally evolved from vicious to ruthless. Suddenly something unusual occurred. The scene around Elric abruptly turned a vivid crimson. When his eyes opened, a figure suddenly appeared. What had just happened? Now he saw clearly. It was him, standing atop the corpses of other demons, Mephisto. Mephisto trampled them, fiercely declaring to the demons below, "All mysteries and absurdities originate from me." He frowned and introduced himself. "I am Mephisto of Primal Sin." Unexpectedly, after absorbing the soul, Elric was able to enter another's mind. Are we now inside Mephisto's memory? He had many questions. "I only absorbed demon chi as usual. Why is this happening?" Mephisto stood high and solitary while the other demons howled and resisted him. He suddenly sprang and flew into the air. A wave of dark power lifted Mephisto into the sky along with his sword. He silently mocked the demons below, "Arrogant fools," then pointed his sword straight down. The sword's power formed a pillar of light. It struck straight to the ground. With a single blow, he could wipe out the demons. Mephisto brimmed with murderous intent. His eyes flashed as he gripped the sword. He swung the sword at the remaining ones. He angrily swung his sword in sweeping strokes to slaughter them. "Did you think that would be enough to kill me?" Elric watched him move deftly, cutting down each one. For so long he had forgot Mephisto's true identity. "I always treated him as a malevolent spirit to be used, so I forgot. But this is the real power of Mephisto." Bit by bit he took their lives in the name of the great and exalted Demon King. He put his hand to his chest. He didn't know why, but he seemed to feel Mephisto's emotions. He laughed maniacally. Just hearing it sent shivers down his spine. Seeing Mephisto like that, he felt something was off. It wasn't what Mephisto claimed. This situation wasn't what he wanted. He wore a sinister smile, and he acted that way because it was his fate from birth. For Mephisto, it was a way of life to punish everything. It was his nature, as necessary as breathing to live. Dark energy swirled around his body. That's why he is the only demon king known as Primal Sin. Wings began to sprout from him, and he returned to his true form. Ah, this is Mephisto's true nature. Suddenly a demonic gaze probed Elric. "What are you looking at?" He snapped awake, breaking free of Mephisto's illusion. Oh, after coming to, he saw Norris collapsed on the floor. Elric breathed with difficulty, which made the old man worry. "Elric, what's wrong? Do you feel unwell?" He quickly collected himself and reassured, "I'm fine, it's nothing." Seeing him sprawled on the ground, he sighed. It seemed in reality not much time had passed. A chill ran down Elric's spine. Mephisto seemed to perceive his memory the same way he perceived Mephisto's. Remembering it, everything had seemed normal, so why did this happen? The demon I had just ripped from the minister was absorbed into the magical seal. He raised his hand to look at the sigil, and then suddenly he was pulled into Mephisto's memory seal. Mephisto suddenly replied, "What else? Your soul is now linked to mine." Elric jumped when he heard him read his thoughts. "Huh, can you hear what I think? I didn't even speak it aloud." Mephisto sighed in helplessness. "I'm shocked by that too. I can't believe that even in spirit form a link could form between me and a human." He anxiously looked at him and asked, "Do you know what's happening?" He sneered angrily, showing displeasure. "I'm not omnipotent, you know, that sigil you absorb." Mephisto hinted that the mark on his hand could only be detected because that seal was of a lower rank than mine. The image of that demonic soul appeared to him with a seal lower than yours. No wonder it looked like a wolf, but why didn't you recognize where it came from? He was driven mad by Elric. "Didn't I tell you I was born at the top of the demons? Why should I care about the rank of lesser beings?" He teased, spreading his hands to taunt you. "Mephisto, surely it's not because no one plays with you, is it?" He turned purple with anger. "That bastard, do I crave company?" Elric grinned broadly, happily. "So what did you see in my memory? Do you feel ashamed?" But in return, he received only evasive, curt behavior from him. After successfully separating the demonic soul from his body, Norris lay listless in bed for several days. When he woke, he grasped his hand tightly. His complexion brightened and he sincerely thanked him. Thank you very much." Elric looked at him affectionately. "You need to focus on taking care of yourself so you can recover soon." Norris owed him his life, so he was very relieved. "I understand. I'll rest some more so I can see the great king grow up." He smiled gently at him. Watching the two people stationed at the bedside, he thought to himself that it was time to claim his reward. Mephisto muttered behind him, scolding, "You act kindly yet turn out to be so greedy for money." Elric replied nonchalantly, surprised, "I've always been like this." He flew into a rage, shouting, "And please don't read other people's thoughts like some pervert. He flinched and defended himself as if I wanted to hear it. Suddenly Valence brought a small box before him. You hand it to Elric as promised. This is the treasure map of the previous Tiger King and the research on enhancement techniques. He took the small box in his hand, curious. Does this belong to the previous Tiger King? When he opened it, what was contained inside surprised him. You calmly guided him. Please look at what's under the cloth. Elric, puzzled, followed the instruction to look under the cloth. He lifted the cloth, and what lay beneath astonished him. Wait, isn't this the rare herb from the eastern continent? Why would you give me such a precious thing? Valence spoke softly, reminding him of a detail from the past, one mentioned in the legends of the Beastmen, about the ancient legends of the kingdom that were told to Elric. He confidently asserted, I believe you are the heroic king mentioned in the legends. He suddenly remembered something and mumbled, winter is coming. It matched exactly what Otto once said and completed the winter. Only then did he realize, when linking the chain of events, that its appearance in the prophecy was not a coincidence. I'm sorry for arriving so late. If that's the case, did grandfather get there because it was already part of the family's plan? Valence handed it to him. You deserve to receive the royal elixir. Elric gladly accepted it. Thank you, sir. At dawn they departed. Now I will guide everyone to the Flower Temple. Elsewhere in a cold, dark place, Hugo trembled and knelt on the ground, his voice breaking with fear. My lord, I'm sorry. The Blood Wolf King, the god will not fail next time. Suddenly he noticed a strange movement. The Blood Wolf King struck Hugo down without mercy, because you failed. He slammed down onto the table with a jolt. Then he cut off his head. I will take back my tail. The Blood Wolf King gritted his teeth in anger. It was the Melvinger clan again. He interrogated his subordinates about their whereabouts. Where had they gone? Deer respectfully reported to him. The Flower Temple. The Blood Wolf King deduced that the Flower Temple was the path my heir had taken. He decided to issue an order to burn them all. Sitting on the throne, he arrogantly proclaimed they would be burned along with the temple. At the Black Snow Field, by the time Elric's carriage arrived, dusk had fallen. They gathered in a room of the palace to discuss matters boisterously. Valence happily played with the white tiger. Give me your hand. But it ignored you, leaving you embarrassed. How shameless. How dare you ignore the order of the late king? Jean watched the two brats chasing each other with great amusement. Before long he was distracted, looking around for Elric. Seeing him with several others, he wondered what they had just been talking about. Herman cheerfully tapped the sword, about to draw it when he reached out toward him, suggesting, do you plan to study swordsmanship in the future? Elric replied nonchalantly to the offer to study swordsmanship. He is very eager to recruit you. You have the ability to learn martial arts very quickly and even improve them. Not an exaggeration, you are an unparalleled genius. He didn't rush to decide. He leaned on his hand and considered for a moment. Herman spread his arms and presented conditions to Elric. I think swordsmanship will be necessary when you face those who can enhance their bodies. I can teach you a few things. Augustine quickly interjected, don't be so hasty. The old man radiated murderous intent as he strode toward him. Jack, startled and wary, grabbed his sword. What's going on? Agility stepped in front of them, warning, you'd better stand still. They looked at one another in panic as they saw bugs crawling up their necks. He stared at the glowing insects, threatening that a single wrong move would be enough. He sneered, glancing at them, your heads will explode. The combined forces unsettled the whole sky. Should we do it? The outside wind, the blizzard, is howling fiercely. It's perfect for burying bodies. Hazer pulled you into his arms to comfort you. Herman hurried to calm the situation. Please be calm, there are children here. Those two who were boastful a moment ago had now quieted down a bit. When the bug flew away, Jack finally breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed his neck. He sincerely told Augustine, I don't mean to steal your disciple. He wants to fully utilize Elric's talent, since he fights in a style very different from ordinary mages. I simply think that learning some martial arts would make him stronger. The old man replied coldly, fine, but his eyes blazed red as he exposed Herman. Do you think I don't see through your trickery? He was also determined not to lose to Augustine. Herman, I've heard old people tend to worry too much. Are you afraid I'll steal your students? The carriage was moving leisurely down the road in the dark night. Suddenly he lunged straight out the door, causing it to tip over. He leaped into the air to compete with Herman. Augustine raised his hand toward him and chanted, you damned brat, I'll teach you some manners. Seeing him unleash such a powerful spell, Herman also lifted his sword. How about that? His eyes flashed with a blue light. What a conservative old master. That beam of light dazzled across the sky. He rushed toward the old man swiftly. Below them, Agility was riding the white tiger into battle. He taunted Herman's henchmen, the Blue Hawk troops. Are you? Perhaps I should teach you a lesson as well. They charged without restraint. You know, monster hunting is our trade. They fought in chaos, the ground filled with smoke and dust. Mephisto watched them battle in bewilderment. I don't understand why they fight each other to compete for you. You, Elric, vainly struck a pose. It's only natural. My talent is extraordinary and being too good is tiring sometimes. He exposed you immediately. Were you eavesdropping on them? He honestly confessed. It would be crude to directly read others' minds, right? Elric is my student now, don't expect to snatch him from my hands. Mephisto sighed and asked Elric, will you just let them fight like that? The words of those two stubborn old men were turning venomous. Herman's voice rang out, you're about to die, yet you remain so greedy and selfish. He used an oppression spell to restrain everyone. Calm down. He declared firmly to them, I will learn swordsmanship. Back at the palace they faced Elric. Augustine regretted that he didn't want him to leave. Why? We still have so much to teach you. Agility agreed, indeed we have techniques stronger than mere appearances. He looked down, thoughtful, because he wanted to become even stronger. Elric revealed his inner thoughts. I've realized that without a martial foundation, I can't grow stronger no matter how much I train my body. Demons are very powerful. If I learn swordsmanship, my chances of defeating them will increase, right? He assured the two of them, learning swordsmanship doesn't mean I'll neglect magic. I only see it as a support tool for my magic. Herman looked at them helplessly. I never said I'd drag him into the world of swordsmanship and abandon magic. I just want to help him become stronger. Elric put his hand to his chest and promised he wouldn't learn swordsmanship if they disapproved, because I'm your disciple. Agility and Augustine looked at each other and nodded slightly. They couldn't stop him, there was no reason to refuse this request. After all, you were the Melvinger chieftain before you were our student. After fighting them, he found their sword techniques not bad at all. Elric was deeply grateful to them. Thank you both. He looked toward the man standing watching them from afar and instructed him carefully. Take good care of him. Herman smiled warmly and agreed. I'll devote all my efforts to him. But inwardly he sneered, old man, I won you know. Augustine seethed angrily, veins bulging. I'll only let you win this once. Elric's face darkened as he pondered, this is a once-in-a-millennium chance to take the Green Lion, one of the continent's strongest swordsmen, as a master. He suddenly smiled dangerously. I must make the most of this opportunity. After training, he utterly collapsed. He had eaten all of that day's food. He felt as if he'd died and come back to life. Herman rested his sword on his shoulder and teased, I didn't expect your stamina to be so weak. He wiped his mouth and demanded, is there any normal person who can swing a sword 10,000 times a day without using mana? He laughed excitedly, that's something every child in our clan must do as soon as they can walk. Mephisto bowed his head at these words and said, Elric, I've decided. He spread his arms and spoke of a distant future. When I rise and unite this land, I'll treat the Blue Masters kindly and seat them to the right of my throne. Suddenly Elric played a prank and smashed that fanciful thought, jump. He watched with satisfaction as the other was made a mockery and screamed, stop this, you bastard. Suddenly a wheel slammed on the brakes and the carriage stopped on the road. Carl opened the carriage door and announced, Master Elric, we've arrived. He then slowly stepped down from the coach. At last they had reached the Flower Temple. When his foot touched the ground, he realized there was a problem. Elric stared in astonishment at the scene before him, wondering what was going on. In front of him lay ruined, crumbling remains. This is the Flower Temple. Valence smiled and explained, it's temporarily sealed because of the crowd of generals. I told them we were coming, so the doors will be opened soon. Mephisto appeared beside Elric, grinning with interest. They mentioned the Flower Temple. I wondered if it was the place I had in mind. Turns out it's still here. Elric caught the gist of his words and asked, what do you mean? Mephisto looked at the ruined temple and replied, it's a place born for the apocalypse. It's a kind of archway. He curled his lip in a cold smile. Humans, dragons, and giants all feared the army of the great archgod. They planned to rebuild there after the world was destroyed. Mephisto shrugged and added that of course the Melvinger clan had stopped that army. Hearing this, Elric bowed his head and looked down as if deep in thought. He reached up and grasped the pendant at his neck, thinking of dragons, giants, and the archgod. Elric suddenly remembered the visions he'd seen in the dragon's cave and couldn't help but wonder if the apocalypse Mephisto mentioned was related to what he'd witnessed. At that moment, the ground beneath Elric trembled as a sudden seismic shock shook his feet violently. A question mark appeared in Elric's mind. He still didn't understand what was happening. Valence suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, Elric, look. The gate that seemed on the verge of collapse suddenly emitted a blinding light. Valence pointed at it excitedly and cried, it's opening. Elric and Mephisto both turned to look toward the gate. Mephisto bared his teeth in an excited grin. There must be a very familiar face inside. Before he could think further, the gate's light grew ever more dazzling. It shone straight toward the group where Elric stood. Someone suddenly stepped out from within the gate. That person strode directly up to the group around Elric. She clasped her hands before her chest, closed her eyes, and introduced herself. I am the Keystone Guardian of the Flower Temple. My name is Huniatriquez. When she opened her eyes, she added, you may simply call me the Keystone. Having finished speaking, Huniatriquez extended her hand to invite Elric's group inside the temple. The cold wind outside, please come in. Elric and Valence exchanged a glance and then nodded. Elric took the lead and stepped forward. Elric's group walked straight toward the glowing gate. The moment they stepped through, they were transported to a completely different place where endless flower fields stretched out and gentle sunlight bathed everything in a warm glow. In this idyllic place stood a massive temple. Huniatriquez spoke up, saying that when winter arrives, the Flower Temple begins its slumber. She stood before Elric's group, hands clasped at her chest, and continued, We normally do not receive visitors this season, but due to the urgent request of the Tiger King and your constant help, you are exceptions. Huniatraquaz instructed them to follow her guidance and watch their behavior and gestures, for the deity has entered hibernation. Just then someone called out, "A human." Hearing that clear voice, Elric turned his head. His eyes met a mischievous fairy fluttering her wings in the air. She smiled warmly and said, "So many people. It's been 40 years. I'm so excited to see you." Elric was surprised. Fairies. Before he could think further, Hunia introduced her as Daffo, the water flower deity. Elric was even more astonished, not only a fairy but a deity. Daffo flew over to Hazer and praised, "Miss, you're so beautiful." Hazer blushed and held her cheek, replying shyly, "Oh, thank you, you are beautiful too." Daffo then changed direction and flew to Augustine. Her expression shifted. "Monster, monster, old and melancholy." Augustine brusquely retorted, "You're thousands of years old and you call me old." After he finished speaking, he laughed. A moment later, Daffo unexpectedly flew past Isabel, flapped her wings, and teasingly said, "Unrequited love must work harder, so pretty and fragrant." Isabel, exposed and embarrassed, flushed and fumed as she stammered, "Thank you." Daffo then leisurely flew to Elric. He glanced at her with displeasure, thinking, what kind of noisy deity is this? Suddenly Daffo pinched her nose, her face full of disgust, and shouted, "Too scary, dark energy, so much corruption." At the same time, Mephisto called out, "Who is it?" Seeing Daffo's trembling hand pointing at him, Mephisto crossed his arms, snorted, and jeered, "Looking that ugly, it's probably a pumpkin flower, or jasmine." Elric thought in astonishment, she can see Mephisto. Daffo angrily glared at Mephisto and shouted, "I'm a water flower deity, I am not ugly. That young lady even said I'm pretty." Mephisto shook his head dismissively, mocking, "You really think people were sincere? Are you even a god?" Seeing Daffo and Mephisto squabbling loudly before Elric, he couldn't help thinking he hadn't expected her to be able to see Mephisto. Just then Herman spoke up, "What is the waterflower deity doing?" His face showed clear bewilderment. Augustine blankly asked, "Is there something there?" Seeing their reaction, Elric worried they might discover Mephisto. He hadn't yet thought of an excuse when Huniatraquaz calmly said Daffo has few friends, so she amuses herself. Augustine exclaimed, "Poor thing." Herman sympathized, "I understand why she's lonely." Elric exhaled in relief, only for Daffo to suddenly get excited and shout at Huniatraquaz, "I'm not lonely, you mean Keystone." Huniatraquaz pretended not to hear, looked calmly at Elric, and asked why you have come to our temple. Elric then remembered and reached into his coat pocket to search for something. A moment later, he produced the item and showed it to Huniatraquaz. "I want to give this to the tea flower deity." After a while, Huniatraquaz led the way and Elric followed. The two of them entered the temple together. As Elric walked and observed the temple, he murmured to Mephisto that the temple must have suffered much damage from the Eastern General. "I had thought this place would be a paradise from fairy tales." At that moment, Mephisto suddenly remarked that this place should have been a vault to defend against attacks from the archgod. Unbelievable that it's in this state because of that Eastern General. Elric, a bit surprised, asked why the Eastern General has been so stubborn lately. Mephisto stared ahead, his face stern, just as that beastman said, "Maybe he's only temporarily changed, or it's related to some arrangement by your clan." After speaking, he glanced at Elric, his expression turned strangely dark. "Don't you find it all a bit too coincidental?" Mephisto voiced his suspicion. "Everything seems prearranged, just waiting for you to appear in the north to begin." Hearing this, Elric was startled. Suddenly things clicked and he thought of his ancestors and himself, wondering if this was part of the arrangement his forebears had mentioned. Before he could think further, Huniatraquaz pushed open the door and announced, "We're here." Inside the hall, the gods representing different flowers sat gathered in a circle. They heard the noise and turned to look toward the door where Elric's group stood. Orlaia, seated in the room, suddenly spoke. "Who are you?" Peony beside her couldn't help but ask why they had come. Lavender frowned and asked about the tea flower. "What's going on?" Funks propped his chin and looked at Elric. "Why do you want to give her the crystal ice orb?" Elric looked at the gods here, thinking to himself that the tea flower deity still hadn't arrived. He put his hand to his chest, bowed politely, and introduced himself. "I am Elric Melvinger." Orlaia suddenly excitedly flew over to him, Melvinger with blonde hair and blue eyes. Peony looked at him enthusiastically and said, "We've been friends for 40 years, Ustin." Elric, surprised, asked, "My grandfather visited here?" Peony clapped and laughed, his eyes curved. "Yes, he did visit." Orlaia added, "Ustin is our friend." Lavender, not very friendly, crossed her arms and asked, "So why have you come?" Elric took out the crystal ice orb to show them and replied, "I came because my ancestor insisted I deliver this crystal ice orb to her. Where is the tea flower deity?" At that, the gods fell silent and sadness appeared on their faces. Elric and the gods walked to a place housing numerous coffins. Elric's steps halted. He glanced and stared at one spot. On that coffin was engraved the name of the tea flower deity. The other gods sorrowfully said, "She has withered away." Elric fell silent and asked if it was because of the Eastern General. The gods each gave a word. "Winter has lasted too long, spring has not come, everyone has withered. All the winter flora are hibernating and we no longer have much time. Elric sat down and placed his hand on the tea-flower deity's coffin. His hands trembled. He thought that if he didn't give the ice orb to the tea-flower deity, then this trip would have been in vain. Elric gritted his teeth and his face darkened. At that moment, Mephisto, flying beside him, unexpectedly said he hadn't realized these gods had withered from the winter. He added with a touch of pity, how tragic. Orlia, roused, pointed at him and shouted, "Lord Demon, shut up." Lavender, angry and flushed, said, "We only allowed you in because you're friends with ours. We do not wish to meet you." Mephisto immediately flew into a rage. "Who are you to speak to me that way?" Daffo casually interjected, "You're only the past now." Orlia crossed her arms and glared at him angrily, and Lavender added another cutting remark. Anger was useless. At that moment, Elric suddenly realized, wait, they withered from the cold, not dead. Thinking this, he opened the coffin lid. Inside lay a single seed placed neatly. Elric was astonished. There really was a seed. He set the crystal ice orb beside the seed, thinking it might have some effect. Elric raised his hand and gathered mana into his palm. He stared at the seed and murmured, "Arise." In the next instant, the mana within the crystal ice orb suddenly transferred into the seed inside the coffin. The seed had the dark aura inside it, cleansed by the orb's mana. A blinding light spread outward. It astonished everyone. The once motionless seed suddenly developed crack. A camellia plant sprouted from the seed and shot upward rapidly. A fierce burst of red light erupted. Elric flinched and fell back onto the ground, and the other gods also recoiled. In everyone's astonished eyes, the red light gradually coalesced into a person. The layered hem of her splendid dress fluttered gently as she spoke. "You're here." Her wings stirred softly just as promised. She appeared like a beautiful flower amid the winter snow. Before everyone, she finished her words, "Melvinger." Elric bowed to the camellia deity and introduced himself. "I am Elric Melvinger, grandson of Ustin Melvinger. May I ask about the promise between you and my grandfather?" The camellia deity's lips trembled, but before she could speak, the other gods cried out, "Camellia." They flew to the camellia deity's side, each saying in turn, "Camellia, it's been so long, we missed you. Were you sleeping well?" Bombarded with questions, Camellia suddenly trembled. "Listen," she crossed her arms, frowned, and shouted, "Everyone be quiet. I'm speaking about something important. Please be silent. Why are you all noisy all the time?" The gods, scolded by Camellia, immediately wilted and bowed their heads. Elric thought she was very different from the accounts he'd heard, more mature. Mephisto sneered at Camellia. "Where did that arrogant attitude of yours go?" Camellia raised an eyebrow and said, "Time has passed a long while, yet your ugly face is still the same. The only thing worth looking at on you is your true primordial body. Now that's ruined too, turned into a ghost, has it?" Mephisto roared in anger. "I'm the king." Camellia mocked, "King, what a monkey. You don't even have a throne. Who recognizes you as king?" With that, Camellia turned to Elric and smiled warmly. "You said your name is Elric, right? It's a very nice name." Elric bowed his head and thanked her. Camellia asked how he managed to wake her. Elric replied, "I sensed demonic chi hidden within the cold chi that your seed slept in. I thought I could awaken you if I absorbed that cold chi using the seal and the eternal ice crystal, and as you can see, it worked." Camellia observed and praised, "You seem as clever as you look." Elric modestly thanked her. Suddenly Camellia asked, "Have you considered marrying me?" Upon hearing that, Elric froze. He was stunned. Mephisto let out another contemptuous breath. "You're still the same, flirting with anyone attractive." Camellia glared at him. "That lowly attitude of yours remains. I have nothing to say to an ugly demon lord, so get lost." After speaking, Camellia looked at Elric with a gentle smile and asked what he thought. "It would be an honor you couldn't accept twice." Elric broke out in a cold sweat, embarrassed, thinking to himself that he would normally reply, "What nonsense are you talking?" But he couldn't behave that way toward a deity of the clan in this situation. After thinking it through, Elric politely put his hands together at his chest and declined seriously. "Thank you for the offer, but I cannot marry recklessly as I represent a family that must be restored. I have many duties to fulfill now. I'm very sorry." Camellia showed regret and said, "Oh, what a pity. It's been so long since I've felt this way." She suddenly turned her back to Elric and said, "Enough of small talk. You want to know the promise between me and Ustin Melvinger, right?" Elric answered honestly, "Yes." Camellia bowed her head. He said his grandson would come here one day. She seemed to see the image of Ustin standing before her and repeated his words. "Take away the winter that plunged this place into darkness and bring spring with you." Hearing Camellia say that, Elric gasped in astonishment. He tightened the pendant at his neck, thinking to himself, how could grandfather have known? Camellia suddenly turned to look at Elric. "Elric Melvinger, grandson of Ustin Melvinger, will you take away this long, relentless winter and bring the spring we long for?" Elric bent and picked up the crystal ice orb from the coffin. "I don't know if I can drive winter away," he said calmly, "but my grandfather told me to give you this." Mephisto glanced around nervously, as if searching for something. Elric paid no attention to Mephisto's odd behavior. He looked at Camellia with sincerity, then showed her the crystal ice orb and said, I am here to erase the winter. Camellia lowered her eyes, sadness clear on her face. The ice crystal, this must be the words of that troublesome human. She looked down from above at El standing below and said, nevertheless, this has tied everything together. Camellia suddenly slowly raised her hand. From now on, you go to this place. Scarlet camellia petals suddenly scattered and fell. Camellia lifted a petal in her hand. Elric felt mana flowing through the area and was startled. The pendant at his throat began to glow. He heard Camellia speak to him and teach him how to remove the winter. Time passed, how long he did not know, and Elric found himself lying in a beautiful flower field. He tilted his head back and looked at the clear blue sky. It had been a long time since he felt this way. Elric suddenly sat bolt upright, unsure and murmuring, this is the flower temple in front of me. The fields bloomed to the horizon just as I imagined. Where is the temple? A gust of wind rose, lifting leaves into the air. Elric raised a hand to shield against it. He suddenly noticed something and turned his head to look. Elric was astonished to find the once blooming field suddenly split in two. On one side, the beautiful flower field remained. The other side had become cold shards of ice and snow. The large trees, unable to withstand the cold, had become leafless, dead wood. Elric was dumbfounded. What's happening here? Someone behind him spoke, this is the black snow field. Elric turned around in surprise. The person turned his back to Elric and said, this is the place to test your strength for the second event. Elric opened his eyes wide as if an idea had occurred to him. Could it be? The person turned around. It was Otto. He smiled at him and said, well, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Elric ran happily up to Otto. Yes, Otto examined him and said, you've grown a lot since we last met. Seeing the item on his hand, Otto exclaimed that it seemed the fierce seal had found the right place. Elric was still very surprised and asked how Otto came to be here. Otto grinned, eyes crinkling. Once you deal with the winter, I'll continue to follow you and scold teach you. Elric, frightened, clutched his head as painful memories surged back. Otto laughed, ha. Suddenly he looked in a direction, his face turning serious. All right, we don't have much time, so I'll explain here. Look over there. Otto turned his back to Elric and explained that this place was once full of blessings, a land where all life was born. But when that thing appeared, death covered the land. Elric frowned and murmured, Eastern General. In the distance, a whirlwind lifted everything into the air, forming a tornado. Thinking of who was behind it, Otto replied. Indeed, that thing was left behind after the demon gods passed through this land. The remnants of the past and curses. He glanced toward Elric, so you are my descendant. Otto said seriously, from now on I will teach you how to devour the Eastern General. Elric stood there, stunned and surprised. He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe it. Swallow that colossal disaster? As he stared at the gigantic tornado before him. Elric only felt doubt that he could do it, but if he could devour it, he would gain tremendous power, he thought. Elric couldn't help smiling. He could become much stronger than he is now. Otto stood behind him, observing and waiting for his answer. Elric looked at the item and asked, I just need to seal the Eastern General into the fierce seal like last time, right? Otto replied, that's right. Elric rubbed his shoulder joints to warm up, thinking that since this is the second time, the opponent will surely be far stronger than the Snow Mountain King. Elric straightened his back, eyes resolute. I'm ready. Do I need to fight like I did against the Snow Mountain King? Suddenly Otto handed him a seed. Here, take it. Elric looked at the seed in his hand in surprise. Camellia's seed. He asked, what am I supposed to do with this? Otto smiled and answered, plant it and grow it into a tree for 100 days. When the flower blooms, the test ends. Elric looked at Otto, seeing he wasn't joking. He froze, sweat pouring. He was taken aback. I have to go plant a tree. Otto pushed up his glasses and asked, is that so difficult? Elric looked at the seed and said frankly, planting a tree on this barren land is one thing, but I don't understand how this relates to dealing with the winter calamity. Otto smiled mysteriously and said, you'll understand in time. Elric, full of dark doubts, was left speechless at the ambiguous answer. He glanced at Otto, hesitating over whether to pressure him for a clearer explanation. What am I supposed to do with so little information? Just then Otto said, don't worry. He suddenly snapped his fingers. A matrix formed instantly in the air. Otto looked at Elric and said, I will designate the perfect instructor for you. Elric couldn't help being awed by the massive scene before him. Dazzling light shone from the matrix, forcing Elric to shield his eyes. At that moment someone said, could you stop bothering me? Elric opened his eyes to look at the speaker. His pupils widened in surprise. The instructor Otto had summoned by magic was Camellia. Camellia was displeased. She said, I've told you many times not to wake me. Elric exclaimed, the goddess Camellia. Only then did Camellia notice him, a huge question mark forming in her mind. A moment later her expression changed. She looked at Elric with interest and said, oh, you know my name, handsome boy. Elric frowned in surprise, thinking to himself that while her appearance matched the goddess Camellia, the presence she emanated was completely different. Elric felt as if a gigantic camellia tree had appeared before him. Though she didn't look tall, she felt like a towering tree. Camellia stood like a mountain, the massive camellia behind her making her even more majestic, a giant tree that could cover the sky. Elric realized she was a true deity. Otto gestured toward Elric with a smile and said, "Let me introduce him. He is my descendant." Camellia brushed her long hair and lamented, "What a pity that you're a Melvinger, but I'll let it pass because you're handsome." She blew Elric a kiss and asked the usual question, "Do you want to marry me?" Elric, his head full of dark doubts, was speechless and thought inwardly that her personality was still the same. Seeing Elric's reaction, Camellia suddenly flew into a rage. "Oh my, Elric Melvinger, you've already rejected my proposal once, haven't you?" Elric broke out in a cold sweat and smiled, thinking to himself, does she have a connection to the Camellia goddess out there? Camelia's expression suddenly changed. She flew around and laughed. Fine then. It's very difficult to raise a camellia tree. Are you sure you can do it?" Elric looked at her and replied, "I will do my utmost." Camellia crossed her arms over her chest and looked down at him arrogantly. "I'll simply stay by your side and give you advice. The actual tree raising is entirely up to you." Elric looked at the seed in his hand and smiled. "That's fine." Otto carried something in his hand over to Elric. "My descendant." Elric looked up at him. Otto handed the item to Elric and explained, "This is a messenger device that lets you know the tree's true condition." After speaking, he suddenly created a matrix. He looked at Elric with full confidence and said, "You'll gradually discover other uses for it." The next moment, Otto guided the matrix to fly forward. "All right, I hope you succeed." After Otto vanished, Camellia flew ahead to guide Elric. She spoke. "The demonic origin, also known as the Frostland, first appeared 400 years ago. You must obtain the ingredients and items I mention and use them." Elric fell silent, looking around, unsure whether the environment of this era was any better than the outside world. He suddenly looked up at Camellia and asked, "What should I do first?" Camellia answered, "Find soil to plant this seed, a place good for germination." Elric began crossing the snowy field, thinking whether purifying the land might be faster than searching the entire field. Camellia suddenly recalled something important and reminded him, "Oh, this is a mindscape, so the environment here mirrors the original Dark Realm out there, truly." Elric suddenly heard a loud noise. He frowned and startled, turning his head. A giant monster suddenly plummeted from the sky toward him. Elric reacted quickly, leaping to one side to dodge. At that moment, Camellia leisurely continued, "And you must also be on your guard against monsters." No sooner had she finished than a flock of winged monsters suddenly flew in from nowhere. A blue light flashed and the flying monsters were instantly frozen. Moments later, the ice shattered unexpectedly and rained down to the ground. Elric stood still, holding the pose from his attack. The defeated monsters became ferocious afterimages, baring teeth and glaring. Elric drew them into the device on his arm. He smiled in satisfaction, saying he hadn't expected a monster feast to be here for him. Camellia flew behind him, propping her chin on her hand and praising, "You're very capable, truly the bearing of a Melvinger." Then she suddenly spread her hands. "Do you think you can find that patch of land in this vast snowy field?" Elric frowned and thought seriously. "An open terrain with small trees must have nearby water, a place I can defend easily from monsters." Piecing these things together, Elric suddenly had an idea. He turned to Camellia and asked, "Camellia, if we're 400 years ago, Anthropomorph should be around here, right?" Camellia seemed to understand. "You mean Anthropomorph? I think by this time they've finished building the city." She flapped her wings and flew behind Elric. "The terrain here is very different from what you know. How do you plan to find Anthropomorph?" Elric smiled confidently. "That's not hard." With that, he leapt and vanished on the spot. Elric used magic to fly high and survey the land below, spotting a fast-flowing river. Usually canyons or high hills don't change much in just 400 years. Elric flew ahead to lead the way, Camellia close behind. Elric said, "If I use a place like that as a center, I can roughly estimate where it is." After an unknown amount of time, Elric finally reached a desolate place filled with bizarre creatures. There, found it. Camellia smiled admiringly. "It seems you paid attention to Anthropomorph's surrounding terrain and remembered it. A smart choice, truly a Melvinger." Elric raised his hand as mana gathered around his arm. He grinned excitedly. "All right, get ready to cut it off." Seeing the enormous mana amassed on Elric's arm, Camellia narrowed her eyes. The blue light spread so brightly it was blinding, and Camelia's silhouette began to fade. After a moment, Elric asked, "Is this enough to plant a tree?" Camellia, sweating as she looked at the scene, replied, "I don't think it's merely enough." In a short time, Elric had formed a gigantic ice wall covering the land. Camellia continued, "The soil quality is quite good and most monsters won't come near this place." She watched Elric flying ahead and thought to herself, "I knew he was a Melvinger." Elric suddenly flew to the center, kneeled, and placed his hand on the ground, using dragon speech to reform the area. Camellia thought inwardly, for a human to use dragon speech so perfectly. She cupped her cheek with a look of admiration. "What should I do with him?" After leveling the land, Elric stood up. The stone Otto had given him in his pocket emitted a golden light. He exclaimed in surprise, "Camellia." Camellia flew closer. He rummaged the stone from his pocket and smiled, watching its reaction. "I think I've succeeded." Holding the stone in his hand, Elric went blank. Large letters on the stone read, "Mission failed, return to day 0." Elric was stunned, his head full of question marks. Before he could think further, the wheel of time restarted. Elric returned to the starting point and sighed in frustration, starting over again. Camellia glared at him angrily. This is that perverted fake Otto's doing, isn't it? Elric, rubbing his arms against the cold unhappily, replied, during the first test I always returned to the start whenever I died. This time it reset when the mission failed. Camellia looked around and guessed, it seems you forgot something. Elric thought the same and asked, do you know why? Camellia looked at the snowy mountains and answered, because this place is the Black Ice origin. There are countless reasons a tree planting could fail here. Elric fell silent, not knowing what to say. Camellia suddenly reached out and opened a gate, then said as if it were obvious, besides, I think I've given you enough guidance. I'll take a short nap while observing the outside world. Startled, Elric asked, where are you going? Camellia replied, I'll go somewhere safe, focus on the mission until I return. With that, she stepped through the gate. Elric hurriedly raised his hand to stop her. Before you go, give me a few more hints. Before he finished speaking, Camellia suddenly vanished from his sight. Elric lay on the snow and stared at the night sky. He'd have to figure out the reason for the failure himself. He sat up and tried hard to think what he had missed. Elric wore a serious expression and released a large amount of mana to scan the area. He couldn't waste any more time, he needed to focus. Elric closed his eyes as the golden mana centered on him and slowly dispersed outward. He suddenly sensed something unusual. What's under the ground? Elric frowned and strained to see more clearly. It seemed there was something there. At that moment, the ground beneath his feet shook violently. He jolted and snapped his eyes open. Elric struggled to steady himself. Damn it. As the violent tremor continued, he bolted upright. A gigantic worm suddenly burst up from underground. Elric leaped into the air to dodge its surprise attack. Words he had read in a book flashed through his mind. Deathworm large enough to swallow most large monsters. One of the strongest creatures, 3 or 4 6-circle mages would struggle against it. The deathworm opened its maw full of horrible sharp teeth, if you encounter one. On the page Elric had read, bold text ran across, illustrated monster compendium, information on the worm-type monster. At the same time, the deathworm let out a thunderous roar. Seeing the deathworm yawning wide as if to swallow him in one gulp, Elric thought in astonishment. A deathworm, a monster that would take at least 3 6-circle mages to defeat. I'm not sure I can kill it. Elric quickly used magic to create countless ice bolts. His expression grew grave. Looks like I can't complete this mission. Elric formed numerous weapons from ice and sent them flying to attack the deathworm charging toward him. From what I remember, to kill it, you must first pierce its tough scales. Countless ice weapons rained down on the deathworm's body but left hardly a mark. Seeing this, Elric couldn't help thinking its scales are too hard. He frowned. If magic can't do anything to it. Unable to suppress the thought that its scales were too hard, he frowned. If magic is ineffective, Elric suddenly executed a beautiful mid-air somersault and lunged toward the deathworm. He quickly decided to use his body enhancement secret technique. At that moment, the deathworm suddenly contracted its huge mouth. Elric startled in alarm, his pupils contracted. The next instant, the deathworm spat a disgusting greenish substance toward Elric. He froze and leapt backward. Gritting his teeth, he quickly raised a magic shield. Poison. The next moment, the deathworm's toxin began to corrode the shield. Elric couldn't hide his shock. He couldn't believe this toxin was strong enough to pierce his magic barrier. He broke out in a cold sweat, seeing a large hole eaten through the shield. If I approach it carelessly, I'll surely be swallowed by this poison. Just then, the deathworm turned as if to burrow back into the ground. Elric instantly launched an ice blade to block its path and shouted, "You won't escape." With that, he recklessly withdrew the shield and charged forward. If it gets away, I'll lose time on the mission. Elric's strike chipped off a layer of the deathworm's scales. Its massive body slammed to the ground, cracking the earth into many pieces. The deathworm suddenly lay flat on the ground, motionless. As Elric moved in to approach it, it suddenly opened its huge, tooth-filled mouth as if to gulp him down. Only then did he realize its intent. So you lured me to follow you, did you? Elric leapt down from above and stomped on the deathworm's head. You're craftier than the other monsters. He smiled with some tension, saying, looks like I'm in danger. No sooner had he spoken than the deathworm sprayed a large amount of toxin that enveloped Elric. It jerked violently, tossing his body. The next moment, the toxin from the deathworm's body gushed out, forcing Elric to hastily turn and flee. Damn, this poison is nasty. The venom quickly spread everywhere, leaving Elric with no path to evade. Elric's body was flung down by the deathworm. Then it sprayed toxin down on him from above. Seeing that huge maw closing over his head, Elric worried that if he didn't kill it soon, he'd have to restart all his missions. He had to take the risk. Elric frowned. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he silently vowed to unleash his full power. A tremendous amount of mana began to release from within him. Elric thought distractedly that he still remembered the combat techniques learned from the Blue Master. He focused his power into his fist and raised it, when all strength is concentrated into a single point. Elric used the secret technique White Tiger Full Strike. His punch surged like a ferocious tiger. He could maximize the attack's force and might be able to kill it. Elric slammed a full power punch into the giant worm. Its tough scales finally shattered and fell in chunks onto the ground. At the same time, Elric's magic shield was corroded by its venom. He gritted his teeth and cried out as his support gave way and he fell to the ground. His body covered in scratches, he broke out in a cold sweat, staring at the poison on his skin in disbelief. If he hadn't spent all his mana on that strike, the toxin might have killed him already. Elric lay exhausted on the ground, unwilling to get up. He breathed a sigh of relief. If another one had shown up, I'd be done for. Elric held the stone in his hand. I did it, huh? An inscription read, "You have met the necessary requirements. The first restraint has been lifted." Elric was surprised. A restraint? What restraint? He raised the stone high. It emitted a dazzling white light. The light suddenly condensed into a stream of energy and flew into the marking on Elric's arm. He bowed his head to look at it in bewilderment. What is this? Elric sat up dazed and looked at his arm. The mark still glowed faintly. He thought, I didn't expect to receive the fourth sigil so quickly. Maybe I can use it to break the frost here like I did with the Snow Mountain King, right? Elric tugged at his ear and frowned, muttering, but how? I don't even know its true name. Thinking of Mephisto's disdainful face, Elric's complexion turned pale as he muttered, if Mephisto finds out about this. He hurriedly waved away the image of Mephisto in his mind. Just follow the arrangement and you'll find out soon enough. With his thoughts cleared, Elric excitedly stood up, clenched his fist for motivation, and cheerfully said, finally cleaned this place up, time to plant the seed. At the same time, a voice warned him, be careful. Elric suddenly felt a strong tremor and exclaimed in shock, impossible. Words from the book flashed a warning in his mind. Although deathworms usually live alone, in rare special cases they can swarm over a wide area. A cluster of deathworms appeared before Elric, all suddenly emerging from the ground. It might be only a few. Or it could be dozens. They appeared on all sides and charged at Elric with gaping mouths wanting to attack him. Elric looked exasperated. Come on, this is ridiculous. The wheel of time spun backward again. Elric clutched his head and screamed madly, I can't get out of here. One was hard enough. How am I supposed to handle dozens? Elric frowned, gritted his teeth, and charged in one direction. Why on earth would the Tiger King want to settle in a place like this? He remembered the scene of being torn apart by the deathworms before the reset and thought, only Master could defeat a swarm like this alone, but a place with so many deathworms must have exceptionally good soil. Elric flew to another spot, quietly determined to try every possible method. He smiled brightly and said, try a few more times, there should be a solution, right? Time passed, how long he didn't know. Elric exhausted himself, eyes rolling white, muttering in despair, damn it. On the 34th attempt, Elric lay flat on the ground, unable to move. I've tried everything. He recalled the scene of himself coughing up blood, and the times he was poisoned all over his body and the various ways he died, each more desperate than the last. And yet he still couldn't kill that swarm of deathworms. Elric sat sadly in a corner. I'll have to try a region far from there. He suddenly turned pale, yet the seed did not sprout. Elric found himself surrounded by the deathworms and wondered if he'd be trapped here. Elric lay flat on the ground thinking of Otto. Mephisto isn't here, nor is the Camellia deity. Even his ancestors must be watching his misery and laughing. Is no one coming to help? Suddenly it dawned on him, wait. Despite being surrounded by deathworms, Elric shouted excitedly, I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think of this sooner? No one forbade me from asking others for help. Elric quickly recovered his composure, stood up straight, and said with a cheerful smile, the Tiger King's clan. He recalled the Tiger King's might and immediately decided he must call on them for aid. Meanwhile, beneath the giant camellia tree, Camellia was sleeping soundly. On a cushion so soft she was oblivious to everything. At that moment someone appeared where Camellia rested and said, you sleep a lot. Hearing the voice, Camellia slowly opened her eyes. The visitor was Otto. He smiled with his eyes curved like crescents at her. Camellia sat bolt upright. How did you get in here? You shouldn't have been able to enter without my permission. Otto replied with a smile, someone else wanted me to come in. Camellia, excited, asked loudly when this happened. Otto looked surprised. Have you forgotten what occurred that day? It seems you're reaching the age when memory fades. Camellia sighed. I was once an empress living in the ice palace and now I'm treated like this. It's exhausting. After complaining, she crossed her legs elegantly and asked, so why are you here? Otto answered, I've told you, someone else wanted me to come. Suddenly he turned serious and asked, are you all right? You sacrificed 40 years of lifespan to resist that curse. Camellia shrugged as if unconcerned. I'm fine, don't worry, but I hope you won't come in here on your own again. Then curious, she asked, by the way, what about that boy? Otto waved and produced a transparent mirror. Look and you'll see. They looked into the mirror and saw Elric being chased by a group of beastmen. The beastmen shouted, that's the eternal enemy of our tribe, kill that human. Camellia hurried to the mirror, agitatedly asking, "What the hell is happening? Why are those beastmen chasing and trying to kill him?" Otto smiled with crescent eyes. "Isn't this interesting?" Camellia turned to him and shouted, "Can you still smile? Hurry and help him." Otto remained nonchalant. "Don't create more trouble. Right now he's looking pleased and laughing in the glass." Otto finished. He has his own plan. Elric glanced back at the beastmen behind him. The Tiger King's lineage still hasn't shown up. He leapt onto a patch of open ground. To solve the mission's problem, he must seek help from those who built a city on this deathworm-infested land. The beastmen behind him panted heavily. "Finally, we've got you, you madman." Someone immediately suggested rushing in to tear him apart. Elric thought calmly, searching the vast black snow plains for the Tiger King's descendants is indeed a difficult task. He suddenly curled his lips into a mysterious smile and activated the Black Tiger Prey Enhancement secret technique. The silhouette of a great tiger seemed to appear above his head. He thought confidently, "Yet I possess the Tiger King's secret technique, the body enhancement art." The beastmen looked at him in astonishment. How can a human use a body enhancement secret technique? Elric burned with energy, his face cold as he glared at the beastmen pursuing him. "With this body enhancement secret technique boosting my strength, do you think I'll let you off?" A cold wind swept across the black snow plain with a boom. An entire area of the plain suddenly exploded, the aftershock rippling outward and terrifying those nearby. The beastmen were blasted away by the blast's shockwave, and a blinding golden light shot up into the sky. One of the wolfmen, still semi-conscious, tried to crawl to his feet. "That one, we can't let him escape." At that moment, Elric stood on a dry branch looking down, thinking to himself that after ravaging 6 beast cities, it was about time they'd react. Elric stroked his chin and raised an eyebrow in a thoughtful expression. Maybe the rumors haven't spread far enough yet. He suddenly lowered his center of gravity and sat on the branch. "Once I trample a few more villages, they'll show up." Before Elric could act, enormous paws appeared behind him. A scream rang in his head. "Move." The next instant, the claws slashed through, and the big tree Elric stood on was swiftly severed. Elric leapt to the ground and backed away a long distance. He frowned and broke out in a cold sweat. If his senses hadn't been so quick, he'd have died before he could even yawn. From the forest, a formidable figure slowly strode toward Elric from afar. "Your senses are sharper than I thought." Elric watched him warily with a cold, alert gaze. Elric had heard of this newcomer. He gathered beastmen scattered across the black snow plain and rose as the great lord of the north, a terror to the empire. His amber eyes gleamed. He was the great ancestor of the Tiger King's line, the first leader of the Beastmen Alliance. He suddenly spoke. "A human has actually learned the body enhancement secret technique." An oppressive aura radiated from him as he growled, "Who are you?" With a cold, emotionless expression and a grim, frightening mien, Elric recognized him. He was Tiger King Yul. Tiger King Yul stared at Elric. "You are certainly human." Elric retreated cautiously. Yul looked down from above. "I cannot fathom what is going on here." Just then someone cried out in alarm, "Tiger King Yul." A group of beastmen chasing Elric had gathered here and asked in surprise, "Why have you come to this place?" Yul glanced at the beastmen. "Why do you ask? Have I come where I should not?" The beastmen, terrified and sweating, gaped but could not utter a word. Elric looked at Yul's retreating back and thought to himself that Tiger King must have conflicts with other beastmen tribes. He suddenly realized this must be before Yul unified the beastmen tribes, so he had not yet reached 5-star battle strength. Feeling the invisible pressure Yul produced, Elric wondered puzzledly, "Yet why can I sense such a cold oppression?" At that moment, Yul spoke up. "If you don't intend to fight me, then get out of here." The beastmen, overwhelmed by Yul's aura, panicked and fled, angrily shouting that he protected a human. "You're the beastmen's enemy and will pay for this." After the beastmen had all withdrawn, Yul propped himself against the cold with one hand and picked his ear with the other. Finally, it's quiet. Elric was a little surprised. "He protected me." He suddenly curled his lips in a smile. Very clever to only cause trouble for the Rage clan, Yul's rival tribe. Thinking this, Elric bowed before Yul and said, "Thank you, sir." Before he could finish, Yul grabbed him by the throat and tightened his grip. Yul glared at him fiercely and asked, "How did you learn our clan's body enhancement secret technique?" Elric broke out in a cold sweat as Yul lifted him off the ground. Struggling for breath, he hurriedly explained, "I learned it from my master." Yul said in a low voice, "Give me more details." Elric trembled all over, drenched in sweat, gripping Yul's wrist and trying to speak. "First you have to let me go." Yul's amber pupils flared as he stared. For a moment Elric thought he was about to suffocate, then Yul suddenly released him. "If you dare lie, I'll snap that neck right now." Elric sat on the snow and rubbed his sore neck, saying, "My parents were farmers who fled to the Black Snow Plain to escape imperial oppression." He furrowed his brow in a pitiable expression. "But after my parents were attacked by monsters, the orphaned child, me, was saved by a beastman." Using all his acting skill, Elric wept heartbreakingly, moved to tears, saying, "That person taught me to protect myself with a body enhancement technique, which is why I survived here." Yul's face darkened. He showed no sympathy and only asked what that beastman's name was. Elric bowed his head and pretended to be sad. My master said he had forgotten his own name, and in the end, he never told me. He continued, embarrassed. I couldn't touch the painful memories from his past, so I simply called him master with all the respect in my heart. Yul glared at him, and his pupils suddenly dilated. Elric looked straight into his eyes, tears forming at the corners. He thought silently that Yul was judging whether his story was true. Elric noticed Yul's ears vibrating at a low frequency and thought, the Tiger King has keen senses. He detects lies by hearing heartbeats and muscle movements. He placed a hand over his heart and thought, but now I'm controlling my chi flow to steady my body, so it's easy to fool him. Yul pressed his lips together and said nothing. After a moment he spoke, well, it seems you are one of our kin. Elric thought to himself, that's right. Kin refers to those heirs who have mastered the body enhancement technique. In other words, he's accepted me. Thinking this, Elric pretended to wipe his nose and sobbed pitifully. Yul suddenly patted his shoulder. Brother, do you have anywhere to rest on this barren land? A short while later, Yul and Elric rode wolves together in the same direction. Just then a gate appeared beside Elric and a voice from within said, frankly, you've acted recklessly. Elric looked toward it, a little surprised. Camellia had returned. She sat on Elric's shoulder and asked, why is no one in the Melvinger clan sober? Elric didn't answer but anxiously asked back, is it okay for you to show up like this? Camellia looked at Yul's back and replied, I cast a spell so others can't sense my presence, so don't worry. Then she asked curiously, but what are you planning to do next? Do you really believe he'll accept you as his ally? Elric smiled confidently, of course he won't trust me yet, but he'll keep me by his side. Hearing that, Camellia wondered why. Thinking of Yul's tangled relations with the other tribes, Elric answered, now is a time when intertribal conflicts are rising. Any tribe will accept a powerful ally, regardless of his origins. Yul and Elric finally arrived at his tribe's settlement. At the sight of Yul, everyone in the tribe cheered joyfully. The leader has returned, gather together. At the same time, Elric finished his remaining words, especially about the ambitious Tiger King Yul. He's even willing to do that. Camellia felt a bit worried and thought to herself that in this era, the Beastmen's hatred of humans was still strong. Would the tribe members accept this kid the way Tiger King Yul did? Before she could dwell on it, the tribe's beastmen noticed Elric. One of them widened his eyes in fright. The next moment, the beastmen, agitated, pointed at Elric and shouted angrily, human, the enemy who killed my father. Why did you bring a human here? Seeing them move to attack Elric, Yul stepped forward to stop them. Stop, this is one of our own brothers. The beastman bared his fangs in rage and said, brother, how can a human be our brother? How can a human become one of us? Yul tried to reassure them, calm down now, assemble. Elric watched the tense scene and thought to himself that this was when the Empire's oppressive regime was at its harshest toward both beastmen and common people. Because of that, hostility toward humans had grown intense. He broke into a cold sweat and tried to devise a strategy. If he couldn't persuade them, his plan would fail. But things didn't go as he expected. The same beastmen who moments ago wanted to attack him suddenly clasped hands and knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Elric was dumbfounded as they babbled, oh, our master, why did you leave us first? One of the beastmen grabbed Elric's hand and looked at him with sincere eyes. You're truly lucky to have been taught martial arts by someone like that. Elric turned to look at Yul standing beside him. Yul smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Elric, bewildered, asked what they were talking about. Seeing Yul laughing heartily, Elric turned back. Just before, they had been ready to butcher him, so why had they suddenly become so friendly? Seeing Yul still wearing an admiring smile, Elric couldn't help but think it was definitely thanks to Tiger King Yul. Then Yul suddenly grew excited and slammed a fist down on the table. He stood before the beastmen and loudly declared that this was what the boy's master had said before he closed his eyes. Elric stood beside him, sheepishly rubbing his head. Yul, unaware of the truth, trembled and spoke with a mournful look. Though we have faced racial divides between beastmen and humans, I am glad that even if we must leave this world, we will always be brothers. Yul's raised hand shook uncontrollably as he said, let's meet again in another life. The beastmen below were moved to tears. The color seemed to drain from Yul as he forced a sorrowful smile to perform a tragic farewell. My students. Hearing this, the beastmen burst into mournful wails. No, open your eyes, teacher. How cruel, how can your little pupil go on living? Elric, hearing the cries beside his head full of dramatic flair, was a bit speechless. Did I really say that? Yul smiled and whispered a reminder, just keep acting, they're stupid and utterly gullible. Elric couldn't help but break into a genuine smile at that. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke up. We don't agree with what the human says. Elric turned in surprise to look at the speaker. The man clenched his fist tightly and asked suspiciously, what evidence do you have to ask us to believe? Facing his doubt, Elric fell silent. Camellia laughed and reminded him, they are the Black Wolf clan, the Tiger King's loyal hounds. Elric was a little surprised, so the Black Wolf clan are the ancestors of Chief Norris. Yul stepped forward to shield Elric and said, Ralph, are you defying my orders? The newcomer was Ralph himself. He frowned and serious explained, I'm not opposing you. He jabbed a finger at Elric and shouted angrily, even if he is real, How can our tribe accept that inferior species? Hearing him, Yul suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura and growled, inferior species, how dare you? Yul looked down at him from above and continued, have you not forgotten our creed, Ralph? Ralph broke into a cold sweat and turned his head away as Yul's words sank in, each word clear. We were abandoned and driven out. Though our races and blood differ, we are still one family. At that, Yul's face grew terrifying. If you've forgotten that creed, I'll slit your throat. Elric stood not far off, silently watching the scene. He suddenly stepped forward to them and spoke of breaking down tribal boundaries and uniting all beastmen into one. Elric looked at Yul and said with a smile, I heard this is the goal of the beastmen tribe. Yul was startled, you know of us. Elric nodded in admission. Yes, I heard it while I wandered alone on the snow plain. He looked at Yul with sincere eyes and said, though you are seen as an enemy by many tribes because of that creed, I've heard more and more people bear its mark. Elric suddenly reached out. As an abandoned human, I received kindness from my master and from you, who accepted me as a brother. He clasped his hand to his chest and continued, I believe this is an extension of the ideals you pursue. Camellia flew beside him, covering her mouth and praising, as expected from a Melvinger, you have a way with words. Elric glanced away, his eyes flashed coldly. I will live up to your expectations. I also believe I must prove my worth to accompany you on your journey. After speaking, he added, I hear ranks among beastmen are determined by strength. Ralph, annoyed, asked, what do you want? Facing him, Elric proposed, fight. If I win, I become part of the tribe. If I lose, I'll leave. Ralph was enraged to the point of shaking. How dare a mere human challenge a great black wolf warrior like me? Elric grinned provocatively. Why so talkative? You look contemptuous. Are you scared? Ralph seethed, veins bulging, you bastard. Elric pointed at Ralph and burst out laughing. You're the bastard. Camellia shook her head in disappointed amusement. Melvinger. Ralph could no longer restrain himself. He spread his hands to reveal sharp claws. His whole body was enveloped in a terrifying aura as he growled, I'll kill you. Elric released the mana within him and sneered arrogantly, ready to show you a thing or two. As the two prepared to strike, Yul suddenly stamped the ground, cracking the earth. His overwhelming power forced Elric and Ralph to stagger backward. Both slid a distance before stopping in a safe spot. Only then did Yul speak, let me ask you too. Elric and Ralph looked at each other. Yul stood towering like a mountain over them and asked whether both would accept the outcome even if it meant death in battle. Ralph rose without hesitation and answered, if that human wins, I'll consider him family. Elric solemnly raised his hand. I swear on my master's honor that I will accept the result. Yul's amber eyes stood out vividly in the dark. He said with satisfaction, good. The next moment he shouted, begin. Ralph transformed into a giant wolf and lunged at Elric. He swung his claws at the human standing before him and roared, I'll tear you to pieces. Elric nimbly ducked to avoid the attack, thinking to himself that his fabricated story wouldn't hold for long. He needed to prove his worth to Tiger King Yul. As Ralph charged at him again, Elric suddenly lowered his center of gravity and drew his hand back to gain momentum. Using Ralph, this would no longer be a problem. Ralph opened his mouth wide, baring sharp fangs. Elric concentrated mana into the hand behind him. He suddenly used the body strength technique, Fierce Tiger Charge, and swiped a claw at Ralph. Ralph lost momentum and was knocked back. Elric sneered, just one punch and you're overwhelmed already, Ralph snarled. Before he could say more, Elric threw another punch right in front of him. The next moment, Elric used the body strength technique Burst, unleashing countless blows that hammered directly into Ralph's body. The beastmen watching gaped in astonishment. Ralph was one of the top warriors in the Royal Guard. No one expected him to be so one-sidedly overwhelmed. Someone nearby couldn't help but remark that it was unexpected for a human to be so proficient with the body strength technique. A beastman with a panicked look called out to Ralph as his body sagged and he kneeled on the ground. Blood streamed from his mouth non-stop. Elric stood before him like an insurmountable mountain. At that moment, Yul spoke. The fight ended faster than I thought. He turned to Elric and added, that's enough for you to be considered family with us. Elric turned and walked toward him. The next second, Ralph's eyes flew open, bloodshot and flushed like red. He threw his head back and screamed. Elric turned in shock as a beastman's fury, beyond their usual power limits, ramped up exponentially. Yet they fought on instinct alone. Seeing Ralph charging at him, Elric couldn't help but worry and thought, fighting him head-on would be too dangerous for me. So Elric immediately released the mana from his arm. He used inner mana to chant, freezing the mana into ice that flew toward the charging Ralph. Confronted by countless jagged ice shards, Ralph suddenly jerked in surprise. His feet mid-leap froze in the air. A moment later, he was knocked to the ground. In the sky, countless chains formed from ice flew toward him. He fell down. At the head of the chains were razor-sharp ice arrow tips that sliced through the air toward Ralph. They wrapped around his body and restrained him. Ralph turned into a wild beast, completely losing his mind and roaring fiercely. Elric raised his hand high. From behind, he struck hard down on the back of Ralph's neck. Be quiet for a moment. A moment later, Ralph fainted, lying motionless on the ground. The witnessing beastmen were bewildered. Is that magic? Is he a mage? A concerned beastman nearby wondered if he had deceived them. Elric looked at the ground, thinking that if he wanted to subdue Ralph without killing him, magic was the only way. He felt a pang of unease and glanced at Yul. Surely they must know this too. Seeing Yul's expression darken, Elric grew even more tense, thinking up a story for this situation. No need for Elric to explain further. Yul, standing before him, suddenly laughed loudly. He patted Elric on the shoulder and praised him wholeheartedly. "You're more interesting than I thought. I didn't expect you to know both body strength techniques and magic." Elric silently exhaled in relief. He probably didn't need to worry anymore. He clasped his hands to his chest and said seriously that he should have used only the body strength technique, but he didn't want to harm someone who might become family, so he used magic. Yul laughed sympathetically. "Whether you choose the easy route or hide your power, the winner is the strongest. That's the law of the battlefield." Yul asked, "What's your name, human?" Elric replied, "I am Elric." Yul looked at everyone and said that according to the results of the fight, we will accept Elric as a member of the tribe. Does anyone object? The beastmen laughed. "No objections here, same for me." Yul raised his fist high and at that moment declared that Elric would be a member of our family. The crowd of beastmen surrounding Elric cheered. Two other beastmen supported Ralph, who was unconscious on the ground. The stone in Elric's chest lit up. He took it out. Camellia, surprised, asked about a new message. The stone clearly read that all required conditions had been met. The second limit was removed and the true name revealed. There's a plane where deep darkness envelops everything. White snow covers the place year-round. The true name of this seal, the thing that imprisons the sharp wind of the black snow plain, is the Ice Wind Blade. The sigil on Elric's hand glowed. It was a rare seal, similar to the Great Sin Wrath seal given to me by the Snow Mountain King, but I don't yet know how to activate it, so I can't use it immediately. He put the stone back into his chest and glanced behind him where Camellia had just appeared. The goddess Camellia had already vanished. "Didn't she teach me how to use this?" Elric walked forward. "Oh well, whatever I can do." He was finally accepted by the Beastman tribe and could stay here. For now, he would focus on his own long-term plans. In the tent, Yul and the other beastmen had already been waiting. Yul called out, "Come in." He turned with a bright smile and said, "Now everyone, greet each other properly." Then he looked at Elric and added that starting today, Elric would officially become a member of the royal guard of the Anthropomorph Kingdom. Elric placed his hands on his chest and bowed. "Out of respect for accepting me into the guard, I will do my best." Yul laughed happily. "Good attitude. To commemorate the day you join, I'll give you your first mission." Elric replied enthusiastically, "Yes, please command me." The other guard members ground their teeth in anger. Yul ignored their attitude and said cheerfully that since Elric had wandered across the snow plains, using his experience from those travels, help us find a suitable area where our clan can settle. Elric was surprised to hear that. He suddenly smiled. Everything fit together perfectly. Thinking that, Elric spoke up. "While wandering the snow plains, I had my eye on one place." Recalling the area he chose to plant seeds, he described it. "It's surrounded by canyons and hills, so it's easy to defend against outside threats. There's a nearby water source, and the soil suffers little erosion, making it fertile land." Elric added honestly, however, "There's one problem," both Yul and Elric said in unison. "The dead larva infestation." Elric looked at Yul seriously. It was previously considered a potential site, but no one settled there because of that problem. Finding another comparable spot in the Black Snow Plain would be very difficult, and Yul agreed. He half closed his eyes. "What should we do?" Suddenly seeing a clear solution, Yul said excitedly, "All right, let's do this." Elric still didn't understand his meaning. A big question mark appeared in his head. The scene shifted. Elric appeared outdoors with 3 royal guards following behind, their faces displeased. Elric looked weary, thinking he needed to find a way to deal with these troublemakers. He saw Ralph picking at his ear with focus while the other 2 looked annoyed. Elric reassured himself that although personalities often clashed, the Black Wolf tribe excelled at teamwork, so it made sense they were chosen. Still, being paired with wolves he wasn't close to felt like a test. Just then one of the beastmen spoke up. "Fighting the death larvae is the most arduous mission." Elric turned to look at him. The man continued calmly that the task wouldn't be simple. He was the 3rd captain of the guard. Ralph, not far away, immediately interjected. "That's right. If that strange guy earlier hadn't said unnecessary things, we wouldn't be stuck with this troublesome situation now." Elric appeared displeased as Yor glanced at him. Ralph continued with a laugh. "Honestly, what's so great about the old lairs of those death larvae? Someone's just trying to show off in front of the captain with petty antics." The 2 guards behind him snickered in agreement. Elric started to find these idiots irritating. Seriously. Ralph rambled on. "After all, that's why humanity can't." As soon as the words finished, Yor didn't hesitate to slap him, twisting his mouth. Yor emanated a terrifying presence. Ralph sat on the ground, trembling with fear as the captain spoke coldly. "Don't bring personal emotions into the squad. I told you not to do anything that would ruin this atmosphere." He looked down at Ralph from above. "If you keep spoiling everyone's mood in the team, I'll rip your head off, understand?" Ralph held his cheek without answering. The other 2 beastmen straightened up in fear and shouted, "Yes. We will work hard, sir." Seeing Yor turn and walk toward him, Elric finally understood. Tiger King Yul put him on this team because he trusts him. If Yor trusts someone that much, he'll extinguish any conflict immediately. Thinking that, Elric sincerely bowed to Yor. Yor acted as if he didn't see it and turned away. Elric smiled faintly, thinking to himself that Yor meant he was just doing his duty. He liked that. Elric addressed Yor, "Captain, those death larvae are creatures that won't surface if even slightly threatened. Is there a way to lure them out?" Yor clasped his hands behind his back and replied, "There's a method, but it's difficult and time-consuming." Elric felt uneasy. Why so hard? Yor thought of some bright red flower, glanced at him, and answered that they need to get the life and death grass, a rare plant. Its scent is light but alluring. With it they can coax the death larvae from the ground. Elric clenched himself to stop laughing, his face flushing and body trembling. Yor asked confusedly why he was making that expression. Elric regained his composure and replied it was nothing, to continue. Hearing that, Yor didn't question further and continued that to lure the death larvae out they need that plant, and because it's extremely rare it's hard to find. Elric beamed like the sun, confidently pointing at himself. "Don't worry about that, I can find it." Yor stared at him silently, thinking that confidence is good, but the life and death grass grows in harsh environments. Finding it is one thing, harvesting it is another. He widened his eyes, clearly alarmed. It won't be easy, right? After an unknown length of time, to Yor's astonishment, Elric suddenly held up a handful of life and death grass. "Wow, look at this, people harvest it and take it away, it's bustling," he said. After speaking, he turned to the other guards holding baskets of the grass, their faces pale. Elric looked puzzled. "What are you standing there for? Put it in." The guard startled, looking at the basket in his hand and stammering, I didn't even know." Elric smiled to himself, thinking that he'd seen plenty of life and death grass in the maze of insight his master created. Now the life and death grass was covering the ground. Its magic was so conspicuous that even if he tried not to find it, he still would. Elric looked at the sigil on his arm and thought, if I absorb the magic of the life and death grass. He smiled coldly, activated the seal, and felt a thrill inside. "Let's go." Elric glared at the guards behind him and barked, "Hey, you dogs, 1, 2, 3, I'm going to move faster now, so stay close." The beastmen guards yelped as if their tails had been stepped on. "This guy's gone mad," they all muttered. Someone asked the captain what that fellow just called them. "People dogs." Yor remained silent, his face cold. He then kicked Ralph. "What are you doing?" "Do what Elric says, you damn fools," Ralph grumbled in protest. "Captain." He sat on the ground in humiliation, crying softly, and Elric was drawn to look that way. Yor was watching him now, smiling in an evidently friendly way. Time passed. Eventually, they gathered several large barrels of life and death grass, the beastmen standing crowded with torches. Yul folded his arms, eyes narrowing in a grin. Collecting that much life and death grass so quickly makes your ability hard to judge. Elric smiled modestly. "Not entirely, I did it with the help of others on the team." The person Elric referred to was now exhausted, leaning against a tree in a daze. Yul glanced at the three of them and muttered that it seemed true. He turned away and said, "Enough chit-chat, let's begin." The beastmen obeyed and quickly hurled their torches forward. Flames flared and licked at the bundles of life and death grass already laid out. Suddenly, there was a trembling sound under everyone's feet. Then the ground began to crack, spreading toward where Yul, Elric, and the beastmen stood. Death larvae burst up from the earth, gaping wide as they began to shriek. Yul waved his hand to signal everyone to attack. People shouted nervously, "Captain, we have a big problem." Yul turned to the beastman who had spoken. "What's wrong?" "If it's nothing important," the beastman stammered. The death larvae opened their mouths wide and charged fiercely. Yul and Elric listened in astonishment as the beastman finished. "The Fury clan is on its way here." Yul, a little alarmed, asked what he meant by the Fury clan coming. "Explain." The beastmen hurriedly explained that it seemed they had learned of their death larvae hunt and were coming now to ambush them. Yul ground his teeth in fury. "Those filthy bastards." He turned to face the deathworms that were drawing closer. In the dark, a big man with a double-headed axe strode forward. His eyes bloodshot, he bellowed, "Come on, Wrath Tribe warriors, ". He was Naewid, the tribe's second in command. Naewid led the Wrath Tribe confidently, ". Today we will capture the Tiger King Yul. Today we will extinguish all their hopes, ". With that, he strode toward the scene of the fierce battle with the deathworms. At that moment, Yul leapt into the air, unfazed, diving toward the two deathworms below. Yul used his claws to easily tear one deathworm's body in two. Naewid watched from nearby, thinking to himself, "The Tiger King Yul is as expected. His skills are at the peak of the beastmen, but today I have prepared a magical contrivance used against humans." He had people bring several cannons here. He felt even more confident. No matter how strong you are, you can't stop artillery when you're restrained. Thinking that, Naewid sneered, ". Now I'll make you kneel before me and become king of the beastmen, ". Just then a gust swept through where the Wrath Tribe stood. Naewid was unsettled. Where did that wind come from? He looked up and sensed something odd, the scent of life and death grass, before he could think further. The deathworms, alerted by the life and death grass, burst from the ground and lunged at the Wrath Tribe. A loud explosion rang out. The deathworms were knocked flat on the ground, motionless. Yul stepped on their bodies and laughed. Who would have thought we could destroy them so quickly? He turned and explained with a smile. using magic to create wind to carry the scent of the life and death grass toward the Wrath tribe, and using the deathworms to annihilate them while the Wrath tribe destroyed the deathworms. Yul couldn't help praising the idea, /impressive, Elric grinned and replied, /you must repay those who attacked you in kind, /. Hearing him, Yul was even more pleased, it seems we think alike, Elric hopped on the bodies of the deathworms. Now he stood behind Yul on their corpses and laughed, let's go clean up the remains, shall we, On the other side, Naywood swung his axe madly, slaughtering deathworms as he shouted for the survivors to regroup. Some beastmen of the Wrath tribe stammered in panic, Yul is the Tiger King Yul, With a thunderous explosion, golden light struck down from above, creating a shockwave. Yul and Elric appeared together before the Fury tribe. Naywood hissed angrily at Yul. He raised his axe and snarled, coward, you struck an ambush. Naywood charged madly at him. Yul stood still, refusing to move. In the next instant, a devastating blast of power struck Naywood's body. Blood spurted onto Yul's face. He glanced back coldly. Royal guards, take the survivors away. Yul ordered his kin to kill anyone who resisted. As soon as he finished, the guards surged forward. They gripped their weapons tightly and shouted in unison, yes. The Fury tribe refused to fall back. They charged on fiercely and would not retreat. Both tribes plunged into chaotic battle. The clash of weapons rang painfully sharp. Elric stood frozen between the two sides. He watched Yul knock out a group of beastkin with a single move in amazement. That was the supreme technique of the Tiger King. Elric curled his lip into a smile. Just by watching, he could see the strengths and weaknesses of the technique. At that moment, Elric suddenly noticed Ralph, who was giving a cold smile. Ralph swung his sword in a wide arc, sweeping away the beastkin blocking his path. Elric praised him with a smile, not bad. Just then, a beastkin who had been struck and was playing dead suddenly leapt up and fired a hidden projectile. The projectile flew straight at Ralph and embedded in his neck. Yor anxiously turned to look at him. The projectile had been smeared with poison, which began to spread throughout Ralph's body. His vision started to blur. A moment later, his eyes closed. Cold sweat poured out and his proud head slowly slumped down. Elric suddenly appeared before him. Hey Ralph, you okay? Ralph tried to open his eyes to look at him. You. He managed only one word before he collapsed to the ground. Elric mouthed an incantation silently. Remove. He released mana and used magic to purge the poison from Ralph. Ralph clenched his brow, cold sweat running down his forehead, when suddenly someone shouted his name, Ralph. Elric rubbed his shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry, he'll be out only briefly. First, take him to a place to rest. Another beastkin from the guard hurriedly carried Ralph. Understood. Elric watched the hastily running figure carry Ralph away. He heard Yul call to him, Elric, all done. Elric quickly turned back to continue the next plan before the Fury tribe learned the current situation. Yul hesitated. Wait. Yul put his hand on his chest and said sincerely with a smile, thank you for saving Ralph. Behind Yul, everyone in the Beastkin tribe showed their gratitude. Elric looked at them and couldn't help but smile. The Fury tribe's Beastkin were finally rounded up in one sweep. They were tied together and escorted away. Elric sat silently on a deathworm's corpse. Just then, Camellia suddenly appeared, impressive to win a monster's favor in just a few days. Elric looked up at her. You've been watching from the start, why appear only now? Camellia replied nonchalantly, I thought you could handle it without my help. Elric jumped down from the deathworm's corpse, waved to her, and said, all right, good luck to you. The beast-shaped appendage on Elric's arm transformed into an entity and began devouring mana from the carcasses of the giant worms on the ground. He looked up at the surging mana being sucked in and thought in surprise, there's more mana here than I expected. Elric saw the frost seal on his arm increase to 4 stars instantly. After consuming a hefty amount of mana, the frost appendage let out a satisfied belch. Elric glanced at it. The death worms in front of Elric had disappeared without a trace. He had cleaned everything up with no leftovers, so there was no need for further purification. Elric planted the seed in the ground. With effort like that, it should grow without problems, right? After burying the seed, Elric picked up the stone to check. Since there was no notification saying the sowing had failed, it seemed the task was complete. Elric suddenly noticed something. Surprise appeared in his eyes. The seed he'd sown had sprouted unbelievably fast. It grew 2 verdant leaves and reached upward. Elric raised the stone excitedly and cheered, it's done. The appendage on his hand glowed once more. At the same time, the stone displayed the words, conditions met, the 3rd restriction has been lifted, ambition achieved. Elric stared in shock at the castle that had just appeared before him. Was this the Flower Temple? Light filtered into the Flower Temple. Elric wandered around it alone, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Who was she? Goddess Camellia. Moonlight revealed her clearly, a beautiful, graceful young woman. Elric immediately denied it inwardly. No, that presence was the Demon King. Surprise showed on Elric's face. Who would have thought that the goddess Camellia could be the Demon Queen? He could feel the tremendous magical power radiating from the Demon Queen before him. With such power, she must be very strong. The Demon Queen looked down at Elric from above, her eyes blazing red like fire. Elric thought of Camelia's pure, beautiful face and of the current Demon Queen. How could a goddess and a demon king coexist, and what was this magic? Suddenly, Elric heard someone call him, Elric. He was startled and snapped back to attention. Camelia hovered above and called down to the dazed Elric, Elric. She bent down and looked at him. Are you all right? You suddenly lost consciousness. Elric did not answer. He looked up at her, the seal of the winter wind. Elric frowned and asked suspiciously, was it from you? Camelia hesitated and asked back, why would you think that? Elric answered honestly, I saw you. Camelia grew curious. What did you see? Elric looked at the stone in his hand and replied, you were there alone, in an empty palace. Elric sketched the scene in detail. You looked listless, lonely, and sad. Elric looked at the appendage that had just absorbed the mana on his hand. Its magic output resembled the winter wind seal. Camelia stared into the distance. Now that is merely a long-forgotten history. Elric asked her curiously, is the chill across the black snowfield from you? Camelia admitted casually, yes. She raised her hand. A stream of pink energy appeared in her palm, but it no longer belongs to me. I am Camelia, goddess of flowers. Elric looked up at what was in her palm. Was this the thing arranged to erase your traces? Camelia closed her hand and the pink energy vanished instantly. Who knows? She smiled and drifted through the air. All I can do is offer you advice on planting the seed, she said. Then she looked up at the sky. Remember what Otto Hand told you. At that time, Otto had said seriously, you will learn how to swallow the Winter General. The Winter General is the past and the mistakes of the goddess Camelia. Elric picked up the stone and stood to grow the seed. I must dispel the chill from the goddess Camelia. Camelia turned to Elric. Always be wary of the Winter General. She will become the greatest obstacle on your path. In Anthropomorph, a town where houses cluster close together. Elric looked up at the seed that had become a large camellia tree. 91 days had passed since the arrangement began. Vibrant red buds appeared among the fresh green leaves. The flowers had begun to bloom. Just then Ralph suddenly ran up to Elric. Hey, the chieftain is looking for you. Elric's face went pale. For real, damn it. In a remote spot on the snowy plain, Elric was struck and collapsed to the ground. He sat up erect, sweating profusely, and said, come on, can't you go easy on me? Yul stood before him, laughing heartily. You were the one who asked to fight me as a reward for saving Ralph. I'm the chieftain. I can't break my word. Elric exhaled. I only wanted to try strength training. I didn't expect to get beaten up like this. Yul didn't understand his feelings. He chuckled. You're like a brother to me. You shouldn't give up so easily. Elric had no choice but to stand. He adopted a ready stance to brace for the attack. Having restored his posture in the first half helped him. Yul excitedly cracked his wrist. We'll start again with the fierce tiger charge. At that moment, Yul's ear twitched slightly. He frowned and turned his head. Looks like we have to postpone the match. Elric was surprised. What's going on? Without answering, Yul spun and dashed off, leaving Elric alone behind. At Anthropomorph's gate, a crowd appeared. They were wounded and despondent, trudging forward. Yul, Elric, and Camelia stood on the wall and looked down. Elric murmured to Camelia, are these refugees the work of the Winter General? Camelia confirmed, yes, the Winter General has begun to act. Elric peered at the endless line of people and muttered, I didn't remember the Winter General being this strong. Camelia replied, she was much weaker in your time, but the current Winter General is a true disaster. Noticing Yul's worried frown, Camelia added, Tiger King Yul can stabilize the chaos, but he can't defeat her. Yul suddenly turned, Ralph, gather the clan leaders to my tent. Ralph bowed and replied, understood. Yul abruptly sat down, bracing his hands on the stone floor. Elric, I want you to change into battle gear and come to my tent. With that, Yul took a running jump off the wall. As Yul left, someone called out, hey, Elric. He turned. Ralph, holding a water flask and not looking at him, said, take this. Elric was puzzled. What's this? Ralph shoved the flask at him. It's nothing. I have an extra. You can take it or toss it, whatever you want. Having said that, he quickly leapt off the wall and left. Camelia, sitting on Elric's shoulder, explained, this is a rare medicine only found in the Hoke Wolf clan in small quantities. She smiled radiantly like the morning sun. He probably only had a little of it. That child is quite endearing, isn't he? Elric smiled. I didn't expect to find myself inside the tent where Yul had gathered everyone for the meeting. Yul sat in the head chair with a serious expression. One of those present spoke anxiously. Our clan has suffered severe losses. The man beside him added sadly, our ancestors shed blood to build this place and now it's ruins. We've lost so many kin. Elric, standing outside the door, suddenly heard Yul call him. Elric, come here. Yul looked at him, frowned, and said seriously, I have something to ask you. Is it about the disaster that's spreading fear among the refugees? Elric stood opposite him and answered, yes, we must find the Winter General. Yul asked, can you lead the way with magic? All eyes anxiously turned to Elric. They waited nervously for his answer. Even Yul looked at him with hopeful eyes. Elric did not let their expectations down. He looked them squarely in the eye and said firmly, yes, I can. Joy was obvious on Yul's face. He banged the table, stood up, and shouted, good. Yul immediately ordered, all clan leaders, gather your elite warriors. Tomorrow we depart. At these words, everyone in the tent visibly cheered. They sprang to their feet enthusiastically and shouted, "Understood." A moment later they hurried outside. Elric watched their backs and thought, everything's falling into place. Find Tiger King Yul to plant the seed. Seeing Yul smiling before him, Elric inwardly thought that confronting the Winter General with him was surely part of Otto's plan. And so, Yul and Elric led the beast people out of the city. Elric clenched his fist. The real mission had begun. Snow-laden winds swept white flakes away. Yul led, Elric followed, and behind them the beast clan's elite warriors. Yul tilted his head up to look at the orb of light before him. No matter how often he saw it, magic remained mesmerizing. Elric smiled warmly and asked, "Do you want to learn magic? If it were you, you'd pick up basic spells easily." Yul shrugged and replied with a laugh, "Why would I need to learn when I have you?" Elric frowned and glared, displeased. "Is that a new way to make me a slave?" Yul bared his teeth in a sly grin. "If you don't like it, you can be the leader." Hearing that, Elric shook his head and thought to himself. He hadn't expected the strongest king in beast history to be crazy. He wondered if his subordinates knew. Yul chatted as they walked. "Our tribe has changed a lot since I met you. Sometimes I thought you were a lucky star fallen from the sky." Elric spread his hands and smiled. "Is that so? Thanks for saying that." Yul suddenly stopped and said unexpectedly, "So this is a gift for you." Elric was surprised. A gift. Yul stood behind him and continued, "The final part of the body enhancement secret." Elric froze, eyes wide with astonishment. Elric, as if he couldn't believe his ears, turned around. Yul said nonchalantly, "Did you think I didn't notice?" He curled his lip in a cold smile. "Did you approach me with an ulterior motive?" Startled and uneasy, Elric asked, "Since when did you know?" Yul slowly stepped closer. A human claiming to have learned the body enhancement secret from a reclusive beast is suspicious, but not impossible. Yul stood a single step from Elric, his large frame pressing down. "But you can't lie about magic or about why you've been roaming and provoking tribes hostile to me." Looking down at Elric from above, Yul asserted, "You came to meet me to complete this body enhancement secret, but if you knew, why did you still leave me be?" Elric frowned. "Normally you'd seek your own benefit." Yul fell silent suddenly. A moment later he beamed and clapped Elric on the shoulder. "After all, whether human or beast, everyone wants their own advantage, right? I didn't touch you because it benefited me. Watching you is entertaining." Elric flinched at the gesture. Camellia covered her mouth in surprise. "You've been in his palm from the start." Elric's face turned ashen as he adjusted his aching shoulder. He couldn't help asking, "But why would you teach me the final part of the secret?" Yul suddenly reached out and patted Elric's head. Elric's eyes widened in surprise. Yul spoke warmly and sincerely, "I want you to survive. You've struggled so much to get here, and it wouldn't be fair if you died protecting other people's families." Elric was stunned, his mouth opened, but no words came out. Staring at the steady figure of Yul before him, Elric could hardly believe it. The reason he wanted to teach him a beast secret was to ensure his survival. Elric suddenly lowered his head. Perhaps the Lord cares because he doesn't realize this is the past rewinding. He suddenly smiled. "Thank you, sir." Just then Camellia suddenly spoke up. "Sorry to break this touching moment, but now is not the time to be emotional." Startled, Elric turned his head. His pupils dilated as he stared ahead in shock. A vast, mysterious black shadow appeared before him, the same energy Camellia emitted. A massive malice that felt like it could swallow us at any moment. Elric and Yul stood stunned, staring forward. The black shadow's eyes glowed red and its whole body radiated a terrifying aura. Elric thought there was only one word to describe her: demon. Before Elric could think further, a tremendous surge of mana swept toward him and Yul. He hurriedly stepped back, his mind racing. "We must get out of here quickly." Suddenly standing face to face with the darkness, he stammered, "What is this?" Elric ground his teeth. Camellia and his scout team couldn't pinpoint their location. He looked at the murky darkness ahead. The Winter General's demonic aura had severed every stream of mana. Elric imagined everyone falling. "If we fall into the Winter General's trap, Tiger King Yul and the scouts will be annihilated. I must dispel the Winter General's darkness before that happens." With that thought, Elric clenched his teeth and glanced down at the artifact on his arm, the Winter Seal. It had fallen from Camellia just like the Winter General. He lowered his arm and thought to himself, "So maybe I can use it." Elric ruffled his hair in frustration, "But I need to know how to activate it first." He muttered, "Is there nothing else to use besides the Winter Seal?" At that moment, the device on his arm suddenly lit up. Elric's eyes opened wide in surprise as he stared at it. He recalled Otto's words that he would have to learn how to defeat the Winter General. At that time, he couldn't help asking, "Do I have to seal the Winter General in the great crime of wrath like last time?" Otto immediately replied, "Yes." Elric reached his hand forward, closed his eyes, and silently intoned the words, "Remove the Winter General." He murmured the absorption chant. The darkness before him suddenly transformed into black vapor and was swallowed by the device on his arm. The device on Elric's arm glowed. A vortex began to form on his arm as he absorbed the Winter General's cold and the seal of harsh frost. He also absorbed the demonic aura and Yul's seal. The demonic energy made Elric uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth and groaned, thinking that the demonic aura was leaking from the seal of harsh cold. Watching the device on his arm still glowing, Elric felt it clearly. He continued to think inwardly and linked with the seal of the winter wind. The device on his arm gradually changed. A faint new sigil appeared on it. Elric's eyes shone brightly. He grabbed his arm in pain and cried out. Familiar figures began to appear in his mind. Along with them came a burst of joyful laughter. Elric found himself standing in a room where people were rejoicing and laughing loudly. Elric looked at his body. Here he was. He saw the boy holding up a bouquet of camellias. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The camellias in the boy's hands were fiery red like flames. They were freshly opened buds from outside, brought because they resembled people. Camellia sat on the cold throne and asked indifferently, "How does it resemble her?" Elric was surprised. This was before the goddess Camellia became the demon empress. Someone standing behind the boy turned to the person beside him and laughed. "These flowers are beautiful. How could they not resemble the queen? Don't you think so?" One person in the group laughed aloud. "How could these flowers compare to our queen?" Another teased with a grin. "Do you think the queen would like that?" The other replied brightly, "Of course she would. If anyone disagrees, step up." Camellia sat on the high throne with a sorrowful expression. The voices in the chamber kept buzzing. "Queen, why are you silent, Your Majesty?" Camellia suddenly exhaled. She looked at the fiery bouquet and the sincere smiles before her. The figures of those people gradually faded away. Only Elric remained in the room, standing opposite Camellia. Elric looked at her with an impassive face. He thought he had begun to understand something of her feelings. Camellia, Elric watched her blankly. He thought he had grasped some of her emotions. Camellia suddenly spoke. "I am truly bored." Elric seemed to read her thoughts. The loneliness that creeps in when loved ones are gone is a feeling he knew well. Camellia abruptly stood up. Elric observed her every move. She could once become animated by those who followed her in the past. But now, whether she opened her eyes or closed them, there was an empty void. She had to carry out all palace duties hollowly. Elric glanced at Camellia as she brushed past him and thought, "She is the queen." Camellia went to open the window, and light immediately streamed in. Vassals and commoners, the queen's loneliness. Elric watched her solitary back as she stepped out onto the balcony. Below lay a vast palace and a territory where not a single tree could grow. On this barren land, there was only unending white snow. Snow blanketed the ground and the scattered houses below. Camellia muttered at the sight, "Maybe I should just sleep through it." Just then Elric suddenly noticed something. She sank down and looked at something green. Ha! At last a smile appeared on Camelia's lips. Perhaps the coming time would be less dull. The queen's icy face smiled for the first time. Elric stared at her in surprise. Through the centuries, her world had always been monochrome. But a new color had appeared. It was the color of a leaf, a resilient green sprouting from a crack in the stone. Camellia sat alone, confiding in the sprout. "One thing you need to know is..." She slowly tended that sprout, then gently said, "I'm not the sort of person who cares about trivial things. You must remember how lucky you are." She raised her hand and looked at the sprout with a radiant expression. "You may have chosen to stay here." She wrapped the sprout with a spell of ice and said, "But whether you can leave or not is not yours to decide." Elric quietly stood watching Camellia fall asleep beside a corner of the wall. She hazily opened her eyes and suddenly widened them in astonishment. She was surprised to see the sprout she had planted now bloomed into brilliant red flowers full of light. The flowers had bloomed. She stepped closer and gently placed her hand on the petals. Camelia's eyes suddenly darkened and her tone grew heavy and sorrowful. "This can't be." She suddenly dashed past Elric. She clutched the flower pot and ran off quickly. Then she stopped in a large room surrounded by many glass panes. She sat down gently and carefully planted each blossom into the soil in that room. Camellia lightly touched the petals with tender affection. She was absorbed in admiring the flowers and exclaimed in praise, "How beautiful." Elric remained standing behind her, staring without taking his eyes off her. Though the outer world was cold and snow-covered, nameless flowers bloomed in many places, and this place had become a garden. When her garden was filled with blossoms and fruit, Camellia often visited and held the petals in her palm with reverence. Elric was greatly surprised to see the gentle, affectionate look she gave the flowers, the queen who commanded ice and snow living with flowers. But the more vigorous the flowers became, the more pained and exhausted Camelia's face grew. For one who lives protected by winter, the warmth of spring is a poison. Camellia gasped through waves of stabbing pain in her chest. Yet the queen's botanical garden, tended by her own hands, continued to blossom even after she was gone. Then the faces of others were full of joy as they held the flowers Camellia had cultivated and remembered her. "O queen, so many flowers have bloomed, look at them." For this is where the deepest memories of the queen reside. The life of the winter queen, who loved this world so much, had come to an end. At the moment Camellia fell, her tears fell onto the soil that gave life to so many flowers in the garden. The sprouts immediately bore fruit and bloomed in a riot of color. yet her dream had brought forth new life. Lavender or lilac. Peony and daffodils were born from the flowers and gathered around Camelia's body, chattering in admiration. Who is she? Is she sleeping? She's so pretty. Elric watched from afar and thought to himself that the gods of flowers were the same then as now. The peaceful, leisurely life here stirred a twinge in him, but what happened afterward? How did this place, once so peaceful? Suddenly the sky turned gray, and an evil aura spread everywhere. Seeing this, Elric deduced it was that malevolent energy that caused the flowers to wither and perish. Peony's expression was filled with pain and despair at that moment. The demonic god immediately appeared, emitting dense miasma everywhere. Though Elric was disoriented, he instantly recognized that presence, the demonic god. He recalled his dream and confirmed that, despite a different form, it was certainly the demonic god he had seen in the dream. The demonic god did not hesitate and raised its hand to unleash the miasma outward. That miasma entered the collapsed body of Camellia. Seeing Camellia stagger to her feet, the demonic god sneered, "Winter should stay winter and keep to itself." Camelia's eyes turned red. The 2 lines of tears on her cheeks turned jet black. Seeing Camellia transformed into a demon, the demonic god called her by an entirely new name, the Demon Queen. A thick stream of demonic aura enveloped everything. It was also the moment when the Ice General had to be bound. The demonic god, pleased, declared that spring would never reach this place again. The Ice General howled violently while emitting terrible magical force. Elric was stunned by the immense power of her. That was the Ice General. But even if this was indeed the Ice General's maleficent energy as he sensed, he also perceived the warmth and chill, joy and sorrow of the Demon Queen. However, those things had destroyed the garden and brought brutal winds to anyone living here. Right now, the magical power within him was surging intensely. The 4th winter warding had been released. Elric held the crystal shard in his hand. He thought he knew how to use the winter seal now. The patterns on his arm began to glow. He immediately raised his hand straight to the sky and used the ore regulation. Concentric circles of light quickly enveloped his entire body. Those rings of light shot upward toward the sky. Instantly, the sky was dyed a mystical blue-purple with countless stars glittering like the Milky Way. Camellia suddenly returned and hesitantly said, "You succeeded." Her face was tinged with sadness as she looked up at the sky and said, "Whatever you have seen." Elric replied without hesitation, "The botanical garden." Elric candidly shared his wish. "I will do everything to restore it to how it was." He recounted to her what he had witnessed so that the beautiful flowers might bloom again in the botanical garden. It remained her dying wish, the scene she wanted to protect even after being reborn as the deity Camellia. Camelia's face showed some hesitation as she replied, but Elric continued, moving Camellia deeply. "If I can perfect winter, I can also take back the spring stolen by the demonic god," she gently suggested. "May I ask you for this favor?" Elric smiled brightly and answered, "Don't be formal with me, friends don't need that." Then he rushed off quickly. She watched his departing steps in a daze, feeling confused. "Friends, how mean you are. After all the effort I put into drawing the boundary between us, you just climb over it like that." In the valley blanketed in white snow, Yul shouted angrily in a vexed tone. Damn it, he was helpless against those massive, tough monsters. He watched the warriors grow increasingly exhausted and worried that they were taking more and more damage. Facing such a tough monster, Yul could only rely on Elric to know how to deal with it. Ralph and the other warriors looked utterly alarmed and fearful. What is that? Thousands of monsters advanced, terrifying everyone. Is this the creature the migrants mentioned? Too many to count. Meanwhile, Yul laughed with delight and excitement. Are you all scared just because of that pile? I'll train each of you when we get back. Ralph, bewildered, replied, What are you saying? Yul, brimming with enthusiasm, said, I mean, it's great to have so much prey. He watched the monsters intently, then grinned and said, Fine, only those who are injured will need special training with me. Then Yul immediately commanded the warriors to charge at the monsters. It's hunting time, kill them all. Powerful consecutive slashes were unleashed, decapitating the monster. Yul and the other warriors marveled in astonishment at that overwhelming strength. What just happened? Yul looked at Elric with admiration and pride. Yul's voice was overjoyed when he saw Elric arrive in time to slay the monsters. There you are, my brother. Elric walked slowly step by step toward Yul. He approached and smiled happily, saying, Sorry, I'm late. Yul, somewhat surprised but excited, replied, So you didn't run away after all. Elric's face was resolute and dependable as he said, Have you ever seen me run from anything? Yul fell silent, then smiled with full trust. Yul looked at the monsters and quickly explained the situation to Elric. But that thing is too hard. I don't even know what it's made of. My attacks are completely useless. Elric narrowed his eyes at the monsters and began to reason. We probably can only wound it if we hit it in a very specific way. He focused on observing its body and analyzed that energy was concentrated around the lower part of its left leg. Damn, my earlier strike to the head was pointless. Yul then described the strategy he'd planned. I was going to use the body reinforcement technique to destroy it. Saying that, he immediately used the body reinforcement technique and added you can copy it or whatever if you like. Yul stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum and dashed toward the monster. Elric mimicked Yul's stance and grinned, saying surely you'll personally teach me the steps to learn that skill, don't hold back. He also took a run up and launched straight toward the monsters, so the two of them charged directly at the monsters together. It was late, so the surroundings were bleak and desolate. As he ran, Yul further explained to Elric, people might think body reinforcement is a fighting style focused only on senses and instinct, but only fools would say that. He immediately unleashed a series of kicks at the monster's body and said nonchalantly, you must stand in the correct stance and time your strike precisely to deliver the right blow. To achieve greater effectiveness and destructive power, he rushed at the next monster and continued explaining that even identical moves vary depending on how you combine them. He stamped his foot hard on the ground to take a perfect run-up. Yul concentrated all his strength into his palm with an extremely excited expression. Power will always differ. He used body reinforcement in tandem with the fierce tiger charge and struck the monster's leg. The spot hit on the monster gradually cracked into fragments. Yul turned to Elric and gently encouraged him. The principle sounds simple, but mastering it is difficult, so for now just watch. But Elric immediately focused all his strength into his palm, just as Yul had demonstrated. He then used the body reinforcement technique to punch hard into the monster's body. The monster's leg cracked and formed a huge hole in the blink of an eye. Yul's face was filled with astonishment at Elric's skill. Not only did he copy it after watching once, he even combined it with his own technique. He smirked in admiration. You're truly a beast. Yul didn't back down and immediately rushed in, pounding the monster repeatedly. Elric concentrated his mana and thought to himself, as the discrete steps of body reinforcement connect because I followed him, the three seals also begin to combine. Suddenly, a massive source of mana burst from the monster's abdomen. Elric's face turned alarmed and surprised as he said that energy is leaving its body. Which means, he said with a delighted laugh and excited tone, now we can attack any part of its body. Yul's eyes lit up with excitement. Good, now I'll teach you the final 3 steps. He sat into a crouch like a fierce tiger and began to explain. These 3 steps are the core moves to create your own body reinforcement technique. He stomped hard on the ground and said if the head of the technique is like the way a wild beast walks, then he funneled most of his mana into his palm. The latter part will be the claws of the beast. Yul glared at the monster with dangerous intensity. That step is. No sooner had he finished speaking than he charged straight at the monster and shouted, the fang of the king of beasts. Both Yul and Elric lunged forward at the same time. Yul cautioned thoroughly, bite deep and drive it in. The two of them immediately used core impact thrusts to pierce deep into the monster, causing its body to shatter instantly. Yul proudly said once a beast's fangs sink into something, it will never let go. Although the monster was defeated, the two remained in position with eyes blazing determination. As the monster's limbs disintegrated, Yul continued, make sure the opponent can never rise again. Then he angrily lunged forward to claw apart and tear the monster's body, ripping it open and devouring it. Elric immediately followed Yul's lead and decisively crushed the monster. Yul instructed carefully before delivering the finishing blow. If the foe is not completely stopped, you won't have a chance to win, so become a calamity that befalls your opponent. He sprang up to gain momentum and said, so you won't have to worry about anyone being able to hurt you. His gaze hardened as he poured all his strength into the decisive punch, to show them the overwhelming gap in power. A fierce mana surge coiled in Elric's palm. In that instant, Yul and Elric were the kings ruling the battlefield. Thanks to Yul opening Elric's eyes, his 6th sense awakened. A vast stream of mana reflected in his eyes. It was a world created by the fusion of Elric's mind and his 6th sense. After dealing with the monster, Yul approached and asked Elric how he felt. Elric looked up at the sky and laughed heartily. Very interesting. Yul pointed at Elric teasingly. I can't believe you're standing here grinning in a place where you could easily die. You're really not normal at all, Elric replied with a faint smile, but you're smiling too. Yul's eyes narrowed slightly as a mischievous smile formed. Haven't I told you? I've been abnormal since the day I was born. His eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. He stared in surprise at the magic circle and the abundant mana pouring from around his body and said in amazement, you've grown stronger again, huh? Elric himself was also stunned and astonished by his own power. The 7th circle, I was able to break through the wall that trapped me thanks to Tiger King Yul. He glanced at Yul's gentle, sincere expression. Elric wondered inwardly at his composed, calm demeanor. Why is he being so friendly to me? We're not even related by blood. He has no reason to teach me these things. He stepped forward to face him and asked bluntly, why are you helping me? Yul explained in a very serious tone. Once I acknowledge someone as a brother, I choose to trust them completely. He gently ruffled Elric's hair and continued, even if that person hides things from me, brothers have no reason not to help each other. Elric was dumbfounded. Brothers? He thought to himself with suspicion and doubt. Aside from my sister, I trust no one, because I know people can change their hearts at any time. He watched Yul's demeanor intently and wondered whether, if he wanted to lead a group, he would need to be as open as Yul. Suddenly a cold wave of mana swept by. The monster was slowly regenerating using its own mana. Seeing this, Yul excitedly said, "That's truly a troublesome opponent, just the kind worthy of facing me." Elric slapped his palms together forcefully, ready for action. He stepped toward the monster and smirked, "Let's fight another round." That night at the cathedral, Herman, Blay, Arden, and Julian sat together, discussing in an extremely tense atmosphere. Isabel stood by the window, anxiously watching with a worried face. Herman turned to reassure her, "Just worrying won't change anything. Why don't you calm down a little?" Isabel's eyes filled with unease as she replied heavily, "It's already the 4th day." Blay's complexion was equally strained. "It's been that long since my son-in-law went in there." Arden gloomily waved his hand and said, "But there's nothing we can do." Hazer bowed his head slightly and said politely, "We're busy handling family matters. Thank you for coming, but I hope you won't intervene in this issue." Blay understood and said, "It seems they don't want us to meddle in their family affairs." He stepped closer and tried to comfort Isabel. "Besides, that old madman, the White Knight, and the King of Beasts are with him, so you don't need to worry." Isabel hesitated and replied, "But..." The ground suddenly trembled violently. Arden startled and shouted, "What's that?" Isabel, alarmed, looked out the window. She immediately flung the window open. The sight outside left her frozen. She screamed as she witnessed the outside engulfed in a sea of fire. No. Tem stood smugly watching the cathedral consumed by smoke and flames, while Deer approached to report to Tem, the leader. He immediately reported the situation. "The Blood King's entire breath has been used." Tem then manifested the Blood King's breath in his hand and said, "All right, the final one." He gleefully watched the mana in his hand flare more violently. "Now then." He hurled the Blood King's breath toward the cathedral and declared loudly, "Let the operation begin." Herman rushed to fling open the doors and shouted, "Who dares attack the cathedral?" The monsters saw this and roared excitedly. That human killed them. They immediately charged straight at Herman, Isabel, and Blay. One of the monsters suddenly looked up and abruptly noticed something. Agility rode a white tiger from above and crashed down, crushing the monsters. Agility flew into a rage, glaring and shouting angrily, "You bastards, how dare you come here?" Isabel's eyes filled with suspicion at the enemy's move. Strange, they should know our strength, so why are they attacking heedlessly? She watched Agility and the white tiger easily toss them aside and thought to herself that they weren't even bothering to attack secretly, but were striking head-on. She suddenly widened her eyes in panic and alarm. Could it be? Blay laughed with glee, eager to join the fight. "Fine, let's finish them off quickly before there are more casualties." Isabel immediately stopped them and said, "It's dangerous." Blay cheerfully replied, "You're so kind, you're worried about us. It doesn't matter how strong they are." Isabel hurriedly cut him off and said no. She urgently explained the situation to Blay and Arden. Elric is in danger. She outlined the enemy's plan. "They're only distracting us by attacking here. Their real target is Elric." While the monsters were holding Herman's group back, Tem and Deer quickly moved to the cathedral's main door. Tem didn't hesitate and smashed the door to pieces. Deer sighed and complained, "What a nuisance." The 4 Lav Arden members immediately appeared and brusquely chased them off. "Intruders, get out of here. This is the Lord's sanctuary. Those without faith may not enter." Tem placed a hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and replied politely, "Forgive me for disturbing the deity's rest. I will accept punishment for my transgression later." He concentrated, sensing the enormous mana emanating from inside the chamber. He pointed at the door and said, "The enemy is behind that door." Daffer quickly raised a hand to stop Tem from entering. "Don't come closer." Tem flew into a rage and warned threateningly, "If you continue to block the way." His eyes flashed a terrifying red as he used his overwhelming mana to issue a warning. "We will have to use force." Daffer's eyes suddenly darkened. She gritted her teeth in fear and worriedly thought, "We cannot." She recalled Camelia's earlier warning. If the dream realm is destroyed, Otto Han Melvinger's descendants will be trapped there forever. We must not let anyone interfere. Daffer suddenly opened her eyes wide with determination and strength. "We must stop them at all costs." She clenched her teeth and reached out to deploy her mana. Tem slowly drew his sword and effortlessly cut through every attack Daffer launched. Daffer and Funks' faces turned utterly shocked and horrified. Tem's eyes radiated killing intent and a fury about to explode. "It's useless." With that, he seized his sword and lunged straight at Daffer in the blink of an eye. Daffer shut her eyes, raised a hand to cover her face, and braced to take the blow. But then she opened her eyes because she didn't feel any pain. Herman had appeared in time and intercepted Tem's attack. Tem narrowed his eyes at Herman and said, "So it's you." His tone suddenly became ecstatic. "We've caught the leader of the Monster Legion, Lamb Master." Herman remained silent, showing no interest in such nonsense. He glanced back at Deer and the door behind him. Herman leveled his sword at Tem with a terrifying, blazing look. "No one passes here." Elric and Yul were troubled by the monster's stubbornness. Elric panted and said, "Even after being destroyed like that, it still keeps regenerating." Yul watched the monster intently and said, "You can probably feel it too." He observed the fierce mana enveloping the creature and confirmed it was growing stronger. Yul's face turned serious as he asked Elric, "We're out of options, right?" Elric replied helplessly, I guess so. Yul carefully calculated and analyzed the monster's situation. No matter how many times we kill it, it just keeps reviving. We're taking too many losses. He looked at the monsters arrayed before them and said, although we've completed the task of locating the Eastern General, this bastard refuses to let us leave. Before Yul could finish, Elric cut in. Hey, no way. Yul turned to him in confusion. I hadn't even finished speaking. Elric's tone became firm and solemn. You don't have to finish the sentence. He frowned in irritation and said, are you telling me to lead the scout team away while you stall for time? Yul explained his plan. Right now you're the only one who can do that. Elric quickly refused with a determined face. I'll stay, so take them and go. Yul only glanced silently, saying nothing. Still, tension and turmoil showed on Elric's face. I can start over, but I can't let the Tiger King fail this round. Yul turned annoyed and said, you're ordering me. The leader abandons you. Elric awkwardly began to explain, but Yul stared at Elric with an unshakably serious gaze. At a time like this you'd have me do that. Hearing this, Elric fell silent in resignation. Yul slapped his hands together and laughed triumphantly. If you dare refuse, you'll be charged with insubordination and dropped here. What will you do now? Elric immediately complied with Yul's order. I'll do it, I'll go. He quickly turned and didn't forget to promise, but I'll be back soon. Yul cheerfully teased, don't die. Then Elric hurriedly led the scout team away. The scouts returned to Anthromore. I'll bring them back safe in return. Hang on until then. Yul watched Elric and the scout team depart. He calmly looked back at the massive monster standing before him. He wasted no time and used his body strength technique to dash toward the monsters. Where do you think you're going? Yul threw off his cloak and suddenly transformed into a powerful beast to block the monster's footsteps. Don't you dare touch the children. Meanwhile, Elric had quickly led the scout team away as Yul ordered because they seemed to be exhausted. The scout team members, though covered in wounds, said joyfully, we're safe, we've been rescued. Ralph, burning with determination, eagerly offered to help. Elric, you're going back to the leader, right? I'll come with you. I don't know how much use I'll be, but let us fight alongside you too. Seeing Elric stand motionless and not answering, Ralph called Elric. Though he kept calling, Elric remained frozen and didn't move. Elric was stunned by the camellia tree, blooming luxuriantly before him. Oh no, the camellia is blooming. He calmly used mana to produce a shard of stone. Information appeared on the shard. All restrictions have been lifted. Order complete. Elric watched the ice barrier surrounding the camellia tree gradually shatter. The order was ending. He hurried off at once. No, not yet. His face grew extremely anxious and unsettled. Not yet. I still haven't said goodbye. The camellias continued blooming also meant all bans had been lifted, and the arrangement was complete. Seeing that, Elric darted off immediately, not wasting a single moment. Camellia quickly chased after him and asked curiously, everything's set, why are you in such a hurry? Elric's eyes tightened with regret. I still haven't said goodbye. His answer made Camellia even more puzzled. The Tiger King? Why do you need to do that? This is just a virtual world. Elric remembered the faces of those who had betrayed his family, those who heartlessly turned their backs on his family, who drove his sister away even as she begged desperately. The sly old foxes who smiled while seizing the little property they had left. Back then he had wailed and pleaded, don't go please, uncle. Among those who left were many he considered friends or family, those he trusted and relied on. After enduring all that humiliation, he shut his heart and became cold, because if he wasn't cautious, many people would target him, yet he met others who helped him open up, gradually melting that frozen heart. And there were those who trusted him completely and regarded him as a brother. He said with heartfelt respect, even if this is only a virtual world that I'll forget. He dashed off in a flash, then softly said, I will still say my goodbyes. Camellia suddenly paused, looking thoughtful and moved. She smiled gently as she watched Elric and thought with concern, Melvinger, I can't find anything to hate about them. In an instant, Elric reached the place where he and Yul had fought the monsters together earlier. The scene was desolate and ruined. The barrier in the sky was also steadily collapsing. Elric suddenly stopped, a trace of sadness in his eyes. Yul sat calmly on the ground. Although his body was slowly freezing, he still smiled and said, you're back. He studied Yul's condition intently and hesitated before asking, how's the ice general? Though he wanted to ask after Yul, he could only keep to himself the wish to know if he was hurt. But he felt he should ask about what Yul wanted to say and make him proud. Yul turned to look with his face and body white with wounds. Of course I won. Elric's face was cold and impassive as he looked at him. Of course, though I wonder how confident he really is. Yul frowned skeptically and asked, hey, do you actually think I lost? People may find him annoying, yet want to be like him. Elric stepped closer and laughed aloud. Of course not. Yul quietly closed his eyes and calmly said, failure is not in my vocabulary. Even if I don't look very cool now, I traded her away, so consider it a win. Elric felt regret as he looked at the monsters' bodies scattered on the ground, so he couldn't witness Yul's battle with the Ice General. Yul suddenly asked bluntly, you're here to say goodbye to me, aren't you? He spoke slowly at Elric's stunned expression. What's this? Are you surprised I hit the mark? Elric's face was filled with bewilderment. How did you know? Yul smiled faintly, looked up at the sky, and explained, at first I didn't know either, then I just noticed. Actually, I'm very curious. I wanted to know why you wanted to learn body-strengthening techniques. He pointed to the barrier layer that was breaking apart and continued, I figured you'd say it sooner or later. He had understood everything through his keen eye. After passing through that shimmering wall, I realized things I hadn't seen before, including who you truly are. Elric looked at Yul in amazement and admiration. There must be a reason he still shines despite having just endured a brutal battle. Elric stood silent, inwardly astonished and reverent of Yul's extraordinary power. Tiger King Yul had surpassed his limits and become one of the 5 superiors. He had reached a superhuman realm and realized this world was fate. Then Elric began to call him chief, but Yul immediately waved him off. Stop. He gently voiced his thoughts. I'm no longer curious about what will happen later or who you are. I am simply myself. Everything else doesn't matter. Though the barrier was falling apart, he maintained a proud and composed demeanor. We just need to focus on the present, right? Elric did not hesitate and quickly replied, you're right. Yul asked with all sincerity, very well, before I say farewell, let me ask you this. What is your real name? Elric hesitated slightly, then answered reluctantly. Elric, he introduced himself solemnly, I am Elric Melvinger. Yul was extremely surprised to learn Elric Melvinger's identity. He suddenly grinned broadly and said, I see, so that's how it is. He slowly rose to his feet and said, my brother Elric Melvinger, you kept your promise to survive and return to save my clan once more. As a reward, I'll show you something interesting. Yul's tone grew warm and earnest. It's also my farewell gift to you, my brother. Then he immediately took a stance and concentrated all the mana around his body. This is what I learned. I used it to drive off the Ice General. He slowly demonstrated each step and movement to Elric, so he could watch and memorize them carefully. He would miss no detail. Elric focused on each technique Yul patiently taught him and silently thought about the final gift Yul was giving him. As night deepened, the sky filled with twinkling, dreamy stars. Yul panted between breaths after finishing his instruction to Elric. Fragments of the barrier were slowly drifting down. Yul looked at Elric's sorrowful face and said, if fate allows, he smiled radiantly as if with no regrets. I hope we meet again. Then the barrier quickly shattered, and with it this false world came to a close. Elric slowly opened his eyes as he returned to reality. Camellia curiously asked when she saw him gloomy, looking up at the sky, you don't seem so happy. Otto's tone was very serious as he said, you've gained more than we expected. You should be proud. Elric hurriedly sat up and proposed, can't I try the arrangement again? If you give me the chance, I'll definitely find a way to defeat the Ice General. No sooner had he finished than Otto bluntly said, you can't do it. Doubt and suspicion flashed in his eyes. Even Tiger King Yul later had to sacrifice to drive her off. How could you succeed in 100 days? He continued to explain the difficulty of defeating the Ice General. The Maliflower Temple was created because no one could stop her. Otto's words were like a threat that frightened Elric. The curse of the demon god is that terrifying. He suddenly lowered his voice and gently said, the reason I abandoned the arrangement and received Ustin's help was also for your good. Elric looked at him blankly and wondered, you were involved in the arrangement to help me. Otto then laid out his plan clearly. Our purpose was to teach you how to defeat the Ice General through the arrangement. In return, fight against her. He sternly reminded Elric that, in any case, you must deal with the problems you couldn't handle in reality. Elric looked at him intently with eyes full of resolve and determination. In no time it was night. Elric sat in quiet concentration with Camellia sleeping beside him. Suddenly streams of dark chi silently rushed toward him. As the dark chi drew near, a voice called out, so you were hiding here. Deer suddenly appeared before Elric and said, Melvinger. He silently drew a knife and angrily said, I didn't expect a lowly human like you to dare block the Blood Wolf King. He didn't hesitate and immediately lunged at Elric. Your crime deserves death. Even so, Elric's expression remained unchanged and impassive. He suddenly widened his eyes at Deer as if he had long been aware of his presence. The fierce clash between Herman and Tem kicked up clouds of dust and deafening noise. Herman carefully considered how to deal with Tem. In the past, a single move could have taken his head, but now it's difficult because his body is recovering. He weighed a risky technique. Is using it my only option? The manual gave me a magical reflux disease even though it also granted new visions and strength. His eyes shone with determination and veins stood out on his face. Though it could be dangerous, he would do it to protect Elric. Tem's sinister smile made Herman inwardly wonder why he was grinning. He frantically turned his head to look at the door behind him. Impossible. At that moment, Deer rushed straight at Elric with a face full of hatred. You must be executed for your crimes. Although he pointed the knife directly at Elric, Elric remained extremely calm and patient. When the opportunity came, he immediately opened his eyes wide. His body suddenly emitted waves of mana that halted Deer's sudden attack. The man's whole body instantly froze solid. What they? Elric tapped the frozen tip of his nose and sneered. What do you mean by what? He clenched his fist and grinned triumphantly. You're finished. Behind him, a demon suddenly appeared, mouth wide, ready to devour its prey. You devour. Deer's body trembled with fear. His eyes bulged as if they would explode. No. After dealing with Deer, Elric looked at the pattern on his hand and smiled. Yu's seal has grown stronger after the pact. Mephisto grimaced in annoyance and said, Winter winds, huh? After ice you can also use cold winds, you can make snow and clouds to create winter. Elric looked at him innocently and joked, "It's strange. I actually feel happy seeing that ugly face of yours." Mephisto erupted in rage. "What did you say?" Camellia joined in teasing him with Elric. "It's probably because that ugly demon king's face looks ridiculous. You have to accept it." Mephisto trembled with anger. "You?" Elric gave a helpless chuckle as he watched Camellia and Mephisto bicker loudly. He was suddenly surprised to see a beam of light emanate from his coat pocket. He pulled out the ice crystal and wondered to himself why the crystal had taken the shape of a snowflake. Elric's face went pale with shock as the ground suddenly shook violently. What could it be? The cathedral doors had opened without anyone noticing. Elric hurried toward the doors with a worried expression. Damn it. Herman's exhausted figure sitting amid the rubble struck him. Despite being wounded all over, he still cared for Elric and said, "Glad you're okay." Elric rushed over and called Master Lamb. He immediately helped him to his feet and anxiously asked if he was all right. Herman limped as he walked and gently replied, "I'm just exhausted from using too much power." Elric stared at his smiling face in bewilderment, though he looked refreshed. Herman glanced at him and kindly said, "Although my body isn't as strong as before, do you know what good thing happened to me after meeting you because of the reflux condition?" "What good thing happened to me?" Elric asked curiously. "What is it?" Herman pointed ahead and said with delight, "I've taken another step closer." He looked with pleasure at Tem and the monsters lying defeated on the ground and said, "One step closer to the place I've always waited for." Elric slowly supported Herman and warned, "I'll transfer some mana to you, so stay still." Herman reminded him, if it conflicts with other energies it could cause internal injury. Still, Elric quickly transferred his abundant mana to him. Herman was astonished by Elric's fierce mana. What has happened in the past 4 days? Unbelievable that he has such a vast and stable mana reserve. He has surpassed another limit of power. Afterward, Elric asked with concern if Herman felt better. Herman smiled faintly, thanked him. However, smoke and flames outside the cathedral continued to rage, and the fierce battle still raged on. Elric gently set Herman down and hurriedly dashed outside. Outside it was noisy as ever. "Excuse me." By the time he arrived, everything seemed engulfed in a sea of fire. The monsters were still racing about, spitting fire everywhere. Seeing that, Elric flew into a rage. "Those bastards." He immediately pointed to the sky and unleashed a massive surge of mana. He unleashed a blast of ice magic toward the monsters. The monsters froze solid in an instant. The other monsters panicked and whispered, "What the? It's Melvinger, retreat, retreat quickly." Elric's eyes blazed with determination and rage. He watched the monsters scream and flee, then recalled what someone had said before. "Entering this battlefield may be your choice, but you don't get to decide when to leave." He unleashed a massive surge of magic at the monsters, making them panic and shout, "Damn it, what now? Don't just stand there, destroy it." The monsters watched the powerful mana converge around him and could only cry out in despair, "Blood Wolf King." Elric did not hesitate and assumed an attack stance. The monsters took the full force of the spell he cast. Julian, Arden, and Blay looked at him in astonishment. Elric's attack covered everything in snow. Everyone smiled excitedly, so beautiful. Peony, Fonks, and Aurelia watched without blinking, unable to hide their excitement. "It's snow, so white, the snowflakes." Dapper's face lit up as he pointed at the snow and said, "Really, huh?" She stood before a frozen tree and marveled, "They're so beautiful. I didn't expect the sight to be this gorgeous." Elric quietly watched from above as the group of 4 near Dapper admired the frozen tree. He smiled softly, relieved and warm. By the time the battle ended, it was already morning. Elric quickly explained his plan to everyone. "I intend to use the ice crystal to absorb the cold energy, awaken the winter flowers, and infuse them with the divine power of the flower gods." Camellia crossed her arms and laughed, "Like the way you awaken me." Elric elaborated on his plan. "If we gather the flowers' power and plant winter flowers, we might even trap the ice general there and call forth spring." He recalled what Mephisto had said and decided this. "To end this winter, as Mephisto said, we'll need many elements besides cryomancy and winter winds." He immediately manifested the ice crystal in his hand. Energy from the ice crystal slowly spread over the seeds. Seeing this, Elric thought to himself that there were camellia flowers here and elements to awaken the queen sleeping in the flower forest. If he placed everything, the queen had dispersed when she rested on the black snowfield. Then winter would end and the forgotten spring would return to the place where the winter flowers had withered. Herman, Blay, Arden, and Isabel could sit together and talk in the fresh, peaceful air with the warm breeze of spring. Isabel suddenly startled as she noticed something. She smiled as she felt the surrounding atmosphere and the scent of spring flowers beginning to appear. Spring vegetation, full of life, replaced the biting cold of winter. Then everyone gathered outside the cathedral. Elric reiterated his plan to Sean. Sean asked how. "I've already said we have to kill the ice general." Hearing this, Sean explained, "I don't mean we should kill her. He said firmly that we shouldn't act rashly without any information. Elric reassured him, don't worry about that, I know where she is. Sean, surprised, asked where. Elric beamed and replied, the Nox tribe. Sean's mind grew confused and he helplessly said, you're doing this again, so nobody's coming with me. Elric looked at the expressions of Herman, Julian, and Isabel and said, I think the others share my opinion. Agility, Hazer, and Valence smiled with no objection. Sean sighed and acquiesced to the majority. Damn it, it's because things turned out this way that I'm helping. Elric teased, I know you like it, so stop looking annoyed. Seeing that everyone was ready, Elric led the way with a spirited look and said, it seems everyone agrees, let's go, time to make some mischief. The Blood Wolf King angrily slammed his fist on the armrest, limbs trembling with fury. What fools to lose like this. Azazel spoke up, it seems the plan to burn the temple failed. The Blood Wolf King justified his failure. A place like the Flower Temple, whether it exists or not, is insignificant. A pile of ruins is unremarkable. But there is one thing that worries me. Azazel's face was calm as he spoke frankly. You actually can't deal with Melvinger, can you? The Blood Wolf King's face twisted in displeasure. Azazel spread his hands and shook his head sympathetically. I'm no different from you, it's that troublesome name we've known for a long time. The Blood Wolf King ground his teeth in anger and immediately outlined a plan. Simply raise another army and wipe them out. First, complete the assembly. To do that we need more generals and to unify our forces on the snow plain. As he spoke, he suddenly widened his eyes as if realizing something terrible. He exploded up and screamed, how dare he? His gaze was full of indignation, anger plain on his face. My tail is disappearing, damn you, Melvinger. Azazel chuckled with relish and suggested, it seems you could use a hand from us. In the wrathful city Dolfgem, a gigantic vortex was overpowering and destroying everything. The vortex, accompanied by lightning, grew stronger and devoured all. The monsters screamed in terror. The leaden city is collapsing. Where did the eastern generals go? Elric, Mephisto, and Camellia hovered above, watching below. Elric grinned smugly, that place is falling apart. Mephisto warned, you're causing a mess. Elric's tone turned serious. If they intend to turn the temple into a sea of fire, they should be prepared for this. Camellia covered her mouth, laughing with delight as if a great weight had been lifted. Elric suddenly produced a blue orb and held it tightly. Images of Blay, Arden, and Julian appeared inside the orb, laughing triumphantly, voices ringing out. The more we do this, the more fun it gets. Son-in-law, anything else, tell us and we'll do whatever. Mephisto folded his arms and judged, truly a bunch of perverts. Elric glanced at him and said, you're no less perverted. He watched the situation below and said brightly, but thanks to them things are going smoothly. He looked at his teammates below who were furiously destroying the barrier stones and said, as we break the barrier stones below, Hazer and Sean are also putting in great effort. Elric continued, the damned Nox who no longer have the blessing will now. Facing the expanding vortex that levels everything, the monsters cried out in terror, Your Majesty Blood Wolf King, please save us. Elric stated flatly that they are completely powerless against the Winter General. Camellia fretted, troubled. The wrathful nation was formed by uniting most cities on the Black Snow Plain. Destroying so many cities is difficult. Elric smiled triumphantly as if he knew the enemy's move. They won't just sit there and stare. Still, I don't plan to merely circle around destroying some stones. He slowly analyzed. The city's loyalty to the Wrath derives from the Blood Wolf King's overwhelming power and his ability to protect them from the Winter General, nothing more. He presented the next plan. When the cities realize they cannot escape the threat of the Winter General, they will sink into fear and suspicion, eventually leading to rebellion. He folded his arms and smiled smugly. When Wrath begins to collapse, Antromorph will absorb them, and we will achieve our goal. In the icy, freezing Snow Valley, at the base of the Wrath tribe, Nether was surprised by Elric's group's sudden attack. Why did those Antromorphs abruptly assault the barrier? He studied the map and hesitated. Even if they severely ravaged our territory, they couldn't guarantee defeating the Blood Wolf King. There's no way they'd accept that risk. He couldn't comprehend Elric Group's strategy. What did they want? He suddenly halted as if he discovered something. Could it be? Nether hastily took a pen and drew a route on the map. Then he slammed the table in anger. How did they find out about this? He circled the key area and worried. The city they attacked is the border erected to protect the Night District. His whole body trembled with fear. That's where the Winter General's true form is hidden. Thinking that, Nether immediately left with an angry expression. If our hiding of the Winter General and our use of fear to control the cities is exposed, the cities that swore allegiance will rise against us. He stood up and declared the army must be mobilized. Night fell and snow fell thickly, turning the space into a whitened void. Elric stepped onto a rock and said, from the arrangements I only know the Winter General is in the Night District within Wrath territory, but not the exact location. Elric explained the plan to Mephisto and Camellia. By disrupting the area around the Night District, I'm sure Wrath will act to protect the Winter General. Immediately, a large number of beasts appeared below as planned. Mephisto smiled slyly. I wonder how they'll react when they learn they're in your hands. Camellia was also excited. Seeing Melvinger's tactics up close is interesting when on their side. Elric took out the orb to report the situation. As predicted, Wrath has moved. Herman's voice came from the orb. Are you sure you'll be okay going alone? I can help you right now. Elric immediately refused. No, it's better if I go alone. Please wait there with your brothers, Blue Mage. Herman agreed. If you've decided, I'll follow. Herman's face grew earnest as he advised, I hope you won't overexert yourself. Elric replied, thanks for your concern, I'll signal later. After speaking, he put the orb into his pocket and said, now let's depart, shall we? Meanwhile, the enemy had finished deploying troops. Tem gathered the squad and asked if everyone was present. With a serious expression, he declared this was a top priority mission ordered by Nether. He looked at the monster at the end of the line and said, you, the one at the back. He pointed at Elric and asked, I don't recognize you. Elric answered awkwardly, my name is Rickle, I was ordered to come here. Have I done something wrong? Tem curiously asked. A recruit. Elric replied, yes, sir. Tem gritted his teeth in irritation, but I haven't received any specific orders. You're useless so far. He brushed that aside and warned sternly, no small mistake is tolerated here, understood? Elric stood at attention and replied, yes, understood. Then Tem led the team on their way and said, I'll explain in detail when we arrive. Mephisto and Camellia suddenly appeared behind Elric with displeased faces. Camellia guessed, they're foolish, but how do they keep falling for such an obvious trap? Maybe they never imagined anyone would penetrate this far. Elric said smugly, my acting skills are excellent. This is a 7th ring transformation. How did they recognize it? Mephisto immediately denied it. Marvelous, you monkey. Elric then threatened, turning Mephisto's face pale. Keep mocking and you'll taste the Fury's dance. Soon Tem led the squad to the camp and ordered sternly, from now on we will defend this place. Ensure not even a mosquito gets through. The troops responded, yes. Immediately Tem and the soldiers assumed defensive positions with murderous gazes. Elric successfully slipped into the defensive line and used an invisibility spell. Then he manifested and swiftly darted through the enemy's gaps. He, Mephisto, and Camellia plunged straight toward the enemy base. Elric led and said, I can see the magical barrier concentrated over there. He reiterated the strategy. Once we get past them, we should search for the Winter General. In an instant they arrived where the barrier emitted a blinding light. Elric slowly planted his hands and landed on the ground. His eyes were filled with astonishment at the sight before him. Elric was horrified to see chains bound tightly into the ground. What is this? Those chains were increasingly cinched around the frail body of a girl. She was the Ice General. Her whole body was squeezed by chains, her face screaming in pain and despair. Seeing the Ice General's agony under the tightening chains, Elric froze in surprise. Why is she chained like this? The chains look rusty. Perhaps she's been bound for a very long time. Mephisto folded his arms and laughed gleefully. I didn't expect her to be manacled like this. He smirked slyly. This must relate to why you suddenly fell asleep 40 years ago. Camellia agreed, yes. Observing tiny red glimmers emanating from the chains, Mephisto said, it's no wonder these strange chains smell strongly of flowers. They were forged by divine power. Camelia's expression suddenly fell and her tone grew sad. 40 years ago, Ustin and I were bound like that too. The seal wasn't overly strong, but you can see how long it endured. Camellia immediately asserted, noticing the colorful energies enveloping the Ice General. Someone has re-enchanted it. Elric narrowed his eyes and concluded, a blessing. At that mention, the Blood Wolf King's fierce and savage face sprang to his mind. The Blood Wolf King. Elric stepped closer and said, I never thought I'd thank the Blood Wolf King. I didn't know how to deal with the Ice General. He held the ice crystal in his hand and said with delight, since she's already bound like this, it'll be much easier to put her into this freezing crystal. Meanwhile, the Ice General continued to writhe and wail in unbearable pain. Elric brought the freezing crystal toward the Ice General for it to absorb. Suddenly, a huge violet ring of light appeared in the sky and a voice thundered. A rat is advancing into the stars. Elric quickly dodged his attack. A foot stepped out from the ring in the sky and wondered, what is this monster doing here? Mephisto's face twisted in annoyance. Tusk, I didn't expect to meet him here. Elric's expression was equally grave. I thought I'd felt that energy many times before. Ozzel stood arrogantly before Elric and Mephisto. Elric immediately recognized him. Ozzel, the deranged demon of Gregory. Ozzel stepped closer to Elric and said challengingly, a lowly soldier unafraid to face my seal. He glared at Elric, who was disguised as a Wrath tribesman, and said, you belong to the Melvinger clan. Hearing that, Elric reverted to his true form and grinned with amusement. Seeing through my camouflage magic, not bad for a demon. Ozzel focused his gaze and guessed inwardly that the Melvinger obstructing the Wrath's plan was him. He recalled the orders given to him. His mission from the organization was to befriend the Blood Wolf King with the Black Snow Field, turn them into allies, and then defeat the Ice General. He looked at Elric with murderous intent and angrily thought that without him his mission would have been completed. Ozzel suddenly spread a vicious smile, fangs gleaming. This is a great opportunity. This can win me agreement from those who also hate the Melvingers. He began to tense and prepare to attack, arrogantly underestimating his enemy. The organization had assessed his level at most equal to a Taoist. From the patterns on his hand, streams of pitch-black energy suddenly radiated out. He wasn't skilled enough to fight me. Those energy sources began to converge, forming a gigantic vortex. Mephisto watched from outside and guessed it was an extremely powerful cyclone. I suspect he has demonic bloodline power. Mephisto chuckled and warned that he would not be an easy opponent. Elric calmly replied, maybe. He licked his lips, visibly exhilarated. I've hooked a big catch. This is a top-tier prize, comparable to a totem. Ozzel glanced at Elric's reaction and, bewildered, thought he was laughing. Has he gone mad? He hurriedly raised his hand to gather his power. Laugh while you can, soon enough. Immediately, he unleashed countless crescent-shaped beams of light toward Elric. You will be torn to pieces by my whirlwind. Those beams sped toward Elric with astonishing velocity. Ozzel laughed smugly. There are few who can withstand me. Elric smiled softly, raised his hand, and cast a shielding spell. Ozzel's beams immediately dissolved into nothingness. Ozzel's face went pale as he exclaimed, impossible. Elric sneered, then raised his hand to gather power for a counterattack. Did you really think I'd lose so easily? Elric then used an explosive technique. Instantly, a massive beam of light shot straight at Ozzel. Ozzel hurriedly transformed magic to erect sturdy stone walls as a shield. I must block that attack. But Elric's beam still pierced through the rocks. Ozzel gaped in astonishment, unable to believe how he possessed the Ice General's skills. The incredible scene raised 1,000 questions in him. How could he use north wind and blizzards? A wind devoured and tore everything apart. A blizzard painted the world white and froze everything. One of the great powers of the Demon Lord that we need to ravage the Empire and resurrect Lord Ozzel. Ozzel suddenly paused and concentrated. The one we need to rescue now is the Ice General. He was stunned by Elric's extraordinary power, a lowly human mastering north wind and blizzards, powers even we demons struggle to wield. How could a Melvinger attain such strength? Elric's face flushed with irritation as he warned Ozzel, we're fighting here. What are you staring at? He suddenly closed in and unleashed 2 attacks at once, body enhancement strike and ferocious tiger charge, rushing straight at him. Ozzel's arm was severed in an instant. He was stunned by Elric's body enhancement strike. He quickly leapt high to dodge the next blow. He hurriedly used his remaining hand to form a stone wall. Damn it, Ozzel immediately cast a regeneration spell and the severed arm returned as before, leaving him fearful and pensive. At most he should have been only at the level of a warlock, but this power is utterly wrong. He clenched his teeth in anger. He's at least a 7-ring mage, the level of a grand wizard. He hurriedly pulled a paper from his pocket and schemed. If he could use body enhancement freely, he wouldn't be someone I could defeat. Ozzel tore the paper in half, his face sweating. I'll teleport away now and report to my superiors. But the more he tore the paper, the more it dissolved. He stared at the paper anxiously, wondering why it wouldn't activate when Elric's voice suddenly rang out. Of course it won't work. He silently appeared behind Ozzel, grabbed his head and sneered. I must secure this in case you try to escape. Elric slammed Ozzel's head down with full force, sending up a spray of dust. He slowly released his grip after subduing the enemy. Looking at Ozzel sprawled on the ground, Elric smirked. I was a bit worried he might be stronger than the demon I fought earlier, but this is too easy. Mephisto folded his arms and replied nonchalantly, a follower of Ozzel can't be that strong. Still, he was puzzled inwardly. This monster, what the hell happened to him? How did he grow so strong in such a short time? Elric sat beside Ozzel's crushed body and said, it's unexpected how far Gregory's influence has spread even here. He reached out to absorb energy from Ozzel and said, I want to probe and learn more. But I'll only absorb his demonic chi, since he's already dead. The pattern on Ozzel's hand suddenly glowed red and emitted a sinister aura. A voice full of murderous intent sounded behind Elric. You should be careful. The shadow born from Ozzel's body immediately flung him away. Elric hit the ground, stumbled to his knee, and wondered what the hell. He looked at Ozzel standing before him and thought to himself, he was definitely dead. His face and magical aura were completely different. He chuckled, you are the one who killed Kaya. Elric's eyes suddenly darkened. His body began to tremble before Azazel's overwhelming power. Could a being with so much demonic chi be a demon king? Mephisto widened his eyes in shock and unease, thinking, don't tell me he's awakened. The image of the terrifying demon from before suddenly appeared in his mind. Azazel, the reason humans defeated the demons 30 years ago was that there was no one leading the demon legions. But what if the great demon king Azazel, also known as a tyrant, were to be resurrected? This is a serious problem requiring intervention from the royal family and the 6 clans that oversee the Tower of Magic. With a worried look, Elric turned to Mephisto and said, Mephisto, we should retreat now. Mephisto shook his head in objection. No, it's not necessary. Elric seemed not to understand Mephisto's intent and asked, what do you mean? Mephisto focused and said seriously, it's only a replica. He went on to explain more specifically, an inferior version, it cannot become Azazel, can you think that? So Mephisto's expression returned to calm and composed. All 4 great demon kings, including myself, have been sealed or slain, but as long as our true identities persist, we will never completely vanish. Elric probed him without taking his eyes off Ozzel. You mean Ozzel's true identity is somewhere out there? Mephisto smiled smugly as if he had seen through everything. If that weren't the case, Gregory could never have survived until now. Those people are conducting all kinds of experiments to resurrect Ozzel's true identity. Hearing that, Elric recalled painful memories from the past. So Gregory is doing all sorts of evil deeds in the human world, just like when they used totems to steal the lives of peasants, right? He pressed his lips together, eyes burning with resolve. You'll pay for that. Elric then challenged Ozzel in a raised voice. You fake, just as you said, I killed Kaya. He worried to himself that he would certainly have to confront Gregory in the future and vowed not to run away. Evil Chi immediately converged on the pattern on Ozzel's hand. He laughed in glee and said, very well then. He raised his hand and gigantic vortices appeared, sweeping everything away. You will die. The whirlwind lunged straight at Elric. Elric mocked him back with the same words. Very well then you will die. He summoned a fierce tornado crackling with lightning and complained, can't you say anything nicely? Ozzel's gale and Elric's tornado immediately collided and clashed. Meanwhile, Elric used a binding spell. Chains appeared one after another around Ozzel's body. Ozzel's eyes flashed red and he glared angrily. Don't run off so quickly. He lightly waved his hand and the chains were easily shattered. Elric suddenly lunged from behind him. That's the move to distract you, you bastard. The white tiger will sharpen its fangs for you. He quickly used body enhancement. The white tiger swipes. The attack carried the strength of a fierce beast. He surged forward at a speed far beyond the eye. Ozzel immediately blocked his punch. He laughed with satisfaction. Body enhancement, huh? Elric's face was full of bewilderment and shock. He hadn't expected Ozzel to block his strike. He used the flesh rend technique and slashed across Ozzel's abdomen, but the attack did nothing to him, useless. He immediately clenched his fist, brimming with magic, preparing to counterattack. Die. Elric gritted his teeth, eyes tense and anxious, too dangerous. He quickly parried by slashing and blocking. The ground suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. A timely magical shield protected him, allowing him to narrowly escape Ozzel's powerful blow. But the shield seemed to have drained a great deal of his strength. His face showed obvious exhaustion. He calculated carefully in his head. He's only just possessed the body and is already this strong. How much stronger is the real body? The more time passes, the more the soul will merge into the body. Seeing Ozzel's arrogant, overbearing posture, Elric told himself that from now on, he would only grow stronger. Mephisto folded his arms and sneered as a reminder. He may be only a replica, but he's still a replica of the great Demon King. If a child like you could defeat him easily, it would be humiliating. Elric gritted his teeth to stay calm, but Mephisto was right. At best, this would end in a draw. He glanced back and worriedly thought, the bigger problem is that Tem is still commanding the Wind Rage clan to hunt him down, spread out and encircle the area. Do not let any intruders escape. Elric fully realized this and anxiously thought that the Rage clan was closing in. His plan to secretly absorb the Ice General had completely failed. Ozzel stood before him wearing a smug, satisfied smile, as if to say, it seems I have won. He summoned countless dark vortices in the sky, and thousands of other demons stepped out from those circles. He said in a taunting, threatening tone, you are completely surrounded. How do you plan to escape now? Elric remained calm and replied, if I expend all my mana I can break out, but it will be difficult with the Rage clan still there. Mephisto asked curiously, so what do you intend to do? Elric asked as he raised the arm bearing the sigil. Mephisto, do you know anything? He immediately unleashed a slash of light toward Ozzel. Ozzel raised a barrier to protect himself and said, it's useless to try. Elric lifted his arm and said with a smug grin, our family's traditions are pretty good too. Ozzel's eyes widened and his mouth gaped as he screamed in horror. Impossible. Elric continued gathering mana and said with a laugh, if I can't have it, then no one else will. He unleashed a flurry of slashes at Ozzel, but his real target was the Ice General tied up behind. She screamed miserably when struck. Ozzel's face turned utterly panicked. His voice shook as he blurted, you. Mephisto, surprised, laughed with relish and said, you're crazy. The Ice General's painful scream seemed to tear through the space itself. Camelia's face was also shocked and bewildered. I know you're a Melvinger, but are you really that crazy? Mephisto laughed heartily and praised, that's right, that's what it means to be a Melvinger. Since making the pact with you, this is the best you've done. Camelia, tense, said, weren't you going to imprison her in an ice crystal? Why did you release her? Elric looked at them both completely unfazed. What else could I do? He stomped hard on the ground. Then he surged past the demons and shot up into the sky. Elric's face broke into a bright smile as he said, it's time to run. Azazel pointed and ordered the demons to pursue him. He looked at the Ice General and thought carefully, we must capture the Ice General again because we can't know where she might strike from. He watched Elric fleeing and calculated inwardly that if that one slipped away, he'd become an obstacle to their future plans. Azazel crouched and wore a triumphant grin. We must cut off the Melvinger seed before he grows stronger. His chest suddenly tightened and he began to cough violently. He helplessly watched his life force gradually dissipate. Damn, I didn't expect this body's vitality to run out right now. Meanwhile, the Ice General hurriedly chased after the group of Elric, Camelia, and Mephisto. With a displeased frown, Camelia sighed and replied, why is she only chasing Elric? because she only reacts strongly to Melvinger mana, the same mana used to seal her. Mephisto was still dissatisfied with that explanation. What about the monstrous tribe, those who reinforced the seal? Why is she chasing only Elric while so enraged? Camellia was at a loss for Mephisto's difficult question. She suddenly paused and worriedly thought, how strange, Ice General never discriminates against any form of life. She has never shown anger toward anyone specifically. She was astonished at the Ice General's fury in pursuing Elric. I've known the Ice General for a while, but I've never seen her this angry. Camelia's eyes widened as if she'd realized something. She immediately questioned Elric's actions. Hey, did you do something to the Ice General? Elric replied calmly, not exactly. He recalled the previous moment and recounted when he unsealed her. At that time, he had fired an ice bolt straight at the Ice General. He remembered the image of the Ice General screaming in pain and continued. I accidentally shot an ice bolt into her forehead. Camelia's face filled with alarm as she hesitantly asked, You fired? She angrily scolded you. Are you insane? Why would you do that? Elric smiled and explained his intent. I had to do that to hurt her where I wanted. The demons quickly reported the situation to the Rage clan. The Ice General has been freed. They immediately pointed and ordered to capture the Melvinger. But the Ice General easily defeated the interceptors, just as Elric had planned. At the same time, I could use her to deal with the flies. The demons in Rage clan cried out pitifully. Run. Mephisto folded his arms and asked about Elric's plan. Chaotic indeed. What are you going to do now? Elric said solemnly, at this point I'll just open hell. Mephisto chuckled with obvious delight. For the first time I actually like you. Blaze's voice suddenly rang out. Elric, what the hell is going on? Elric hurriedly produced the orb. Blay and Arden inside looked very serious. Blay asked worriedly, this cold surge is getting stronger. Are you hurt? Elric gently explained, I'm the one who caused this mess, so don't worry. Arden held the orb and warned tensely, Elric, be careful. If you get hurt, my granddaughter will blame me. Blay hurriedly inquired about the situation. What did you do to cause things to come this far? Elric's answer left Blay, Arden, and Kaio utterly shocked. Nothing much, I just freed the Ice Sovereign. Herman, standing behind, was also taken aback at the news. Blay threw an arm around Arden's shoulder, laughing heartily. Knew it, you're crazier than us. Arden asked kindly, you have a plan, right? Do you need our help? Elric didn't hesitate to ask, escort me. Arden, curious, asked where you headed. Elric replied without hesitation, yes. Even with the Ice General close behind, he said calmly, I'm on my way to the Rage Clan. In the Rage Clan city, chatter and rumors echoed nonstop. The Shroud of Night has been broken. The Ice General is at Lang Tribe. Eldorado is suffering heavy losses because of her. The Ice General is at Taken. Nether slammed his hand on the table in anger and shouted, how could he have freed the Ice General? A subordinate reported to him, Sir, we are being bombarded with questions from everywhere. Why did the Ice General appear in the Rage Clan territory, and what happened to the Great Blessing? Nether hesitated in fearful thought. The Ice General is a tool for maintaining our dominance. This secret must be hidden. If this continues, the Rage Clan's hierarchy will collapse. He urgently pointed and ordered troops to be deployed immediately, warning that if they dared do anything foolish, they would be executed at once. His subordinate ran off and replied, yes, sir. Even so, his face remained tense and worried. Other cities must be silenced. Once we suppress the Ice General, we can prevent her escape. Nether angrily slashed the table with his claws. How did things end up like this? He glared and gritted his sharp teeth. It's all because of that Melvinger. Kill him at all costs. He immediately waved his hand and ordered a search for the Melvinger. He was sure that person was behind this. Rogan focused, used the orb to search and replied, we may have located a possible Melvinger, sir. Nether snapped angrily, where? Rogan hesitated, sweating with fear as he stammered, that is, right in front of the Rage Clan's main gate. Nether scowled and shouted, what the hell are you saying? Before he could finish, the ground and ceiling suddenly shook violently. He looked out the window. The scene outside left him stunned and horrified. The Ice General, furious, was charging after Elric straight toward the Rage Clan's base. Seeing Elric's smug, provocative smile, Nether bellowed loudly, you psychopathic bastard. Sudden cries of fear erupted around. The Ice General is coming. What the hell is happening? Elric suddenly stopped, wiped his brow and complained, this chasing is tiring. Mephisto looked anxious and helpless. I've always thought it's pathetic for anyone who faces you. Watching the Ice General angrily barreling forward, he said sympathetically, what did she do? She's angry because you shot an ice bolt at her. Elric cut him off. Enough, you know people well. Elric hurriedly raised his hand to the sky to gather mana. Now, instantly he formed countless ice spears and with excitement said, time to turn this place into hell. He immediately fired piercing ice spears straight at the Rage Clan city's barrier. Nether hurriedly ordered all his subordinates, stop him, stop that bastard. Suddenly Herman's familiar voice rang out, sorry, but we can't let you do that. Nether snapped, pointing and shouting, what is that human saying? Deal with them. His eyes widened in utter shock and panic. He watched as the city's protective barrier was gradually being destroyed. He scowled and ground his teeth, saying, no, this cannot be. Seizing the opportunity, Elric, Mephisto, and Camellia led the Ice General into the city. the monsters screamed in terror. The Ice General is coming. Elric's face lit up excitedly to the center. The ground suddenly heaved and shattered into hundreds of pieces. The enormous, terrifying silhouette of the Blood Wolf King emerged with a menacing, threatening voice. Who dares? He flew into a rage, his powerful roar like thunder. You disturb my rest. The Blood Wolf King stood towering and proud in authority. The other monsters immediately knelt and prostrated before him. Blood Wolf King. Elric widened his eyes and stared at him. This was the Blood Wolf King he'd only heard about. What is that aura? He was surprised to see an overwhelming, suffocating source of mana radiating around the Blood Wolf King, pushing back the Ice General's cold with both magic and demonic aura. The Blood Wolf King's face was grave as he said, with blue eyes, blonde hair, and an unpleasant scent, you must be a Melvinger. He calmly focused his thoughts. Earlier, I restored the 8th tail with demonic chi. I need a body-strengthening technique to recover the final tail. Watching Elric's resolute expression, he hesitated and worried, yet considered that Elric had come looking for him. At that moment, the Ice General suddenly lunged toward the Blood Wolf King in a furious rage. Seeing this, the Blood Wolf King roared in fury. His gaze was icy, and his teeth were clenched in bitter indignation. His roar thundered across the sky. How dare an ordinary monster even think of targeting me? He immediately launched an attack at the Ice General. Get out of my land. The Ice General quickly retaliated. The moment the two spells collided, a massive explosion erupted. Elric, together with Mephisto and Camellia, watched the battle from above. Elric was surprised by the Ice General's action. Why would the Ice General suddenly attack the Blood Wolf King? Camellia guessed that he must have perceived the chains binding her and saw her as an enemy. Not stopping there, the Ice General and the Blood Wolf King continued to confront each other. Elric, Mephisto, and Camellia casually stood with folded arms watching from the outside. Seeing Elric's expression change, Camellia anxiously asked if something was wrong. Elric said nothing and plunged straight downward. Mephisto's face tensed as he watched, and Camellia chased after him, calling, "Wait for me." Seeing Elric holding an ice crystal in his hand, Camellia curiously asked what he intended to do and why he brought the ice crystal. The Ice General had been struck by the Blood Wolf King's attack and screamed as if in unbearable pain. Elric held the ice crystal before the Ice General and said, the Blood Wolf King worked hard to help me. He raised the ice crystal and smirked, saying, I can't let the opportunity pass. Immediately, the Ice General's magic was completely absorbed by the ice crystal. Mephisto folded his arms, watched, then smiled in satisfaction. Steal what you need and mercilessly destroy the opponent. His smile was extremely sinister and he praised, you're truly talented like me. Elric's eyes widened as if he just discovered something. He turned to see the Blood Wolf King silently appear behind him. He grinned excitedly, feeling the Ice General's abundant magic flowing through his body. Elric immediately unleashed a beam of light magic straight at the Blood Wolf King. The Blood Wolf King's face showed shock and bewilderment as if he didn't understand what was happening. What are you doing? Elric sneered and said teasingly, didn't you think we were on the same side? Mephisto silently realized Elric's intent. Seemingly, he wanted to take him down by cooperating with the Ice General. He looked at the Blood Wolf King's confused and helpless demeanor and thought to himself that damned fox must be furious. The Blood Wolf King glared, gnashing his teeth in anger at Elric. Melvinger. He suddenly widened his eyes as if something had just flashed by. If I had 9 tails, I wouldn't be so easily frightened. He clenched his teeth, the fury building inside him swelling toward a peak. One of his tails had fallen to the ground without him noticing. The Blood Wolf King angrily swung his enormous tail at Elric. Elric was surprised to see the Blood Wolf King's puzzling movement. What is this? A deafening explosion suddenly rang out as if tearing the sky and earth apart. The Blood Wolf King and countless of his illusions immediately appeared. Elric did not falter. On the contrary, he scoffed at the cheap trick. He didn't hesitate and swiftly dashed straight toward the Blood Wolf King. He raised his hand and cast a freezing spell with resolute eyes. Countless slashes were sent straight into the Blood Wolf King's body and his illusions in an instant. Elric's face was as cold as ice, yet filled with determination. He stood arrogantly before his enemy and declared clearly, I don't know what you intend to do, but I won't let you succeed. His eyes and expression suddenly turned stunned, as if something unsettling was coming. Just as he was about to unleash the next move, his body was abruptly halted. Mana gushed out from his mouth unexpectedly. The Blood Wolf King's eyes gleamed with triumph as if his plan had succeeded. Got you. Elric's body hovered in midair, surrounded by heavy currents of air. His eyes rolled white as if he had lost consciousness. Seeing this, the Blood Wolf King schemed that once he extracted the core technique from his memories, he would gain the 9th tail. The Blood Wolf King slowly opened his eyes after infiltrating Elric's mind. He was surprised to see a small, shabby house before him. Is this the mindscape of that brat Melvinger? He startled at Elric's appearance, wondering why a mage would place his mindscape in such a squalid place, watching Elric sit alone in a corner of the yard. His eyes flashed red and his mouth watered with desire. This makes everything easier. I will shatter your soul into pieces. He shot his massive arm out to seize Elric from behind, intent on stealing the core technique. A mysterious mana current suddenly enveloped his body and a terrifying, threatening voice rang out. A mere monster dares touch my things. The Blood Wolf King was stunned and overwhelmed by that tremendous mana. What is this, such terrifying power? Sharp claws sprang up in all directions, trapping the Blood Wolf King in a pincer. The chilling voice continued to resound. You're not even worthy to stand before me. Devour him, the Blood Wolf King screamed in panic. What the? In a blink he returned to reality, his face contorted with a sharp pain in his chest and his eyes filled with utter bewilderment. What the hell were those things? Elric also regained his senses in time. His mind was a mess and he hadn't processed the situation. What is inside my soul? With a confused look he asked Mephisto what had just happened to him. I remember being attacked by the Blood Wolf King. Mephisto coldly turned his back and walked away, leaving Elric increasingly bewildered. Why did you suddenly turn like that? The Blood Wolf King's eyes went bloodshot as he screamed in furious rage as if he wanted to devour everything. You bastard. His fury erupted wildly and he immediately unleashed magic in madness. I'll burn you to ash. The monsters below panicked and scattered. The Blood Wolf King, enraged, ran off. Any who cross him are surely dead. Elric winced from the blinding light before him. What is he doing? His face turned horrified at the scene unfolding before him. The mana the Blood Wolf King poured out at full force was gradually sweeping everything away. After expending so much mana, he panted and wondered to himself when was the last time he had used so much power. He looked at the Ice General writhing in intense pain and thought to himself that although he couldn't destroy the Ice General, the Blood Wolf King still refused to give up. His roar rang with malice. I can still burn that bastard Melvinger to ash. Elric immediately cut in with sarcastic praise. Wow, that's quite a power. He put a hand to his mouth and laughed provocatively. If the blaze were a bit stronger, I think it would burn even better. He cast an ice spell and looked at the Blood Wolf King challengingly. Fox, show me more of that power. Labored breaths echoed through the palace as the court took its seats. Though reassured, Valence remained highly tense. Please don't worry too much. The other party gently knelt on one knee in a show of respect. Norris placed boundless trust in his leader. You are the Tiger King, ruler of the mountains. Show the dignity of a tiger. His inner self was now besieged by self-doubt. This isn't as easy as you think. Those who betrayed Anthropomorph have bared their fangs at us for a long time. Valence couldn't stop questioning his own abilities. Will they be swayed by my words? Will they think I'm too young and look down on me? Just then a call sounded ahead. Hazer bathed in radiant sunlight as if heading toward his goal. You said you wanted to rebuild the monarchy and make all beast folk live happily, didn't you? She carried great faith that only the king of Anthropomorph you could accomplish this. Sean has never wavered in his decision to stand by you, so please don't worry. Valence quietly observed the two loyal retainers before him. His gaze grew more determined than ever. This is something only I can do. And in his heart he resolved firmly that he must do it. At the same time, memories of the past rose up for those who trusted and helped him, and for Elric who had given him this chance. So Valence unconsciously compared. If he were here, he'd surely run the meeting and laugh as if it's no big deal. He'd also deal with his opponents. But that didn't discourage him, so I'll strive to become like him. At that moment, a sound echoed behind the door. The king was entering. High-ranking officials stood solemnly to one side. Opposite them stood rows of guards with sharp, imposing demeanors. But the moment Valence passed, the power radiating from him astonished everyone. Everyone reacted in unison and bowed respectfully. Within that small frame of a king lay an overwhelming pressure enough to make all creatures tremble. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Elric's hand lightly touched the solid snowflake. The cool, refreshing sensation it conveyed made him exclaim, "So good." Elric was reminded that absorbing the Ice General's power didn't mean she had weakened. On the contrary, he felt no worry as he had prepared everything. I know. Elric's opponent suddenly unleashed a violent surge of power. I also know the Ice General is learning from her opponent and becoming stronger. Even so, that change didn't significantly affect his plan, and the important thing is we've already taken the item. My ice seal has now become stronger. At that moment, his eyes flashed with interest and confidence. I have a way to absorb the Ice General now. As soon as the idea occurred, Elric immediately fluent. Then bluntly taunted the Blood Wolf King with absolute triumph. Wolf, you seem exhausted. Why don't you just surrender? He couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat like a 40-degree fever. Why Melvinger, if they didn't exist then? In that tense moment, his memories suddenly returned to that damp cave. When the Blood Wolf King was dying in a dark, cold place after being abandoned by his tribe, he met someone who wielded a mysterious power. After training for centuries with him, he gained a power unmatched by any enemy. He gathered and built forces under his command and strove to become king. He attempted to break out of the black snowfields and force the empire to submit, but a colossal wall blocked his path. The name of that wall was Melvinger. The Blood Wolf King could not erase that arrogant posture and sharp gaze. I'm sorry, but go back where you came from. If you withdraw obediently, no one will be harmed. At that moment, his pride was provoked, fueling his bloodlust. Don't stand still, break through those walls for me. He tried to kill that arrogant human. But they met a tragic end, yet the Blood Wolf King never gave up and rebuilt his army, and this time Elric stood in his way. That person embodied his ideals more than he did himself. It was like Lord Yul. In the silent, lonely expanse, the Blood Wolf King fell and lamented. Why can't I do it? Why? Helplessness, despair, and hatred intertwined endlessly. Why did I suffer such humiliating defeat against mere mortals? From then on his desire only grew. I must be stronger, a power no one can reach. And then he abandoned what he'd learned over centuries and touched forbidden power. He began delving into demon realms that had long been wary of him. The Blood Wolf King thought no one could stop him anymore, but reality slapped him in the face. Why do you keep blocking my path? In his maddened mind, a mark etched itself that could not fade. A name soaked in utter hatred, Melvinger. Eventually these turned into the Blood Wolf King's explosive fury. Why do you keep standing in my way? Elric himself didn't expect the situation to suddenly spiral out of control. I will not spare you, Melvinger. His power radiated enough to create a shockwave that shook the space. I swear it. The blood-soaked curse was spoken with resolute determination. It will tear off your limbs and kill you. But at that moment a sound cut through. The Blood Wolf King's one-sprout tails now fell to the ground. His eyes rolled back, blood welling from them in utter rage. No. Elric acted before the others' emotions could subside. Hey Fox, you always seem to bring bad luck to my clan. End this cursed fate here. His arm flashed like lightning, slashing straight at the Blood Wolf King while activating the ice element, creating an explosion that bombarded an entire snowy expanse. As the dust and snow settled, his body lay silently motionless on the ground without even leaving a final word. Elric's footsteps slowly crushed the ground as he approached. Now the Blood Wolf King could only vent his fury and bitterness. You bastard. Even in the final moments of his life, he never relinquished his ambition. This isn't over yet. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he forever closed his eyes and slipped into a deep sleep. In the first moments, Elric still didn't truly let his guard down. It's not over yet. But it seemed nothing else was happening. Before long, the Ice General's rage drew his attention. All right, I'll do it now, don't rush me. His expression shifted instantly, eager anticipation for the coming game. Let's start now, I'll handle her. Camellia couldn't hide her confusion at Elric's intention. A game of chase. Mephisto frowned thoughtfully. He must have seen something, but she hadn't had time to react yet. What do you mean? He gradually recalled some earlier clues. He had said before that after absorbing one of the seals, he could see memories that helped him understand the seal's owner. Mephisto quickly drew the correct conclusion. Perhaps he had seen something after absorbing the Ice General's power. Camellia suddenly recalled that moment. As if you understood my memories, just one sentence seemed to see through her. This is the scene you always wanted to witness since becoming the goddess Camellia, isn't it? Hope was kindled in her. Elric, you saw the Ice General's memories too. Yet doubts remained. After all, the Ice General is an enigma even I cannot fully comprehend. How could he? Now he's boldly facing her. Why are you being so cautious? I thought you wanted to toy with me. Contrary to Elric's outward calm, there was slight confusion within him. At first I thought the Ice General was merely a guise for the goddess Camellia filled with malice. The moment he touched the snowflake clarified the truth, but the Ice General's memories tied to that shard were completely different from what he had imagined. The Ice General he saw, the emerald green figure of a girl curled up, was imprinted deep in his mind. Then Elric realized that she was just a lonely child. The Ice General at first was not hostile to humans. She was born as the Ice General with a demon god's curiosity, like a newborn child. But curiosity turned to hostility very quickly. The boys in the village trembled to face her. What kind of monster is that? It's freezing. I feel like my whole body is about to freeze. They even took extreme exclusionary actions. Get rid of the monsters things, don't come near here. But in truth, the Ice General simply wanted to play with them. To play with the children running across the black snowfields, to laugh and eat with them. She wanted to hunt monsters with them, run through the woods and play with water. When she approached them, she only had those simple thoughts, but the beast folk took up arms to protect the villagers. The monsters quickly fled as well, afraid of the Ice General's immense power. Even the trees were swallowed by darkness, the river froze and ceased to flow. She simply wanted to make friends, but accidentally froze everything. She had no family or friends and did not know how to obtain those things. Because she was newly born, she didn't know what to do and ultimately destroyed everything. That's why the Ice General believed the whole world was hostile to her and wanted everyone to suffer as she did. And that is also why she became a true monster filled with hatred. Yet deep in her heart, the Ice General still desired one thing, and it wasn't grand at all. The children she first saw when she was born, the games they played were so much fun. She wanted to play those games too. Now Elric had to admit that, intentional or not, his actions while bringing her here resembled a game of chase. Having understood the opponent's inner motives, he felt calmer. Although outwardly she seemed very angry, he could sense that. She was quietly feeling intrigued inside when I absorbed that shard, which is why I intended to keep playing this game with her. Elric made a bold decision. Danger always comes with opportunity. Fine, since you can't catch me, it's my turn to be the chaser. Then Elric began the game with her. Now she could move. Immediately she unleashed her power along with a declaration of challenge, because if she was caught, under the rules clearly and plainly announced, it meant she lost. Yet the Ice General was truly terrified and hurriedly turned away. She poured all her strength into each step, trying to shake off Elric. Mephisto, watching, could only sigh helplessly. Can't believe she only wanted to play such a simple game. Pathetic. Camellia was left speechless. Who would have thought the solution to protect the fields and the temple, which she'd worked so hard to find, was just a simple game? She blamed herself more and felt guilty toward everyone. The solution shouldn't have been so obvious. She was born from my mistake after all. Because she understood that feeling better than anyone. She was probably as lonely as I once was. Surely she felt as lonely as Winter. Now she could only quietly let others handle it. As a result, the Ice General's smile was joyful, like a warmed heart. Camellia was absolutely certain Elric had almost become her friend, easing some of that loneliness. He kept chasing while drawing all the power into the snowflake. Oh, she runs well. The icy snow figure gradually grew ethereal and somber. Yet she never paused for a moment and truly enjoyed the time. Quickly, countless afterimages flashed across the snowy sky from her body. Fragments and ribbons of white ice flew as if preparing for a transformation. Elric's finger lightly rested on her shoulder as a signal, caught you. The icy back silhouette still turned as before, her soft hair billowing in the cold wind. But when the girl turned back with a bright smile, the space around seemed to welcome a new spring. And that image froze forever at its most beautiful moment. The Ice General merged with the earth and sky after leaving a note of thanks. I had so much fun. Elric's hand clenched the solid snowflake tightly, then crushed it and used the dispersal skill. The scent of the scattered flowers was carried in the snowflakes by the winter wind and spread everywhere. A fragrance passed through cities, blew into the black snowfields, pushing back the darkness that shrouded the world and melting the frozen lands. It awakened all slumbering lives. The air remained crisp, but the breeze was refreshing. The invigorating feeling eased the stiflingness people had felt for so long. It was the frost of spring, telling everyone that winter had passed. Camellia unwittingly wept as she finally witnessed the scene she had longed for. And spring, which was also a gentle declaration that the beginning of new life had arrived. Amid the surrounding ruins and wreckage, a skeptical voice rose as if unable to believe it. Has it really ended? The Nox tribe has collapsed. Valence couldn't help but feel moved by this rare peaceful dawn. I heard the Ice General was defeated too. Seeing it with my own eyes gives me such a strange feeling. Norris's inner mind was not as calm as his appearance suggested. I feel the same. Overnight our long-held wish has come true. But he could still maintain his usual rational composure. The important question is what will happen from now on. Although the Nox tribe has fallen, rebuilding the Tiger King clan and unifying the Snowplain will not be easy. Valence quickly recovered his spirits. He's right. Now is the time for us to unite like never before. A joyful symphony of fairies suddenly rose in the sky. Haha, spring has come, spring is here. At that moment, Daphne noticed a scene. Look over there, Elric, Camellia. He slowly approached the two and greeted them. You're here. Camellia couldn't help but be surprised and curious about how it happened. How did you do it? Elric showed great humility. It's all thanks to the floral scent you gave me. Nothing drives away winter better than that. Daphne and Peony's expressions remained dreamy. Huh, what do you mean? I don't understand what he's saying either. Camellia summarized the information for them. He says everything turned out well thanks to all of you. If you still don't get it, just accept his thanks. The three joined hands and spun in a self-composed celebratory dance. Indeed, we've chased away winter. We helped Elric dispel the cold. Then Elric asked about the situation here. Has everything been resolved satisfactorily? Valence showed some admiration facing him. Yes, thanks to you we persuaded them. But the habit of not claiming credit had become natural to him. When I arranged the meeting, it was you who convinced them. Norris showed no outward expression, but his emotions matched Valence's. Seeing our king negotiate with the Nox leaders felt like watching Elric Melvinger there. His hand tightened at his side as if to control the surge of emotion. A man admired by the Lord of the Wilds. Norris was utterly confident in his prediction. He must have been born with the qualities of a king. The continent's future will surely be influenced by House Melvinger. For that reason, his gaze grew even more resolute and determined. We must ally with him no matter what happens. After some time, the scene remained as desolate as before. Only 2 soldiers were posted to guard the place. They chattered to stave off boredom and still couldn't believe the Blood Wolf King was dead. Seems that Melvinger truly is very strong. So they let their guard down against whatever was approaching. You could tell by the way he defeated the Ice General. Then a sudden incident occurred. The sound from the abyss rang out as a guard fell. Of course it was him. Azazel rasped the name with bitter hatred, Melvinger. He began to see the opponent differently. I barely managed to keep my body by stealing life from newly arrived subordinates to get here. Yet the Blood Wolf King and the Ice General have both been defeated. His eyes held regret as the plan derailed. We invested 10 years in the Blood Wolf King to reach the Eastern General. His hand at his side clenched, suppressing bitterness. If the Blood Wolf King could have unified the monstrosities, touching the northern wind and the winter storm would have been only a matter of time. But Azazel was not blindly charging into defeat. He should have eliminated that brat Melvinger when he first caused trouble. We should have burned every trace of House Melvinger. Our arrogance has turned against us. However, he still had a trump card hidden. If so, there was only one way left, a secret technique reserved for the last moment. to awaken the demon dwelling within the Blood Wolf King. Azazel knelt reverently and intoned the chant, "O demon gods and demon king." Then, without hesitation, he plunged his hands into his own heart. "I offer this life to you." Black chi surged forth like the flame of his madness. "Cast your gaze upon your loyal subjects." Azazel held his pose until the longed-for voice rose. "Your wish has been granted." The sound from the abyss came like a tempting forbidden fruit. "Looks like you're pretty desperate." Gradually, his whole being was transmitted into the Blood Wolf King. If so, then gather those emotions back. It continued to stoke the darkness within and made them pay 100-fold. His motionless body was enveloped by a mysterious dark energy. They multiplied ceaselessly and grew rapidly. That is how you can become a greater demon. His blood-red pupils suddenly opened like a symbol of a terrifying rebirth. A new path would be opened for you. Elsewhere, nearby people remained calm, not yet realizing the tide had turned. "What do you intend to do with the Ice General?" Elric stared at the snowflake in his hand and revealed, "Now I have gathered all the elements needed to create winter." He had planned it from the start. "I need to complete the winter sky." Camellia probed further, "Do you know how?" Unfortunately, the other's answer wasn't what she hoped. "Of course not. I've never even heard of it." "Camellia, do you know anything?" She shrugged ambiguously. If I know then I know. If I don't then I don't," leaving Elric unsettled. What the hell? At that moment, the surrounding air suddenly trembled like a strong earthquake. The sudden turn of events happened so fast he couldn't process it. "What's happening?" When she said "not finished yet," did she mean the Blood Wolf King? Now he faced the most hybrid, existentially terrifying creature he had ever seen. The Blood Wolf King's fur remained as thick as before, but the aura it emitted was far more dangerous than the former version. Its pupils widened and shone. This time it had switched to a berserk mode, as if it had completely lost its mind. Thick black smoke emanated from it, casting a deadly pall over the entire town. Camellia quickly warned of her discovery. "Elric, someone sacrificed themselves to use demonic power to revive the Blood Wolf King." She could not remain calm, thinking about the future. "If we leave it be, another Ice General will be born." He had expected it earlier but was still stunned, knew it would go too smoothly. He immediately grabbed the messenger orb and ordered Hazer, "Sean, gather the monstrosities and evacuate them from the city now." The other end hadn't reacted in time. "What? They didn't hurry to act? What about your sister, Elric?" He offered a reassurance. "She'll be fine. Go." As soon as the command ended, his figure shot into the heart of the battle, ignoring the size difference. Mephisto had to follow his whispered counsel. "What are you trying to do alone? You must know that's not something you can handle." Mephisto had to follow that admonition closely. "What do you intend to do alone? You should know that's beyond you." Camellia also tried to stop him with her own reasons. "He's right, you defeated him before because of the Ice General, but this time luck won't be on your side." Even so, Elric kept the plan in his mind. "I have an idea. I want to study it a little more before using it, however." She was completely out of sync with him. "What are you talking about?" Elric didn't hesitate to stuff the snowflake into his mouth and make a bold decision. "I'll complete the winter sky right now." Both were stunned by his recklessness but could only watch. "What are you doing? Stop that at once. Are you mad? Spit it out." A second later, something strange happened. His whole body froze in an instant. The cracks on his face suddenly stilled, followed by a long breath. At last he unlocked a fierce combat state, as if transforming into a Super Saiyan. Come winter sky. Around him, a whirlwind suddenly rolled up, snowflakes flying in all directions about to blur vision. Mephisto gritted his teeth, enduring the aftershocks of the power. That idiot's causing trouble again. Camellia at his side had to activate a protective barrier. The ice crystal is a mystical item of superior quality, dangerous by itself, and now containing the Ice General as well. She couldn't help but worry about Elric's decision, an entity that has frozen the snowfields all this time. There's an old saying that haste makes waste, so Camellia couldn't stay calm. Even if Elric is the one doing it, he absorbed it with no preparation. Such a rash act baffles her and will surely affect his mind. It could even tear his body apart from that violent, insane mana. "Elric, what on earth are you trying to do?" At the same time, he was enduring a tearing pain within. "Do you realize how massive this mana is?" The sigil on his hand kept elongating as it absorbed this enormous power. The seals of Ice Fury and Frost Blade were also rapidly intensifying. At that moment, Elric felt such intense pain that he broke out in sweat. He didn't expect to cough up blood. The flow of his mana could no longer accept this berserk mana. Facing the terrible threat to those he wanted to protect, he kept telling himself to endure no matter what. But his eyes, beyond his rational control, gradually lost focus. A blinding light burst from the center of Elric's chest, shattering the gloomy space. He lost track of how much time had passed since he regained consciousness. Without effort, he could already infer that this place was his own spirit world. Suddenly, Otto's calm voice came from behind. "Kid, will you come with me?" The other immediately agreed without hesitation. He had to give in to that obedience, nodding. "What's that?" Aren't you afraid I'll hurt you since I'm a bad guy? The girl confirmed once more. That simple demeanor made Otto feel guilty. So kind, and I treated you like an enemy. But this time he chose to change his perspective. All right, let's go together. If we can reach the other shore, you won't be sad anymore. The girl's enthusiastic hug seemed to pass warmth through this cold place. She looked so happy. Then the ice general noticed there was another presence nearby. The girl excitedly ran quickly toward Elric, but in the end she stopped at a certain distance and bowed deeply. He smiled fondly as if to a beloved junior. No need to thank me, just go over there and have fun. Otto slowly approached, stroked the girl's head, and praised without reservation. You've done better than Ustin and I expected. We thought you would defeat the Ice General and seal her inside the ice crystal. Thanks to that correct decision, he could now see this innocent smile, but you truly saw through her real self, understood and soothed her heart. Otto carefully reconsidered and blamed himself. If I had approached her by understanding her as a child, perhaps she wouldn't have been hurt so much. Then he returned to the previous topic. Anyway, this last thing I accidentally left behind you completed faster than I expected. Elric did not want to revisit the past and bluntly demanded, it's time to hand Winter over to me, but life isn't a dream. I never said you were qualified. To receive a season you must be stronger, learn more, and understand them bit by bit. He wasn't the sort to accept results easily. After all you've done, you expect a yes. Otto patiently explained his meaning. I'm not saying no, only that now is not the time for you to receive Winter. When the moment comes I'll grant it, so be patient. But obviously Elric refused to give up. So that's all you wanted to say? He immediately switched tactics and began coaxing like a seasoned recruiter. This old ice general is a bad guy, come here. The girl quickly followed without looking back, leaving Otto frozen in the snow. The game shifted in Elric's favor. Are you planning to take her away to carry out some scheme? I won't let you succeed. He couldn't help but sigh at today's youth. You're climbing on my head more and more. Ah, how did our family come to this? The other's complaints had no effect on him. Are you fit to say that? You just think of ways to bully your descendants. So will you give Winter to him or not? Finally, Otto grew serious again. I was only joking a bit, but keeping it now isn't good for you. You must first have a solid foundation. Elric forced a sheepish smile and toned down his earlier aggression. Well, I've wanted it for a long time. He had to reveal the truth. The situation out there isn't good. Camelia's frantic shout echoed through the space. Elric. She was constantly draining her own strength to protect him. You must wake up quickly. Though the odds are slim, she's trying to rouse you from the encroaching danger otherwise. Contrasting the hanging by a thread atmosphere out there, Elric casually described in the spirit world. I almost lost my head. Otto felt a sharp pang at the other's playful attitude, saying that is almost an insult to the ancestors. To end matters quickly, he didn't delay further. All right, go now. When things are settled out there, come to my private house and see me. He gently gripped the current of air, his confidence boosted as if by 200%. All the ingredients needed to complete Winter had already gathered there. Outside, Camelia continued to scream hoarsely. Elric. His body remained motionless with no sign of waking. Hurry. She was nearly exhausted at any moment but never intended to give up. Open your eyes. The moment the Blood Wolf King tightened him in its palm, her vocal cords felt like they would split. No one knew the unpredictable developments swirling around the sigil on Elric's hand. Winter will find you in a terrifying and merciless form. Hopefully you won't be devoured by demons. The snowflake pattern rapidly blossomed into completion, emitting a lively, flickering light. Through the gap in the Blood Wolf King's fist, a fierce light poured out as if trying to shatter the obstacle in its path. The power exploded like a bomb in midair, forcing him to release his prey that seemed destined to die. Elric's transformation was like a rebirth into a stronger version than before. Mephisto was also stunned by his comeback, even with Otto's help. The fact that he absorbed a general-grade sigil is the talent of a true demon. The Blood Wolf King refused to release its prey and unleashed a deathly flame. Elric concentrated power into his palm, wielding an elemental force opposite to his enemy's energy. The fierce clash crescendoed as the tense struggle between ice and fire collided. Camelia was astounded by his rapid growth. Winter. He actually obtained Winter and can freely command it now. The Blood Wolf King, enraged, delivered a sharp blow to him. But in return, dozens of liters of blood spilled and pain pierced flesh and bone. Elric smiled triumphantly as the ice flail was summoned. His magical energy was on an entirely different level. So this is what the combined elements that form Winter look like. The sigil of Winter was gradually invading the rampaging beast. The Blood Wolf King howled in agony while shattering the ice stakes embedded in its body. Its skin rapidly regenerated, and wounds knit up in the blink of an eye. Facing a sound beyond human endurance, Elric remained calm and remarked, "You're way too noisy." Then he muttered an incantation of silence, locking its mouth immediately. The Blood Wolf King was fitted with a limited edition set of ice chains and muzzles. He was very pleased pleased with a temporarily subdued appearance. Quieter isn't that better. The Blood Wolf King tried to spit a pile of flames, but before they could kindle, the muzzles were locked shut and it couldn't move. Without needing cooldown time, Elric immediately cast a binding skill. Countless chains then appeared, wrapping around its body like a looming trap. The interlocking rings of chains tightened, pinning it down despite its thrashing. He seized the opportunity opening before him with precision. Then his powerful hand descended with lightning speed like an executioner's hammer. It's over. Just as success was about to be reached, the Blood Wolf King pulled out its final card, shattering the surrounding chains. A pressure wave of power radiated out, forcing Elric back into a defensive stance. It even grew stronger. Worse, a divine flame had just entered the fray. Could the freezing barrier not withstand that energy? His emerald green eye switched to analysis and judgment mode. Very quickly, he found the answer to this change. It was absorbing demonic chi from the air to grow stronger. Elric also discovered the breakthrough. He had to destroy that core to kill it, but the fire maw made approaching it very difficult. The Blood Wolf King had become even more dangerous now, judging by the hue of its eye. Just a glimpse into that grim look revealed the dark appetite within. I will kill you, Melvinger. Elric couldn't help but worry as the situation worsened. If left unchecked, another Demon King might be born. He was forced into a dilemma. If something happened, what could he possibly do? But there was nothing. Just then a meddlesome, eager voice appeared. Need my help. Elric understood the other's intention all too well. Help? You look like you want to eat him yourself. You couldn't help but exclaim, boohoo, still refusing to beg for help. Your pride is really something. Even when facing difficulties, calmness seemed to be his trademark. Don't do it if you don't like it. It slowly bared its sharp teeth proudly. Of course not. Before Elric could move, it acted quickly. Why not seize this chance to devour him? The moment Yu revealed his fierce true form, the Blood Wolf King suddenly shrank to the size of a small shrimp. It couldn't wait any longer and bit into the prey before it. The Blood Wolf King could only howl helplessly at the powerful attack, while Elric timed his entrance. This was his opportunity while Yu suppressed it. His calculating mind kept racing. A half-hearted strike would be useless. So he decided to go all in. Even if it drained his mana, he would finish it in a single final blow. Elric would use the final enlightenment that Tiger King Yell had taught him. His eyes lit up like high beams, fully awakened. His body replicated the original movement of the body-strengthening technique exactly. Next came a counterattack with lightning power enough to leave the opponent no defense. The 10,000 Tiger Claw. Deep gashes sliced through inch after inch of the Blood Wolf King's flesh. The wounds ran deep, exposing the core he had been trying to protect from the start. It kept spinning and absorbing demonic chi from around it like an insatiable black hole. The astonishing effect made Elric unable to hide his joy. It's working. Suddenly, the beating heart within him was engulfed by a blue flame. He frowned instinctively and clutched his chest. Damn the Dragonheart mana. But that did nothing. His exhausted body fell freely through the air. The tide of battle on the other side shifted again, the advantage slowly swinging toward the Blood Wolf King. In a daze, Elric unwillingly watched the wound on it begin to close. No, missing this chance would be the end. Suddenly, the sigil on his hand flared brighter than usual. He couldn't help but wonder at the strange phenomenon. Why was Mephisto's demonic chi reacting like this? It didn't even respond when I absorbed a lower-tier barrier. No sooner had he thought that than the other appeared. It seems my residue was suppressed by that bastard's energy and is reacting to the demonic chi absorbed by the lower-tier barrier. He kindly explained the reason. Even so, it's only a small fraction of my power. Elric could only infer the rest himself. Mephisto's demonic chi was rising because his Dragonheart mana was depleted. But the current situation allowed no more hesitation. This amount of energy would have to suffice. Even while falling, he used the position to activate his power. Damn fox, never meet again. His hand clenched and he cast the crushing skill. The central core immediately appeared. Cracks raced across it and quickly shattered into pieces amid blinding light. A cataclysmic explosion suddenly erupted in the midst of the battle, shaking heaven and earth. On Valence's side, they were stunned into stillness, observing the situation from afar. Even hundreds of kilometers away, one could clearly witness the echo it produced. An unceasing worry sprouted inside him. No. The future that played in Valence's mind was unbearable to accept. Spring had finally returned. But the scene he imagined was monochrome. If a hot wind rose, the ice fields would face drought and the environment would become harsh from the heat. Norris was the quickest to react to the change. The royal knights and warriors had to protect his majesty. He did not flinch when facing the approaching vortex. That massive figure set an example so that the warriors, though fearful, dared not retreat. In his heart, Norris had assessed their combat capability. We cannot stop the hot wind by ourselves. The present helplessness reminded him of the past. At times like this, he wished they could use magic. We are in this predicament because the aberrant tribe refused to evolve out of their arrogance. Even facing the brink of death, Norris's loyalty remained steadfast. However, as long as His Majesty lives, we can always rise again. He used his final words to raise their morale. "O great warriors, protect His Majesty at all costs, even if it means sacrifice." Just as the current wave of air was about to arrive, it collided with another force. That pure energy purified and pushed back the raging malevolent chi, leaving Norris bewildered and unable to grasp what it was. Steady footsteps rang out along with an unfamiliar presence, leaving him puzzled. "Who are you?" Augustine suddenly appeared, bolstering the army's strength. I should have handled this from the start. Earlier, he had a conversation with Elric. "Don't you need my help?" Elric candidly stated his intent. "I can't keep relying on you, but the other wasn't the type to care, so what?" Elric then explained thoroughly. "Before becoming your disciple, I was a clan leader guiding my family. No one would follow a chieftain who could do nothing himself. In the silent night, that resolute gaze shone like a distant star. I will walk every path before me like you, even if I face danger. To bring the family back into a shining world, I must overcome this myself. After all, this is the Melvinger family's destiny." But Augustine still couldn't be at ease. Did he, as a master, have to watch his student die? Elric immediately put on a confident face to reassure him. "No, I will not die. Because I want to reserve this aid for others. Ah, master, please protect King Valence and Anthropomorph for me. They mean a great deal to me." Augustine recalled Elric's final request. His face carried unspoken burdens. "That is also my role as a teacher, to protect." But he quickly regained his composed manner. "Hey, aberrant one," the other responded, slightly startled. "What?" He suddenly asked a question unrelated to the battle. "Have you met Ustin before?" Though puzzling, Norris maintained a respectful tone. "Yes." The eyes hidden beneath his aged skin were like a sharp sword preparing to be drawn. "Then look closely." Augustine was proof that age sharpens spice. "Between him and I, who is the more dangerous mage?" The eyes beneath his aged skin like a sharp sword ready to unsheath. "Look closely." Augustine is one of the proofs that age makes one fiercer. "Between him and I, who is the more dangerous mage?" Norris suddenly froze at the sight of Augustine's terrifying presence, his body instinctively retreating. He tried to clench his hands to suppress the trembling born of fear deep in his heart. He could feel the overwhelming power from the man. How strong is he? Augustine suddenly raised a foot high, then a thunderous boom like sky-splitting thunder rang out as his heel struck the ground with horrific force, blowing everything away. The night awakened. A colossal surge of energy erupted, sweeping up dust like a century storm. If the Ice General controls darkness by using frost to block the sun, then this thing absorbs all light in the world. In the heart of the storm stood the aged figure of the strongest in the Tower of Magic, a black-and white veil, an awful force that absorbed not only death but also one's very presence. Even the pack of werewolf soldiers couldn't endure that chilling sound. Each of them fearfully clamped their hands over their ears and curled up on the ground to avoid the calamity. Norris was bewildered, immersed in that blinding light. The power felt like facing a catastrophe. No one expected such power to belong to a human. Suddenly, the air filled with the sound of shattering glass, and the brilliant orange of the tide of flames gradually appeared in his astonished gaze. The other aberrants were equally stunned, stammering into a sentence. What just happened? The fire was completely extinguished. Though he had seen it with his own eyes, Norris still could not believe it. Thinking of how he had been overpowering like a disaster, Valence suddenly called out loudly, "Premier." He regained his startled expression and turned to ask the youth, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" The youth didn't answer Norris but instead wore a look full of worry, pleading, "We must return to the city quickly. Elric is in danger." But Augustine was not particularly worried and even reassured Valence with a cough. "Pa, do you think my disciple would fall from something like this?" Just then, a group of people approached from afar. The moment he saw that familiar silhouette, he was so overjoyed, he nearly burst into tears. Elric and his companions walked toward the gathering, chatting happily. He suddenly heard someone call his name. Elric looked up. Valence waved excitedly to welcome him, and Augustine beside him smiled at his talented student. Seeing his loved one still there waiting for him, emotion showed in his eyes as he raised his hand in response. Elric was about to greet Valence when a sudden dizziness struck, leaving him unable to finish his words. His whole body collapsed, but Isabel caught him just in time. She called out anxiously when she saw him lying motionless. "Elric." Sean also panicked and hurried over to try to rouse him. But before he could do anything, he found Elric sleeping soundly with no sign of danger. The words stuck awkwardly on his lips. "Rick." Aside from sighing in relief, Sean frowned in annoyance at feeling tricked. Hey, the kid is good at scaring people, causing everyone to burst into laughter. And that is how all the matters on the black snow plain concluded. In a certain beautiful land, Elric lay listless beneath a large tree like a sleeping beauty. He slowly awoke from a daze, still unsure of what on earth was happening. Then he saw the smiling face and expressive eyes of the Ice General. He suddenly understood everything and softly asked the girl, "Are you here to say goodbye?" She nodded in answer. Elric smiled gently as well. His eyes were full of affection. Then he ruffled the Ice General's hair and admonished her like an older brother about to part from his sister. "When you get there, have fun, don't cause trouble, okay?" A warm feeling suddenly rose from deep inside him. he didn't know where the girl would go. Wherever she went, seeing that innocent, carefree face, Elric quietly hoped she would no longer suffer and that only laughter would remain. The Ice General pushed up on her knees and slowly stood. The girl fixed her eyes on his face and suddenly asked, "Will you come play with me again?" He seemed surprised by the question. His jade-green pupils suddenly contracted. After a moment of stunned silence, Elric replied teasingly, "Of course." Receiving the desired answer, the Ice General beamed with satisfaction. A gentle breeze blew through, carrying petals that tossed the girl's hair. The petals drifted through the air, basking in all of nature's favor. Then a few petals managed to slip into a certain room. One gently landed on Elric's sleeping face, successfully waking him from his dream and bringing him back to reality. He scrambled up, anxious and unsettled. Had he been out for long? At that moment, a familiar voice called, "You're awake then." He looked toward the source of the voice with suspicion, and saw Valence already seated in the chair. "When did you sit there? How long have you been there?" The youth honestly told him that Camellia said he'd wake soon, so he had just arrived. Elric nodded and softly replied, "Oh, I see." Then without another word, the youth suddenly produced a book. He reached out to take it, puzzled. "What is this?" "I already received research materials long ago." Valence said in a low voice the origin of the notebook. "This is the diary left by Tiger King Yul." The more Valence spoke, the more confused Elric became. "This is important to the Tiger King's clan, so why give it to me?" The youth half explained, half evaded. "I accidentally found it while rummaging through the library yesterday and discovered something interesting inside." Then he pointed to the leaf pressed inside the book and urged, "I thought it would be good for you to read, so I used the leaf as a bookmark. Please read it." Afterwards, Elric sat alone in the room to ponder it, though his expression was somewhat off. His gaze seemed frozen on the page, his brows knitted in astonishment. The dense scrawl in the notebook had revealed many things. The noteworthy entries begin on February 14th. Yul discovered an intriguing individual and brought him to the tribe. This human claimed he had been kidnapped by a beastman as a child and knew how to use enhanced body techniques. On February 16th, the human, whom he wasn't sure would fit with tribal customs, adapted very quickly and dispelled all of Yul's worries. On February 17th, he wondered whether it was time for the whole tribe to settle when that youngster proposed a perfect place for them, and everyone settled there. On February 29th, that human took an interest in Yul's enhanced body techniques, now remembered that his methods bore some similarity to his own. Recently, on the 16th, because of a strange phenomenon called the Ice General, many tribe members were affected. The entire tribe asked that human to guide them and began a campaign to defeat the Ice General. Page after page, the diary unfolded like a film running through Elric's mind, leaving him utterly shocked. Wasn't this all arranged? Could this be true? His hand trembled as he grasped the startling truth. The human mentioned in the diary was himself. The more he read, the closer he came to the madness. Even the events involving the Ice General that followed matched exactly what had been orchestrated. But the strange part lay further on. Elric's hand suddenly stopped as he flipped to the next page. The strange man had departed. Yul regarded that man as a younger brother. He suddenly vanished just as he had found that person. The young man's name was Elric Melvinger, and he said he was the heir of the Melvinger clan. Elric looked down in disbelief at the badge hanging around his neck. One strange, baffling thing after another unfolded. He couldn't help exclaiming, "What kind of arrangement is this?" Thinking back, it was so vivid it couldn't just be a world inside his mind. As he dug a little deeper, a problem suddenly arose. However, if that were reality, it would mean there is magic that allows people to return to the past. How could such a godlike power exist? Elric recalled that earlier he knew nothing of it. Otto told him to find him at his private residence, so to uncover everything he knew, he must return to the Empire as quickly as possible. Just then Sean burst in, panting and frantic. "Elric." He breathed a sigh of relief at seeing him safe. "Thank goodness, I was worried you wouldn't wake." He knew the other's temperament too well and smiled inquisitively. "You didn't think I rushed here because you woke up, did you? What's going on?" Sean's expression turned grave as he slowly enunciated each word. "About that. He brought dreadful news. War has broken out in the Empire," striking Elric like a thunderclap. He stood stunned for a long moment. Sean announced the shocking news sternly. "The Empire has erupted into war." Elric couldn't believe his ears and had to ask to be sure. "What? Are you talking nonsense?" He offered a hint. "Count Wins." Hearing that name, Elric pictured the likely cause. Did the Red Lion clan rebel? Count Wins, surely everyone knows who he is. The Red Lion clan is one of the 8 vassal houses that back the Empire. The Red Lion clan also governs the military colonies set up to defend the borders. The troops under his command are famed as elite forces. Elric understood the severity of the situation. If a place like that revolts, it cannot be taken lightly. Sean relayed other rumors. Word is that by the end of the day, Count Wins will be declared an enemy of the Empire. Though everything seemed crystal clear, he felt that something was off. There was a very shadowy undertone. After pondering, Elric raised a question. "Isn't it strange for a clan renowned for loyalty to rebel?" Sean paused, then offered what he considered a plausible reason. They say he colluded with demons. This claim made him whirl around to ask bluntly, demons? He received a blunt affirmative. Yes, stranger still. The whole affair was led by the crown prince. Elric's gaze sharpened and a perfect curl formed at the corner of his mouth in a mocking smile. The crown prince who's been chasing Gregory is leading this, utterly rotten to the core. Time was pressing, he quickened his pace and urged Sean, hurry up. We must return to the Empire immediately. All storms pass and all festivities end. Valence clung to Elric's hand, reluctant to let go. Are you really leaving? Regret welled in him, eyes on the verge of spilling a tear. Compared to all you've done for us, we haven't even had a chance to repay you. Elric sat down thoughtfully to be at eye level with him. Do you think you still owe me? He clasped Valence's hand firmly and made a request, then become a great king. He smiled, looked him straight in the eyes and pledged, I will wait patiently, so be generous when you repay me, okay? Hearing this, the youth immediately broke into a joyful smile. All his earlier sorrow vanished. The others also laughed fondly at the sight. Then Valence nodded and declared clearly, I understand. I will do it and always stand by you. That should be enough, right? Elric, wanting for nothing more, laughed and encouraged him. Wise decision. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Are they leaving already? The flower deities of the fairy tribe had just arrived in time for the farewell. Each of them had tears in their eyes. You're leaving already. Stay and play with us a little longer. They hugged Elric tightly and sobbed. Dapper tried to plead, why are you leaving so soon? But you have matters to attend to, so it's unavoidable. Haha, I wish I could stay too. Just then another person arrived to say goodbye. Everyone stepped back to save face a little. Elric brightened at seeing that face. Camellia, you're here. He cheerfully explained his plan to avoid misunderstanding. I was going to stop by the temple before I left. She still teased as always, you must be in a hurry. I won't trouble you. But then she dropped the teasing and fixed him with a penetrating look. Perhaps out of goodwill for a good friend, Camellia gently warned, the path you're about to take will not be easy. He paid no mind to those hardships, his face full of confidence. Yet isn't an easy road too dull? That arrogance pleased her. She smiled softly at him. The party boarded the carriages and departed, carrying much longing and emotion. Elric went north by order and gained something even more precious than expected. He stuck his head out the window to wave goodbye to everyone. Thoughts poured forth, restore the clan's honor and make the ruler of the Black Snowfields an ally. What force could match this power? It was all the legacy left by his grandfather and ancestors. To cherish and develop that legacy, that was the duty of a clan head like Elric. In a gloomy shrine, a horde of demons fell to their knees and begged Lord Owen, sir, please forgive us. But it wasn't that simple. He paid them no attention and his minions continued reading the letter. Return immediately upon receiving this order and destroy the sealed letter. No sooner had he finished than enormous mouths with razor teeth suddenly appeared in midair. They crazily lunged in to tear the demons apart. Blood spattered everywhere and agonized screams echoed about. Please, sir, have mercy. Yet watching the carnage unfold, Owen remained indifferent, leave no trace. He burned the letter and read the final lines, erasing the evidence and regrouping at the main base. So at last the great mission was about to begin. He bitterly recalled his humiliating defeat. If that damned Melvinger hadn't interfered, we could have offered the northern banner and snow storm of the east to Lord Azazel. Owen raised his foot high, vowing inwardly that even if he had to retreat now. He stamped down hard on the floor, the shockwave shaking the space. Next time we meet. His blood-red pupils brimmed with killing intent, his eye sockets black as if they contained all the world's cruelty. Owen swore to himself, I will personally offer your head to Lord Azazel. Meanwhile, Elric's carriage had reached the city wall. The long journey left Sean exhausted, so he slept and has only just woken up. Ah, so we're leaving this place already. Suddenly a loud shout rang out, stop. The carriage braked abruptly, forcing everyone inside to grab the seat backs to keep their balance. Elric, puzzled, called out, Carl, what's the matter? Carl didn't know how to answer and could only suggest, I think you should go see for yourself. When Carl said that, Elric realized it might be serious and quickly disembarked. On all three tiers of the wall, many people aimed crossbows at them. A spokesman stepped forward and threatened, if you do not comply, we will treat you as intruders and open fire. Elric frowned, taking in every detail before concluding. They've deployed stone-throwing ballistae on the battlements, things only used when war breaks out. Is this the Red Lion clan's rebellion? Those above, seeing everyone silent, pressed, declare your identities and the number of people with you. Sean, feeling annoyed, snapped his fingers. We are the caravan that passed through here 2 months ago from House Nerster. The flower emblem representing the house immediately lit up. He used that as proof of their identity and requested, please open the gate. A man who appeared to be the leader stared intently at the badge, for this was hard to believe. Nerster, you're really back? We thought you were dead since you hadn't contacted us for 2 months. Sean, getting impatient, kept urging, open the gate, for heaven's sake. Only then did the man startle and order his subordinates, open it at once. The city gate was quickly opened, and the carriage slowly drove into a room filled with books. The man from before now formally introduced himself with courtesy, I am Vanel. He bowed slightly to show sincerity and apologized for their rudeness and mistakes. Knowing the visitors meant no harm, Sean didn't hold it against them and replied, "It's all right." He also placed a hand over his chest to express respect to Vanel. "Seeing you steadfastly guard the Empire's border like this, as a commoner I feel very proud." He laughed heartily. Vanel felt honored by his words. "Ha ha, to have the third young master of House Naerster acknowledge our efforts. It's the first time in 30 years I've been so moved." Yet he immediately changed his expression, stroking his chin and thought, "But it's strange today, why are so many distinguished guests arriving to such a remote place?" Sean, suddenly curious, asked, "Aside from us, who else has arrived?" Vanel smiled and replied confidently, "Yes." He cheerfully revealed the guest's identity to them. "The fourth prince is here now. Would you like to meet him?" At the mention of that name, both immediately turned to each other, their eyes full of astonishment and questions. Sean whispered to Elric, "This is without doubt. He's waiting for us, right?" The situation made him rack his brain. Why would a figure of the fourth prince's stature personally come to a border post at such a critical moment? At the same time, Cromwell casually tapped his fingers on the armrest, the only sound in the quiet room. His presence was an enigma full of variables to Elric. What was he plotting? Rodeo France's voice was audible in the small room. "Your Highness, since childhood Elric Melvinger and I have had a very special relationship." He put a hand to his chest and bowed slightly as he made a proposal to Cromwell. "If I personally intervene to persuade him, I'm sure he'll lean toward us." Hearing this, Cromwell did not decide immediately but fell into thought. In truth, Rodeo harbored a small scheme. He had to seize this opportunity at all costs. He knew this person well, the fourth Prince Cromwell, a royal prodigy who had been recognized by the Golden Master for his swordsmanship and awarded the title of Black Master. He is one of the three leading the empire. If he can win the favor of the one rumored to become the next emperor, while Rodeo was lost in thought, Cromwell had reached his final decision. "Very well, I'll try to trust you." He bowed to show his sincerity. "Thank you, sir." A sly glint flashed in Rodeo's eyes with a smirk as if celebrating his own victory. "I'll become the next head of House France." In the elegant guest chamber, Sean was a little surprised to learn his friend's plan. "You're really going to meet him? You usually hate getting involved with the royal family." Elric declared firmly, "I've decided I won't ignore it anymore," which left him gaping in astonishment. What? He couldn't trust without suspicion. "You bastard, what are you scheming now?" Elric feigned nonchalance, but every word was a life goal. "I'm not plotting. No, I've realized I can no longer sit idly by. I will restore my family." The more he spoke, the more Sean grew bewildered, his mind full of question marks, relying on the fourth prince to revive them again. Elric hadn't decided yet because other factors were needed. "I'll decide after I meet him." He sighed in exasperation at his reckless friend. "So you mean you'll spread your wings right on the battlefield?" Elric didn't answer but gave a calculating smile. As Sean said, the fastest way to revive the house is to achieve great deeds in war or become the king's aide. Knowing the current situation, Elric began planning toward that goal. "Since I've separated from the crown prince, the fourth prince could become a valuable pawn." The door to the room suddenly opened. Herman entered in battle attire, cheerfully greeting, "You came to see me?" "Oh, you're here." Elric was very excited to see him. "I'm waiting." Sean took the hint and politely stood to give Herman space so the two could have a private conversation. The moment he saw him, he was eager to spar. "I had hoped you'd come to continue sword training, but given the situation, maybe not." He laughed at that and pointed to the chair opposite, motioning, "Ha ha, that's for another time, please sit." Herman, curious, asked outright why Elric wanted to see him. Elric did not hide his purpose. "I want to ask you about something." He went straight to the key issue. "What is the Black Master like?" Herman paused to choose his words. Black Master." Then he bluntly commented that everyone outside called him ambitious. "They say that, but I see it differently." His face twisted into a cunning, half-mocking smile as he offered his observation. "He's merely a lion obsessed with swordsmanship and martial skill." The remark passed like a breeze but inadvertently stirred a storm in Elric's mind. His eyes widened in astonishment. Herman continued with advice. "You may or may not get along with him, but if you meet him in person, you might find he's not so bad." Elric bowed slightly and replied, "Thank you. Thanks to you, I now know how to approach him." With official business concluded, he began to discuss other matters. Additionally, Elric fell silent, waiting for the next remark though puzzled. Then Herman blurted out an odd, offhand comment. "It seems you've changed quite a bit. Mephisto reads people quickly. I sense he's itching to spar with you." Having heard that, Elric found it hard to refuse. "Actually, I also want to test my skills again." He smiled as if issuing a challenge. "Would you like to have a sparring match?" Herman was thrilled and readily agreed. "Exactly what I was hoping for." A short while later, the two of them were out in the courtyard. Suddenly, about 8 soldiers formed a ring around them, waiting to watch the fight. Elric curled his lip in displeasure and asked Herman, "Did you call these men here?" Although he tried to deny it, his evasive expression betrayed him. "I don't know what you're talking about, ha ha ha." Mephisto laughed at the amusing scene, wanting to tease a little. His performance was on par with that man's. If no one else offers an answer, he'll analyze it himself. This was just an impulsive decision of ours. I don't know how the news spread so fast. Elric glanced at the girl waving and concluded confidently, it must be Isabel. Mephisto had to admit that the girl was not ordinary. Her political instinct and strategic mind were sharp, and he agreed, his gaze showing some admiration. She truly stands out. She proved her ability before the border garrison. Her eyes were fixed on him. Elric guessed their intention and raised his own value before meeting the fourth prince. As he took an attacking stance, he told himself that since both the man and his daughter intended to give him wings, he would fly high in return. Herman drew his sword from its sheath and kindly warned him a few times, "Don't expect me to go easy on you, focus." Both were in position, ready for the duel, eyes watching the opponent closely for any opening. Without any shout, the two practically charged at each other at the same moment. The fight from its start was intense. Elric's hand suddenly became a sharp weapon, blocking every attack from Herman. Each punch and sword swing raised a fierce gale, blowing up dirt and stone like a storm, forcing the watching soldiers to shield their faces. Unexpectedly, they fought hand-to-hand, without using magic or auras. They widened their eyes to continue watching this unique duel, and offered commentary. The head of a prestigious mage house was trading blows with a blue cloak master using only bare hands. Absurd. If a mage is this strong, what are we to do? In the blink of an eye, the wind howled like demons from an abyss. The duel continued, but those outside could no longer make out the two figures. Seconds later, Elric was suddenly thrust back by immense force, leaving a long streak across the ground. From the match, Herman had learned Elric's current capabilities. First, he praised him a few times, "Your movements are much cleaner now," then pointed out some remaining flaws, nodding there were still many unnecessary motions. Elric was thoroughly convinced, bowing to accept the advice. "It seems I must continue training under your guidance." Suddenly, crisp applause rang out from somewhere, drawing their attention. The soldiers stepped aside to make way for Cromwell. He clapped as he advanced slowly, a satisfied smile ever present on his lips. This was Elric's first time seeing the fourth prince in person. He felt a strange awe, so this is fourth Prince Cromwell. He and Herman bowed respectfully as the soldiers shouted in unison. Not long after, Elric hurried down the corridor to meet someone. Just as he arrived at the room, he saw Rodeo waiting at the door. He turned to greet him jubilantly as if an old close friend. "Oh, Elric, it's been so long, my friend." Though meeting for the first time, Mephisto couldn't stand the man. "What's with that smug face? Are you acquainted with him?" Elric frowned and admitted quietly, "Yes, he's the rightful heir of House France." He paused at the name, suspicious. France, the notorious rival family? Elric nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Mephisto laughed, "Ha-ha," as if hearing a joke, "So he's the traitor." Rodeo, unaware of the behind-the-scenes power struggle, strolled over casually and started a conversation. "Why so silent, my friend?" He put on an air of knowing everything, boastful and self-constructed like a poor stand-up routine. "Ah, you must be a bit shy after so many years apart." While Elric remained distracted, Rodeo didn't hide the ambition on his face, for his heart was full of filthy intents. "I know he hates my family, but because Melvinger's assets are in my hands, he can't treat me as an enemy. He understands the current situation and assumes everything will go as he predicts. Besides, our house is now not only a vassal of Melvinger but also a powerful force in the court. He won't dare confront us." The more Rodeo thought, the more confident he grew in his plan. "So if our house offers to return Melvinger's assets, he'll be forced to join hands with us." Emboldened, he had the audacity to sling an arm around Elric's shoulders. "My friend, before meeting the prince, I want to discuss Melvinger's assets, which are currently in our house's possession." At that, Elric could no longer tolerate Rodeo's presumptuousness. He ordered coldly, "Put your hand down." The careless attitude froze him. For a few seconds his mind went blank. "Huh?" Seeing his poor hearing, Elric repeated slowly with a calm, deadly look, "I said put your hand down." As if intimidated by the pressure, Rodeo instinctively stepped back to keep his distance. Mephisto bared his teeth in a smirk, secretly spitting on him. "So those who claim to be Melvinger's right-hand men know nothing about him." Elric clenched his fist, struggling to restrain rising emotions. "Count France should have shown me the utmost respect. Yet this third young master, who followed you for a period neither short nor long, understands well the hatred Melvinger's house carries." Elric glared at Rodeo, each word hissed through his teeth. "How dare you speak insolently to a duke of the empire?" Mephisto silently added in his mind that the consequences would never disappear. Rodeo trembled at the killing intent Elric radiated. Elric looked at him with pure hatred, the blood of House France. For over a millennium they had become a fortress protecting House Melvinger, a vassal that had stained countless enemies red for boundless greed. "That's why my sister and I called the clan head France uncle and placed great trust in him. And yet now they stand with the royal family, the ones who stripped us of our inheritance and helped push Melvinger to the brink of annihilation. Worse, they conspired to seize our proud magical bloodline title and schemed to force my sister to marry Rodeo France. After refusing the marriage, we were abandoned in a derelict manner and forced to struggle to survive." Elric's face burned with a desire to give them a beating, yet they still refused to stop playing the righteous part. Rodeo immediately bowed. "My lord, I was terribly rude." Elric glared and said, "Get out of here quickly. I don't want to see your face again." With that, he turned his back and left with Mephisto. Rodeo's face contorted hideously at those words. Elric quickly moved to the next location and respectfully saluted. "Elric Melvinger, Duke of Radiance, head of House Melvinger, I pay homage to Prince Cromhell." He smiled warmly. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Duke of Radiance." Elric was somewhat surprised. Clearly he had heard the entire exchange outside, yet showed no reaction. Mephisto spoke up. He paid no mind to his subordinate being humiliated and instead watched the man opposite with interest. Elric agreed. Perhaps the prince already understood Rodeo France's true nature and harbored no expectations. Most likely he merely wanted to see how I would respond. Cromhell suddenly asked, "Did you just use fortification art during the fight with the Blue Master?" Elric's face showed a hint of astonishment. Fortification art, he recognized it. Cromhell stepped up to his side with a serious demeanor. Expecting tension, Elric flinched, but Cromhell only patted his shoulder. "I know this magic is listed as forbidden by the Mage Tower, so rest assured, no one else will learn of it." He rested a hand on his chin and smiled meaningfully. "Now tell me how you feel about Melvinger's old domain." Faced with that, Elric was momentarily bewildered. "Excuse me." Mephisto chuckled. He couldn't resist the amusement. "Looks like you've let your guard down. He's very good at seizing the initiative in negotiations." Elric analyzed the situation carefully. "I thought the conversation would progress slowly, but he went straight to the point. If I slip up, I'll completely lose control of this negotiation." Elric clenched his palm. His gaze hardened with resolve. "Forgive me, but what do you mean?" Cromhell replied calmly, "I'm straightforward by nature and not good at beating around the bush. If Melvinger pledges to support me, I will repay them with what I can grant." Elric's sharp eyes did not waver. "The family's domain has become wasteland. Even ancients cannot survive there because of a demonic curse. What can I possibly offer?" A servant leaned in and whispered into Cromhell's ear. It seemed to be unwelcome news. He frowned, somewhat displeased. He waved his hand. "It seems I was rude. My apologies." He offered a new condition. "A land comparable to Melvinger's old domain, for example. I will grant you a border region belonging to the Red Lion clan's territory." Elric couldn't help but be skeptical. The Red Lion clan, their lands are as precious as gold. He's willing to give that away. He even said he would personally face the backlash from allied nobles. It's not something anyone would dare do without genuine determination. However, Elric bowed, apologizing. "I am only a subject of the Empire. I follow orders from your majesty." He was firm from the start that he did not intend to negotiate. "I only wanted to test my own worth and to see what kind of man Cromhell is." Still not giving up, however, "My offer remains valid. Please consider it favorably. If you need, I am willing to offer even greater concessions." "You seem a bit tired, so you won't give up easily, but I suddenly thought of a plan to ruin the negotiations. Then, by the way, may I make a request?" On the other side, Rodeo still seethed with anger. He struck the wall hard. "Elric Melvinger, how dare you? Do you think you can humiliate me with that noble title? I swear I will avenge this humiliation 1,000-fold." Cromhell's attendant stepped forward. "My lord, Rodeo France. His Highness is looking for you." He quickly arrived at Cromhell's place. "Your Highness, did you summon me?" He ignored the greeting and just pointed at him. "Here, I summoned France Rodeo already. Tell me, what is your request?" He heard that and immediately flashed a contemptuous smile. "Elric, that bastard. It seems the negotiations failed, so he plans to use me as a mediator. How foolish. Does he think that will soothe the tension between us?" A calculating expression of old debts crossed his face. "Very well, state your request plainly. I will repay the recent humiliation double." Elric pointed at his hand. "Give me Rodeo France's right arm." Cromhell was taken aback by this proposition. Rodeo sighed. "What the hell did that bastard just say?" Cromhell continued. "The France house stands with me, you know that." Elric shrugged. "What a pity." He heard that and fell into thought. Victorious beside him, Rodeo said, "Do you think his grace would abandon our house for someone like you? The France family has served the fourth prince for years." Cromhell asked him, "Rodeo France, are you my vassal?" "Yes, the France house and I have long pledged loyalty to your highness," he nodded. "Then forgive my forthcoming action." Rodeo was puzzled. What do you mean?" His motion to draw the sword had not a hint of hesitation. A single precise strike removed his arm. His arm lay rolling on the floor. Rodeo screamed in agony, "My hand, my arm." Elric, witnessing the act, could not help but be bewildered. "The madman, I only intended to break the negotiations." He picked up Rodeo's bloodied arm. "What do you think?" His demonic smile satisfied. "Am I worthy to be your friend now?" Elric confirmed. Indeed, he has lost his mind. Elric pressed, "You have sacrificed so much just to make connections. Are you sure? France and the other noble houses will surely turn their backs on you." He replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry about that. The France house would never dare betray me." Elric understood everything. It seemed he had already controlled the France house. he even held sway over other nobles as well. He smiled with delight. Having him as an ally would surely be extremely interesting. He handed the arm to him. At least I have shown my sincerity. What do you think? He raised his hand, feeling satisfied. Suddenly a loud noise drew both their attention. The glass shattered. Through the dust and smoke about 5 assassins crouched in wait. The attendant panicked. Your Highness, please leave here immediately. Elric dodged their strikes in bewilderment. Assassins. With the garrison and royal guards here, would they still dare attempt an assassination? He cast his ice magic, and all the assassins were frozen solid. He clenched his palm, shattering the ice on them, then scanned the area. Hurry, protect the prince. From the other side, he saw Cromwell also fighting hard through the assassins one by one, and was relieved that he was all right. The assassins kept rushing in, but that posed no difficulty for him. Cromwell leapt, sending each attacker down with ease. His eyes were filled with killing intent, without a trace of fear. Elric relaxed. Right, he's a dark mage, I needn't worry. Just when he thought it was over, another group burst in through the front door, shouting, the prince. Elric was helpless. Do they want to die? Mephisto beside him shook his head in exasperation. At that moment, Cromwell's reinforcements arrived. Who dares attack the prince? Have they gone this far? Hermann led the troops to block the assassins and protect the prince. The knights in black armor also appeared immediately. Elric braced himself. The royal forces and the blue mages have arrived. The assassins charged en masse, making him laugh, attacking without knowing what they're up against. Hermann and Cromwell nodded and exchanged a signal. They both surged forward at once. Each assassin was taken down in turn. Elric relaxed watching the scene. Now he felt pity for them, facing 2 lions at once. He activated magic in his eyes. So then I will deal with those still hiding behind the pillars. The assassins were watching the situation. One drew a knife and ordered, don't touch the blue mages. Aim only for the prince. He scanned the area and signaled the others to move. Having received the signal, they drew knives and charged in unison. A shard of ice flew before them, freezing them in place. The unlucky assassin fell dead on the spot. The others who hadn't acted were stunned. What the hell? He drew a knife and was surveying the area. Elric was aiming at his position. He curled a smile. Pierce and die. The spell shot out and quickly finished him. He struck a cool pose like those gun-holding bodyguards. Mephisto was puzzled. What kind of stance is that? He shrugged. I don't know, I just felt like doing it. He sympathized with the assassins. These guys are pitiful, seem skilled but unlucky. Their natural enemy is right here. He observed, who are these people, coming this far just to assassinate a 4th prince? He took a fighting stance. First we need to capture a few and say hello to them. Hazer spoke up, they can't be captured. He was surprised. What do you mean they can't be captured? She observed the assassins. They've been trained to this level. If they don't kill themselves, a brainwashing protocol will activate and kill them. The 2 sisters continued their conversation. Do you know who they are, Zichan? He was surprised. Zichan, that organization really exists. Only recently they're very mysterious. Really, how do you know? She showed killing intent because the leader of her mercenary band is their enemy. He braced his hand and thought, an organization that has never surfaced before. One of the assassins raised his knife high. All retreat. He smiled and cast a spell, planning to run. If so, I'll send subordinates to tail them. The hummingbee drones attached to the assassins' backs. He was smug. You wouldn't think of that, would you? A strange sound rang out, startling him. If I leave the mission like this, the organization's core will be exposed. He looked upward. No way. How is there someone with no presence at all? A masked figure had been watching from above for some time. He drew his sword. So this is your joke. A single sword stroke nullified all of Elric's magic completely. He was furious. Damn it, he even paid attention to his subordinates. Cromwell asked, so you're the leader. What kind of freak are you and who sent you here? The masked man tossed his head. I don't think you'd expect me to answer, Prince. He immediately wreathed the sword in magic. Right? It would be boring if you spilled everything. Both Hermann and he lunged forward together. They leapt and closed in on the masked man instantly. Dark magic surrounded him, but being surrounded by lions wasn't any better. He gradually began to dissipate. Before that, he had swung a sword to create distance between them. He jumped to a farther spot. I like to play too, but today is not suitable. Before leaving, he bowed very politely. I must take my leave. Elric cast magic around him to disperse and decompose. What? Ice and lightning magic swirled around him. He raised his fist and surged forward. You may come here as you please, but you won't leave as you please. Looking into the masked man's blood-red, murderous eyes, Elric took an offensive stance and declared decisively, who dares to intrude into this refuge? He grinned arrogantly, gathering brilliant power around his fist, and again emphasized, don't think you'll escape so easily. He unleashed all his strength with a fierce look. Physical enhancement spell. Elric shot forward like a lightning bolt, unleashing a flurry of continuous claws at the masked man. Tianhuo slash. But the masked man promptly teleported away, instantly evading the strike, and calmly said, I thought you were just a mage. Elric's fierce attack smashed straight through the wall behind him, piercing it immediately. The tremendous impact left the masked man astonished. Just a brush past, and it's already so dangerous. Elric continued to use binding magic. A tangle of chains shot toward the masked man, appearing from all sides to form an impenetrable ring. However, the masked man easily knocked the chains aside and complained, can't even have a moment of peace. Then he lightly touched down with a composed, fearless posture. Elric pressed on with a piercing spell, sending countless razor-sharp ice arrows straight at him. The masked man swung his sword and violently deflected the ice arrows. He suddenly froze, smiled faintly, and stared ahead as if he'd noticed something. Hazer ambushed from above unexpectedly, but he had already recognized the lone woman in the dark tower beforehand. He quickly stepped back, feigning surprise, colluding with Melvinger's master, looking at Hazer beside Elric. The masked man spoke with sarcasm. "This is unexpected." His eyes widened and his face darkened as if anger was about to erupt. At the same time, Herman and Cromwell silently charged from behind. Though the masked man sensed them, he remained astonishingly calm, making things even more chaotic. When the moment ripened, all four of Elric's group surged forward from the four directions. The masked man's eyes suddenly flashed, blazing with fury and rage, as if he had no other option. His body emitted a terrifying aura of mana, flinging all four of Elric's group backward. Elric landed with a pained grimace. He had just withstood the coordinated assault of the four. The masked man still stood tall with two swords in hand, radiating a fearsome might. Phantom silhouettes suddenly emerged from within his body. Elric stared in stunned bewilderment. What is this? The aura has changed. Just moments before it was a light breeze. Now it's utterly silent, the air frozen as if facing an invisible vengeful spirit. Herman suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, "Fall back." The masked man vanished in an instant, leaving only a thin wisp of smoke behind. Cromwell ground his teeth in astonishment. Hazer's eyes rounded in horror and utter astonishment. Even Elric couldn't help shivering at the phenomenon unfolding before him. He concentrated all his mana and swept his gaze around. Where did he go? Yet he could not detect any trace of the enemy. Not even his divine sense picked up anything. Suddenly, the ghastly form and voice of a ghost echoed in his ear. "How could you be so foolish?" At that moment, the masked man reappeared and slashed across his shoulder. Instantly, the masked man teleported behind him and praised, "Dodged, huh? Not bad." As soon as he finished speaking, his form gradually dissolved again. Elric frowned, conflicted and tense. Did I dodge that by intuition? The masked man's slashes kept coming incessantly, making him anxious. Damn, how do you attack without knowing his position? Nevertheless, he still avoided each of the attacks thanks to his nimble reflexes. The ghost suddenly appeared and spoke savagely. "It seems you can read my every move." That voice rang out like a terrifying threat. "You're the reason this assassination failed, aren't you?" A sudden slash tore through a guard's body, spraying blood everywhere. Elric's eyes betrayed his shock and astonishment. Mysterious hands suddenly rose from the ground, startling the other guards. "Karen, what just happened?" Immediately, similar slashes fell simultaneously, cutting down all the palace guards. Some were even cut so badly, their heads were severed from their bodies. The remaining guards closed around Cromwell with resolute determination to protect the prince. One guard shouted an order, "Form a defensive ring, tighten the perimeter." Yet in an instant countless guards had been felled. Elric ground his teeth in anger. "We must find a way to deal with him, gather intelligence on him." He turned to Hazer despite her helpless expression. "Sister, do you know anything more about him?" Powerless in the situation, Elric could only watch guards be attacked savagely. Find a ghost invisible to the naked eye. Mephisto suddenly appeared and said sternly, "He's no easy opponent, even I couldn't see him." Elric widened his eyes as if realizing something. "Wait, a ghost?" Mephisto asked curiously, "What is it?" Elric had keenly found the crux. "It's that." He pressed a hand to his chest and pondered inwardly. No matter how ghost-like he seemed, instant icy breaths poured from his body and filled the space. He spun a vortex spell that turned the area into a blizzard, so he's not a true ghost like Mephisto thought. If the masked man still had a physical body, he would surely leave footprints. The masked man's footprints immediately imprinted on the snow. The guards all shouted in unison, "The footprint's there, he's right there." The masked man appeared and launched a barrage that sent the guards flying into the air. "So you used this to track my path." Then he darted straight for Cromwell, though the result would not change. He charged forward smugly, drawing his sword ready to strike. From afar, Elric unleashed a wave of inner power, sending dense shards of ice hurtling toward the masked man. His vision was instantly obscured by Elric's attack. He landed and barked harshly, "It's you again." He glared seriously, rage peaking. "First I'll finish that wretched Melvinger." At that moment, Herman suddenly appeared behind him and warned in a low growl, "How dare you underestimate me?" He drew his sword and slashed with seething anger. "I'm extremely furious." The masked man fell back into defense and worriedly thought, "Damn, facing a direct confrontation with a lion isn't easy." He glanced at Elric coming up from behind and calculated silently, "And because of that man, I can't use stealth magic." He was astonished to see icy, chilling breaths issuing from outside the door. The masked man froze as if crushed by a tremendous pressure. While focusing on Herman, he couldn't help trembling inside. A wave of unease surged through him, a terrifying, brutal pressure he couldn't resist. Augustine suddenly appeared with overwhelming force, causing the masked man to panic and stammer, "My lord." Augustine frowned reproachfully, "Just one coward and you all struggle like this." Relieved smiles suddenly appeared on the guards' faces. "Thank goodness we're saved." The masked man sheathed his sword and decided to retreat. "At this rate I can't do anything." The corner of Elric's mouth twitched with smug satisfaction. No matter how strong he is, he wouldn't dare act recklessly in front of his master. The masked man placed a hand on his chest and spoke softly. "Long time no see." He bowed slightly and said, "Master." Elric's eyes widened and his mouth fell open in astonishment. "Master." Though Augustine knew the greeting was directed at him, he refused to accept it. "Who are you calling master?" The apparition, unbothered by the harsh rebuke, retorted calmly, "I've always regarded you as my master. Do you not feel the same?" He scowled with obvious disgust and ordered bluntly, "That has nothing to do with me. Don't bother me and be gone." Yet the apparition kept up its teasing, casually mocking its master. The one desperate to find a disciple to teach martial arts has finally found one. Congratulations. By the third remark, Augustine was boiling like an overfilled hot pot, blood seething. "I told you it's none of your business. If you don't hear me, shall I carve you a new pair of ears?" Only after that did the apparition stop courting danger and provoking the enraged tiger. "No need, I will withdraw now, master." He was relieved and just wanted the apparition out of sight. "Never let me see your face again." Before leaving, the apparition couldn't resist one parting jibe. "When there's a chance, I'll pay my respects properly." Cromwell stood behind, staring as the figure gradually dissolved. Elric pondered everyone's expressions. If the master has decided, even the prince would find it hard to oppose. Then he looked toward Augustine, wondering why the masked man also called him master. What exactly is their relationship? Not long after, when the turmoil was temporarily settled, Cromwell sadly came forward to bid Elric farewell. "It's regrettable. I hoped we could talk more." Elric felt reluctant too, but had matters to attend and could only promise that next time they'd speak at length. Elric's next remark left Cromwell momentarily stunned. "Then we'll strengthen this friendship." Pleased to have the title of good friend, he put a hand on Elric's shoulder and eagerly set a challenge. "Your body strength technique is impressive. Next time I want a match." Elric smiled and looked the other man in the eye, confirming, "I'm looking forward to that day too." As the sunset light streamed through the window, a deep, enduring friendship between them was witnessed. Though unwilling, Cromwell had no choice. He reluctantly spoke his final words and turned away. "Then I'm off." Watching the tall, valiant figure stride away slowly, his cloak billowing in the wind, only amplified his majesty. Seeing this, Elric smiled and was about to turn and leave. At that moment, a loud call rang out. Elric and Sean, panting from running, looked puzzled. "What's the matter?" He gulped a few breaths, then looked up and urgently reported, "Father says he wants to see us immediately." After a while, all five of them had gathered in the parlor. So much had happened that Elric only now had time to think of a few people. He wondered if they had returned safely. Memories returned to not long ago when the three from House Vile had to leave. Perhaps now is the time we part. Elric was clearly disappointed but could weigh pros and cons. It's regrettable, but if the Blue Lion enters the hexagonal formation, trouble will follow, so it's best to part ways here. Isabel showed no sadness. Instead, she smiled and urged him, "Elric, take care of your health." Elric looked at her tenderly and replied softly, "You too, Isabel." In each other's eyes they now only saw one another, while those standing nearby got a free show of affection. At the thought of those sly grins, Elric waved his hand to dispel the image. Back in reality, unable to be with Isabel, he sighed in frustration. While waiting for the Nerster host, Elric took the chance to ask Augustine the question that had been nagging him. "Master, may I ask about your relationship with that masked assassin?" He seemed lost in thought and only snapped back when he heard Elric's address. Augustine was silent for a long moment, leaving the others anxiously waiting. Finally, he smiled wryly and evaded the question. "You don't need to know about that." The answer surprised Elric. He tilted his head skeptically, and perhaps feeling Elric too dismissive, Augustine added, "Slowly, you'll get an answer in time." The sun was sinking behind the distant mountains, lingering to light the carriage on its way home safely. Meanwhile, the castle was filled with a strange, malevolent atmosphere. The apparition slowly walked down the corridor toward the large room at the end. A hand rested lightly on the doorknob, hesitating slightly. As soon as the door opened, a mocking voice came from behind the chair. "You left so confidently." The one called the Red Lion, Ander Wince, spun his chair around and finished the barb. "Now you look pathetic." The apparition ignored the taunts and plopped down into the salon chair. He rose and demanded the goods, but more importantly, "Where is the fourth prince's head? Don't tell me you returned empty-handed." Seeing him silently remove his mask, Ander sensed something wrong but forced optimism. "Come on, you're joking," you set out full of vigor. After another one-sided monologue, he began to panic. Impossible that the apparition, who claimed he could hide anything in his pocket, would return empty-handed. Even when Ander sat down beside him and urged the apparition to hand over the goods, he remained silent. "Where did you hide it, trying to surprise me?" Perhaps annoyed by his constant chatter, the apparition angrily brushed Ander's hand away. "Shut up." Seeing that irritated expression, Ander curled his lips into a gleeful grin at another's misfortune. "So you really failed." He rarely had the chance to see him fail at a mission, so he laughed in the apparition's face. "You once said assassinating the fourth prince outside the palace would be a breeze." That smug laugh only enraged him more. "Damn it, your mouth is the problem. Stop laughing before karma hits you." Ander returned to his usual serious tone. "So why did you fail?" The apparition snapped his head up and uttered a name they both knew. Elric Melvinger. He was astonished to hear that surname. Could Clan Chief Melvinger really be that formidable? Even though he's called the heir of the White Knight, isn't he just a mage? He replied despondently, our information is all outdated. The apparition still vividly recalled the battle against Elric. The Melvinger I met was a consummate mage, and his combat skill was highly impressive. His words gave Ander a headache. Melvinger is still Melvinger, isn't he? When did things start going off the rails? He mentally reviewed the whole affair. Was it when I refused the prince's request for my support? Time moved to the moment Ander received information about crimes he didn't even know he'd committed. In any case, I was branded the rebel leader and could not defend myself. Rage suddenly hardened into hatred, forcing Ander to make a bold decision to preserve his life path. So I planned to kidnap the fourth prince to trade for a new deal with the crown prince or use a hostage to force the royal forces to withdraw. Yet the shifting situation made him rethink everything and every plan collapsed. The apparition suddenly spoke slowly, enunciating each word, finally. At the same moment as his question, two women suddenly appeared behind the door. You have only one choice left, don't you? Their appearance made it clear neither was human, and the deep voice from the petite mouth confirmed it. So you failed, will you answer me now? As soon as Ander saw them, he stood. In that brief instant, his mind flashed with the thought that because of his decision, tens of thousands of loyal followers might die. The closer he got to the sisters, the firmer he became in his resolve, but now was not the time to weigh losses and gains. Ander still smarted from the earlier injustice. The reason we were accused of rebellion was the allegation that I colluded with the demon race. Now that he wanted influence, he had to pay for it, so he reached out to the two demon women. Therefore, I must give them what they want. Back at the Nerster Manor. At last, we have time to meet as promised. I know you must be tired from the journey, but the urgent reason I called you is this. Saying that, he produced a rolled parchment and handed it to Elric. Just skimming the paper's contents made Elric's brows tighten. Guy's face darkened too, his gaze carried a deadly seriousness. This decree was issued by the Emperor himself. He slowly pronounced the verdict. The Melvinger clan is compelled to go to war. Elric unrolled the Emperor's edict in his hand. Refusal will be punished by death. Mephisto beside him also read solemnly. Elric studied the text closely, thinking to avoid being exploited. The high noble houses may use this only sparingly. For Melvinger, they may issue at most 2 such decrees. At that thought, Elric's hand trembled and he crushed the paper's corner. After all, the royal family had not used the imperial seal for centuries to keep Melvinger in check. And yet now they did. Elric still gripped the paper, a faint, mysterious smile on his lips. The scent of a plot was unmistakable and couldn't be ignored. Mephisto chuckled and sighed, his expression showing he'd grasped the decree's implication. It's like they've dug a pit and made us jump in, aren't they, openly declaring they want to harm us? Sean beside Elric lost control after reading. He sprang up, slammed the table, and shouted that Melvinger isn't even a house loyal to Nerster. Sean turned to his father, still visibly furious. Father, are you going to let this pass? Guy, hearing his son, remained calm and gently chided. Calm down, Sean. Sean, still angry, complied and sat down. Only then did Guy speak. I'm not pleased either that the crown treats us with such contempt. There's no way the royal family is unaware of the pact between us and Melvinger. His tone grew more serious. It's unclear whether they're intending to break the relationship between our houses or scheming something else, but one thing is certain. At this, Guy glanced toward the man opposite and spoke each word clearly. This edict is too careless. It makes me suspect whether the Emperor himself actually signed it. Elric looked him straight in the eye and offered his view. The Melvinger head likely realized that if we resist, they can easily kill us under the pretext of insulting the crown or send us to the front and fake an accident. In any outcome, the crown suffers no loss. Elric suddenly turned and laughed loudly at Sean and Mephisto. Sean stared at him in bewilderment. How can you laugh now when you're about to walk into a trap? Elric ran a hand through his hair to hide his calculations. We're going to enlist anyway, so why shouldn't I laugh? His face took on a more terrifying look as faint purple lights and tiny sparks appeared around him. I'm planning to bury that damned crown prince alive. Sean was speechless, he's calling him that too. Elric turned to Mephisto. Since the crown prince is hunting Gregory as well, if we tie them together we can bury them both at once. He folded his arms, wearing his usual cheeky expression. That's right, it's just like you to think that way. Sean still couldn't grasp his younger brother Elric's full plan. There's a month before the summons. What do you intend to do? Elric turned and answered, there are 2 things you must accomplish. A questioning look covered Sean's face as he heard Elric continue. I'll need your help with one of them. At the Central Bureau of Magical Administration, it's a grand castle with vast spaces. Brian paced the office with a file in hand, muttering about how troublesome and annoying it was. He clenched the paper and spoke angrily, astonished that fools still relied on patronage. a recommendation letter for priority entry to the Nerster Regional Mage exam. After skimming it, Brian lost patience and tossed the paper aside. Flipping through more, he found the name of a familiar candidate, Elric Melvinger. Sean across from him asked in confusion, "Elric, do you really need to get a mage license right now?" Elric calmly explained to his brother, "With a mage license, I can take on an important position in the war." Sean frowned, still not fully understanding the calculation. Under Duke Chanseong, they'll naturally grant you command. Why go to the trouble? Leaning back in his chair, Elric patiently clarified, "If appointed, you'll be constrained in what you can do. Besides, I have another reason." Seeing his brother relaxed about the decision, Sean eased up, arms folded and leaning back. "You're not going to tell me that reason, are you?" Elric smiled brightly as his answer. "Sorry, that's a family matter." Worry remained on his brother's face about the difficulties Elric would face, "But are you sure you can cram it in time? That exam isn't easy." Elric sighed but showed undisguised confidence. "Though I always failed at the academy due to embolism, you forget I always topped the theory exams." Sean saw that confidence but remained uneasy. Angrily, he warned his brother, "Do you think the academy test is the same as the mage licensing exam?" Pausing briefly, he went on to brief Elric about the upcoming exam. Each judge sets a different challenge, especially that examiner Brian, whose pass rate is only 0.1%. Elric grew bored listening to the old rules. He propped his hand against the window and looked outside. "That just proves the candidates are all rubbish." Then he turned and smoothed the fold of his sleeve cuff. His confidence remained. "By the way, isn't the exam 8 hours long?" Sean was a bit flustered, so they say. Receiving the answer, Elric planted both hands on his thighs, about to stand, and told his brother to rest a bit. Then he stepped down from the carriage, the smile still on his face. Turning back to his brother, he said he'll finish in 30 minutes with a perfect score. In the palace hall, Brian stood solemnly and introduced himself in a measured voice. "I am Brian, a level 5 examiner of the Central Bureau of Magical Administration. You are candidate Melvinger, correct?" Across from him, Elric stood with Mephisto, showing no fear or worry. "Yes, may I begin the exam now?" Upon receiving the reply, Brian turned and led them inside, saying as he walked that we will begin after identity verification as required. Mephisto flew just behind him, eyes wary as he looked at the man ahead, whispering so only the two could hear. "So he's the one your brother mentioned." Elric quickened his pace to match Brian's and shrugged to show he didn't know. In the large examination room, light filtered through intricate patterns. Elric was seated at a wooden exam table in the center of the room. Brian slowly approached, holding a thick book, and announced the exam rules. The first section covers elements, magical physics, spirit lore, alchemy, ancient history, dark magic, etc. A written test of 600 questions total. He placed the blue book, intricately carved and gold-plated, on the table and spoke more sternly. "Note that using magic will be considered cheating." Elric pretended to have memorized all those rules, looked elsewhere, and asked with a teasing tone, "Do I really need to use magic?" Brian did not answer and turned to leave, but inwardly he assessed Elric's attitude. "I know you're not fully recovered and became a hero in Lassent, yet you have such arrogance." It seemed Elric had successfully provoked him. Brian clenched his teeth, trying not to show his irritation. "Even if you're applying through connections to restore your fallen house's honor, don't think I don't understand." He turned, eyes sharp on the candidate. "Begin." At the signal, Elric began the test, confidence clear on his face. After a few questions, he started whistling while choosing answers. Brian stood opposite, motionless, and began to comment on that attitude. Just as expected, it's all an act. His gaze never left Elric for a second, but even at the examination seat, Tasha Nerster, the only one to ever score perfectly, had to deliberate and hesitate long before answering. However, the next moment he was ruthlessly proven wrong. Elric handed the completed answer booklet back to him. "Done." Brian took the paper, his face a mix of puzzlement and disbelief. 15 minutes, did you not even bother to pretend?" He placed the hand wearing his signet ring on the book's cover. "There was a time I greatly respected House Melvinger." The ring emitted a red light and the numbers began rising dizzyingly. "But now you're only bringing shame upon them." The final result appeared. Brian cried out in surprise. A perfect score. He couldn't believe his eyes, his face full of embarrassment. "What is this? How is this possible?" Elric paid no heed to the examiner's stunned disbelief, his voice calm with a hint of mockery. "May we move on to the next part?" Brian, flustered, replied, "Yes." He snapped his fingers and raised an eyebrow, inwardly forming a reason for that perfect paper. "Of course, at the academy you always led in theory, didn't you?" A guard brought in a large green orb. "Clearly you've been studying theory for ages." Thinking this, Brian couldn't help but wear a sly, confident smile, certain Elric couldn't get lucky in the next part. But Brian kept his smile, ready to witness Elric's embarrassment. The second part, the mana control test, cannot rely on theory alone. He stepped forward and placed both hands near the orb, resting them on the magic crystal surface. Elric did the same. Placing both hands atop the orb, the mana quantity and purity must exceed the standard. Many seasoned mages have fallen at this test. A burst of golden light suddenly emitted from within, causing Brian to step back a few paces in surprise. What suddenly cracks began to appear across the surface of the orb. Immediately, a loud explosion rang out, and the orb shattered into hundreds of small fragments flying everywhere. Brian stared at the debris on the table, terror etched on his face. Elric looked a bit embarrassed. He hurriedly scratched his head with a forced laugh. If I broke it, does that count as failing? The examiner bit his lip, still unable to accept the reality. Sean leaned against the carriage, eyes gazing forward with some surprise. Elric was slowly approaching his brother, still arrogant and confident as when he arrived. What, you really came out after half an hour? He looked at his younger brother standing there. How did it go? He gave a slight smirk. Shortly after, Elric produced a gold-plated card and held it out to his brother as if it were excessive. Sean focused on the paper with the headline, "Entire exam, maximum score belongs to the brilliant Elric Melvinger." He exclaimed, "I'll be back while this cup of tea is still warm," showing clear confidence to his friend before leaving the carriage. Instantly, Sean panicked and demanded, "Are you planning to write an entire novel here?" Mephisto shook his head in exasperation as he remarked, seriously, the lucky bastard. How did you finish in just 30 minutes? Sean suddenly remembered his question, where will you go for the third test, that mission? Elric nonchalantly leaned back. I'll go to the Scarlet Soul Forest. He was surprised at that decision. That sounds simpler than I thought. If you don't want to attract too much attention, why not choose somewhere more challenging? Elric replied sternly but calmly, time is short. I just want to get it over with quickly. He looked up to confirm everything. Mephisto, is Otto's celestial chronicle really there? He laughed and waved his hand. Whether you believe it is your choice. Elric pondered thoughtfully. A celestial chronicle hidden among so many spirits. If it's Otto Hand's work, it's not hard to believe. Perhaps the ghosts rumored to haunt the Scarlet Soul Forest are the guardians described in the chronicle. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening drew Elric and Sean's attention. The figure of a woman entered. It was Hazer, wearing a cheerful expression. Elric, can I speak with you privately for a moment? Afterwards, he and she strolled beneath the dim, star-filled night. Hazer couldn't hide her curiosity. You said you're going to the border province Wince, right? Elric rolled his eyes in surprise. That's right, the Imperial Edict has been issued. Do you have any other choice? Not only you, the Demon Tower and the Ducal Lion House have also been summoned. But why are you bringing that up? Hearing this, Hazer relaxed as if relieved. Apparently she must go too. Her organization received the general mobilization order. Elric immediately stopped in his tracks, as if hesitating. She wore an expression of interrogation. But you don't have to comply, you aren't an official member yet. She spoke seriously, as if decided. Affiliated members must also go. If you are absent, you'll be expelled permanently. Elric shouted angrily, no, still immediately. Hazer slammed a piece of wood onto the ground to make her point. She turned sharply with a piercing gaze. Just because you started living properly doesn't mean you can tell me to give up. Thanks to you, I'm no longer worried about money, but I love my work and I'm proud of what I've built with my own hands. Hazer said sternly once more, and you tell me to lay down my weapons and rest. If you foolishly mention marriage, I'll smash your skull first. Elric, awkward, tried to avoid it. I won't tell. It's your life, why should I interfere? Mephisto spoke in a judgmental tone. Your sister is far braver than you. He mentally remarked that without that resilient will, how could our house have survived until now? If she had the magical talent, she'd be head of the house, not me. After hearing Hazer's decision, Elric said his goodbyes. All right, stay safe, see you at the front. She grinned brightly. I hope your plan succeeds. He proudly patted his chest in a pompous way. Until now, you've been the one shielding our house. From now on, I'll shoulder that burden, don't worry. Hazer ruffled her younger brother's hair affectionately. She smiled brightly and kept praising him. Have you really grown up? Elric bashfully accepted the head pat with an awkward smile. A dark forest beneath a gloomy sky was so terrifying that flocks of migratory birds flew elsewhere. Chased by a fiend with a deadly blade, Sophia ran for her life, and among all threats lurked the deathly banshee. One of her soldiers accidentally tripped over a tree root and fell. Immediately, Sophia and the red-haired soldier turned back, but it was already too late. Elton, the fiend, thrust its weapon out fiercely to cut down anyone in its way. Blood spurted brutally under the monster's gaze. Sophia hesitated for a long while in anxiety. Around her, the defenses were thin, held by two weak soldiers. Sensing the situation was dire, they desperately pleaded for help. What should we do? Sophia gritted her teeth in helplessness, unable to do anything. Is this our end? Snowflakes and a cold wind appeared from the sky, surprising her. What is this? Sophia glanced searchingly toward Elric, the source of that strange power. He was casting a piercing technique to rescue her from the encirclement. Sophia realized the damage wasn't high and alarmedly reported that ice attacks were useless and physical strikes didn't affect it either. Seeing the fiends wounded and in pain, she couldn't believe her eyes. Wait, then what exactly is this? A fiend raised its weapon to block the piercing strike. Its blade quickly cracked from the overwhelming force of the ice attack. It passed gently straight through the fiend's head. Each one destroyed released a speck of black dust, which slowly drifted away and was released. Sophia and the two soldiers stared in astonishment, as if they couldn't believe they'd been saved. The tattoo on Elric's arm shimmered with an icy blue light. He withdrew his technique with a weary sigh, finally catching one. Because of that person, the phantoms were in chaos and we couldn't complete the task. I need 10 spirits, but only have 2 now, you said to Elric regretfully. I want to help, but you know I can't. At the right moment, Mephisto smugly teased. Didn't that king say avoiding contact with him would be better for your morale? You said with a laugh at that frailty. It's only a dragon's shell, yet it's still bait. No wonder the phantoms won't even glance at him. Mephisto, angered at the jab to his pride, refused to look up. How could a bunch of commoners understand the greatness of this lord? Elric remained silent, listening to their quarrel. He looked at his arm and remembered something. Why is a death-like banshee here when it should be deep in the forest? In that magical energy, Elric stared in astonishment for a long time at the ceiling sigils, which meant Otto's chronicle could be very close by. Sophia gently stepped forward to apologize. She and the soldiers bowed in thanks. You saved us. He waved his hand indifferently. I just did what needed to be done. But why were you all being chased by the deathly banshee? Elric's gaze was suddenly drawn to a book stained with blood. He frowned angrily when he realized it was a book worn and damaged by the remnants of battle. The two soldiers and Sophia marveled at the rescue. Only a true rank mage could handle a banshee. Are you from the Demon Tower? He clenched his fist so hard the veins stood out, as if restraining his anger. Elric's face darkened with resentment. Look at these people. Elric scowled, grinding his teeth and wondering to himself how they dared do such a thing. He looked at the mess on the ground and tried to contain his fury, thinking they actually dared. The book, smeared with mud, still lay exposed there. Elric roared in his head, who touched my family's treasure? At the same time, Mephisto behind him curled his lips and said, of all people, it's these damned grave robbers, and you just stand there frowning. Well, that might be for the best. Hearing that, he frowned in confusion and asked what he meant. Elric met his gaze with firm determination and declared that those bastards would surely bring about their own destruction. Before him now was Sophia crying and pleading. I beg you, forgive us, but could you help us one more time? Then she bowed in a pitiful manner and added that some of their comrades were still trapped in a dungeon. We'll reward you handsomely, please help us. The two people behind also bowed and said in unison, we earnestly beg you. Seeing them beg, Elric nodded and said, all right, I'll help, where are they? The three brightened at once. Sophia cheerfully asked, really? The man beside her also spoke up excitedly, sincerely thanking him. Then she smiled and eagerly pointed the way. This way, we must hurry before another banshee appears. But immediately, they all put on scheming expressions. Elric walked at the back without saying a word, though his eyes seemed to see through those deceitful people. Mephisto followed with folded arms, frowning and grumbling. Pathetic, yet they dare rush in and bring disaster upon themselves. The group led Elric and Mephisto to a rather secluded spot. Then Sophia pointed to a cave and confirmed there, that's the place. Footsteps were slowly approaching. The scene ahead was shrouded in a hazy smoke while they stood at the cave mouth to watch. At the same time, Sophia moved closer to Elric with a somewhat bashful demeanor. She then squinted and, with a false air, asked permission to know the name of their benefactor. He didn't hesitate and gave the false name Rick. The man behind, hearing it, reacted unpleasantly. That name is really unimaginative. Next, Sophia grabbed Elric's arm, blushing as she exclaimed that his name was as wonderful as his magical talent. Elric seemed indifferent and coldly replied, it's just an ordinary skill. She pressed close to him, squinted and smiled lightly, hinting, if it's not too forward, may I ask which magic system you belong to? I truly want to repay you. Elric, already annoyed, frowned and replied, no need, you don't have to trouble yourself. He then brushed her hand away and asked in a low voice, let's go, your comrades are in danger, right? Sophia, a little surprised, quickly answered yes. Elric moved forward, ignoring her bewildered expression behind him. Sophia watched his retreating back, teeth clenched in anger, thinking incredulously how he could keep such a cold expression when she had practically fallen into him. She sighed, then smugly continued her thoughts. His magic is decent enough, but after all, he's just a hidden hermit. Sophia gave a sly smile and told herself that was fine. After this fool clears the guardians, she'll stab him in the back and claim the treasure for herself. She immediately signaled her cohorts with a glance. The other understood, smirking and nodding. Then Sophia craftily thought, I'll plant a banana tree for you, noble naive one. Elric remained calm and continued forward. The four of them entered the cave together. All around them there was nothing but rock. He turned back and frowned, asking where her comrades were. Sophia shamelessly replied, they're still inside when we left, if they're safe. She kept up the act, maybe they're hiding at the fourth turn of the corridor. Elric hesitated and said, that deep. He advanced and warned sternly to be cautious, who knows what they'll encounter. Mo answered cheerfully, yes, we'll be careful, don't worry. Suddenly a group of Death Knights appeared ahead, each wielding an axe. She was so startled she fell heavily to the ground. They did not relent, however, and charged straight toward the four of them. The two standing there shouted loudly, Death Knights. Sophia, pale with fear, screamed, please save us. Elric calmly extended his hand to the side. A powerful blast of ice energy shot straight at the Death Knights before them. Those behind them shivered continuously from the cold. Sophia glanced up, bewildered, wondering to herself, what is he doing, freezing them? Doesn't he know Death Knights aren't affected by such attacks? Seeing the Death Knights lose the ability to attack, she was astonished and thought, are they frozen? How can that be? Elemental magic shouldn't work on these monsters. Elric turned back to check, are you all right? Sophia, startled, hurriedly answered, yes. She was helped to her feet by the man beside her, sweating as she awkwardly thanked him. At the same time, Sophia frowned in puzzlement, thinking, what the hell, he's stronger than I thought. Could he possess holy power? She then smirked, somewhat pleased, privately assuring herself that even so he couldn't stand against the Guardians further inside. Once he dealt with them, that would be her moment. But seeing the entire scene ahead, Sophia's face showed utter disbelief as she thought, impossible. Elric had single-handedly dealt with all the Death Knights before him. After freezing them completely, he calmly said, it seems time is short, hurry up. Sophia stared in horror, thinking to herself that with so much mana used he should be exhausted, yet he remained composed as if unaffected. At the same time, he glanced back at Mephisto and smiled faintly, whispering that thanks to them they didn't have to gropingly search the forest and had found Otto's tomb. The stolen artifact had been returned to its place. He immediately replied cheerfully, besides, I gained a fair amount of mana, nothing to complain about. You appeared beside Elric from nowhere and said, what a surprising turn. I've heard Melvinger is mankind's eternal enemy, yet you know how to wield demon power. Hearing that, he put a hand to his chin and frowned, thinking that part is still a mystery. Elric looked down at his hand and continued his thoughts. To restore Otto's winter, I created a seal using the demon relic and gave it form. Then he glanced at the Death Knights sprawled on the ground and thought each guardian here held a fragment of that seal. Finally, Elric concluded inwardly that in their thirst for power they let themselves be consumed by demons, bringing catastrophe upon life. He glanced aside and seriously thought, I have a hunch, though it's only a hypothesis. I'll learn the truth right here. Sophia pointed another way and said, turn right, this will lead down to the deepest level. He followed her direction into the dark path. Before them now stood a large gate firmly closed. Elric said nothing and began to use his magic. His pupils were gradually turning golden. At the same time, a thought formed in Elric's mind. All the mana flow in the dungeon is converging on that door. This must be the deepest place. Elric then turned back, wondering if comrades were trapped behind this door. Sophia feigned fear and sourly answered, yes, there's something very terrifying inside. Please be careful. Without hesitation, he pushed the door and said in a deep voice, I'll open it now. Under Elric's great force, the door quickly swung open. What lay within began to be revealed. But when Elric and Mephisto saw what was inside, they both broke into cold sweats and gaped. They saw liquid stored in bottles of various sizes. Beside them were rows of iron armors stacked together. The room was a mess, thick with dust. Suddenly, the knights' eyes began to glow with a bluish light, and they slowly turned their heads to glance over. Sophia broke out in a cold sweat, horrified, thinking all of them are reacting. She bit her lip in fear and continued thinking that last time when we came only one reacted, and that single one wiped out the whole squad. Sophia glanced at the other two and exchanged looks. No matter how strong that mage is, he can't handle 10 at once. It's unfortunate, but if he dies here, we won't get away either. Then she and the two others turned their backs and thought to themselves, we must run quickly. A loud noise rang out behind them, startling the three. Sophia spun around, eyes wide, and shouted what was happening. Before them now was the sight of those knights kneeling before Elric. Elric strode forward coldly. The guardians lowered their heads even further as he approached. One of Sophia's companions trembled and asked, what should we do? The man beside him, sweating, muttered, what if we follow and they turn on us? Sophia then said, if you want to turn back, go home by yourselves. That mage has just uncovered the dungeon's secret. At that her smile became sly. Are you going to give up now? He hurriedly replied, all right, we'll go too. A cerulean light churned relentlessly amid the thick darkness. Elric cautiously moved toward that guiding light. He covertly glanced at the man following behind. Could this be Otto Hand's guardian? Elric thought to himself that servants still protect their master's legacy even after death. He suddenly wondered whether, when he rebuilds his house, he could find loyal and trustworthy allies like these. Elric's steps abruptly stopped. He was slightly surprised to see the door before him sealed with an arcane ward, the same magic used at the entrance to the Snow Mountain King's tomb. Elric reached out and touched the glowing seal. A flicker of tension crossed his eyes. When the door opened, Elric could hardly believe his eyes. There it was, the progenitor who laid the foundations for Melvinger generations ago, still awaiting his descendants. Elric spoke cautiously, I'm here, then softly called the name of the motionless man with closed eyes, Otto. Elric stepped closer and murmured, look at you, you appear like an old man. But no matter what Elric said, Otto gave no sign of response. How long have you been like this? Suddenly Mephisto, standing behind him, let out an almost strange laugh. He then threw his head back and laughed manically. Mephisto's eyes burned red like a wolf's. Otto Han, Otto Han. He gritted out that he'd long wondered, but in the end you are still only human. Mephisto continued to rant despite no reply, saying, even you, whom people thought would torment us forever. Even you who look so monstrous are human. Saying this, he stepped in front of him and vowed that if he were resurrected, he would personally avenge himself and those who followed him. His voice suddenly faltered and those vows passed like a momentary flare. Elric quietly glanced at him, thinking Mephisto's reaction was understandable. Mephisto lunged, grabbed Otto Han's robe, and roared that it couldn't end like this. His mind spun with demons and the 4 great demon lords who tried to swallow the continent but couldn't breach the Melvinger barrier led by the progenitor and Otto Han. Rage and madness shrank Mephisto's pupils to a pinpoint. If you alone close your eyes and die smiling like this, what of the hatred in my heart? These anguished screams, what am I to do? The mind that wanted resurrection only to break that wall is now overwhelmed. He spoke heavily. Say something, answer me. Elric said nothing, staring at him and wondering what secret Otto held. He clenched his fist. What is the Winter Seal? Elric spun with countless unanswered questions. What truly was his family's secret? While he was still lost in thought, Otto's body began to dissolve into smoke. Elric watched in astonishment as Otto's form started to vanish. He bowed his head and saw that the smoke slowly coiled around his arm. This was Otto's mana. Immediately his arm suddenly began to glow. That light flared violently and engulfed Elric. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in another dimension. Elric froze, wondering where he was. Suddenly Otto spoke. You must have many questions. He continued, with the knowledge you have now, there are surely many things you still cannot understand. Elric frowned and looked at him. What exactly is Melvinger? Otto kept his eyes shut and replied, I cannot answer your question, but since you came this far, I will tell you a few things as a reward. Having said that, Otto suddenly clapped his hands once. Immediately a figure appeared on the stone slab. Elric's eyes widened in astonishment. This person was, then the other turned and he instantly recognized the progenitor. The progenitor's unexpected appearance left him momentarily speechless. I didn't notice before, but now I can sense it, he thought. Elric trembled slightly at the overwhelming power of the one who created Melvinger. At that moment, a nagging chirp sounded behind him like a sparrow. Too noisy, I'll die. Can't you be quiet? You're making me dizzy. One of them replied irritably, I told you I was monologuing. Do you have a problem? Christina flew into a rage and struck out. Come on, say more, keep talking. Otto clutched his head and snapped, fine, I'll be quiet, okay? Elric thought how even in youth they treated Otto like this. He then looked at the red-haired woman beside Otto. Surely that was her. From that striking identifying trait, Elric deduced she was the only woman among the 4 lieutenants. Renowned as the strongest in mana and destructive power, he told himself, Christina Melvinger. Elric glanced at her with her fiery temper and emitted heat. Among the 4 seasons, she was undoubtedly summer. One lieutenant suddenly said, it's coming. Elric immediately looked up. Something was in the sky. Elric saw someone's legs materialize amid the black, gloomy air and startled. Mephisto. Elric hazily guessed that the other 3 must also be demon lords like Mephisto. Soon after he quickly realized, and it was what we saw when we fought the Eastern General. In his mind now was the image of the one who brought terror to humanity. The demon god, the progenitor, and the 4 seasons. The demon god and the demon lords. And so their war began. The wind howled overhead. Elric remained stunned, unbelievable. At that moment Mephisto attacked wildly, but Otto forcefully blocked him. The clash of metal rang harshly. You thought you were strong. The force of those blows exploded violently like thunder, yet even standing against them was unimaginable. Suddenly a red beam shone down, causing the ground to crack loudly. The demon god appeared from the sky, imposing in power. In his hand was a black orb. The orb emitted a rumbling sound. It shot lightning bolts into the air. Elsewhere, the founder was casting magic, gathering a warm golden light in his hand. As for Elric, he stood frozen, watching the ground before him explode. What is this? He gradually could no longer keep up with the pace of the battle. The magics of the 2 sides were completely different. A familiar sensation flashed through his mind. So why does it feel similar? Suddenly Elric remembered, could it be? But before he could do anything, a voice sounded behind him. Yes, that thought. The present Otto rose from his seat. We are atoning by absorbing, devouring, and drinking all the magic in the world to eradicate and wipe out every inhuman from this land. He hesitated. A bad premonition rose in him. So Melvinger are inhuman. He lowered his eyes and conjured a sphere in his hand. No, that's not it. Otto's voice was deep and resonant. We Melvinger and the inhuman, also called demons, are 2 sides of the same coin born from a single origin. Elric wondered again, so you, the progenitor and the demon god. He began to recall, they started from the same root but ultimately clashed over different goals. This sounds absurd, yet it's true. It's hard to believe the progenitor rose to a divine level like the demon god. Otto's gaze turned distant. Melvinger and the Inhuman, born of the same source, annihilated each other. From the time humans had not yet named their suffering, the war dragged on without end. Grief and loss were unavoidable. So many bled, the screams echoed without cease. Some only knew how to flee. Under the starry sky, Otto spoke to his descendants. In the end, we won. But the next turning point came and problems arose. We won battles but lost the war. Elsewhere, the progenitor and the demon god faced off. Beams of sunlight seemed to mark two factions with different aims. The demon god's voice rang enchantingly. So in the end you are still human, you chose that path, didn't you? The other said nothing, merely wiped the blood at his lip in silence. He continued, each line carving a brutal truth, that pride led to death. Even if I vanish, I'll leave something behind somewhere, unlike you. The progenitor suddenly smiled, a bright, somewhat serene smile. Elric's voice was tinged with loss. You mean the progenitor was defeated by the demon god? Otto did not deny it. Yes, ultimately the curse he bore killed him, while the demon god can resurrect anywhere. His hands clapped together as if remembering the next events. Before closing his eyes, the progenitor left many prophecies. Otto recalled the scene, the progenitor leaning against the great tree, uttering final words before his last breath, that when the Inhuman rose again, the demon god would also return. At the progenitor's passing, the lieutenants wept in mute agony. Suddenly, a young Otto screamed, tears streaming, "The family will be restored, we will restore our clan." Overcoming the pain, he moved forward as head of the house. I fulfilled the progenitor's will, and led our house along the path to prosperity, at the same time preparing for the winter. Otto bore the family through countless hardships and dangers. After it all, they did not stop, for we waited and still wait. Otto back then sacrificed greatly, love, youth, and everything else. Even now he waits for the descendant the progenitor prophesied. You will save the world. Suddenly Otto's wrinkled face showed a smile long gone. At last the moment had come to fulfill that legacy. In the dazzling dawn, he placed his hand on Elric's shoulder. Because I have met you. His hand tightened slightly. Yes. The next words from Otto left him gaping. You are the child of the prophecy. Relief washed over him and he relaxed inwardly. You are the descendant chosen by the progenitor 1,000 years ago. Yet a second later, Elric gritted his teeth. Damn it. Otto drew his hand back and pretended to cough to ease the awkwardness. I suppose you're not very happy about that, are you? His voice was clear and a little sharp. Should I be happy? I want to carve my fate myself, not be forced into a prewritten destiny. He explained to reassure him. Don't misunderstand, a prophecy is only a prophecy. The world always branches into countless paths that constantly change form. The next line stunned Elric. You've certainly felt that before, haven't you? In his mind, the familiar image of the Tiger King Yell appeared. Otto continued gently, prophecy or not, the final decision is always yours. Even if you didn't seek out this arrangement, we won't force you. Elric mumbled, yeah, that's true. In his hand was a magical ring engraved with strange characters. I asked you when we first met, but now I'll ask again. Otto's expression turned serious as he looked straight into his eyes. Will you stop the wheel or push it to keep turning? Elric's lips curved into a confident smile. Of course my answer is the same as before. His gaze was resolute. It's the fastest way to become stronger. Why wouldn't I choose it? Elric got straight to the point, then give it to me quickly. Otto froze for a moment. Give what? Elric smiled again. Didn't you say I came here to complete the winter? Otto felt relieved at that remark. Don't tell me you're going to break your word. Truly, you are unbelievable. Elsewhere in a dusty, dilapidated room, the tomb raiding group was still arguing anxiously. So what do we do now? Stay here forever? Right, if we rush in, the guards might attack us. Suddenly that door opened. A blinding light spilled out. Greed showed plainly in the two tomb robbers' eyes. The light, the treasure had awakened. Yet a moment later, the man behind swiftly beheaded his comrade. That treasure is mine. The light faded. Inside was another chamber, and Elric sat with his back turned as the man charged in alone. His expression was vicious, ruthless to the end. Don't regret dying like a dog here, Mage. I will use everything you have for a better purpose. But before he could do anything, he suddenly cried out, spat blood, and slumped forward. A sword protruded from the back of his neck. The author of the blow was Sophia. Her eyes were dark and murderous. Blinded by the treasure, their judgment failed. Sophia looked back toward the figure sitting before her. You don't even realize the terrifying mana emanating from that mage. She drew her sword with a look of disgust. Without that mage, we wouldn't have escaped this dungeon. By then she had already made her own plan. Just grab the belongings of the two dead and tail him to get out. As she pondered, a mocking voice rang out. Not bad, you're pretty good yourself. Sophia flinched and turned around, instantly on guard. Elric seemed to have seen through Sophia's thick mask long ago and pierced it with a single polite compliment. For a tomb raider, you're not bad at all. Sophia froze on the cold ground, her face full of panic, sweating as if sitting on a furnace. How did you know? Elric strolled closer, as if peeling away her false mask step by step. It was obvious from the start. How could I not know? Pushed into a corner with no way out, Sophia cursed inwardly like a madwoman. Damn it, the one who set the trap wasn't us but him. He deliberately lured us here. Seeing she couldn't hold firm, she began to play the WH impurring act, tears on cue. I'm sorry, Mage, please spare us. Elric countered, and why should I? He leaned close and emphasized, you might have tried to kill me. Elric calmly subdued Sophia, and I'm not allowed to kill you. She couldn't stop crying, her face was instantly wet with tears as she begged desperately, we'll do anything, just name it, please spare us. Unexpectedly, Elric suddenly stood, waved his hand, and said, a few more corpses here would be troublesome, get out before I change my mind. Receiving the answer he wanted, and the burning desire to flee in their hearts, Sophia immediately turned and ran without daring to look back. Thank you, sir. She rushed toward the door, and within seconds her figure was no longer clearly visible. Mephisto, who had watched the whole time, interjected, they're running like crazy. Are you really going to let them go? Won't that increase the risk of the dungeon's location being exposed? Elric affirmed confidently, they won't get out of the dungeon. Mephisto, surprised, asked, what do you mean? Elric laughed loudly, satisfied, waving his hand. Maybe so, yet he still didn't quite understand. His face somehow now wore a huge question mark. Without explaining to him, Elric switched to another, more important topic. Yes, you. Seeing he didn't grasp what he meant, Elric stated plainly himself, you have finished it. What he referred to was the winter in quotation marks. It turned out he'd met Otto earlier and consulted some information. The ceiling of winter in terms of dark magic reached the level of a warlord. Moreover, this is my true identity, don't destroy the Demon King. Saying that, he slapped his chest as if to congratulate himself. Otto continued, the winter seal was born from the awakening of two kinds of powers. Elric was then immersed in the dazzling scene before him, astonished as a veil of white snow blanketed everything. Otto explained, if magic is the manifestation of the world's laws and truths, then power is the bending of those laws and truths by pure will. Thus people call power the strength of gods. These powers are called the north wind and the blizzard. The blue orb in his hand emitted a strong magical force and blinding light, and in an instant the dark space was illuminated. The north wind is a cold, utterly dry wind from the north, leaving only desolation in its wake, for it is also the origin of vortices that sweep through everything. It is a calamity that brings drought and crop failure, a horror that brings death and famine. The blizzard, meanwhile, is endless snowfall that strips away all flourishing life, bringing a silent death. A silent death is a rest for beings, but it also sows fear because no one knows when it will come. The north wind and the blizzard seem unrelated, yet they are closely correlated as part of the end-of-life cycle for sentient beings. Otto suggested that if you master frostbinding and penetrating wind completely, you could complete the full winter. Hearing that, Elric felt a surge of determined fervor. If I learn these powers, I'll possess the terrifying strength Otto once had. Otto observed all his reactions with satisfaction. Yes, that look is exactly what I wanted to see. He began to change the subject. The time has come as a special case. Otto swore, I'll train you myself. But Elric, Otto wore the gleeful air of someone savoring a fat prize. Elric's memories returned to the present with a weary attitude. Just thinking about it made him cringe. What kind of ancestor torments his descendants like this? Mephisto hovered in the air and gave no visible reaction, remaining silent as he watched and guessed to himself that the kid had nearly reached warlord rank. Moreover, he already had other plans. Besides, my own spiritual power has increased correspondingly. When Elric left his meeting with Otto, the old man could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At last, that fellow is gone. Otto then walked toward the light, placing deep hopes in him. I even poured all my remaining mana into him. Does that arrogant brat realize it? He stepped through the luminous veil into a snow-covered world, relieved at last. I can finally rest as I've longed to. Crossing the boundary between worlds, Otto seemed to revert to his most passionate years, harboring one doubt. Would she be willing to wait for me again? He walked toward the woman he had always loved and yearned for. Otto approached her and, speaking softly and tenderly, apologized for keeping her waiting. The woman turned at the sound and found herself face to face with Otto as he made his request. If you allow it, could you give me one more chance? Otto was moved to tears. For a moment, his heart hung on a branch as he waited for her nod. For an instant, the woman was indifferent and unresponsive. But after a few seconds, she finally broke into a radiant smile like spring sunshine, her answer to Otto. He finally received the moment he'd longed for, stammering with emotion. Thank you, truly thank you. Suddenly, a little girl ran through the falling snow and flung herself into his arms. Otto was overjoyed to be reunited with his beloved child, smilingly pinching her face. Camellia leapt into Otto's embrace, finally getting the warm hug she'd longed for. Silly, did you think your father would abandon you? Otto consoled. Otto affectionately lifted the child in his arms and laughed. Let's go to the other world together and live to our heart's content. At last, Otto stepped toward the mysterious gate with the woman and Camellia, the three of them continuing the next chapter of their lives together. Accompanied by his loved ones, Otto walked away without looking back, decisively leaving this world. The next generation will have to endure hardships. Down in the dungeon, Elric seemed to sense something. He thought he heard something, but wasn't certain. He suddenly smiled as a fleeting sense of relief washed over him. Elric seemed to have felt the departure of the man he respected. Though the man wasn't present, Elric bowed respectfully as an essential courtesy. Even though you caused me much hardship, I still thank you for everything so far. May you rest in peace. Mephisto had also noticed Otto's disappearance. He turned to search for him. He stroked the familiar chair. Otto Han Melvinger, my longtime enemy, he thought as he followed the retreating figure of Elric, silently vowing that one day we'd meet again to finish this unfinished fight. Sophia, on the other hand, was racing through the tunnel to escape. Damned, losing all the treasure and now having to flee. After a frantic run, she found the tunnel exit, but the area was thick with foliage, so she was extremely cautious. Sophia decided to hide nearby, wait for him to leave, then sneak back in to take something. But she immediately dismissed that idea. If caught, she'd really be dead, so it's best to. In the end, she chose to flee outside. As soon as her foot crossed the boundary from stone floor to the earth beyond, she remembered Elric's earlier words, "If you dare step outside one step, you will die." At that moment, not far away, a strange voice rang out, indeed a sharp-sighted woman. Sophia looked up and quickly realized it was a purge operative of the Blue Lion clan. They traveled in groups and were highly disciplined. Tanit, the group's leader, spoke first. "Is Elric among them?" Sophia immediately recognized Chingran. But then she began to pant. "Wait, Elric, you mean Elric Melvinger? Those mages are the heroes of Lassen." Sensing something was wrong, Sophia blurted out an explanation. "I'm not involved with him, but it was too late." A slash across her throat sent her head tumbling from her living body. Her heart still pounding, she died on the spot under Tanit's sword. Coldly he said, "I was only asking," then strode straight into the cellar entrance, leaving her bloodied corpse sprawled into a sticky mess. Tanit sneered that he would leave no survivors. That was the power of Paul Tanit's blade. At Paul Vile's mansion, he sat high on the hot seat and ordered that this time they must bring back Elric Melvinger's head. Those below immediately bowed and said, "Don't worry, sir." Hilton, captain of the 1st Blue Wolf Squad, pledged to him that he'd sent the finest of the Blue Wolves to Tanit. Victory is assured. He didn't hesitate to lay out his initial plan to you, saying he'd heard your relationship with Elric Melvinger is special and that they'd have to shake your resolve. Hilton seemed to have paved the way for his own rise. In a week, there would be a duel for the family headship against his brother Herman. Hilton immediately lowered his gaze respectfully, daring not to look up. Yes, Elric Melvinger, who ventured into unexplored lands, will die in an unfortunate accident. And of course, Paul was very pleased with Hilton's life-or-death commitment from his men, smiling triumphantly. Herman, meanwhile, had received word from his daughter and was astonished. What? The Blue Wolves left the capital with large numbers. He quickly guessed who was behind it. Isn't it Paul? He had long since sent Tanit. Judging by their route, Elric seems to be the target. Herman suddenly thought of a brother he once knew. Is he no longer among the living? If only I had a chance to drink one more cup with him. But his daughter Isabel could not accept her father's current state. A father forever weak with the family must be made harder by his child. Isabel proactively proposed a course of action. For now, let the uncles lead the Blue Horse and Blue Goat forces in pursuit. But Herman had a different meaning. Tanit is dangerous, famed as Paul's sword, and his action now shows they prepared a full strategy. He stressed that Elric must absolutely not meet him, yet at this moment, Tanit had already reached the dungeon entrance where Elric still remained. But it certainly wouldn't be that easy for him to enter. Just as he was about to step in, countless banshees with death scythes charged at him to take his life. Those accompanying him drew their swords and assumed battle stances as he shouted for them to stand down. Faced with the banshee ambush, Tanit instead ordered them to fall back. As for him, he foolishly wasted energy, leaping up to draw his sword and challenge the banshees. But the banshees lacked the skill and power to defeat him. They were only sacrifices to buy time for Elric and to drain much of his strength. Very quickly, all the banshees were slain beneath the sword in his hand. He arrogantly complained that cutting down a few ghosts was no fun at all. He seemed to grow crazily bloodthirsty, aiming straight for Elric. If only a few real men would show themselves. As if on cue, the air suddenly dropped in temperature, which surprised him. In an instant, a bone-chilling wind blew out from the dark tunnel, making him wonder where this cold gust was coming from. But barely moments later, Tanit realized the person he sought had appeared. "So you have come." At that moment, Elric and Mephisto stepped out of the ancient, dark tunnel, and he didn't hesitate to call Elric Melvinger's name. Mephisto finally understood Elric's intention just now. Releasing that woman earlier was for these men. Elric said someone had been following me since the forest entrance, so I thought there was no need to act personally. Mephisto, pleased, said they are indeed of our bloodline, then asked, "So what are you going to do now?" Elric turned with a challenging smile toward Tanit. "I've learned something new, shouldn't we try it out right away?" With just one hand from him, the dark tunnel was instantly covered by layers of thin ice carried on frigid air, spreading rapidly, streaking toward Tanit's men. Seeing the danger, Tanit ordered everyone to prepare to use ice magic. The spell papers were torn in half in an instant. He was extremely confident in his team. team, we all know well that Blue Wolf's second and third squads were defeated by ice magic. Facing the overwhelming siege of the blizzard, the whole team clustered together into a tight mass. Tannant still had fierce faith in our 7th level circle of fire magic. Your spell will never work. The first move was always Tannant's. With one sword strike, he sliced through Elric's ice chains. After a few sword strokes to clear all the ice chains, he tossed his head back and taunted, "Is that all you can do, Melvinger?" He jeered that such tricks were useless and that obscuring vision was pointless. But in the next instant he froze in place, stunned. A raging gust assaulted and extinguished both Tannant's ice and fire spells, leaving him in utter confusion. What the? Elric walked through the swirling white blizzard with not even a cloak on, remaining steady as he took step after step toward him. He stood dumbfounded at this gale. Only after they had advanced deep into the tunnel, now completely engulfed in frost, did they belatedly realize it was a blizzard. The furious wind and frost hurtled toward the clustered group of men. It quickly froze them like an invisible shackle, stealing their lives. The wind kept raging relentlessly, every nook and cranny of the tunnel turning to ice. Even Tannant was not spared. It was worse for him because he was the leader. His body had frozen so solid he could only move his mouth. He stood stunned. My lungs are freezing in an instant. Is this the power of a human? Only now did fear show on his face, filled with panic and terror. Even breathing felt difficult. Tannant kept insisting it couldn't be true. He couldn't bear to believe the harsh reality before him. Most of his companions had been frozen stiff. Only a few remained like him. He was bewildered that elite warriors protected by a 7th level circle could be felled with a single blow. Now he was in utter confusion. Tannant suspected the man had only recently become a mage. How could this be possible? Don't tell me he's even stronger now. In stark contrast, Elric seemed completely unharmed. Seeing the situation turn dire, cowardly to save his own life, he ordered the whole squad to retreat, but only 2 of them remained unfrozen. Elric sneered, watching his foolish retreat. Since ancient times, the north wind has carried death, the cursed wind. At that moment, the banshees reappeared to impede them, fitting his explanation. They bore the hatred of 10,000 souls and stole the living spirits. No one could escape. The 3 remaining men were surrounded by banshees, with seemingly no escape but the road to death. That was the second power of winter. As all the banshees, filled with boundless hatred, rose with Elric, he swept his hand and the north wind moved like a command. All the banshees behind him surged forward crazily, cutting down Tannant's men. Fresh blood spattered, instantly dyeing the icy tunnel red. Not a single one of his squad survived. Feeling threatened, Tannant refused to abandon his duty. Even if he had to flee alone, he would report to his master. Then he struck back at the banshees racing at him, but they only multiplied. Alone, he simply couldn't control the situation. Aside from cursing, there was nothing he could do, damn it. Blood surged to his head, driving him mad as he wildly swung his sword. By luck, he cut through some icy chains. He spun around in fury to warn Elric, remember this. He threatened that next time but Elric was one step ahead. Under Elric's command and Tannant's lapse, a banshee slew him by beheading. When his huge head dropped to the ground, the stunned, bewildered expression on his face remained intact, dead with eyes open. Even his final consciousness, recording the scene into his weak brain, contained only the image of a banshee gloating at him with vengeful eyes. In the end, Tannant's elite squad could not overcome the many banshees, and when the brief battle ended, they still hovered above the corpses. When it was over, Elric collapsed heavily to the ground. Elric gasped in great, desperate breaths as if returning from the gates of hell. Normally, he wouldn't dare use this power. Even a single use drained his mana dry. Mephisto leaned beside him, deducing from the blizzard and north wind that it seemed Elric had been fully acknowledged as the heir of winter. He pondered a moment and then muttered, "Winter, winter, so next is spring." Elric looked puzzled at this. He mused, "Spring." He explained that winter was only the beginning. You must gather all 4 seasons. He recalled Otto mentioning this before. The 4 seasons are fragments of the ancestors' great power split into 4 parts. If you assemble all of this power, he asserted, the ancestors' magic would be unlocked. Elric was astonished to see that power. Otto continued that winter alone was terrifying, but if you gain the power of the other 3 seasons, he asserted, you would possess unimaginable strength. He even emphasized that if you surpassed the ancestors, he hadn't pictured such a sight. Otto stressed you could break the chains left by the ancestors. In the empty corridor, Elric stretched wearily. Now that I have winter, it's time to seek spring. Suddenly he paused, wondering where spring's location could possibly be. The earlier conversation came back to Elric's mind. Surely Otto mentioned that place when he told me to complete the 4 seasons. A question rose within him. Why can't I remember him saying spring? Elric stared at Mephisto in front of him. Don't tell me someone meddled with my memories. Thinking that, he turned to look at Mephisto. Mephisto's contemptuous glance made Elric reconsider. It couldn't be him. Mephisto lacked the power to seal me, and he's the one who wants me to grow the most. Elric swallowed and shifted his thoughts elsewhere. So who did that? If someone could place a seal on me without my knowledge, they could also easily kill me before I had a chance to react. Elsewhere, Blay led the vanguard, urging, "Hurry, we must capture the Blue Wolf squad at all costs." They ran straight into the nearby dungeon. Suddenly he froze before the gate. Damn it, several of them were already dead ahead. Arden approached suspiciously. "What do we do now?" Blay frowned, trying to analyze. "Just push forward for now." His blade flashed as he drew it. "If anyone dares touch even a hair of my son-in-law." A blue aura flared in the night, and my sword will. At that moment, Blay was a little pale with shock. The vanguard units had been turned into ice statues. He came to an unmoving head. Blay sank to one knee, lamenting, "Tanit, even you I couldn't bring down easily." Sudden sounds came from behind Blay. Arden and the cavalry were surrounded by phantoms. He shouted for the unit to prepare to fight. Blay glared with murderous intent. "If you dare, then charge." A banshee gripped its scythe and wore a demonic smile. Blay, not to be outdone, was about to respond when someone interrupted. "That's enough." Both the humans and the spirits halted. Then the reapers all flew off in one direction. Elric and Mephisto strolled out. "If this continues, people really will die. What then?" Seeing this, Blay and Arden were momentarily stunned. Then they gathered together before a cave. Elric raised his hand high and clenched it. A blue light burst violently from the sigil. Immediately stones fell, blocking the entrance. Blay wiped sweat and observed, "Just by looking you can tell this dungeon is special." "Are you sure?" He calmly explained briefly. "It hasn't been destroyed, it's merely hidden so others can't find it." Looking at the camouflage he had created, Elric was confident this place would henceforth be both the family's sanctuary and his stronghold. That's all he could do. In a shadowed corner, Elric touched the thing at his neck, the magical pendant. In fact, the necklace was a universal key that could open or seal every secret the family had ever kept. Though he'd explained earlier, Blay still felt some regret. "You don't feel bad about leaving those guards behind? They're a powerful resource." Elric smiled in confirmation. "Of course I'll take them with me." Once more the tattoo flared violently. From some corner, a host of reapers flew into the sky. They gathered and slipped into that hand. Arden and Blay were once again startled. "My god, he's even more terrifying than on the black snow field, indeed my grandson-in-law." After a while, Elric relaxed his grip slightly. He smiled, brimming with confidence. Mephisto beside him frowned disdainfully. "Ottohan really entrusted you with something terrifying." Elric replied inwardly, "No matter how strong the guards are, they're not to that extent." He showed obvious irritation. "You don't understand. You don't know what level Otto had reached when summoning winter and commanding those phantoms." He folded his arms, his face hardening. "Otto possessed extraordinary skill and could manipulate souls at will, even the phantoms you're controlling now." Suddenly, Mephisto shook his head and did not leave. Elric cast a quick glance and wondered. Those who served Otto in life were all remarkable figures, weren't they? If they were the ones Otto chose to lead the Melvinger family through its golden age, then they deserve to be called heroes. If I control them properly, I can revive the Melvinger family's former glory. With that thought, Elric began to turn away. "Now I have inherited Otto's entire legacy," he mused. "Winter has descended on this land again after 2,000 years. It's time to announce to the world that the Melvinger family has risen." The next morning, at the Central Bureau of Magical Administration, people standing at the door wondered why reporters had suddenly been summoned. Is it to announce that Elric Melvinger has attained the rank of High Mage? But completing the mission in 3 days, is that even feasible? Even Tasha Nerster didn't complete things that quickly. There must be another reason. Someone with an oval head spotted something and looked over. One of them shouted in surprise, "It's the Blue Mage's sedan chair." Immediately the wilderness carriage wheels rolled. The bureau doors opened as if in welcome. Elric strode out proudly in blue robes. Cameras flashed non-stop and questions poured in. "Recently, public attention has focused on your achievements, Mr. Elric Melvinger. Have you truly completed the mission? If so, does that mean you've broken the record set by your grandfather Ustin Melvinger and Tasha Nerster? What's your secret?" People asked whether it wasn't 3 stars but 4 stars now. "Would you like to say anything?" He did not answer immediately. Stepping forward, he said, "I have awaited this moment." A white-haired man produced a badge from the Central Bureau of Magical Administration certifying Elric Melvinger as officially a High Mage. The press erupted again, reporters overlapping. It's been over 30 years since the Melvinger family, a prestigious magical house, produced a certified mage. How do you feel, Mr. Elric Melvinger? Please share your thoughts. At this moment, Elric finally spoke. "I will speak, but before I give my statement, allow me to say one thing first." He clenched his hand, his face darkening. "During this mission, I was attacked by a group of unidentified assailants." The next word silenced the crowd and nearly killed them. Blay and Arden stepped down from the carriage. "Thanks to the Whale family's aid, I was able to survive. After careful thought, I've decided to punish the one who brought that humiliation." The reporters gaped and waited. "Therefore, I officially declare territorial war." Camera flashes stuttered again. Territorial war. Such a war only ends when one side is annihilated. But the Melvinger family now has only a few members left. How could we start a territorial war? The curly-haired man frowned and loudly said, "Who would dare attempt to assassinate the head of a great mage family?" Elric spoke calmly. "The target is Paul Whale. Paul, he is a traitor to the Whale family.